In the 12th year of the Naruto world, with the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy on the horizon, Hoshino Hezhen finally awaited the activation of the sign-in system. When Hezhen executed the formidable body technique, the 8 gates, nearly incapacitating Uchiha Obito, Obito declared, "Among those who have fought me in martial arts, none surpass you that I, Obito, shall deem you the strongest." To which Guy exclaimed, "Incredible, this is the essence of burning youth." As Hezhen unleashed his ultimate ocular technique, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke wondered, could Hezhen be a member of the Uchiha clan? When Hezhen activated the ultimate endurance, the sage body with Ten-Tails Chakra, in the 6-path sage mode, the scene was set. Chapter 1. Crossing into Konoha, activation of a system. In the 62nd year of Konoha at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke-kin is so handsome. Indeed, look at that cool demeanor. The shrieks and discussions swirled in the classroom like boiling water, abruptly pulling Hezhen from the depths of darkness. "Hey, wake up. You're about to drool on the desk." His deskmate, Asakai Masayuki, elbowed him playfully, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "What are you dreaming about, grinning like that?" Ignoring him, Hezhen abruptly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings. The wooden desks, the raucous classmates, and at the doorway, a boy surrounded by girls, hands in pockets, wearing a face that screamed the world owes me 8 million, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a chicken's backside. What the hell? Uchiha Sasuke. As the thought crossed his mind, his brain felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, a sharp pain exploding as countless memories surged forth, forcibly inundating his consciousness. The original body, also named Hezhen, an orphan of war, possessed mediocre talent and was an inconspicuous presence at the Ninja Academy. As the memories merged, Hezhen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had transmigrated into this world where conflicts erupted at the slightest provocation, and where celestial battles could vaporize mortals. The mere thought of Orochimaru's plan to obliterate Konoha, the Akatsuki's vision of world peace, Uchiha Obito's Eye of the Moon, and the final boss, Kagaya Otsutsuki made Hezhen's vision blur. Run. I must flee. With no lineage or background, being so close to this group of formidable foes meant certain doom. How long could he withstand Orochimaru's invasion? One attack from Pain's almighty push, and he would be reduced to ashes. As a perennial underachiever struggling to graduate, what hope did he have for survival? The more Hezhen pondered, the colder his heart became. Just as he was devising an escape plan, the classroom doors slammed open, silencing all commotion. Irika, with a scowl, like a mother hen clutching a chick, dragged a boy with yellow hair, hands bound behind his back, onto the platform and tossed him to the ground. With his signature yellow hair, goggles, and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, lay there. "Naruto," Irika's voice seethed, "tomorrow is the graduation exam, and you dare draw on the Hokage rock? You idiot." Naruto turned his head defiantly. "Shut up. Excellent. To teach you a lesson, everyone, practice the transformation technique." Irika scanned the room. "Transform into my likeness, starting now." The class erupted in dismay. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. With a loud bang, a perfect replica of Irika appeared. Very well. Next, Hironosaka, as the students in the front row passed effortlessly. Hezhen's heart sank. This is it. In the original memories, his transformation technique was abysmal, often producing grotesque results. How could he possibly pass? What to do? Would he embarrass himself on the first day of his transmigration, fail to graduate, and ultimately meet an untimely demise in some plot twist? Just as his palms grew clammy and his mind went blank, a notification chimed in. Ding. Detecting the host's intense survival instinct. Activating sign-in system 1050-100. System activation complete. Please proceed with the initial sign-in. Here it comes. The essential golden finger for every transmigrator. Hezhen almost laughed out loud, internally shouting, "Sign in. Sign in immediately. Sign in successful. Beginner's gift package has been distributed. Please check your inventory." Note: this system is a key plot sign-in system. The host must sign in at significant scenes or plot points, such as Naruto stealing the sealing scroll, Chunin exam, Pain's attack, on the village, to receive rewards. Note: each scene or plot point can only be signed in once. So that's it. As long as I stick close to the main cast, I can continuously sign in to grow stronger. Running away? No way. High risk brings high rewards. Let's do this. System. Check personal attributes. Name. Hoshino Hezhen. Ninja rank. Ninja student. Bloodline. None. Chakra. 10 Chunin standard. 100. Ninjutsu. None. Chakra levels minimum standards. Chunin 100. Chunin 500. Chunin 5,000. Kage 10,000. Super Kage 100,000. 6 paths 1 million. Upon seeing this disastrous panel, Hezhen's mouth twitched. Claim beginners, gift package. Congratulations, host has received 3 body techniques, substitution technique, clone technique, transformation technique. Congratulations, host has received all chakra attributes. Congratulations, host has received chakra 390. Boom. Just as the system notification ended, a torrent of heat erupted within him, surging through his body, tearing and reshaping every inch of muscle, flesh, and meridian. The pain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Hezhen gradually straightened, exhaling deeply, feeling as light as a feather. He clenched his fist, and his joints crackled with a series of crisp sounds, an explosive sense of power coursing through his limbs. Everything around him became remarkably vivid, the dust particles in the air, the heartbeat of his neighbor, all became clear as day. The chakra that was once as thin as a thread had now coalesced into a rushing stream. System. Let me check the panel once more. Name. Hoshino Hezhen. Ninja rank. Chunin. Bloodline. None. Chakra. All attributes. 400. Ninjutsu. Chakra extraction technique. Substitution technique. Clone. Technique. Transformation technique. Chakra had surged to 400, surpassing the ordinary Chunin. More importantly, the knowledge of the 3 body techniques and muscle memory felt as though he had trained tirelessly for a decade. It had become instinctual. Is this the power of the golden finger? The confusion and uncertainty in Hezhen's eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination. In a world that regards human life as inconsequential, power is everything. Next, Hoshino Hezhen. Irika called impatiently. Hezhen exhaled, striding confidently onto the platform amid his classmates' sympathetic or mocking gazes. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved his hands in a blur, forming seals in an instant. Transformation technique. Bang! As the white smoke cleared, a perfect replica of Irika stood on the stage, mirroring his height, demeanor, and even the astonished expression in his eyes flawlessly. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. Irika himself looked as if his eyes would pop out, mouth agape in disbelief. This was the perennial underachiever Hezhen. This transformation was even more perfect than Sasuke's. Ahem, very well, you pass. Irika, after a long pause, awkwardly announced. Hezhen dispelled the transformation and, amidst countless astonished gazes, returned to his seat with calm composure. Next came Naruto's sexy jutsu performance, where Irika predictably broke down, nosebleed gushing, culminating in Naruto's smoking head. Alright, this testing session has only Naruto failing. Tomorrow's graduation exam. No one is allowed to be late. Class dismissed. Upon the conclusion of Irika's announcement, the classroom erupted in chatter. Hey, Hezhen, aren't you going to comfort your good buddy? His desk mate, Asahi Masayuki, nudged him with a conspiratorial grin. Hezhen cast a glance toward the corner, where a dejected figure with yellow hair hung his head low. Due to their shared experiences as orphans, the original character and Naruto were among the few in the class who could engage in meaningful conversation. He rose and strode purposefully toward Naruto. As Naruto looked on in surprise, Hezhen walked past him without breaking stride, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Naruto, if you aspire to become Hokage, you cannot concede defeat here. Before Naruto could fully comprehend, Hezhen had exited the classroom. He gazed out the window at the Hokage rock, his eyes filled with depth. The narrative was about to unfold, and his first destination was the Book of Seals tomorrow night. Chapter 2, Graduation Exam, the Book of Seals. The graduation exam focused on the shadow clone technique, the 8T, the Konoha Ninja Academy. The atmosphere was tense as Irika stood at the podium announcing the test. Naruto clutched his head, his fingers raking through his hair. What is this? The one technique I struggle with, shadow clone technique. First up, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke sauntered to the front, hands tucked in his pockets. In an instant, 4 identical clones of him appeared around the podium. Truly the genius of the Uchiha clan, he is undoubtedly this year's top student, Irika thought with approval. Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke. Here is your forehead protector. Next, Hoshino Hezhen. Hezhen stepped forward, hands forming seals, and with a loud bang, 9 clones of him filled the classroom. Irika and Mizuki exchanged astonished glances. Up until now, most students had managed only 1 clone, with the best producing 2 or 3. Sasuke had only managed 4. Mizuki appeared calm on the surface, yet turmoil brewed within. This guy's chakra level is nearly that of a Chunin. Sasuke glared at the multitude of clones, brimming with envy. When did this happen? Naruto was taken aback in his memory. Hezhen's shadow clone technique had recently been on par with his own, producing only a limp figure. Well done. Hoshino Hezhen, you are this year's most outstanding graduate. Irika regained his composure, admiration evident in his tone. Strive to become a capable ninja soon. Here is your forehead protector. Thank you, Teacher Irika. Last up, Uzumaki Naruto. Nervously, Naruto approached the front. He formed the seals, and, after a moment of concentration, a feeble clone of himself appeared on stage. Irika, Mizuki. The underachiever remained an underachiever. Uzumaki Naruto, you have failed. Irika, he has taken a test 3 times already. At least he managed to produce a clone this time. Why not let him pass? Mizuki feigned concern. Naruto looked at Irika. Irika shook his head. Teacher Mizuki, that simply cannot be. Others can at least produce a complete clone. Naruto's clone is utterly useless. Disappointed, Naruto descended from the stage. Irika announced the graduation exam is concluded. Do not forget to attend the briefing the day after tomorrow. As the examination ended, students gradually departed. Hezhen quickly caught up with Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Hezhen Naruto greeted weakly. Congratulations. Don't act as if the sky is falling. Hezhen replied calmly. The path of a ninja is long. Giving up now is far too premature. But though, I still have a chance? Of course, Hezhen assured him that Naruto's spirits lifted slightly as they walked side by side out of the classroom. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Irika reported to the 3rd Hokage. Oh, Hezhen, you say? Approaching Chunin-level chakra, the 3rd Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, deep in thought. It seems the village has gained another promising talent. On his way home, Naruto was halted by Mizuki. Naruto, Teacher Mizuki. Listen, Irika can be quite principled, but he truly cares about you. After all, he, like you, is an orphan. Irika is too? Yes, his parents sacrificed themselves for the village when he was very young. His current achievements are a result of his own tireless efforts, which is why he is so serious about certain matters. Then why does he always seem to target me? Mizuki sighed. Perhaps he sees a reflection of his past self in you. But I really want to graduate. Mizuki secretly felt elated and casually remarked, Naruto, I hear there exists a book of seals in the Hokage's office. Anyone who obtains it and learns the techniques within can earn everyone's recognition, including passing the graduation exam. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Who knows? It's probably just a rumor, Mizuki replied ambiguously, waving his hand. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Naruto. Watching Mizuki retreat, Naruto clenched his fists. The Book of Seals. Tonight, he would venture forth from a distance. Hezhen observed everything keenly. The narrative was about to unfold. He needed to keep pace with Naruto, intercept him at the right moment, and perhaps sign in. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. A loud crash shattered the stillness as glass shattered. A shadow swiftly approached Hezhen's direction. Seizing the moment, Hezhen leaped forward to block the shadow's escape route. As the shadow drew near, a prompt echoed in his mind. The host has entered the Book of Seals event. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Rasengan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 chakra. Naruto was sprinting wildly when, unexpectedly, he spotted Hezhen ahead. Feeling guilty, he sidestepped Hezhen and continued running. Meanwhile, Hezhen was enveloped in the exhilarating transformation coursing through his body. The torrent of information cascaded through his mind as every inch of his body was torn and restructured by unfamiliar power. After a moment, he calmed his emotions, fists clenched, a sense of unprecedented strength surging through him. He checked his personal attributes, name, Hoshino Hezhen. Ninja level, Chunin. Bloodline none. Chakra, all attributes. 900. The minimum standard for an average Chunin is 500. Ninjutsu, flying. Thunder God technique, Rasengan, chakra extraction technique, body replacement technique, shadow, clone technique, transformation technique. He swiftly mastered the newly acquired ninjutsu, but due to their high level, he could not fully utilize them yet, only performing them partially. The chakra limitation meant he could only use the Flying Thunder God technique 3 times, and the Rasengan 3 times. He tested the Rasengan on the spot, a blue sphere of rapidly spinning energy forming in his hand. He retrieved a kunai and inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula. Throwing it forward, in an instant, Hezhen appeared at the kunai's location. The experiment was a success, and Hezhen's excitement surged. Starting with mastery over 2 powerful ninjutsu, the future looked promising that he concealed the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula and felt the changes within his body. Hezhen pursued the direction Naruto had fled the same time. The third Hokage was observing everything through a crystal ball in the woods ahead. The clash of weapons resonated, and Hezhen stealthily perched atop a large tree. Below, Iruka leaned against the trunk, bloodied. Mizuki brandished a massive wind shuriken, exuding a murderous aura. Iruka, I had initially planned to let you live a little longer, but I've changed my mind. Mizuki sneered, gathering energy to hurl the shuriken. Die. Suddenly, a gleam of cold light sliced through the air from above. Shuei-mu instinctively tilted his head to evade the impending danger. Yet, just as he refocused his attention on Iruka, a sudden force struck him. With a swift whoosh, his body was propelled away, crashing through trees that splintered in his wake, ultimately embedding him within the trunk of one. Silence enveloped him. The abrupt turn of events left both Iruka and the third Hokage, who was observing through a crystal ball, momentarily stunned. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? And the devastating attack that incapacitated Shuei-mu, was it the Rasengan developed by the fourth Hokage? How could this be possible? A tempest swirled within the third Hokage's mind. The Flying Thunder God technique had not been mastered by anyone since the death of Minato Namikaze, and the Rasengan was a rare, unmarked ninjutsu known to only a select few. Who was this enigmatic figure that had appeared so suddenly? What were his intentions? The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. Iruka gazed at this mysterious savior, his heart racing with astonishment. With a singular move, he had effortlessly dispatched Shuei-mu, who possessed the Chunin strength. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Naruto burst onto the scene. Let go of Iruka-sensei. Shadow, clone jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos surrounded the enigmatic figure. Stop, Naruto. Shuei-mu is dead. He is not our enemy. However, Hezhen was too overwhelmed to heed anything else. His stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. In his past life, he had never harmed a single creature now. He had taken a life. This was no mere game, but the existence of a living being. Gasping for breath and feeling the urge to vomit, he longed to flee the scene. Hezhen activated the Flying Thunder God, vanishing in an instant. Where did he go? Iruka-sensei? Naruto stared in bewilderment. That wasn't mere disappearance. Naruto, it's a form of instantaneous movement at an unparalleled speed. In the alley where he first encountered Naruto, Hezhen staggered back into view. He dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. Fortunately, he had been cautious prior to his attack, that he recalled that the third Hokage possessed a crystal ball for remote surveillance. Thus, he had employed a transformation technique as a precaution. Hezhen stowed away the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula and hurried back to his residence. Shortly after his departure, a figure donning an animal mask silently manifested in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Before the crystal ball, the third Hokage's gaze was as cold as frost. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Secure the scene and classify it as Shrine Confidential. Furthermore, investigate and locate the mysterious individual who wields the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan techniques. Chapter 3. The Class Division Turmoil. I have caught the attention of the third Hokage. Chapter 1. The Day of Class Division, a matter of life and death. The morning sun streamed through the window, yet it failed to dispel the gloom that enveloped Hezhen's heart. Mechanically, he stuffed breakfast into his mouth. His gaze fixed intently on the clock on his bedside table. Each tick of the second hand felt like a hammer striking his taut nerves. Today marked the fateful day of class division. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, these three future luminaries were destined to be placed in Class 7. A certainty etched in the annals of his previous life's memories. But what of himself? The sole condition to receive rewards from the system was to engage in the main storyline. Should he be ousted from Class 7, he would be relegated to a mere background character in this world of the dead, losing his greatest leverage to grow stronger. Contemplating this, the breakfast in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. He sighed heavily, adjusting his Leaf Village headband with care. The image reflected in the mirror showed a youth with furrowed brows, his eyes devoid of the youthful exuberance expected at his age. He could only take one step at a time. Let us see how this unfolds, he muttered softly to himself as he pushed the door open. As he stepped into the classroom, a cacophony of noise enveloped him. Naruto was sprawled across his desk, grinning foolishly at the air. His idiotic demeanor earning exasperated glances from Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, who regarded him as a lost cause. Upon spotting Hezhen, Naruto instantly perked up, springing to his feet and waving energetically. "Hey, Hezhen, over here." Hezhen smiled and nodded, taking a seat beside Naruto. Though the anxiety regarding the class division clung to him like a shadow. "Excuse me, Hezhen, may I pass?" Sakura's shy voice chimed in nearby. Following her gaze, Hezhen noticed her target was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, seated to their left. Understanding her intent, he graciously stood to make way. "Get out of the way, Naruto. I want to sit next to Sasuke-kun." Sakura suddenly snapped at Naruto, her demeanor akin to that of a ferocious lioness. Naruto, sensing the challenge, glared at his most detested rival, exclaiming, "Hezhen, tell me, why do all the girls like Sasuke? That guy walks around with that perpetual scowl. Who is he trying to impress?" Before his words had fully settled, Naruto impulsively leapt onto Sasuke's desk, leaning in closely. The tension palpable. Sasuke hit him. Yeah, exactly. The surrounding classmates immediately began to fan the flames, igniting the atmosphere. In this charged moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. A classmate behind Naruto suddenly stood up, inadvertently colliding knees with Naruto's back. "Oh, sorry." The startled exclamation echoed as Naruto toppled forward towards Sasuke. In a moment suspended in time, the lips of the two boys met with precision as the entire class froze in shock. The room fell utterly silent, save for the faint apology from the instigating student. Hezhen, witnessing this spectacle, could only think, truly, that's unexpectedness at its finest. "You idiot. I'll kill you." "Naruto," Sasuke exclaimed, retching violently, his voice a low growl filled with fury. Naruto, clutching his mouth, turned pale. "Ugh, my mouth is going to rot. You jerk. You stole Sasuke-kun's first kiss." Sakura's eyes were vacant, as if the world had crumbled around her. This explosive interlude instantly dissipated the tense atmosphere preceding the class division. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the unfolding scene through a crystal ball, remaining silent as several Jonin stood by his side. "That must be the top student of this year, Uchiha Sasuke," Yuhi Kurenai commented. "Indeed, exceptionally talented. Reminiscent of Kakashi in his prime." Asuma Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Kakashi, arms crossed, gazed at the crystal ball's imagery, stating coolly, "Perhaps even stronger than I was back then." "No, you are all mistaken," the third Hokage interjected suddenly, interrupting the discussion. He took a deep draw from his pipe, the smoke curling around his grave expression. "The true top student this year is not Uchiha Sasuke, but Hoshino Hezhen." As he spoke, the third Hokage handed a dossier to Kakashi. After perusing Hezhen's information, disbelief was written across the faces of all present. The dossier detailed that Hoshino Hezhen had displayed nothing short of mediocrity throughout his 12 years at the Ninja Academy, consistently performing at the bottom of his class. However, the assessment report from the graduation examination revealed a startling conclusion. This child possesses the strength of a Chunin. Such a complete transformation shattered the conventional growth patterns of ninjas. The third Hokage himself was engulfed in uncertainty. He recalled another event, the night the Book of Seals was stolen, when Naruto had claimed to have encountered Hoshino Hezhen during his escape. Having personally examined the scene, he noted the faint traces left behind, though subtle. The remnants of a fleeting jutsu signature could not escape the scrutiny of a jutsu master. It bore the hallmark of space-time ninjutsu. Combining Iruka's report with the visuals from the crystal ball, an outrageous hypothesis began to form in the third Hokage's mind. Could the mysterious figure who eliminated Mizuki and saved Iruka and Naruto that night possibly be this Hoshino Hezhen, who has been hiding his talents? This conjecture was audacious, and the third Hokage dared not commit to it entirely. Yet, a golden opportunity had presented itself. This year's graduating class had one extra genin compared to previous years. His voice steady and commanding, he surveyed the room, instructing everyone else to leave. Kakashi, you remain. Once they were alone, the third Hokage slowly began. Kakashi, your class 7 must include one additional member. A 3-man team is the most optimal configuration, tested through warfare. Why the sudden change in composition, Lord Third? Kakashi immediately questioned, finding it at odds with protocol. The third Hokage did not respond directly, instead recounting the entire sequence of the Book of Seals incident along with his suspicions. Upon hearing the terms Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, Kakashi's lazy demeanor vanished, his eyes widening with a glint of icy resolve. Hokage-sama, you mean to say that individual utilized my teacher's techniques? Since the sacrifice of his teacher to protect the village, no one had been able to use the Flying Thunder God technique alone, let alone alongside the Rasengan. This is merely my hypothesis, the third Hokage replied gravely. Thus, I need your assistance. Incorporate Hoshino Hezhen into your team, and personally observe and guide him. That child has lived in the village for 12 years. I have watched him grow. I fear he may be exploited by certain individuals and led astray. If it is you, Minato's disciple, I can trust you to guide him. I understand. Kakashi composed himself. Give me some time. I will uncover the truth. Go now. Iruka has gone to announce the class assignments. In the afternoon, meet your 4 students. Yes, Lord Third. At the podium, Iruka's voice resonated through the classroom. From this day forward, you are all independent ninjas. However, you are still mere genin novices. You will be grouped in teams of 3, each led by a genin instructor to undertake the village's missions. Every word spoken by Iruka struck Hezhen's heart like the beat of a drum, instilling a mix of longing and dread, a feeling of uncertainty that nearly drove him mad. In contrast, Naruto and Sakura's thoughts were much simpler. Naruto internally mused, as long as I'm paired with Sakura, anyone will do. Just please not Sasuke. Sakura fervently wished. Please, let me be in a group with Sasuke-kun. I must. Sasuke, meanwhile, scoffed. Humph, a bunch of dead weight. All right, now I shall announce the class assignments. Team 7, Haruno Sakura. Sakura's face fell. A picture of dismay. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, yay, this is awesome. Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura's face lit up with joy. My life is complete. Why is it like this? Naruto protested. Iruka paused, glancing at the list in his hand, and emphasized, and Hoshino Hezhen. Boom. Hezhen's mind went blank for an instant, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. He had made it. He was truly in class 7. Sasuke's piercing gaze swept over Hezhen, a cold scoff echoing in his heart. Hezhen, huh? Just wait, I shall soon surpass you. Sakura, caught in a swirl of complex emotions, acknowledged that Hezhen was indeed handsome and strong, yet she still believed Sasuke to be the best. Ino, overwhelmed with despair, lamented, that detestable broad forehead. The 2 most handsome boys in class had been snatched away by her. After the initial thrill, Hezhen forced himself to regain composure, a colossal question mark looming in his mind. Why, despite securing first place, why would the higher-ups of the Hokage break the tradition of the 3-man cell and thrust him into this chosen team? The answer swiftly emerged, the sealing book incident. The third Hokage, that elder known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, undoubtedly harbored suspicions, placing him alongside Kakashi, Naruto, Uzumaki. And Sasuke Uchiha was merely a guise for constant surveillance and investigation. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Hezhen's back. He had been far too careless. This was the world of the Hokage, a realm teeming with extraordinary powers where even the slightest hint could be magnified infinitely by those ancient beings. It seemed the days of stable development had come to an end, just as the weight in his heart began to lift. It was replaced with an unprecedented sense of urgency. That concludes the class assignments. Iruka's voice pulled him back to reality. This afternoon, your leading jonin will arrive. Now disperse. Chapter 4. The Assembly of Team 7. The late arrival of Kakashi's authority. In Konoha, the wind on the rooftop lulled one into a stupor. Hezhen leisurely chewed on his lunch, gazing beyond the railing towards the monkey show about to commence below. In his line of sight, Naruto stood on tiptoe, clutching a rope, resembling a weasel preparing to steal chickens as he stealthily approached Sasuke from behind. Meanwhile, the Uchiha heir, engrossed in his lunch, exhibited an almost complete lack of vigilance. Should he warn the unfortunate soul? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Naruto sprang into action, pulling the rope with lightning speed. Sasuke, caught completely off guard, was yanked into the empty classroom with a swift motion. In less than a minute, the classroom door swung open, revealing a Sasuke who emerged with a light step, even displaying a hint of smugness. Hezhen smirked. Clearly, this abysmal transformation technique could only be attributed to that fool, Naruto. As for why Naruto would engage in such antics, perhaps it was a trivial subplot, and Hezhen could hardly muster the energy to ponder it. However, that did not hinder his enjoyment of the spectacle. Finishing his meal in a few bites, he rose and leisurely followed the faux Sasuke. After a few steps, the impostor halted, leaning against a large tree, arms crossed, striving to manifest a cool demeanor. Alas, the wildly upward curving corners of his mouth betrayed him. Hezhen quickly darted behind another tree, scanning the surroundings, and sure enough, the leading lady made her entrance. Sakura was seated on a nearby bench. Hezhen understood Naruto's intentions. He wished to exploit Sasuke's guise to gain Sakura's favor. TSK, how fitting for that guy's unruly character in the early stages. On the bench, Sakura sighed, cradling her face in her hands. Even with beauty, my meager figure, and that slightly wider forehead than others, how can I possibly catch Sasuke's attention? Just as her thoughts trailed off, she inadvertently glanced up, locking eyes with Sasuke's fiery gaze below the tree. Her heart skipped a beat, and a tempest raged in her mind. Oh my, Sasuke is looking at me. Is he going to say that my most charming feature is my broad forehead, making him unable to resist wanting to kiss me? No, impossible. Such a plot belongs in a shoujo manga. Yet, reality often surpasses fiction. The impostor cleared his throat, adopting what he believed to be a deep voice, and declared, Sakura, your most charming feature is your broad forehead, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss you. What? Sakura shot her head up, disbelief etched on her face, yet her heart was already brimming with joy. The happiness arrived too suddenly, before she could respond. The faux Sasuke shifted his tone. Just kidding. Such foolishness could only come from that idiot Naruto. Sakura, what do you think of Naruto? The impostor inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura blurted out, I dislike Naruto the most. He only knows how to play pranks and has no manners. All I want is your acknowledgement, Sasuke. Because I like you. As the words fell from her lips, she shyly lowered her gaze. Hezhen watched, wide-eyed, as their heads inched closer together. Just as their lips were about to meet, the faux Sasuke's face suddenly paled, clutching his stomach, and he howled in agony, fleeing without a backward glance. All that remained was a bewildered Sakura and a similarly dumbfounded Hezhen behind the tree. Expired milk? A ludicrous thought crossed Hezhen's mind. Meanwhile, the real Sasuke had already broken free from the rope, his handsome face dark as a pot's bottom. Spotting Sakura, he coldly asked, It's almost time to assemble. Where are Naruto and Hezhen? Sakura, still reeling from the earlier chaos, instinctively complained, Why did you have to mention Naruto? That guy is just an orphan without parental guidance, always causing trouble. She even added, How wonderful it must be, without parents nagging in your ear. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. You, he enunciated, his voice dripping with disdain, are truly insufferable. With that, he turned and walked away, intent on confronting the instigator. Sakura remained frozen, the words truly insufferable echoing painfully in her mind, engulfing her in feelings of discomfort and regret. Outside the restroom, Naruto, having just resolved his biological issues, collided with the seething Sasuke. What are you doing out here? Naruto exclaimed, astonished. There exists a ninjutsu called the escape technique. Learn it, you laggard, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. In the next moment, the two dashed away, transforming into fleeting shadows racing toward the classroom. Having witnessed the entire farce, Hezhen leisurely emerged from behind the tree. Sakura, it's time to assemble, he called out to the still-dazed girl. The two walked silently towards the classroom, one after the other. In the afternoon, all other classes had been escorted away by their respective guiding jonin. The empty school building echoed with silence, leaving only the 4 members of Team 7 languishing in their classroom. What is going on? Why are we the only ones left? Naruto finally could not contain himself and jumped up. Teacher Iruka has left too. Everyone else must have gone on missions, he complained, dragging a chair over and precariously wedging a chalk-filled eraser into the doorframe. Hezhen held no fondness for this latecomer. Folding his arms, he coldly remarked, "Your perspective is too narrow, Naruto. Stuff it full of chalk dust, and then it'll pack a punch. Just like you, Hezhen." Naruto's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up. "I never expected you to be a genius. Let us do it." After setting the trap, the classroom fell silent once more. Not long after, with a creak, the door swung open. The meticulously crafted trap flawlessly hit its target. Boom. The white chalk dust erupted in a cloud. "Ha ha. Got you. Got you." Naruto clutched his stomach, rolling on the floor in laughter. Though Hezhen did not laugh aloud, a sense of satisfaction bubbled up within him. This was the price of tardiness. A man with silver hair, covered in chalk dust, sauntered slowly into the classroom. Hezhen's heart sank. He had miscalculated, forgetting that Kakashi's white hair would have the effectiveness of the chalk dust. Kakashi surveyed the four young ones before him, his signature deadpan expression revealing, "How should I put this? My first impression of you is utterly disappointing." On the rooftop of the school building, Kakashi leaned lazily against the railing. The four of them from Team 7 sat side by side on the steps. "Now, let us start with introductions. Tell me what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, interests, and so forth." The teacher began with a demonstration. Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Me? I am Kakashi Hitaki. As for my likes and dislikes, I prefer not to disclose them. As for dreams, they are rather mundane. My interests, however, are quite diverse." "All right, it's your turn. The one on the left can start." Sakura silently critiqued. "Is that all we learned? Just his name?" "I am Hoshino Hezhen," Hezhen stated in a nonchalant tone. "My likes, interests, and dreams revolve around living freely. What I detest are anything that hinders my freedom." Upon hearing his words, Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly, recalling the special instructions from the third Hokage. "Hoshino Hezhen, is it? An intriguing young lad. Now it's my turn. I am Uzumaki Naruto. What I love is ramen, especially Ichiraku ramen. What I despise is instant noodles that require 3 minutes of waiting. My dream is to surpass all previous Hokages and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. My interest lies in developing new pranks. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have no particular likes, but I have a plethora of dislikes. Furthermore, that is not a dream but an ambition, to restore the Uchiha clan and then kill that man." A chilling aura momentarily flickered. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Indeed, the night of the massacre was a thorn that this child could not remove from his heart. All right, let us not be so serious. Next, I am Haruno Sakura. What I like is stealing glances at Sasuke. My interest is glancing at Sasuke again. My dream is blushing as she looks at Sasuke. I despise Naruto. Ah, the eyes of a love-struck girl are indeed filled only with her beloved. Kakashi thought helplessly. Very well. That concludes our introductions. Kakashi clapped his hands, his demeanor growing serious. Starting tomorrow, the 5 of us will embark on a mission. He produced 4 sheets of paper from his pocket. The task involves a survival exercise in the wilderness. Your opponent will be me. The outcome of this exercise will determine whether you become Chunin or return to school to start over. Remember, gather at the training ground at 5 in the morning. And do not eat breakfast, or you will vomit it out. The specific requirements are on the paper. You are dismissed. Hezhen took the instructions, pocketing them without a glance. The so-called survival exercise was merely a test of teamwork, the bell test. He waved to everyone. "I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow." Watching Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura each depart in their own directions, Hezhen remained alone on the rooftop, facing the setting sun, his eyes filled with amusement. He was well aware of the true nature of this test. He understood even more clearly that this seemingly simple trial would mark the beginning of the disintegration of this troublesome team. As the only variable, he pondered whether to remain a mere observer or to intervene and stir the waters further. Chapter 5, A Shocking Turn. Kakashi's Dismay. At the break of dawn, Team 7 gathered. A tardy Kakashi yawned and scanned the 3 with his dead fish eyes, pulling 3 bells from his pocket. "Here are today's tasks." He jingled the bells, their cheerful chime breaking the silence of the forest. "Before noon, snatch them from me, and the task will be considered complete. Of course, those who fail to do so will not only miss lunch." Kakashi's lazy tone suddenly dropped, transforming, revealing an overwhelming aura of pressure, but will also be stripped of their ninja status and sent back to school as failures. "Remember, you must possess the determination to defeat me, Otherwise, you all must leave. The exercise begins. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Hanjin's mind. The host is currently facing a key event, Kakashi's survival exercise. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Hanjin thought, and with a flicker of his mind, sign in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a collection of wind release techniques. Congratulations. The host has 450 chakra. Boom. A wave of warmth exploded within him, turning into thousands of piercing sensations that coursed through his bones. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such pain. As the sensation faded, Hanjin felt the chakra within him surging. Nearly half again as potent as before. System, check attributes. Name, Hoshino Hezhen, ninja rank, Nin bloodline, none chakra, all attributes. 1350, the minimum standard for a regular Nin is 500. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan. Wind release techniques collection, basic ninjutsu. A torrent of vast knowledge regarding wind release surged into his mind, as countless hand seals and techniques of elemental transformations seamlessly integrated. Hanjin rejoiced internally. This was an incredible gain, especially regarding the insights into the Rasengan. The version rewarded by the system perfectly resolved the significant flaw in the original work, which required close proximity to cause an explosion, thus injuring oneself. This upgrade was quite gratifying. Returning to the present, Hanjin wasted no time. Blending into the shadows of the forest, his presence entirely vanishing. Sasuke and Sakura scattered as well, while Naruto, the hot-blooded fool, boldly pointed at Kakashi and shouted, "I want to challenge you one-on-one." It was indeed the familiar plot. As expected, Naruto was toyed with by Kakashi, ending with a scream as he was sent plunging into the icy river by a swift leaf village taijutsu technique, the 1,000 years of death. Sakura, hiding behind the bushes, turned pale. How could anyone manage to snatch the bells? Sasuke's expression darkened. While he looked down on Naruto, Kakashi's effortless demeanor signified the strength of a jonin. The immense sense of disparity caused him to clench his fists tightly. Hanjin, lurking in the shadows, meticulously analyzed Kakashi's every move, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air. Kakashi barely raised his eyelids, casually extending 2 fingers to catch the shuriken's ring, nullifying its attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. 8 Narutos surged from all directions towards Kakashi. Is that all they have? A smirk of disdain crept onto Kakashi's lips. Just as he was about to act, he felt a sudden tightness at his waist. A voice from behind Naruto exclaimed, "Hee. A ninja's greatest taboo is to expose their back to the enemy. A sneak attack?" However, just before the punch from the clone landed, Kakashi's figure abruptly switched places with one of the clones. Body replacement technique. Naruto's iron fist landed squarely on the face of his own clone. After a comical internal conflict, Naruto, filled with rage, began to run amok, only to step into the simplest of snare traps and be left hanging upside down. Kakashi leisurely made his appearance, lecturing the dangling Naruto. Ninjas must learn to remain calm. One should not always act recklessly. Just then, Sasuke was about to make his move when a shadow shot out faster than he could react. Hanjin burst from the shadows, the shuriken slicing through the air towards Kakashi. Thud! The shuriken struck true, but Kakashi instantly transformed into a wooden stump. TCH, body replacement technique. My position has been compromised. At that moment, a scream echoed from deep within the forest. It seems it is down to just Sasuke and me. Just as Hanjin contemplated a retreat, a chilling sensation surged up his neck. Without hesitation, he dove forward, rolling to create distance. Looking back, Kakashi had somehow leaned against the very spot he had occupied moments ago, leisurely flipping through intimate paradise. Hanjin's eyes narrowed. He launched several kunai in a precise formation. Kakashi effortlessly dodged, his figure flickering as he approached Hanjin. Facing the menacing jonin, a cold smile crept onto Hanjin's face. This is bad. Kakashi's inner alarm bells rang. It was a trap. The gust of wind generated by his evasion severed the spider silk thin wire entangled with the kunai. Buzz. Poisoned kunai rained down from all directions, weaving a deadly net. Kakashi was forced to leap into the air, his body momentarily suspended, lacking leverage. In that instant, Hanjin leapt forth like a hunting leopard. As Kakashi landed, Hanjin's hand reached for the bells at his waist. Kakashi grabbed Hanjin's wrist in response, but Hanjin countered with a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's side. Kakashi blocked with one hand, while Hezhen twisted at the waist, his other foot sweeping in a scorpion-like motion, aiming directly for Kakashi's head. Bang! Kakashi crossed his arms to withstand the impact, the immense force lifting Hezhen off the ground, head down, feet up. Hezhen's freed hand darted toward the bell once more. Kakashi's pupils dilated. In the instant before his fingertips brushed the bell, he forcefully flung him away. Shaking his numbed arm, his expression underwent a profound change, devoid of any playful demeanor. Wind release, miniature spiraling shuriken. A sharp buzzing filled the air as a rapidly spinning chakra shuriken shot forth. What technique is this? Kakashi's mind raced to match it with his vast repertoire of ninjutsu, but found nothing. His instincts screamed in alarm. A single hit could be fatal. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball converged at an angle with the bizarre wind technique, sealing all routes of retreat. Earth release, earth flow wall. In a critical moment, Kakashi formed seals and pressed his hands to the ground, raising a wall of earth to shield against the flames. In the next moment, he flickered, narrowly avoiding the spiraling shuriken. A heartbeat later, he found himself behind Sasuke. Earth release, heart-severing technique. Sasuke felt the ground vanish beneath him, plunging into the earth. His head left above, questioning his existence. Having subdued Sasuke, Kakashi dared not relax his vigilance. His gaze fixed intently on Hezhen and the massive tree struck behind him. The tree, thick enough for several people to embrace, had its impacted section completely vaporized, reduced to powder, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's back. Thankfully, he hadn't taken the hit directly. Are today's genin this monstrous? He raged inwardly. Hezhen, unperturbed by the evasion of his technique, declared, wind release, vacuum sphere. He exhaled sharply, solid air bullets shooting forth like cannon fire towards Kakashi. Relying on his beast-like combat instincts, Kakashi maneuvered through the barrage unscathed. Kakashi-sensei. Hezhen stood firm, chakra nearly depleted, resolved to employ this final move to determine victory. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The noise, 100 times more piercing than before, seemed to tear at the very fabric of space. Kakashi stared in horror as Hezhen held aloft a chakra sphere, swollen to several dozen times its size, spinning like a white star of doom. The violent energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. Summoning every last ounce of strength, Hezhen hurled it forward. Run, the sole thought in Kakashi's mind. Even the Sharingan unable to decipher the technique structure. He seized Sasuke by the collar, teleporting to Hezhen, fleeing with frenzied urgency. Boom! The moment the spiraling shuriken struck the ground, a pure white hemispherical light erupted, expanding with overwhelming force. When all settled, Kakashi returned with the two to their original spot. The previous training grounds had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit over 10 meters in diameter, a gaping wound in the earth. Sasuke stared blankly at the pit. Then at the exhausted Hezhen, a fire of jealousy and resentment igniting within him. What technique was that? Why does he possess such power? Why do I not? Naruto and Sakura looked equally bewildered. What was that commotion? Kakashi-sensei, why is there a massive pit here? Kakashi rubbed his throbbing temples. Wishing to conclude this maddening exercise and report this extraordinary fiasco to the third Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, Hezhen's weak voice emerged. This time, we won, right? He slowly opened his hand, revealing 3 silver bells resting quietly in his palm. In the chaos of their escape, he had seized the bells while Kakashi was preoccupied with avoiding the explosion. Kakashi paused, realizing his waist felt empty. He gazed deeply at Hezhen and said, however, there are only 3 bells, and you are 4. One must be eliminated. How will you decide, Hoshino Hezhen? Without a glance, Hezhen tossed the bells to the other 3. Oh, are you certain? I am certain. Observing the anxious yet hopeful expressions of the trio, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before finally revealing his signature crescent moon eye. Then congratulations to all of you. You are all qualified. The exercise is concluded. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will officially take on missions. Dismissed. In the Hokage's office, the events unfolded as such. Kakashi's demeanor was grave. The technique known as wind release, spiraling shuriken possessed power, at least at the level. Moreover, I suspect Hoshino Hezhen has yet to reveal his trump card. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, remained unfazed after the report. He slowly retrieved a top-secret scroll from his drawer. On the cover, for large characters read Hoshino Hezhen. Chapter 6, Signing in with Wood Release. Right from the outset, Kakashi was blocked at the door, in the dense forest. For figures lurked like phantoms. A faint crackling sound followed, and Kakashi's steady voice echoed through the earpiece. Distance to target? 3 meters, ready to engage. Hezhen responded, suppressing his voice. Excellent, move out. With Kakashi's command, the capture concluded in an instant. The scene shifted to the task assignment area in Konoha village. Team 7 returned a feisty fat cat to its owner, a similarly plump lady. Watching her frantically rub her chubby cheeks against the cat's fur, the 4 finally understood why the cat, named Ahu, constantly attempted to run away from home. This was not their first encounter with such absurd tasks. A week after the survival exercise, they had become Konoha's jack of all trades, catching cats, babysitting, harvesting sweet potatoes, assisting the Annie with groceries. These so-called D-rank missions were driving them to madness. And today, they decided to resist. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lazily flipped through the mission scrolls, muttering, "Next, Kakashi's team, the upcoming task is, to help the daimyo's wife watch a dog, buy miso in the neighboring village, or assist in harvesting rice." No. Naruto suddenly sprang up, pointing at the third Hokage and shouting, "We don't want these boring tasks. Change it. Give us something more challenging." The third Hokage sighed, somewhat exasperated by the energetic blonde. "Naruto, you just graduated. As a genin, you should start accumulating experience with the most basic tasks. But those tasks don't count as training." Naruto protested stubbornly. The third Hokage adjusted his hat, his tone growing more serious. "Naruto, it seems you have no understanding of mission ranks. The village receives a multitude of requests daily, from pet care to assassination of high-ranking officials, categorized into 5 basic levels based on difficulty. Genin execute D and C rank missions. Chunin corresponds to B and A rank, while Jonin handle S and A rank missions. As for S rank tasks, they require the involvement of a Kage-level ninja, often necessitating multiple teams working together. Upon hearing this lecture, Hezhen's memories of the Hokage flickered through his mind. Above A rank, there existed even legendary S rank missions, realms involving deities and world destruction, far removed from their current reality. He did not let his thoughts wander far. Stepping forward, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. Meeting the third Hokage's gaze, "Hokage-sama, please grant us a more significant mission. We are ready to face true challenges." The third Hokage's gaze fell upon Hezhen. The calm yet resolute expression reminded him of Kakashi's report from a week prior. Hezhen had employed a wind release technique he had never seen before, with astonishing power. The scene had left a massive pit. Its form resembled a fusion of the spiraling sphere and the properties of wind release, spiraling shuriken, an unheard of ninjutsu. With this thought, the third Hokage's eyes glimmered, drawing his thoughts back to the present. Perhaps it was time to let them see the real world. "Since you are so insistent," the third Hokage relented. "Very well, I will assign you a B-rank mission, to protect an important individual." "Protect whom? A daimyo? Or perhaps a princess?" Naruto instantly revived, his eyes sparkling, and in his mind, heroic fantasies of saving the damsel began to unfold. Hezhen chose not to comment on Naruto's delusions. Although Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, their eyes betrayed their anticipation. Such impatience. The third Hokage chuckled softly. "Come in. Your client awaits." As soon as he spoke, the door swung open, revealing a drunken old man, swaying as he leaned against the doorframe. His murky gaze scanned Team 7, and disdain was etched across his face. "What is this? A bunch of kids? Especially that short-haired blonde. He looks utterly foolish. Are you even ninjas?" Naruto's silly grin instantly froze. He glanced at Hezhen, then at Sasuke, and sadly acknowledged that he was indeed the shortest among the 3. "You old geezer. Who are you calling short? I'll take you down." Naruto roared, prepared to pounce, but was caught by Kakashi, who lifted him effortlessly by the back of his collar. "Calm down, Naruto," Kakashi said wearily. "He is our client." The old man paid little heed to the commotion and continued, "I'm Tsunade, a world-renowned bridge builder. Your mission is to protect me with your lives until I return home and finish constructing the bridge." At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Hezhen's mind. "The host is now in the land of Wave's mission event. Would you like to sign in?" "Not yet," Hezhen mentally replied. Naruto, still fuming over the insults about his height and foolishness, stubbornly crossed his arms and turned his head away. Sasuke and Sakura, however, were unable to conceal their excitement at their first mission outside the village. Hezhen felt no turbulence within. He was acutely aware of the trajectory of the Land of Waves mission and merely wished to return home swiftly to claim his overdue rewards. Kakashi furrowed his brow at the thought of the mission. His concern was not the task itself, but rather Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and whether leaving the village would attract unnecessary trouble. The third Hokage seemed to see through his thoughts and reassured him. "You can go with peace of mind, Kakashi. I will handle everything." After the mission was assigned, and they agreed to depart the following day, Team 7 disbanded on the spot. Once separated from his teammates, Hezhen practically sprinted home. He secured the doors and windows, eagerly calling out in his heart, "System. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has received the reward. Bloodline limit would release. Congratulations, the host has 3,000 chakra." Boom. Hezhen felt his mind blank, and his heart nearly leaped from his chest. Would release. That was the legendary power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who quelled the chaos of the world. Before he could revel in joy, a wave of indescribable agony erupted from deep within his limbs. This was not mere tearing. It was a complete metamorphosis. It felt as if every cell in his body had been crushed and then forcibly reassembled by an overwhelming surge of life energy. Earth and water chakra collided violently within him, ultimately merging into a brand new, vibrant force. Sweat drenched his clothing, and veins throbbed at his temples. After what felt like an eternity, the soul-altering pain gradually receded. Hezhen stood up, clenched his fist gently, and the air emitted a muffled thud. He could feel the power coursing through him, exponentially stronger than before. System, check personal attributes. Name, Shinya Hezhen Ninja Level, Chunin, Peak, Bloodline. Would release, Senjutsu True Thousand Hands, would clone technique, would dragon technique, flower tree world descend. And a series of techniques awaiting unlocking. Chakra, all attributes. 4350, standard Chunin is 500, ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan. Wind release ninjutsu collection. Basic ninjutsu. The addition of wood release in the bloodline section made his breath quicken. Although many powerful wood release techniques remained beyond his reach due to insufficient chakra, this had opened a door to the pinnacle of the ninja world. With wind release Rasengan for offense, would release wooden pillar for defense, and wood clones for reconnaissance. His strength was rapidly escalating. Hezhen extended his right hand, cautiously channeling that newfound power. A green glow emerged in his palm, and soon after, a vibrant green sprout broke through his skin, pulsating with life as it began to grow and sway. Just as he was lost in this overwhelming sensation, a sharp knock echoed against his window, startling him. Hezhen froze, then quickly looked up. Outside, Kakashi was crouched, his silver hair glistening under the moonlight. "Hezhen." Kakashi's voice was low and serious, penetrating through the window. What was that immense life energy just now? Chapter 7. The Fiend Brothers' Lethal Strike? Hezhen's instant kill stuns all. The next day, at the gates of Konoha. "Let's depart," Kakashi said, hands in his pockets, as laid back as ever. "Oh, we're off," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing around like a wild monkey. Hezhen cast a glance at him. This guy's energy seemed perpetually full. "Hey," Tsunade pointed at Naruto with a look of disgust. "Can that noisy brat keep it down? It's unbearable." He turned to Kakashi, unabashedly voicing his doubts. "I mean, can we really rely on this kid?" Kakashi's eyes curved with a smile. "Don't worry, I've got this elite J-Nin backing us." He spoke nonchalantly, but his thoughts drifted back to yesterday. Outside the window, he had called out to Hezhen. "Hezhen." Kakashi's tone bore a hint of seriousness. What was that enormous life energy? Hezhen's eyes flashed with surprise before he offered a wry smile. "Did you notice, Kakashi-sensei?" "Sorry, it was a bit loud." Kakashi squinted his one eye. That didn't seem like ordinary chakra. Hezhen scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. "It's a family medical ninjutsu I was trying for the first time. I intended to prepare for the mission, in case of injury, but I lost control." "Medical ninjutsu?" Kakashi's skepticism was palpable. "Yes, it forcibly stimulates cellular vitality for self-healing," Hezhen earnestly explained. "The scroll states that this technique is highly unstable. A slight misstep can lead to backlash." "I underestimated it." Kakashi scrutinized him, as if searching for a flaw in his words. The immense life energy, a family secret technique, something no outsider could verify. This aligned with the third Hokage's judgment that this child had been hiding something. After a long pause, Kakashi finally averted his gaze. "Secret techniques are dangerous. Do not experiment recklessly in the village." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Hezhen replied, lowering his head. The group set forth, leaving Konoha behind. Mr. Tsunade, are you from the land of waves? Sakura attempted to break the silence. Tsunade grunted in response. Are there ninjas there too? Sakura inquired. Tsunade remained silent, his head downcast. Hezhen interjected calmly. There are no ninjas in the land of waves. Most nations have their own ninja villages as military forces, acting as equal allies to the nation. The 5 strongest, earth, wind, lightning, water, and fire, each possess their own villages, Iwagakure, Tsunade, Humogakure, Kirigakure, and Konoha. Only the leaders of these 5 great ninja villages can be referred to as Kage. They stand at the apex of millions of ninjas. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, astonished. The frail old man in the village was actually so formidable? And how did Hezhen know so much? Even she, a top student, had never heard of such things. It was one thing for him to grow stronger despite being a perennial underachiever. His knowledge outshone hers as well. Feeling indignant, Sakura was about to ask further when a dense forest appeared ahead. On the path, an inconspicuous puddle of water lay in the way. Hezhen's gaze lowered slightly, detecting a faint ripple of chakra from beneath the water, ephemeral yet telling. They are coming. Hezhen's mind sharpened. This was the location of the ambush by the Fiend brothers in the original storyline. He maintained a facade of indifference while subtly alert, watching as the group casually passed the puddle. Once they had walked more than 10 meters past the water, a bubbling sound emerged. In a murky puddle, a head slowly emerged, soon followed by a whole body. The first, a glimmering chain struck like a venomous serpent, swiftly coiling around Kakashi. 2 ninjas suddenly unleashed their power. A chilling sound echoed, and blood spattered. Kakashi was instantaneously torn apart. The unexpected turn of events left Sakura's mind blank, her scream stifled. Fear gripping her as her legs felt as heavy as lead, her trembling lips barely managing to utter, "Kakashi-sensei." Hezhen, in his heart, silently criticized Kakashi's twisted sense of humor. Even though it was merely a shadow clone technique, he still chose to frighten these young ones. Naruto and Sasuke were equally stunned by the sudden gruesome scene, being mere fledglings. At that moment, the 2 ninjas flickered, appearing like ghosts behind Naruto. The second, the chain was flung again, aimed directly at the petrified Naruto. Startled, Naruto stood frozen, witnessing the chain approaching him, but Hezhen had already anticipated this. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai shot out like lightning. With a sharp clink, the kunai accurately pinned the chain to the tree trunk behind Naruto. The 2 ninjas struggled against the restrained chain. Sasuke, regaining his senses, seized the opportunity and, alongside Hezhen, swiftly advanced towards the 2 ninjas. Just as they were about to engage, Sakura suddenly screamed, "Grandpa? Get out of the way." Hezhen's heart stirred. The last rat had finally shown itself. While the ghostly brothers dealt with Kakashi's shadow clone, he sensed the presence of a 3rd ninja. Thus, he feigned a struggle, luring this final adversary out into the open. As the concealed ninja approached Tsunade, their metallic arm gleamed ominously, preparing to strike. In a split second, Sakura forcefully pushed Tsunade aside, exposing herself to the lethal attack. Sasuke's eyes widened, urgently shouting, "Sakura, get out of the way." He wished to rush to her aid, but the distance was too great. It was already too late. "Sasuke, entangle them." Hezhen barked out, and before his words faded, a specially crafted shuriken was launched, not at the enemy, but at the side of Sakura. In the next moment, Hezhen's figure abruptly vanished. A dull thud followed, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Sasuke turned in shock, witnessing Hezhen appear in front of Sakura. The assailant's mechanical arm suspended in midair, mere inches from Sakura's throat, but life had already fled. Sakura, witnessing this lightning-fast event, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the shadow of death loomed overhead, intertwining thoughts of fear, longing, and resentment. Was she truly to die so young? She didn't want to perish. She had yet to express her feelings towards Sasuke, when Hezhen, like a divine savior, pulled her back from the clutches of death. This drastic shift from despair to elation overwhelmed her emotions, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Hezhen, having struck successfully, did not relent, with a twist of his wrist. Another shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique was hurled toward the 2 ghostly brothers still entangled with Sasuke. As Hezhen vanished once more, Sasuke, suddenly enlightened, turned to see the 2 mist ninjas being hurled back as if struck by an invisible force, crashing through several massive trees. As the dust settled, All present stood in stunned silence. This fierce battle, though it seemed prolonged, lasted merely a dozen seconds. Reflecting on how Hezhen had flitted between him and Sakura, effortlessly dispatching their foes, a storm of emotions surged within Sasuke. He had always prided himself on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, yet just moments ago, his eyes had failed to catch even a glimpse of Hezhen. How infuriating! Just how powerful was Hezhen? What kind of technique had enabled such astonishing speed? Applause erupted from behind, and everyone turned to see Kakashi, having appeared beside Tsunade at some point, gazing at Hezhen with admiration. Well done, excellent work, Kakashi praised. Though it was a brief engagement, your timing was impeccable, and your rhythm of attack was flawlessly executed. Kakashi-sensei, you're all right, Sakura exclaimed, her pale cheeks regaining some color as she hastily wiped away her tears. Kakashi reflected, I am unscathed. I intended to test your teamwork abilities. He glanced at the cold body beside Sakura, memories of the earlier harrowing scene replaying in his mind. When he saw Hezhen vanish from beside Sasuke, only to suddenly appear in front of Sakura, even with his vast experience, he was taken aback. The Flying Thunder God technique. How can Hezhen possibly use this ninjutsu? Since Lord Minato's passing, this technique should have been beyond anyone's capability to perform alone. Moreover, Kakashi's gaze swept over the massive trees snapped in half, bearing the marks of the Rasengan. If the Flying Thunder God was a mere coincidence, then what of the Rasengan? This was a high-level jutsu developed by Lord Minato. Besides Jiraiya and himself, there should be no other in Konoha capable of wielding it. Yet why? Why could Hezhen also do it? Countless questions surged in Kakashi's mind. Alas, Kakashi sighed inwardly, yet this mission has not been in vain. At least, the matters entrusted by the third Hokage have finally begun to reveal some clarity. Indeed, as the third Hokage analyzed, Hezhen is the mysterious ninja who dealt with Mizuki that night. With this realization, Kakashi felt a slight easing of his burden. His gaze turned to Tsunade, his expression complex and inscrutable. He paused, then solemnly stated, Mr. Tsunade, it seems your mission is not as simple as you described. We shall discuss this further later. He immediately ordered Hezhen and Sasuke. Hezhen, Sasuke, bring the other two bodies here. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened, and he began to fidget. Subsequently, Kakashi meticulously examined the three bodies, deducing from their attire and forehead protectors that they were rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, each possessing at least Chunin-level strength. Afterward, Kakashi led Hezhen and Sasuke deeper into the woods to dispose of the three bodies using ninjutsu. Chapter 8. His strength is formidable. Naruto swears by blood. The forest lay in eerie silence, the stench of blood overwhelming. Kakashi, Hezhen, and Sasuke emerged from the depths of the woods, each wearing a solemn expression. Sakura, upon seeing Hezhen, felt her pale cheeks regain some color and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Hezhen, thank you for saving me just now. Hezhen glanced at her, his tone indifferent. No need, we are comrades. Kakashi-sensei has said that those who do not understand the importance of their companions are worse than trash. This statement caused Kakashi's heart to tighten. Emotions surged within his concealed gaze beneath his forehead protector. This guy. Sakura steadied herself and asked the question on everyone's mind. How did you suddenly appear before me? And that blue orb, you didn't even form hand signs. Just how strong are you? Her voice trembled with awe. Hezhen replied tersely, body flicker technique, water sphere technique, slightly stronger than you. This curt response left Sakura exasperated. But unable to vent her frustration, she turned to Kakashi for assistance. Kakashi-sensei, please explain. Faced with Sakura's persistence, Kakashi sighed and relented. All right, I will explain. He set aside his usual nonchalance, adopting a serious demeanor. The attackers we faced were three rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, all of whom were Nin. The enemy was Nin, and Hezhen, capable of dispatching them in an instant, must possess at least Nin-level strength. The first, Hezhen used the body flicker technique to circle behind the enemy and eliminate him with a single strike. As for the other two, he similarly approached using the body flicker technique and then employed a level of ninjutsu I have never seen before, the Rasengan, to obliterate them on the spot. If defeating the first was a sneak attack, then the latter two were pure, unadulterated overpowering. Therefore, Hezhen's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary Nin. He is truly an elite among elites. Mastering the spiral sphere, a technique devoid of seals, he even possessed the qualifications to match some jonin in a contest of strength. Each word from Kakashi struck Sasuke's heart like a hammer. The yearning for power surged within him like molten lava. Yet, he remained skeptical of Kakashi's claim regarding the body flicker technique. That could not possibly be the body flicker technique. His own Sharingan failed to capture even a hint of an afterimage. While Sasuke was in shock, Sakura was more intrigued. Kakashi-sensei, what is the spiral sphere? Kakashi's voice, low and tinged with nostalgia, revealed that it was a ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, which concentrated chakra in the palm, compressing and rotating it to form a sphere of astonishing destructive power. This was supposed to be one of Konoha's top secrets. However, we must focus on more pressing matters. Kakashi's piercing gaze shifted to the client. Mr. Tsunade, do you not intend to provide an explanation? I doubt that 3 Chunin-level rogue ninjas would target mere Genin like us. Meanwhile, in a cabin deep within the woods, a stocky man named Kato was berating the figure on the sofa, wrapped in bandages. I hired you at a great cost due to your reputed strength, and yet your subordinates have failed. The man on the sofa slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of fierce, beast-like eyes. It was the infamous Zabuza Momochi. Impatiently, he interrupted, silence. I shall personally take care of that old man's head. Kato, still uneasy, asked, you won't make another mistake, will you? Their ninjas seemed quite formidable. Zabuza's lips curled into a cruel grin, exuding killing intent. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? I am Zabuza Momochi. Back with Tsunade, under Kakashi's imposing aura, he finally sighed. I am left with no choice. Ever since Kato took control of the Land of Waves, the people have suffered. He detailed Kato's heinous deeds and the significance of constructing the bridge for their nation. Due to a lack of funds, I had no choice but to misrepresent the mission's rank and apply for an A-rank task. In any case, if you do not protect me, I am doomed. Although, I suppose it does not matter. The only one who will mourn my death is my adorable 9-year-old grandson. Kakashi rubbed his temples, exasperated. The crux of the issue lies in the mission rank. An A-rank task could escalate to an S-rank due to the appearance of a Jonin. This surpasses our capacity to handle. Tsunade, urgently, replied, I understand. I will increase the payment. Once the bridge is completed, I will ensure the remaining funds are provided. Please help us. This bridge is the only hope for the Land of Waves. Faced with the perilous unknown of the mission and the client's desperate plea, Kakashi found himself in a dilemma. He decided to leave the choice to the children. What do you think? Hezhen remained silent. Sasuke crossed his arms, staring down, replaying Hezhen's overwhelming combat in his mind. Sakura hesitated. Isn't this task a bit too much for us? All eyes eventually turned to Naruto, who had been standing frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Tsunade's heart sank. With one silent and another wavering, it seemed their only hope was slipping away. Kakashi asked solemnly, Naruto, what do you think? Naruto jolted, returning to reality. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of shame engulfed him. It was not merely the disparity in strength with Hezhen, nor the fact that Sasuke surpassed him. It was the realization that he had been rendered immobile in the face of the enemy. Even Sakura had mustered the courage to charge in, while he, who vocally aspired to become Hokage, felt like a coward in need of rescue. All those solitary days and nights of training, was it all for this pitiful display? No. I refuse to be protected any longer. I do not wish to lose to anyone again. With a hoarse yet resolute voice, Naruto declared, I will not back down again. I will surpass Hezhen, surpass Sasuke. Before he could finish, he abruptly drew a kunai and unhesitatingly pierced his left palm. Blood gushed forth, dripping onto the ground. I swear with this hand and this kunai, the mission continues. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden act of self-harm. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, his disappointment gradually fading, replaced by a hint of relief. This boy was not beyond saving. He stepped forward, teasingly inspecting the wound. You certainly know how to make a statement. But if you keep bleeding like that, you truly will die. Naruto, awakening from his stupor, let out a wail akin to a pig being slaughtered. I don't want to die? Sakura looked on, murmuring, Naruto, you are so harsh on yourself. Kakashi took Naruto's hand to bandage it, but suddenly halted. The wound was already healing on its own. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? He discreetly dressed the wound, then turned to the others. The mission will be dangerous. Confirm your decision once more. What is your choice? Hezhen replied, continue. Sasuke glanced at Naruto's bloodied bandage, scoffing, I won't lose to that underachiever. Sakura, encouraged by Sasuke's words, shouted, I will continue too. Kakashi nodded, very well, unanimous. Let us set forth to the land of waves. The team resumed their journey. But the atmosphere had transformed. No one noticed the distant figure clad in a white mask, silently perched atop a treetop behind them, merging seamlessly with the forest. This figure watched the backs of Team 7 until they vanished at the end of the road, then quietly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Demon and the Despair in the Blood Mist. Wow, what a magnificent bridge! Naruto exclaimed, leaning over the ship's edge. Gazing in awe at the grand structure coming into view, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We have arrived in the land of waves. Prepare to disembark. The ferryman's voice held a note of exhilaration as the small boat gradually approached the shore. Thank you, everyone. Tsunade sighed deeply, feeling reassured as he set foot on his homeland. Hezhen remained silent, but scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. After Kato's failed attack, the past 3 days had been unnaturally tranquil. The calm before the storm is often the most treacherous. The next encounter would not be with mere Chunin. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass beside the road. Who is it? Naruto reacted swiftly, excitedly, throwing a shuriken. Squeak! A scream pierced the air, but the grass fell silent. Haha, I hit something. Naruto rushed over, only to pull out a hapless mouse, his face falling in disappointment. What a letdown. You fool, Naruto. Sakura scolded, her frustration boiling over. Damn that shorty, stop jumping at shadows. Tsunade was also quite startled. Just as Naruto prepared to retort, his peripheral vision caught a subtle movement in another patch of grass. Instinctively, he raised his hand again, kunai poised between his fingers. Stop! A chilling voice rang out, sharper than the winter's breeze. Naruto froze in place. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, as an intricately designed trident kunai knocked Naruto's weapon from his grasp with precision. Hezhen had somehow positioned himself beside Naruto, his gaze as frigid as ice. That was a decoy. Before he could finish, a pure white snow hare bolted from the grass, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Sasuke's pupils constricted. In that fleeting moment, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Hezhen's movement. Kakashi's grave expression shifted from the fleeing snow hare back to Hezhen. This Genin's sensory abilities and reaction speed surpassed that of his peers. Naruto, embarrassed, stammered, I'm sorry, I thought it was an enemy. Hezhen, however, could not find humor in the situation. Upon seeing the fleeing white hare, his pupils dilated in alarm. A snow hare. But it is autumn, its fur should be brown, not pure white. Unless it has been confined indoors, away from the light, the snow hare used for the art of substitution is indeed inauspicious. A chill of terror surged through Hezhen's heart, a suffocating murderous intent cascading down like icy water from the crown of his head. Get down! Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, forcefully pushing Naruto to the ground. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air pierced through, as a massive cleaver, howling ominously, flew past them, grazing their scalps. Bang! The blade brutally embedded itself into a nearby tree, vibrating ominously. In the next instant, a bandaged man with a ghastly visage stood ghost-like on the hilt, looking down upon them from his elevated position. The forehead protector of the mist village glinted coldly with murderous intent. Kakashi stood at the forefront, his expression more serious than ever. Isn't that the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi's tone feigned nonchalance, yet his taut muscles betrayed his anxiety. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Unaware of the impending danger, Naruto, driven by a desire to redeem himself, brandished a kunai, preparing to charge forward. Stop! Hezhen yanked him back sharply, his voice cold as ice. Fall back. This man is not on the same level as those previous fools. Zabuza's gaze shifted to Kakashi, confirming the intel brought back by Haku. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, was indeed among them. No wonder they had failed. Oh, the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. No wonder those fools were defeated. A cruel smile stretched across his face. Hand over that old man's head, and I can promise you a swift death. Before his words could fully resonate, Kakashi slowly raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. The three tomo within its socket spun languidly. The Sharingan. Sasuke trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Why does Kakashi-sensei possess the Sharingan? After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he thought he was the only one left in the world with such eyes, alongside that man. The Sharingan? Naruto looked utterly bewildered. A bloodline limit that allows one to see through and replicate ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Hezhen explained solemnly, yet its capabilities extend far beyond this. Zabuza observed Hezhen with interest. You are quite knowledgeable, little brat. However, no amount of knowledge will save your life in the face of my silent killing technique. Kakashi, I have seen your name in the secret manual of the Umbu of the Mist, the man who has copied over 1,000 ninjutsu. Enough of this chatter. I shall take the old man's life. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A thick fog erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing the entire world, visibility reduced to mere inches. Even sounds became indistinct. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura form a protective formation around Mr. Tsunade. Kakashi commanded. Hezhen, support me. Stay safe. Understood. Simultaneously, Hezhen quietly retrieved several shurikens inscribed with special seals, tossing them around the ground, producing faint metallic clinks. Zabuza's voice echoed once more, this time seemingly aimed at Hezhen. That brat who threw the kunai can't even wield a weapon properly, just tossing it around carelessly? What a pathetic ninja. Hezhen's lips curled into a chilling smile. The demon of the mist? From my perspective, you resemble a stray dog bound by money, seeking death. The murderous intent within the mist surged violently. The auras of the two elite ninjas clashed fiercely on the invisible battlefield. This was the true essence of AJ Nin. This was a genuine battlefield. Under this overwhelming aura, Naruto and Sakura felt their bodies stiffen. Even breathing became arduous, as endless fear consumed them. Sasuke trembled violently. The terror emanating from the depths of his soul rendered him incapable of thought. The shadow of death loomed over him. The glory of the Uchiha, the vow of vengeance. All appeared so pale and powerless in that moment. I am going to die. He shakily raised the kunai to his throat. Better to die than to be killed like this. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed. Hezhen appeared before him in an instant, his movements as swift as lightning. Sasuke staggered, clutching his stinging cheek, utterly bewildered. Hezhen seized his collar, his dark eyes locking onto Sasuke's widened pupils, speaking deliberately. The eyes of the Uchiha are meant to perceive the enemy, to see through life and death. They are not meant for you to cry and await your demise. Open your eyes wide and witness. This is the battle of elite ninjas. Within the fog, Zabuza's amused chuckle resonated clearly. Oh, has infighting begun before the battle even commenced? Such an interesting little brat. Then, let us start with you. Chapter 10. The Flying Thunder God Instant Kill. The decapitating blade shattered on the spot. The demon's blood spilled. The throat, the spine, the heart, the kidneys. Where do you wish for me to begin? Zabuza's voice echoed whimsically, as if coming from all directions. The group's hearts tightened, desperately searching for his presence. A shadow abruptly tore through the formation Kakashi struggled to maintain, appearing right at its center. The lethal intent erupted from behind. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's pupils constricted violently, their bodies seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. It's over. Zabuza's tone dripped with disdain. I shall take the old man's life. His enormous cleaver surged forward, aiming for Tsunade's neck. The blade was nearly touching Tsunade's skin, the chilling aura causing him to feel a dampness beneath him. Not on my watch. Kakashi shouted angrily, instantly positioning himself in front of Tsunade, as the kunai clashed with the cleaver in a thunderous collision. Clang. The violent impact sent a jolt through Kakashi's arm, nearly splitting his palm, fear coursing through him. What immense power! In that fleeting moment, several sturdy wooden rods erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Tsunade and yanking him backward. Clang! The cleaver lost its target, crashing heavily into the hard ground, sending a cloud of debris into the air. It was Hezhen. He had executed the wood release, silent killing binding technique, saving Tsunade in the nick of time. Zabuza's lethal strike had missed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained focus. The trio from Team 7 seized this brief opportunity, rapidly dispersing and regrouping around Hezhen, forming a somewhat unstable defensive line. Zabuza, surprised by the failed ambush, did not regard the three frightened youngsters or the Nin who was barely holding his ground as worthy opponents. His gaze shifted past the three terrified brats, locking firmly onto Hezhen. It seemed that to complete his mission, he first needed to eliminate this troublesome individual. Zabuza charged towards Hezhen, brandishing his cleaver. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the battle of taijutsu commenced. Hezhen wielded a kunai, skillfully blocking the cleaver, each clash producing a grating sound of metal against metal. The collision of elite-level taijutsu left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura entranced. For the first time, Sasuke felt his insignificance. Was this the battle of Nin? Hezhen could actually hold his ground against that monster. Naruto clenched his fists, determined to grow stronger, vowing to surpass him one day. Kakashi observed the battle intently, anxiety gnawing at him. Maintaining the Sharingan was exhausting. How much longer could he sustain it? After yet another fierce clash, the two leaped back, regaining their stance. Zabuza elegantly landed on the surface of the lake, his hands swiftly forming seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A fearsome water dragon roared as it surged toward Hezhen on the shore. Not so fast. Kakashi's Sharingan had already perceived the move. He formed seals mirroring Zabuza's. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In the air above the water's surface, another water dragon emerged, charging toward Zabuza's assault. The two colossal dragons clashed midair, sending torrents of water splashing everywhere. Now, seizing the opportunity, Hezhen's breath deepened. Wind release, vacuum wave. A barrage of air bullets shot toward Zabuza. Enraged, Zabuza swiftly positioned his cleaver horizontally in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of collision rang out as the vacuum waves were entirely deflected by the blade. The attack was thwarted, and Hezhen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly moved to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sensei, the consumption of the Sharingan is too great. I must conserve chakra as a trump card. I will take the lead in the assault, and you will provide support, while I engage him. Seize the moment and strike decisively. Kakashi responded gravely, his eyes keen. Hezhen retrieved a shuriken inscribed with seals and hurled it at Zabuza. Zabuza regarded the shuriken with a sneer. You think such toys can harm me, brat? He tilted his head slightly, and the shuriken whistled past his cheek. However, upon witnessing Zabuza evade, a cold smile flickered across Hezhen's face. This expression triggered alarm bells in Zabuza's mind, a wave of unease washing over him. Just as he prepared to react, he was horrified to find that Hezhen had vanished. In the next instant, a rush of wind erupted from behind him. Without time to turn, Zabuza felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body propelled into the air, rolling and bouncing across the surface of the lake. Having landed a blow, Hezhen's brows furrowed. Something felt amiss. He did not experience the sensation of striking flesh, but rather that of striking water. Indeed, the Zabuza who had been flung away transformed mid-air into a puddle, splashing back into the lake. Water clone, Hezhen murmured. Bewildered by the timing of the jutsu, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Hidden behind a large tree on the shore, Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat soaking his back. What had just transpired? How could that brat have disappeared before his eyes and reappeared behind him in an instant? That inexplicable speed. I found you. Hezhen's voice was icy, his gaze fixed on the tree. With 70 to 80% of his chakra still intact, Hezhen did not hesitate to unleash a more potent technique. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Several air projectiles whistled as they hurtled toward the tree. Boom. The tree exploded in response, splinters flying. Zabuza, caught off guard, raised his sword defensively, barely managing to block the attack. You really think I'm afraid of you, brat? Zabuza roared, enraged. Hezhen regarded him impassively. Although Zabuza appeared disheveled, he was unharmed. Indeed, a seasoned J-nin was not easily defeated. Hezhen again launched a shuriken. Upon witnessing the familiar scene, Zabuza's eyes sharpened. He ceased to evade and swung his sword to deflect the shuriken down into the ground. His instincts told him that the earlier strange movement was connected to the shuriken. With one attack failing, Hezhen pressed forward, wielding another kunai as he closed in on Zabuza for close-quarters combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of kunai clashing against the great sword rang out. Kakashi's heart tightened. Why had Hezhen abandoned his ranged advantage to engage in such perilous close combat? The battlefield was ever-changing, and before Kakashi could utter a warning, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza roared, his sword slicing through the air with a cruel arc, aiming to cleave Hezhen in half. Ah! Hezhen! Sakura screamed. But instead of blood, the severed Hezhen merely burst into two pieces of wooden doll. Wood clone! Kakashi exclaimed, his Sharingan wide with shock. Kakashi-sensei, what happened to the wood clone? Naruto inquired anxiously. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. Only those who have awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai can master wood clones. That is the power of the first Hokage. The name of the first Hokage resonated like thunder in the hearts of Sasuke and Naruto. Zabuza, having successfully struck, was still grasping the implications when he realized that he had only severed a wooden puppet. As doubt and confusion filled his mind, He frantically searched for Hezhen's true location, when a sharp, piercing buzz suddenly emanated from his right side. He whipped his head around, only to see a rapidly spinning kunai, emanating a terrifying cutting aura, now less than a meter away. That very spot was where he had just deflected the strange shuriken. This was no coincidence. Without time to think, Zabuza poured all his strength into his sword, desperately blocking to his right. Virum. The bizarre ninjutsu collided violently with the blade of his sword, the immense force causing Zabuza's hands to crack, blood splattering. Just as he believed he had successfully blocked the lethal strike, a crisp crack echoed in his ears. Zabuza looked down in horror to see his once mighty sword, which had never failed him, now riddled with fine cracks. In the next moment, the entire blade shattered, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Though the strange ninjutsu had destroyed his sword, its power remained undiminished, continuing its assault toward him. In a life-or-death moment, Zabuza summoned the last of his strength and swung the hilt toward the deadly spiral. "Ah!" he cried out, his body hurled backward by the residual force. Collapsing to the ground and clutching his right hand, which was now a bloody mess. He had been wounded. That mist ninja had been injured by Hezhen. Shock was written all over Sasuke's face. That was A.J. Nin of Kakashi's caliber. Had the gap between himself and Hezhen grown to such an extent? Naruto was equally stunned, rendered speechless, his mind blank. Now, Kakashi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal wave surged upward, crashing down with unstoppable force upon Zabuza, who was kneeling in the shallows and temporarily unable to resist. However, just as the wave was about to engulf Zabuza, several shuriken glinting with a cold light suddenly shot out from the dense forest along the shore, not aimed at Kakashi and the others, but directly at Zabuza, who was on the brink of being submerged by the water. Who is it? Kakashi's pupils constricted as he halted the continuation of his ninjutsu. A figure wearing the distinctive mask of the mist Umbu appeared silently atop a nearby branch. In a flash, he was at the water's edge, cradling the lifeless Zabuza in his arms. The figure lowered his head slowly, his gaze piercing through the mask's holes, coldly fixed on Hezhen and Kakashi. "Thank you for your assistance, but from here on, his corpse is to be retrieved by my mist Umbu." Chapter 11. The aftershocks have yet to settle, and dark currents surge. As the figure of the mist Umbu vanished into the forest, a dull thud sounded from behind. Everyone turned to see Hezhen had collapsed to the ground. Sakura reacted first, rushing forward to support Hezhen. Hezhen's breath was weak. "I'm sorry. I've exhausted too much chakra. I just need to rest." Sasuke gazed at Hezhen's pale face, the image of their fierce battle against Zabuza replaying in his mind. How could Hezhen, against A.J. Nin of Zabuza's strength, have fought so fiercely? Even though Zabuza had previously battled Kakashi for an extended period and was not at his peak, he was still A.J. Nin. Hezhen had even managed to injure Zabuza. Looking at the weakened Hezhen, Sasuke was suddenly reminded of Itachi Uchiha. He had once harbored intense jealousy towards Hezhen. However, after this battle, his most fervent desire had transformed into surpassing Hezhen. This was the first sharpening stone on his path to vengeance. If he could not surpass his peers, how could he speak of revenge? With this thought, the gloom that had weighed on him for days was lifted, and Sasuke felt a clarity of purpose. Hezhen, appearing somewhat fatigued, turned to Naruto. "Naruto, could you help me collect those shuriken inscribed with seals?" Naruto grinned widely. "No problem, leave it to me." As they searched for the shuriken, Naruto's thoughts swirled. He recalled the inadequacy of his legs when he first encountered the enemy, the helplessness of merely watching during the battle with Zabuza. In contrast, Hezhen's performance was like that of a different person altogether. He had swiftly dispatched 3ch Nin in their first skirmish, showing no signs of fear. Confronted by the formidable Zabuza, Naruto realized the significance of joining forces with his mentor, Kakashi, to inflict a significant defeat upon their adversary. He felt acutely the vast chasm separating him from Hezhen. Yet, he was resolute in his ambition to become Hokage. "Hezhen, you may be stronger than I am now, but I will never surrender. Just wait." Kakashi observed Hezhen, who sat cross-legged, and genuinely admired. "Hezhen, you have truly impressed me." Before he could finish his thought, he staggered unexpectedly, and Sasuke hurried to support him. The others gasped, "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong?" A fleeting embarrassment crossed Kakashi's face as he stammered, "I can't move anymore. I overexerted my Sharingan." Just then, the recently shaken Dasna found a moment of clarity. observing the exhaustion etched upon the faces of those who had fought to protect him. Without hesitation, he declared, "Let us go. I'll take you all back to my home to rest." Meanwhile, Zabuza, having fled the battlefield, was being assisted by a youth of similar age to Hezhen and the others, struggling to move forward. The boy, supporting him, teased, "Mr. Zabuza, had I not arrived in time, you would likely be dead by now." Zabuza paid him no mind, fixating instead on his injured right hand. Merely grazing the edge of that jutsu had inflicted such damage. The consequences of a direct hit were unimaginable. A renowned jonin, wounded by that young brat, nearly losing his life. Zabuza's fury boiled within him. Who exactly was that brat named Hezhen? The boy noticed Zabuza's fixation on his injured hand and gently reassured him, "Mr. Zabuza, do not worry. This hand will heal with a bit of rest." Listening to the boy's words, Zabuza's thoughts drifted back to that winter when he first met Haku. Amidst a heavy snowfall, he had encountered the begging Haku on the streets of the Mist Village. From that moment on, Zabuza had taken Haku under his wing, and during their flight, he was pleasantly surprised to discover Haku had awakened the ice release bloodline limit. Haku had grown remarkably through their hardships. Zabuza suddenly spoke, "Haku, do you believe you can handle that brat named Hezhen?" Haku hesitated, replying, "Mr. Zabuza, though I possess Jonin strength, Hezhen is indeed formidable. Moreover, his swift body flicker technique is exceedingly difficult to counter. Before my chakra is depleted, I fear I will be unable to contend with him." Zabuza's tone turned grave. "Indeed, his strength is not to be underestimated. It rivals your own. However, to complete this mission, we must find a way to eliminate him or at least delay him." Haku fell silent, loathing the idea of killing. Understanding his nature, Zabuza stated, "Haku, we shall devise a plan upon our return." After a series of tribulations, the group finally arrived at Tsunade's home. Hezhen, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gathered around the tatami mat where Kakashi lay. Kakashi, appearing fatigued, remarked, "I estimate I'll need a week to recuperate." Sakura couldn't help but complain, "What a joke. Is this the price of using the Sharingan?" Kakashi ignored her, focusing intently on Hezhen's analysis. Hezhen, with a serious expression, began, "The ninja from the mist pursuing us is quite suspicious. The pursuit team typically disposes of rogue ninja bodies on the spot to prevent information leaks, usually taking only the heads. Yet, he was in a hurry to carry away Zabuza's entire body. Moreover, the weapon he used to attempt Zabuza's demise was a kunai. While lethal, it is more commonly employed to target pressure points, inducing a state of temporary death. He was not there to kill, he was there to save. Zabuza is not dead." Upon hearing this, Tsunade appeared anxious. "Do you think you're overreacting?" Hezhen responded firmly, "We must never harbor a sense of complacency. We must be fully prepared. This is one of the fundamental laws of a ninja." Sakura, curious, asked, "Hezhen, what do you mean by preparation?" Hezhen did not answer directly, but turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think?" Kakashi chuckled meaningfully. "Naturally, it means you should all train diligently. Use this time to grow stronger." At this, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up, feeling the inadequacy of their current abilities. Now that the opportunity had arisen, both resolved in their hearts to improve. Hezhen remained unfazed. Sakura, feeling a mix of relief and concern, exclaimed, "But sensei, even if we train now, it won't be of any use. How could we possibly defeat Zabuza?" Hezhen interjected, "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei does not expect us to become capable of confronting Zabuza immediately through this training. He merely hopes we can develop the ability to protect ourselves when it matters most." Sakura relaxed momentarily but quickly furrowed her brow again. "But Hezhen, if Zabuza is still alive, he could attack us at any time. How can we train then?" Hezhen confidently replied, "Sakura, do not worry about this. Even if Zabuza is still among the living, he cannot act in the short term. My mini-wind release Rasengan, although he avoided a fatal blow, still hit his right hand solidly. If he were to force an attack, he would likely jeopardize his own ninja career. I believe he will not gamble his future for a mere mission." Upon hearing that Zabuza would be incapacitated for a while, Naruto's excitement surged. "That's wonderful. We can take this opportunity to train hard. This is going to be interesting." Suddenly, a youthful yet provocative voice piped up from the doorway. "This is all so dull." Naruto, immediately irked, shouted at the small figure in the doorway. "Who are you, you little brat?" Standing at the door was a small child. Upon seeing him, Tsunade opened his arms wide, his face beaming. "Oh, Inari, where have you been? Come here, to your grandpa." Inari swiftly ran to his grandfather, tightly hugging his arm. "Grandpa? You're back." Then, he looked towards his mother, Tsunade, with a somber tone. "Mom, they will die. Those who resist Gato meet a grim fate." Having previously spoken without restraint, he now cursed himself to death. Naruto could no longer contain himself and shouted at Inari, "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Inari, listen up. I am going to become Hokage. Gato and his ilk are nothing to worry about." Inari shot Naruto a dismissive glance, scoffing, "That's impossible. If you want to live, you better run away now." With that, he turned and dashed away. Hezhen watched this exchange, pondering deeply. Dasna hastily apologized to everyone, and then solemnly shared the reason behind Inari's drastic change in demeanor. Inari's father had fallen into Gato's hands while resisting his tyranny, sacrificing himself to save his comrades. Gato had cruelly executed him in front of all the villagers. Inari had witnessed that bloody scene firsthand. Having seen his father's tragic death, he had become a different person. He irrationally believed that his father was a fool for resisting Gato and for trying to save others. After hearing Dasna's account, everyone fell silent. To break the heavy atmosphere, Dasna stood up. "You all rest well. I'll go ask Tsunade to prepare dinner." Naruto continued to glare in the direction where Inari had left, his fists clenched tightly. Sasuke scoffed, casting his gaze out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 12, Climbing Trees? This is also training? Naruto and Sasuke secretly competed, while Sakura proved to be a genius. In the misty forest, with the morning light just beginning to filter through, Kakashi stood with the three spirited young ninjas in the woodland behind Dasna's home. His single eye swept over the trio, and his voice, laced with the languor of a hangover, began, "Before we commence training, let us discuss the most fundamental aspect of being a ninja, chakra." Naruto scratched his head, a puzzled expression on his face. "Chakra? What's that?" Hezhen raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking, "Is this kid's ninja school diploma forgery?" Sakura facepalmed, accustomed to Naruto's ignorance. In simple terms, chakra is the energy that powers ninjutsu, a blend of physical and spiritual energy. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Sakura is correct. It appears that Iruka's class does indeed have students with a solid theoretical foundation. Naruto, still bewildered, exclaimed, "Oh, as long as my muscles remember the movements, isn't that enough?" Sasuke scoffed and interjected, "If extracting chakra is all it takes to use jutsu, then we should be able to do it now, right?" "Not at all." Hezhen interrupted firmly, his tone calm, yet authoritative. "Understanding the principle does not equate to complete mastery. The key lies in the precise balance of blending the two energies and controlling their output." He paused, casting a glance at the three. "A jutsu requires 100 chakra. If you extract 90, the technique fails, wasting that energy. If you extract 150, the technique succeeds, but with a waste of 50, which won't significantly increase its power. Any waste or failure can be fatal on the battlefield. Therefore, precise control is paramount." The trio's expressions grew serious, and Naruto eagerly inquired, "Then how do we achieve that?" Kakashi smiled mysteriously and uttered two words, "Climb trees." "Climb trees?" The three echoed in unison, their faces filled with confusion. Kakashi turned to Hezhen, his tone taking on a commanding edge. "My chakra hasn't fully recovered. Hezhen, you will demonstrate." Without further ado, Hezhen approached a large tree, lightly stepping onto its vertical trunk with his right foot, followed by his left, positioning his body at a perfect 90-degree angle, seemingly defying gravity. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, Hezhen is stuck to the tree." Sasuke frowned, deep in thought. Hezhen ascended step by step to the top of the tree, even effortlessly hanging upside down from the branch. With his head down and feet up, his voice rang clear. "Concentrate chakra at the soles of your feet and control the amount. Too much or too little will cause you to fall. If you can achieve my level, your control will improve." As soon as he finished speaking, he gracefully descended from the tree, landing as though on solid ground. Kakashi internally praised him. This boy's control was indeed remarkable. He tossed 3 kunai to the trio. "Use these to mark your progress. Give it a try?" Naruto shouted excitedly and rushed toward a tree, only to crash to the ground with a thud, a large bump forming on his head. "Ouch, ouch," he groaned, cradling his head in pain. Sasuke chose another tree, took a few steps up, but lost his balance and fell. However, he quickly adjusted in midair, landing on one knee, though his expression was far from pleased. "Ah, I made it." A clear female voice broke the silence. They turned to see Sakura confidently perched on a branch several meters off the ground, waving triumphantly. Hezhen smirked slightly, his voice clear yet soft. I never expected our Sakura to possess not only solid theoretical knowledge, but also exceptional chakra control. He paused, shifting his gaze to Sasuke. His tone laced with teasing. The legendary Uchiha clan seems to be rather ordinary after all. He then glanced at Naruto, who was struggling repeatedly against the tree. And what about that fellow who claims he wants to become Hokage? Can't even conquer a tree? Truly laughable. Sasuke's expression darkened, his fists clenched, and without a word, he charged toward the tree again. Naruto, equally frustrated, yelled and dove headfirst into another attempt. Sparks seemed to fly between the two, each refusing to concede. Kakashi observed the scene, a faint smile creeping onto his weary face, clearly satisfied with Hezhen's provocation method. He lowered his voice to Hezhen. For the next few days, the task of protecting Mr. Dazna will be entrusted to you. He gestured toward a small figure that darted away in the distance. Inari has been acting strangely lately. Hezhen nodded. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Before Kakashi-sensei fully recovers, the land of waves should remain safe. As night fell, the forest was filled only with heavy breaths. Sakura had long since collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the two figures still stubbornly battling the tree. Feeling utterly drained. Aren't you too tired? Sasuke, undeterred, continued to gather chakra, climb, slip, and then gather again. Sweat drenched his clothes, yet his determination grew stronger. Naruto plopped down on the ground, looking up at the mark he had made with the kunai, barely reaching forehead height, feeling a wave of bitterness wash over him. Why? Why can't I climb any higher? He suddenly turned to Sakura, approaching her quickly, lowering his voice in a rare moment of vulnerability and plea. Hey, Sakura, can you tell me how to climb higher? Sakura hesitated for a moment before earnestly sharing her insights on chakra control with Naruto. Not far away, under the tree's shade, Kakashi leaned on his staff, watching the exchange with a sense of satisfaction. Under the moonlight, Sasuke continued to challenge the seemingly unconquerable tree, while Naruto, under Sakura's guidance, embarked on a new round of attempts, his gaze now filled with focus and contemplation. Meanwhile, Kato led a group of warriors to the forest cabin they had visited before. He kicked open the tightly shut door and strode inside, flanked by his followers. Kato grinned maliciously as he approached Zabuza, who lay on the bed, looking disheveled with his arm hanging limply. His scathing words pierced the air like arrows. Well, if it isn't the infamous demon Zabuza, what happened? Did you get beaten back like a stray dog? The ninjas of the hidden mist are indeed a bunch of worthless fools. Just moments ago, you were so boastful. Did you think you were something special? Huh, this is truly hilarious. Kato laughed exaggeratedly, spitting as he spoke. Seeing Zabuza lying in silence, Kato's anger surged. He quickly moved to grab Zabuza's hair, demanding to know why he was no longer so arrogant. However, just as Kato's hand reached for Zabuza, it was seized by Haku. The atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Haku's clear eyes froze with a chilling gaze as he spoke, devoid of warmth. Remove your filthy hands, or I will end you. Enveloped by the surrounding aura of menace, Kato felt a deep-seated fear. His voice trembled, yet he forced himself to threaten, you have one last chance. If you mess up again, get lost. Chapter 13, A Powerful Enemy Approaches. Zabuza and a Mysterious Jonin Strike. Hezhen reveals all his cards. The sunlight had yet to completely disperse the mist, but the air was already tinged with a faint scent of blood and coldness. Hezhen observed Kakashi in the courtyard, who was moving without any hindrance, and his heart was clear. The final battle would come in a day or two. Zabuza's silent killing technique, combined with Haku's ice release, had indeed caused Kakashi's team significant losses in the original story. But now Hezhen was here, with wind release capable of dispersing the thick fog in an instant and the ability to use the Flying Thunder God technique. He could either assist Kakashi in swiftly defeating Zabuza or hold him off single-handedly. The specifics would depend on the circumstances. Meanwhile, in Kato's dark office in the Land of Waves, Zabuza, it seems your injuries are healing well, Kato said with a feigned smile, gesturing to a steady, sharp-eyed man beside him. This is Nazen, strong enough to rival a Jonin. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he will accompany you. Zabuza shot a cold glance at Nazen, indifferent to Kato's ulterior motives. The payment, not a single coin less. Kato nodded eagerly. Of course, of course. Tomorrow, my men will deal with Dazna's family. As for the bridge, I leave it to the three of you. At Dazna's home, Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Naruto, who had been nearly carried back by Hezhen. Both covered in dirt and nearly out of chakra. Naruto managed a weak yet triumphant grin. Kakashi-sensei, we made it to the top of the tree. In Kakashi's eyes, a fleeting hint of surprise flashed. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you will join the guard. Dazna's face brightened with joy. The bridge will soon be completed. The following day, on the 10th day, dawn broke through the night. We are off. Dazna exchanged brief farewells with his daughter, Tsunade. Be careful on the road. Kakashi led Hezhen, Sasuke, and Sakura, escorting Dazna towards the bridge. Sakura was still complaining. That Naruto guy sleeps like a pig. Hezhen explained for his friend. He exerted himself too much yesterday. He should catch up soon. As they stepped onto the bridge, a strong stench of blood assailed them. On the bridge, dozens of construction workers lay sprawled on the ground. Their fates unknown. What happened? Dazna's voice trembled as he rushed towards a worker who still showed signs of life. The worker's pupils were dilated, his lips quivering. Monsters. Hezhen's heart sank. It was Zabuza. Before he could finish his thought, a dense fog surged in from all directions, instantaneously engulfing their vision. Kakashi-sensei, enemies. Hezhen called out, swiftly launching several specially crafted shurikens into the mist, establishing preliminary coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's gaze remained calm. Sasuke, Sakura, defensive formation. From within the thick fog, Zabuza's raspy voice echoed with mockery. Kakashi, still dragging along these burdens. Before he finished speaking, several water clones burst through the mist, charging towards them. Hezhen's expression turned cold as he unsheathed his kunai, swiftly slicing through the approaching water clones. He shouted, Zabuza, your wounds healed so quickly? Are you eager to meet your demise? Little brat, seeking death. Zabuza's fury ignited as he, along with Haku and the unfamiliar ninja, Nazen, emerged slowly from the fog. Indeed, there were 3 of them. Hezhen exchanged a grave glance with Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naruto abruptly sprang from bed, finding his home empty. Damn it, they didn't wait for me. He hurriedly donned his clothes and rushed outside. Not far from home, a massive wild boar carcass, brutally slain, halted his steps. Along the way, fresh gashes from cutting weapons were alarming. This is bad. Naruto's face changed dramatically as he turned and sprinted back to Dazna's house. He collided with 2 warriors, grinning as they swung their swords towards Inari, who stood protectively in front of his mother. Bastards! Naruto shouted, his form like the wind as he threw his kunai with precision, causing the warriors to scream and collapse. Inari's small face turned pale. Big brother. Naruto panted, quickly explaining his discovery. Inari, you were very brave. Take care of mom. I'm heading to the bridge. He didn't dare to linger, turning to sprint towards the bridge. On the bridge, the sound of clashing metal had begun. Sasuke was already engaged in battle with Haku. Hezhen focused on Nazen. Kakashi-sensei, leave the newcomer to me. He shifted his stance, launching several shurikens towards Nazen in a formation. Nazen's pupils contracted, recalling Zabuza's warning to be wary of Hezhen, whose shurikens were peculiar. He did not confront the shurikens directly. Instead, he leaped back, retreating deeper into the fog. Hezhen sneered, closely pursuing him. Moments later, Nazen stopped in a relatively open section of the bridge. Not running anymore. Hezhen gripped his kunai tightly. A flicker of disdain crossed Nazen's eyes. You little brat. This is your grave. Zabuza overestimated you. He quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Rock cannon technique. Boom, boom, boom. Several boulders the size of houses hurtled towards Hezhen, blocking his escape routes. Hezhen crouched low, narrowly evading the first boulder, which smashed onto the bridge, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Utilizing the cover of dust, he formed hand seals, unleashing dozens of transparent wind blades that tore through the air, slashing towards Nazen. Nazen was prepared. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades left shallow scars on the wall. Just as Nazen prepared to counterattack, he noticed Hezhen's figure disappearing in the dust. Behind you. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Startled, Nazen instinctively rolled aside. A palm, condensing a sphere of white chakra, grazed his shoulder and struck the empty air. Rasengan. A cold sweat broke out on Nazen's back. Had he not been vigilant, he would have sustained severe injuries. Reacting swiftly, Hezhen did not pause after missing his strike. He threw several shurikens equipped with explosive tags. Nazen clumsily dodged while forming hand seals again. Earth release. Earthen dragon bullet. The bridge beneath him surged, and a fierce earthen dragon roared forth, spitting countless mud bullets towards Hezhen. Wood release. Wood wall. Hezhen pressed one hand to the ground, and a sturdy semicircular wooden wall rose, blocking all the earth bullets. Wood release. Nezen's expression changed dramatically. What kind of monster was this guy? He dared not be careless any longer. Hezhen, however, did not grant him a moment's respite. A wooden clone silently appeared behind Nezen, thrusting a kunai towards his back. Nezen instinctively countered, engaging in a struggle with the wooden clone. Clash, clash, clash. After several exchanges, the wooden clone intentionally presented an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Nezen plunged his kunai deep into the wooden clone's chest. However, the clone did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into several resilient vines, tightly ensnaring Nezen's arms and body. This is bad, Nezen exclaimed in shock. Almost simultaneously, Hezhen materialized before him, a specially crafted shuriken embedded in the ground nearby. Flying Thunder God technique. It's over, Hezhen murmured. His palm pressed against Nezen's chest, a rapidly spinning, ear-piercing mini-wind shuriken thrusting forward. Wind release. Rasengan shuriken. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the bridge as Nezen's body was shredded by countless tiny chakra blades, his life force swiftly extinguished. A single strike was all it took. Hezhen exhaled softly. This battle had been taxing. He turned his gaze towards the direction where Kakashi was fiercely engaged with Zabuza, ready to rush to his aid. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of chakra, far surpassing Nezen's, erupted from that direction, followed by a muffled groan from Kakashi. Hezhen's heart raced. This was not good. Chapter 14. The Blood Mist's Lament. The Demon Fox emerges. Kakashi watched as Hezhen vanished into the dense fog, his brow furrowed. Zabuza's lips curled into a cruel smile. Kakashi. That Nezen fellow is a genuine jonin. That little brat probably won't be returning. Kakashi paid no heed, his gaze sharply directed towards another battlefield. Sasuke, hold on. Whether it's myself or Hezhen, we will support each other after dealing with our respective adversaries. The key to breaking the deadlock lies with us. Kakashi was uncertain how long it would take Hezhen to finish his opponent. For now, he needed to conclude his own battle swiftly. Sakura, protect Mr. Dasna with all your might. Leave the enemy over there to Sasuke. Kakashi commanded. Zabuza was about to taunt when a figure was sent flying. Crashing to the ground beside him, it was Haku. Instead of anger, Zabuza erupted into a series of low, mocking laughs. Oh, Haku, if you don't show your true abilities, you might actually die here today. Haku slowly rose, his voice emotionless as he faced Sasuke. Indeed, how unfortunate. Before he could finish speaking, Haku swiftly formed hand seals, secret technique, ice mirror. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through, and countless ice mirrors surrounded Sasuke from all directions, reflecting his startled image. Kakashi, witnessing this, was about to rush in when Zabuza, like a specter, blocked his path. Your opponent is me, Kakashi. Since Haku has used that technique, your disciple is as good as dead. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted from within the ice mirror formation. Ah! Sakura's expression changed drastically upon hearing the sound. She hurriedly drew her kunai, exerting all her strength to throw it towards Haku. In the next moment, I suddenly emerged from an ice mirror, effortlessly catching a kunai and immediately aiming it at Sasuke. Just as the situation appeared dire, a yellow figure burst forth like a whirlwind and delivered a flying kick that sent Bai crashing to the ground. Hey, I'm here to save you, Sasuke. Naruto whispered urgently to the fallen Sasuke. Kakashi watched Naruto's reckless entry into the ice mirror formation, his heart sinking. Just moments ago, he had been distracted by Sasuke's predicament, allowing Zabuza to exploit the opening and land a fierce kick to his chest. Kakashi suppressed a groan as blood surged within him. However, before Zabuza could capitalize on his advantage, a piercing scream and a deafening shriek suddenly echoed from the direction where Hurren had vanished. Zabuza's expression shifted drastically. Kakashi's heart surged with hope. Hurren had triumphed. A figure emerged from the swirling fog, emanating a strong scent of blood. As everyone recognized the newcomer, Kakashi's tense demeanor relaxed. Although Hurren bore traces of blood, his aura remained steady. Zabuza fixated on Hurren, a foreboding feeling settling in his heart. Kid, why are you the only one here? Where's Nichiwan? Hurren met Zabuza's probing gaze with indifference. He was dealt with by me. Kakashi-sensei, let's combine our efforts and take him out swiftly. Kakashi. gritting his teeth against his injuries, nodded, and both moved to seal off any possible escape routes for Zabuza. Seeing this, Zabuza's previously waning fighting spirit surged anew, driven by primal instincts for survival. "Oh, you think taking my life will be that easy?" Before he finished speaking, Zabuza's figure flickered, utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish. Hurren focused intently, quickly assessing the situation. With Naruto and Sasuke trapped within the ice mirror, they were preoccupied. The target was now himself and Kakashi-sensei. Alarm surged through both Hurren and Kakashi as their eyes darted towards Sakura and Tsunade behind them. Sure enough, Zabuza's silhouette appeared like a specter behind Tsunade, his deadly blade descending with a chilling whoosh. Hurren's heart raced. Fortunately, he had previously set traps around them laden with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift thought, he triggered the technique, vanishing in an instant. The clang of metal echoed as Hurren materialized, blocking Zabuza's lethal strike with a kunai. "You little brat, seeking death," Zabuza roared, fury igniting within him. Hurren strained against the force of Zabuza's blade, veins bulging in his arm. "Whether I live or die is not for you to decide. But today, you may very well meet your end here." Just as those words left his lips, a thunderous crack of lightning erupted. Kakashi had stealthily maneuvered behind Zabuza, his hand crackling with lightning. Zabuza sensed the movement behind him and attempted to evade, only to realize his body was ensnared as if trapped in quicksand. Hurren's would-release technique had silently bound him. Kakashi's lightning cutter surged with immense power, piercing through its target in an instant. Yet, he felt no tangible contact. In the next moment, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water, a water clone. Just then, Kakashi heard the ominous sound of Zabuza's blade slicing through the air behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his arm, blocking the attack with his protective gear. Sparks flew as the ninja armor barely deflected the deadly strike. Yet Kakashi's arm was still deeply cut, blood welling forth. The meticulously orchestrated assault had failed once more, and Zabuza, refusing to linger, flickered away once again into the obscuring mist. Watching Zabuza vanish, Hurren initially intended to unleash a wide-ranging wind release to disperse the fog. However, upon seeing the blood streaming from Kakashi's arm, a thought crystallized in his mind. Kakashi's summoning animal was a ninja dog, renowned for its acute sense of smell. Zabuza's blade, stained with Kakashi's blood, would surely carry his scent. In this dense fog, the ninja dog could track Zabuza by the scent of blood. By handing a specially prepared kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to the ninja dog, Hurren could teleport and deliver a fatal blow the moment the dog found and attacked Zabuza. Such a plan would undoubtedly catch Zabuza off guard. Hurren quickly strategized, confirming its feasibility, and quietly relayed the battle plan to Kakashi. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Kakashi's eyes, despite his injuries. They had to take a chance. He nodded without hesitation. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand while pressing the other against the ground, blood seeping into the earth. Earth release, tracking Fong technique. Several fierce ninja dogs burst forth from the ground, sniffing Kakashi's blood before receiving the specially prepared kunai from Hurren. They howled and darted into the depths of the fog like lightning. Moments later, fierce barks and the terrifying sounds of claws ripping flesh echoed from within the mist, mingled with Zabuza's furious roars and the clash of weapons. Now, Hurren willed it, triggering the technique as he vanished in an instant. Within the fog, Zabuza was besieged by several fearless ninja dogs, one of which bit down hard on his wrist, hindering his ability to wield his blade. As he kicked one dog away, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind. Zabuza whipped around, eyes widening in horror. Hurren appeared silently behind him, his right hand forming a Rasengan, swirling with violent chakra that emitted a piercing hum, crashing forcefully into Zabuza's chest. The destructive force of the Rasengan erupted, piercing through Zabuza's torso, shattering ribs and rupturing organs. Ugh! Zabuza spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. Life ebbed away rapidly. Countless images flashed through Zabuza's mind like a lantern show. Summoning the last of his strength, he weakly extended his hand, seemingly trying to grasp something. "Kid I lost. Please spare by, he is a good child." With those final words, Zabuza's eyes slowly closed, his arm falling limply, life extinguished. As the caster's life faded, the thick fog enveloping the battlefield dissipated swiftly. "Kakashi-sensei, we have fulfilled our mission," Hurren gasped, his complexion pale. The continuous use of powerful techniques and the flying thunder god had taken a tremendous toll on him. Kakashi, clutching his chest and arm wounds, finally exhaled in relief. However, before either could rush to aid Naruto and Sasuke, an oppressive, sinister chakra, more malevolent than any adversary faced thus far, suddenly erupted from the direction of Naruto and Sasuke. The sky seemed to tear apart as crimson chakra coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting the sinister visage of a demon fox, roaring towards the heavens. The fury and hatred embodied the power of the Nine Tails. Roar! The inhuman roar resonated throughout the land of waves, causing the earth to tremble. Kakashi's expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling in shock. It's the Nine Tails. This is bad. Chapter 15. The Nine Tails emerges, would release astonishes, blood mist falls. The air froze. Crimson chakra surged upwards, almost tearing the heavens asunder. Hurin. Kakashi's tone was more urgent than ever. The power of the Nine Tails was out of control. Help me seal it with all your strength, or we will both perish. He hastily pulled a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch, cold sweat soaking his brow. The preparations of the third Hokage were their only hope now. They dashed like arrows towards the source of the crimson energy. Upon nearing, Naruto's form pierced Hurin's vision. Enveloped in the violent red chakra, he roared like a ferocious beast breaking free from a cage. Hurin's gaze swept over him, noticing he had not yet sprouted a tail. He felt a slight relief. Sasuke and that white-haired boy lay in a pool of blood nearby, their fates uncertain. Kakashi-sensei. Hurin lowered his voice, his tone resolute. We need to end this quickly. My chakra is nearly depleted. Likewise, Kakashi replied. Kakashi's voice resonated with profound fatigue and gravity. Hezhen's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. I will hold him in place. Kakashi-sensei, prepare the seal. Before his words could fully leave his lips, several shurikens sliced through the air toward the tailed beast transformation of Naruto. Under the influence of the Nine-Tails Chakra, Naruto did not evade. Instead, he allowed the shurikens to pierce his skin, only for the vibrant red chakra to surge forth, forcing them out. Hezhen's technique was triggered, and in an instant, he appeared beside Naruto. Roar! The feral Naruto sensed the threat, his mouth filled with jagged teeth opened wide, and his massive crimson claws lunged forward with a shriek that rent the air. Hezhen's pupils constricted as he swiftly formed hand signs. Would release, silent binding technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sturdy trees erupted from his arm at an astonishing speed, coiling around the tailed beast Naruto like a colossal python, squeezing tightly. Under the might of the wood release, Naruto's struggles were vehemently stifled. Without hesitation, Hezhen formed another hand sign with one hand. Kakwan Niten Suishu. A purer force of suppression emanated from him, further diminishing Naruto's ferocity. Chakra poured out of him like a flood, and sweat beaded on Hezhen's brow. Kakashi-sensei. Now's the time. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. He roared, his voice hoarse from the strain of channeling chakra to its limits. Kakashi's expression hardened. He hesitated no longer, and, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward. The sealing symbol landed precisely on the forehead of the tailed beast Naruto. In an instant, the suffocating crimson chakra receded like a tide, swiftly reverting him to his original state, limp and weak within the bindings of the wood release. As the dust settled, Hezhen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his heart still racing with adrenaline. Fortunately, it was merely the initial stage of tailed beast transformation. He had not yet grown a tail. Otherwise, today would have marked the anniversary of Team 7's demise. Kakashi helped Hezhen to his feet, a flicker of regret in his eyes, yet overshadowed by disbelief and admiration. This student had already demonstrated the terrifying power to contend with the majority of elite shinobi, having single-handedly slain a rogue ninja, assisted in defeating Zabuza, and now collaborated to seal a rampaging Jinchuriki. He surveyed the battlefield ravaged by the wood release. The grotesque trees still lingered, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku lay unconscious. Kakashi inhaled deeply, turning to Hezhen with a complicated tone. Hezhen, did you just use wood release? Hezhen paused in silence for a moment. The matter of wood release had hung over his head like the sword of Damocles since he acquired it. He had already devised a nearly flawless explanation. Drawing from his past life memories, he knew that since the first Hokage, no one in Konoha had naturally awakened wood release. The village had conducted gruesome human experiments to replicate the first Hokage's unparalleled power to suppress tailed beasts, all of which had failed. resulting in the technique being classified as forbidden. It was not until Orochimaru revived the experiments, abducting ninjas and infants to infuse them with the first cells, that the sole survivor, Yamato, was born. Kakashi-sensei, Hezhen spoke, deliberately infusing his voice with a hint of feigned hoarseness and exhaustion. I was kidnapped by Orochimaru in my childhood and was one of many test subjects. I was fortunate to survive and, like my predecessor Yamato, gained the ability to use wood release. He refrained from mentioning the bloodline limit, merely stating it as an ability. This excuse was brilliant, as it left no witnesses to contradict him. Kakashi's gaze flickered, a surge of doubt rising within him. But Hezhen's current feeble appearance and the undeniable sincerity in his expression temporarily quelled his inquiries. What about the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan? Hezhen smiled wryly. I am not certain. Those techniques appeared in my mind as if conjured from thin air. Kakashi scrutinized him deeply, relinquishing further interrogation, his demeanor shifting to an unprecedented seriousness. Hezhen, before you possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, these techniques, especially wood release, must not be easily revealed in front of others. I will explain the situation to the team members. They will not speak out of turn. Hezhen felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to respond, Sakura rushed in with Tsunade. Sasuke. Upon seeing Sasuke lying motionless on the ground, Sakura burst into tears and threw herself onto him. Crying out, Hezhen glanced at Sasuke, but remained still. After a moment, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Ugh, Sakura, you're so heavy. Sakura quickly lifted her head, her tears transforming into a smile. Sasuke, you're okay, thank goodness. Sasuke struggled to sit up. What about Naruto? And that masked man? Sasuke, you're all right, that's great. Naruto groggily awoke, clutching his forehead, then immediately filled with rage. That masked guy. I will not let him go. Yet Sasuke shook his head, his tone complex. Naruto, calm down. His previous attacks all avoided my vital points. He did not intend to kill me. Naruto froze, instinctively glancing towards Haku, who lay not far away. Just then, Haku stirred, slowly propping himself up, his expression blank. Hezhen's thoughts shifted as he retrieved the executioner blade he had previously stowed away. He had inscribed a twisted mark of the mist village upon its blade with a kunai, adding the note, to change the village's bloodshed. I am willing to bear the blame. Hezhen approached Haku, his voice solemn. Zabuza is dead. In his final moments, he entrusted me to tell you to live well and carry on his legacy. He handed the executioner blade to Haku. Trembling, Haku accepted the blade, his fingertips brushing against the cold steel. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This inscription on the blade represents Zabuza-sensei's grand ideals. This is a new beacon left for me by Zabuza-sensei. Having found new purpose, Haku bowed deeply to Hezhen. Thank you. Please tell me, where is Zabuza-sensei's body? Just as Hezhen was about to reply, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from the distance. The group rushed to the bridgehead, where a stout figure, Kato, was mercilessly beating Zabuza's corpse with a group of henchmen. Haha, Zabuza, you worthless fool, finally dead. Kato's face twisted in madness, spitting as he yelled, Did you really think I was afraid of you? I never intended to pay you a single coin from the start. Haha. Witnessing the desecration of Zabuza's remains, Haku's eyes turned blood red, an icy killing intent erupting like a tangible force. His voice was cold and emotionless. Clown, may you pay for your actions with your life. Before his words could fall, Haku vanished like a specter. Thud. A flash of cold light. Kato's head soared into the air, his face still contorted in a triumphant grin, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With Kato dispatched, Haku did not pause, wielding the executioner blade, and dove into Kato's minions. The air was filled with ghastly screams. Limbs and severed arms flew in all directions. When the chaos subsided, the bridge was strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing, converging down the bridge's edge and staining the sea below crimson. Except for Hezhen and Kakashi, the sight left Sakura, Naruto, and even Tsunade pale and nearly retching in horror. Hezhen gazed at the brutal scene and sighed softly. It is over. 2 weeks later, at the gates of the Land of Waves, Kakashi's team, along with Tsunade's family and Haku, who bore the executioner blade with resolute eyes, bid farewell. Following the fierce battle, Kakashi had recuperated at Tsunade's home due to his immense chakra depletion. Though Hezhen had also expended considerable energy, the formidable recovery afforded by wood release allowed him to recover by the next day. During this time, Naruto and the others assisted Haku in burying Zabuza on the hillside behind Tsunade's house. The Great Bridge was successfully completed, and Kakashi had fully healed. At the gates of the Land of Waves, the group waved their goodbyes. The figures of Team 7, led by Kakashi, gradually faded from Tsunade and Haku's sight. However, shortly after they embarked on their journey home, Hezhen felt a sudden stirring in his heart. A faint, chilling aura seemed to lurk from a great distance, watching them. The sensation was fleeting, yet it caused him to furrow his brow. Was it merely an illusion? Or was a new trouble silently approaching? Chapter 16. The Secret Orders of 3 Generations. What is true and what is to be done? After enduring the arduous mission in the Land of Waves for over a month, Hezhen and his companions finally returned to Konoha. At the village entrance, a weary Hezhen felt utterly exhausted. All he longed for was to wash away the dust of travel and rest properly. Teacher Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. I shall take my leave first. Hezhen bid farewell to his comrades and turned to depart. Hezhen, wait a moment. Kakashi raised his hand to halt Hezhen's departure. Following this mission, you have 3 days to recuperate. After that, you are to gather at the mission reception area. All right. Everyone disperse. I will go report the mission, Kakashi concluded. As soon as his words faded, Hezhen's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood solemnly, reporting the details of the Land of Waves mission to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, this mission was indeed fraught with peril. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, gently stroking his conical hat. Fortunately, you all returned safely. After the mission, take a few days to rest. There is no rush to undertake new tasks. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. Lord 3rd, regarding your previous request to investigate the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, I have made some progress. He detailed Hezhen's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, and even would release techniques to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he was tumultuous. He had long suspected that Hezhen was the mysterious ninja who had wielded the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan that day. When his suspicions were confirmed, the 3rd Hokage found it hard to believe. Mastery of such techniques, be it the Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, or would release, was nothing short of miraculous. Since the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, no one in Konoha had been able to independently execute the Flying Thunder God technique, which demanded exceptional spatial talent and perceptual abilities. The wood release was even more exclusive, only accessible to those who had awakened their bloodline limit. Kakashi mentioned that Hezhen's wood release stemmed from Orochimaru's experiments and was not a result of personal awakening, yet this did not diminish its strategic significance to Konoha, particularly in suppressing the rampage of Jinchuriki. However, more than these miraculous ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage was particularly concerned about Hezhen's already formidable strength, which placed him at the level of a Nin. Hiruzen Sarutobi was acutely aware of what this implied. As long as Hezhen did not fall prematurely, his ascension to the rank of Hokage was merely a matter of time, and even reaching the legendary level of a Kage was not beyond possibility. At the tender age of 12, he shared the record for the youngest Nin with Kakashi. One must not underestimate Kakashi. Had it not been for the chakra drain from his Sharingan, he would have undoubtedly been a Kage-level powerhouse. Kakashi gazed at the silent 3rd Hokage, a hint of worry stirring within him, fearing that the 3rd Hokage was contemplating how to handle Hezhen. Lord 3rd, if not for Hezhen's pivotal role in the Land of Waves, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kakashi stepped forward, his tone resolute. I firmly believe that he can be guided onto the right path. I implore you, Lord 3rd, grant him a chance. The 3rd Hokage took a long drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly, interrupting Kakashi. Kakashi, you are overthinking it. That child, I have watched him grow. As Hokage, I must protect the villagers, even at the cost of my life. My profound apologies, Lord 3rd. It is my recklessness and ignorance. Kakashi lowered his head. Kakashi, I understand your protective instincts for your subordinates. I do not hold this against you. The 3rd Hokage adjusted his hat once more. Then, his expression became serious. Regarding Hezhen, this matter must remain between us, especially from Danzo. Should he learn of Hezhen's existence, he would undoubtedly perceive him as a potential threat and take ruthless measures to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression hardened. Rest assured, Lord 3rd, I have already instructed my team members to keep this matter confidential. That man, Danzo, has lurked in the shadows for far too long, his heart consumed by darkness. The third Hokage murmured, gazing at the portrait of the fourth Hokage on the wall. Sometimes, I even wonder if the fourth's death is connected to him. Furthermore, Kakashi, since Hezhen's strength is now comparable to that of a Chunin, let us assign him anonymously to the Umbu. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, appearing to make this decision casually. When there are missions, you will continue to lead your team. During downtime, he will serve in the Umbu. This way, it will also better protect him. Understood, Lord Third. Kakashi complied. Meanwhile, Hezhen had finished his bath and lay on his bed, fully aware that Kakashi had likely reported his abilities to the third Hokage. In the dire circumstances of the Land of Waves, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card to safeguard his life. Fortunately, he had not admitted to awakening the wood-release bloodline. The excuse he fabricated might not completely deceive the third Hokage and Kakashi. However, the fact that the third Hokage instructed Kakashi to investigate rather than directly apprehend him indicated that he was currently in a safe position. Hezhen surmised that the third Hokage merely wished to confirm that he was not a spy and posed no threat to the village. Once this was established, he would not only remain unharmed, but would also be valued. Given his current performance, he was sure to attract the third Hokage's keen attention. His knowledge of the Hokage's narrative from his past life made him understand that while the third Hokage might engage in political compromises, he remained benevolent and tolerant towards his juniors and descendants. He taught Naruto, guided Kakashi and Iruka, and sacrificed himself for the protection of the village. The third Hokage was a flawed, yet respectable elder. Even when faced with irretrievable circumstances, Hezhen was not without means of resistance. At worst, he could simply flee. With this thought, Hezhen called upon the system. System, check personal attributes. Name, Hoshino Hezhen Ninja Rank, Chunin Bloodline. Wood Release, Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. Wood Golem Technique, Wood Dragon Technique, Flower Tree World Descend, Ranking Technique, Bag Technique, Cutting Technique. Quan enters the valley with hanging hands. Diamond invokes Wood, Tree World Descend. Tree Sea Descend, Chakra, all attributes. 4350, minimum standard for ordinary Chunin. 500, Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection, Basic Ninjutsu, Substitution Technique, Chakra Extraction Technique, etc. Hezhen gazed at the Bloodline Limit section, longing for those earth-shattering would-release secret techniques. Regrettably, his current chakra capacity was insufficient for their execution. Upon reviewing his chakra value, he was but a step away from the Chunin standard. He firmly believed that day would not be far off. Recalling from his past life, there seemed to be a foreign escort mission before the Chunin exams. With his thoughts clarified, Hezhen closed the system interface. As consciousness faded, he drifted into slumber. The holiday passed swiftly. Upon their next encounter, Kakashi summoned Hezhen privately. It is Lord Third's decision. Kakashi handed over a pure white mask. Hezhen accepted it, feeling its icy chill, yet it radiated an intense warmth. Assigned anonymously to the Umbu, directly under the Hokage. Externally, your identity remains unchanged, Kakashi stated concisely. Yes, Hezhen responded without hesitation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Umbu, you say? That sounds intriguing. This arrangement indicated that he was temporarily safe. The Umbu was a core department directly under the Hokage. Serving in the Umbu would also hone his practical combat skills. Combat capability was not solely defined by the potency of ninjutsu, the strength of physical techniques, or the merits of bloodline limits. It also encompassed the ability to assess circumstances and devise strategies based on the battlefield environment, the capabilities of allies, and one's own characteristics, thereby executing efficient enemy elimination at minimal cost. From tomorrow onward, you will accompany me to report to the Umbu. Kakashi patted Hezhen on the shoulder. Remember, your identity must remain a secret from outsiders. Chapter 17. An S-rank mission arrives. The Crisis of the Princess of Winds. Sign in for Fire Release Gift Pack. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Hezhen rose from his bed, his joints emitting soft cracks. The wall calendar indicated that it had been half a month since the conclusion of the Land of Waves mission. Once again, he found himself ensnared in the endless cycle of trivial tasks, such as catching cats and searching for dogs. Hezhen could no longer endure it. He yearned for a proper mission. Time was of the essence, and he hurriedly washed up and dressed. Locking the door before making his way to the assembly point where his team was gathered. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were already present. Hezhen raised his hand in greeting. Good morning. Sakura replied weakly, Morning, Hezhen. Her expression, devoid of enthusiasm, contrasted sharply with the fierce glares exchanged between Naruto and Sasuke. And Hezhen immediately understood the situation. Ever since their return from the Land of Waves, these two had been competing endlessly. Hezhen pressed his forehead, casting a glance at the feuding duo. Haven't you two had enough? Weren't you once willing to risk your lives for each other? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance before both huffed in unison. Naruto pointed at Sasuke, indignantly exclaiming, "This guy always steals the spotlight during missions. Now I'm in his debt." Sasuke, hands in pockets, retorted coldly, "That's because you're too weak. If you don't want to owe anyone, become stronger." As the tension escalated, Hezhen stepped forward, an invisible pressure momentarily halting their words. "Instead of bickering, perhaps you should focus on improving your skills." Reluctantly, they each found a spot to sit. An hour later, Patience was wearing thin when Kakashi's trademark lazy figure finally appeared. "Good morning, everyone. I've once again lost my way on the path of life." Sakura's forehead twitched with irritation. "Can you at least come up with a better excuse for being late?" Everyone else wore expressions of exasperation. Kakashi cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate his disciples' palpable grievances. "Ahem. Everyone, we have a new mission." Naruto dashed to Kakashi's side like a whirlwind, his eyes sparkling. "Is it an S-rank mission, Kakashi-sensei? This time, I will show my true abilities." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. All right. He produced 4 movie tickets. Naruto and the others exchanged glances. Hezhen accepted the tickets. Memories of a past life flooding back, escorting Fuji Wind snow painting, rescuing the Land of Snow, and the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll. This mission was destined to be anything but tranquil. Wow, isn't this the super popular Princess of Wind and Cloud adventure? Sakura exclaimed with delight. Kakashi nodded. Indeed. The mission is to escort the Princess of Wind and Cloud to the Land of Snow for a film shoot. Familiarize yourselves with the movie while I retrieve the mission scroll. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than Hezhen heard the system prompt in his mind. The host is currently involved in the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll mission event. Would you like to check in? Check in. Hezhen silently thought. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Fire Release Technique collection. Congratulations. The host has gained 1,000 chakra. The Fire Release Technique collection encompassed all non-bloodline limit fire release techniques, significantly enhancing his sealing speed. Countless techniques exploded in his mind, reorganizing and imprinting. A wave of heat surged from within, merging with his existing chakra, amplifying it. His body felt as if it were being reforged, brimming with explosive power. Hezhen clenched his fist, producing a faint crackle in the air. System, check personal attributes. Name, Shingye Hezhen Ninja Rank, Jonin Bloodline. Wood Release, Sage Art, True Thousand Hands, Wooden Man Technique, Wood Dragon Technique. Flower Tree Realm Descend. Chakra, all attributes. 5350, minimum standard for ordinary Jonin is 5000. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Wind Release Technique Collection, Fire Release Technique Collection. Basic Ninjutsu. His ninja ranks surged from the pinnacle of Chunin to Jonin. A surge of exhilaration welled up within Hezhen. Having graduated from ninja school just 2 months ago, achieving Jonin status at such a pace was nothing short of extraordinary. Although his chakra was on the lower end for Jonin, the combination of Wood Release and the newly acquired Fire Release rendered his true combat power comparable to that of elite Jonin. Exiting the system, he joined the others as they headed toward the cinema. Naruto shouted excitedly, "Hooray! To the cinema! Let us go!" Kakashi quickly called out to him. "Wait for me at the cinema entrance after the movie." Once he had given his instructions, Kakashi vanished in a flash. The remaining 4, clutching their movie tickets, entered the cinema. On the screen, thick smoke billowed and electric serpents danced. The ruins of a collapsed castle littered the ground while a distant volcano spewed crimson lava. A legion of armored warriors, clad in black, advanced menacingly. Facing them stood a valiant female warrior clad in silver armor, brandishing a longsword. She swung her sword, unleashing a 100-meter water dragon that clashed violently with the 100-meter fire phoenix released by the warrior legion. Each encounter erupted with deafening roars and blinding flashes of light. Ultimately, a dazzling mushroom cloud rose amidst the warrior legion. The warrior's voice rang out powerfully, "As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall protect this land." Incredible. Well done, Princess of Wind and Cloud. Justice will prevail. A voice, ill-timed, shattered the cinema's silence. It was Naruto. He leaped up, fist raised in excitement. Patrons turned to stare. and the administrator approached with an unfriendly expression. Hezhen sighed inwardly, flicking his fingertip to send a barely perceptible spark, which landed precisely on the edge of an unattended popcorn bucket in the distant corner. Bang! A soft pop echoed as a few kernels leaped out. What was that? What's happening over there? The administrator and several viewers were instantly drawn to the commotion. Seizing the moment, Hezhen tugged on Naruto's sleeve, whispering, "Be quiet, idiot." Only then did Naruto realize his blunder, sheepishly sitting back down. The administrator conducted a thorough check but found nothing amiss, casting a skeptical glance before ultimately moving on. The movie continued, and the four emerged at the cinema entrance. Sakura was still berating Naruto. "It's all your fault. Making such a racket. I didn't even get to see the ending. Sigh. I wanted to admire Lord Sanji's heroic portrayal of the villainous assistant, but you ruined it all." Naruto, feeling the weight of her words, muttered under his breath, "Sakura, your taste in men remains uniquely special." "What did you say?" Sakura's eyes narrowed dangerously. Naruto quickly backtracked, "In nothing." He turned to gaze at the enormous Princess of Wind and Cloud poster at the cinema entrance, lost in thought. Could there truly be a princess like the Princess of Wind and Cloud in this world? To risk life and limb for such a princess would be the ultimate aspiration of a ninja. Sasuke scoffed. "Boring, it's just a movie." Sakura turned to Hezhen, who was staring thoughtfully at the poster. "Hezhen, why did Kakashi-sensei want us to watch this movie before the mission?" Hezhen met Sakura's puzzled gaze, understanding her query. The target of their escort mission was none other than Fuji Wind Snow Painting, the actress portraying the Princess of Wind and Cloud. Just as he was about to explain, a rapid clattering of hooves echoed from within the cinema, growing louder. In the next moment, a magnificent white horse burst through the doors, with a silhouette atop it. Chapter 18. The Escaping Princess and the Call of the Snow Country's Treasure. Hezhen's gaze sharpened. The figure racing away on the horse was unmistakably akin to Fuji Wind Snow Painting, the star of Princess of Wind and Cloud. The Princess of Wind and Cloud? Sakura's exclamation was drowned out by the thunderous sound of hoofs. A group of armored warriors spurred their horses, charging towards the fleeing figure. The four exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding forming. Hezhen, Sasuke, and Naruto sprang into action, darting out like three arrows released from a bow. Shadow clone technique. Naruto's golden locks billowed as dozens of clones filled the street, creating a wave of orange to intercept the warrior horde. Sasuke lightly tapped his toes against the wall, elevating himself stealthily to the side, searching for weaknesses in the enemy's formation. Meanwhile, Hezhen disregarded the pursuers entirely. His sole focus was on one target. Wind Snow Painting urged her horse forward, her heart racing, though the pursuers were momentarily held back. The breath of the dark-haired man behind her remained locked onto her like a hound on the hunt. She suddenly reined in the reins, veering into a narrow, slippery stone alleyway. The horse stumbled on the cobblestones, its speed drastically reduced. Now was the moment. Timing it perfectly, she leapt from the horse, rolling upon landing. Her movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The horse, losing control, crashed into the wall at the alley's end. She took advantage of the roadside stall's cover, swiftly shedding her conspicuous coat and donning a wide-brimmed hat, blending seamlessly into the crowd. A flawless escape. Her heart steadied for a moment, and a hint of sardonic amusement began to curve her lips. However, an unexpected hand pressed down on her hat. A voice, devoid of emotion, resonated from behind her. "As an actress, your action scenes are quite adept." The blood within her seemed to freeze in that instant. Stiffly, she turned to face Hezhen's inscrutable black eyes. Yet, her breath was already in disarray. Fear overwhelmed her rationality. With a shriek, Feng Shuehui shoved Hezhen aside, recklessly seizing the reins from a stunned passerby and mounting the horse. "Make way, clear a path." She frantically wielded the whip, carving a route through the congested street. The crowd gasped and scattered, while the market stalls were sent tumbling. Hezhen's brow furrowed deeply. If this continued, innocents would surely be harmed. Before he could react, four children with backpacks burst around a corner, unwittingly blocking the frenzied horse's path. Danger! Hezhen's pupils dilated. He ceased to hold back. Chakra erupted beneath his feet, and his form blurred into a fleeting shadow. Arriving just before the horse's hooves were about to crush the children, he positioned himself between them. With a single hand, he grasped the frenzied reins, his arm muscles bulging, channeling all his strength into a single point. The horse was abruptly halted, its front hooves raised high, letting out a pained cry. In that critical moment, Hezhen pulled the two closest children back, retreating swiftly. The out-of-control horse crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Hezhen gently placed the terrified child in his arms down, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" A little girl, still trembling, pointed at Feng Shuhui not far behind him. "Big brother, we're fine. It's the Princess of Storms." The children instantly forgot their fear, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Wow, it's really the Princess of Storms. I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph?" They eagerly produced crumpled paper and pens. Surrounding her, Feng Shuhui, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, felt a sting in her heart from the pure, untainted admiration reflected in their eyes. She gazed at them, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes before it hardened into icy disdain. "I am not. Be quiet. I want to give you an autograph. Chasing after such a superficial thing, don't you find it tedious? You're all fools." She rudely pushed past the obstructive children and ran towards the dock without a backward glance. The children stood frozen, stunned by her cold, unfeeling words and actions. One little girl dropped her Princess of Storms booklet, staining it with mud. Onlookers murmured as they pointed at her receding figure. Hezhen paid no mind to their chatter. He bent down, picked up the booklet, wiped off the grime, and handed it back to the girl on the verge of tears. Then, with a swift movement, he vanished around the street corner. At the dock, stacks of cargo containers created a labyrinthine shadow. Feng Shuhui leaned against a cold container, gasping for breath, her chest heaving from the exertion. Here, she should be safe. Just as she thought to relax, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, silently blocking her only escape route. Hezhen. He did not approach, but merely observed her, as if watching a hapless actor in a one-man show. Shuhui's nerves snapped. "What do you want?" she screamed, drawing a concealed shuriken from her boot and charging at him recklessly. Hezhen sidestepped effortlessly, not even glancing at the weapon aimed at him. Instead, he extended two fingers, precisely pinching her flailing wrist. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Shuhui's attack ceased abruptly. She found herself firmly restrained, unable to move. Hezhen opened his other hand, revealing the very booklet he had retrieved. "What you have been fleeing from is either the kingdom of snow." His voice was soft yet struck her hard like a hammer. "Or that which you yourself have shattered, even the dreams of children." Shuhui shuddered, her pupils dilating. Those words acted as a key, unlocking her long-buried memories stained with blood and flames. No, the madness and sharpness in her eyes faded, replaced by an overwhelming terror and impending collapse. "No, I am not. I didn't." She abandoned her assault, instead pounding her fists against Hezhen's chest in a frenzy, tears streaming down her face. Hezhen did not stop her. Only when her strength waned and her cries grew faint did he raise his hand, delivering a precise strike to the back of her neck. Shuhui let out a muffled groan and crumpled to the ground. Hezhen effortlessly lifted her, emerging from the shadow of the cargo containers. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and the elderly warrior named as Sama Santayu arrived just in time. Santayu looked at the unconscious princess in Hezhen's arms, his face etched with pain and guilt, bowing deeply. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." Hezhen's gaze did not linger on him. He noticed that as Shuhui lost consciousness, a hexagonal crystal pendant slipped from her collar. He reached out and caught it steadily. In his hand, the pendant radiated an unusual chill. Chapter 19. The monster on the iceberg amidst the cold morning fog. The massive ship sliced through the waves, steady as if on land. Yet, Fuji Feng Shuhui jolted awake amidst the violent rocking, her temples throbbing. "What is happening? My head is spinning." She pressed her forehead, struggling to focus her gaze. "It is no illusion, miss," came Santayu's calm voice from outside the door. "We have set sail." Set sail? The realization crashed upon Fuji Feng Shuhui like thunder, and she flung open the door, rushing to the deck. The briny sea breeze hit her face, revealing an endless expanse of azure, completely consuming her last shred of hope. What on earth is happening? Her uncontrolled scream shattered the morning's tranquility. At the other end of the deck, the crew of Princess of Storms was busily preparing. Hezhen cast a glance at the corner where the leading actress, wearing an expression of utter despair yet still dedicated to her makeup, was working. The echo of her earlier piercing wail lingered in his ears. "Ugh, I really struggle to deal with such women," he muttered lowly. "She is our protected individual. This is our mission." Kakashi replied without lifting his eyes from the book he held, Paradise of Affection. Yes, Kakashi-sensei," Hezhen replied dismissively. Naruto chimed in, nonchalantly exclaiming, "It's just protecting an actress. What's the big deal?" "Exactly," Sasuke scoffed, unusually siding with Naruto. "Is this task even worth mobilizing us?" Observing the lack of tension among his students, Kakashi finally set his book aside, his expression growing serious. "This is a B-level mission." "B-level?" Naruto was about to leap up, but Sasuke interjected, already questioning, how can protecting an actress be a B-level mission? Kakashi's gaze swept over the busy crew in the distance, his voice low, "Because the enemy is in the shadows while we are in the light." Before he could finish, a piercing scream once again shattered the air. "Director, not good. There's an iceberg ahead." Everyone rushed to the deck, where they beheld a towering iceberg, resembling a colossal white beast, obstructing the ship's path. The director, far from panicking, appeared flushed with excitement. "What a perfect location. This is the scene I have always dreamed of. Everyone, prepare to shoot on the iceberg." Under the director's nearly frenzied commands, the crew hurriedly transported equipment onto the iceberg. Scene 38, Take 23, Action. At the moment the director shouted start, Kakashi's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he swiftly lifted his head to look toward the summit of the iceberg. "Everyone be on guard." As his warning escaped his lips, four figures leaped down from the icy peak like phantoms, surrounding the entire crew in a square formation. Their ominous chakra armor glimmered with a foreboding gleam under the sunlight. At last, they met, the Princess of Wind and Snow. The leading man removed his goggles, revealing a weathered face, his eyes locking onto Fuji Fuyuki like a venomous snake. And there was Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constricted. "Wolf, Fong, Avalanche. You're still alive." Fuji Fuyuki was already paralyzed with fear. That face haunted her for a decade, an unshakable nightmare. "Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, protect Miss Fuyuki," Kakashi decisively commanded. His left eye's three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. "Hezhen, assist me. Film crew, if you wish to live, retreat to the ship." Hezhen bellowed at the still-dazed crowd. With a sinister grin, Wolf Fong Avalanche clapped his hands. Too late. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Thick walls of ice surged from the ground, instantly trapping everyone within, forming a cage of despair. "You little brats think you can challenge the ninjas of the land of snow?" sneered the figure beside him, Blizzard. "Enough nonsense," Naruto roared. Forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones charged toward one of the snow ninjas, Winter Rain. A cruel smile curled on Winter Rain's lips as he did not flinch or evade, allowing Naruto's fists and feet to strike against his fearsome armor. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull thuds, all shadow clones dissipated into white smoke, while Winter Rain remained unscathed. Useless, he dusted off his armor with disdain. Such an attack doesn't even qualify as a tickle. "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Sasuke, undeterred, launched several fireballs that intersected, blocking all of Winter Rain's paths. Winter Rain stood firm, letting the flames crash against his armor, producing a cloud of black smoke. When the smoke cleared, he remained unharmed. "A brat from the Uchiha clan? Your fire release is too weak." Sasuke's expression turned ashen. "This is troublesome," Kakashi said gravely. "That chakra armor could negate most ninjutsu damage." "Kakashi, your opponent is me," Wolf Fong Avalanche roared, charging forward while forming hand seals. Ice release, Breaking Dragon and Fierce Tiger. A colossal beast formed of ice crystals, resembling a dragon with a tiger's head, roared forth, lunging at Kakashi. Lightning Blade. Kakashi unleashed a burst of lightning from his right hand, surging toward the ice tiger. Lightning clashed violently with ice crystals, erupting into a cloud of steam. Meanwhile, Blizzard and Sleet simultaneously advanced toward the protective circle. Hezhen's eyes sharpened as he instantly positioned himself in front of them. "Your opponent is me. You little brat, seeking death." Blizzard formed hand seals. Ice release, Twin Dragon Assault. Two ice dragons flanked Hezhen, sealing all his escape routes. Hezhen did not retreat, but instead moved forward, forming hand seals rapidly. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Three more ferocious fire dragons spiraled into the sky, their size and temperature far surpassing Sasuke's Phoenix Fire. Boom. The fire dragon collided with the ice dragons, instantly evaporating them, and the remaining fire dragons surged toward Blizzard herself. Blizzard was taken aback and barely managed to roll backward to escape, but a scorching wave left a bloody mark on her face. How is this possible? She gazed at Hezhen in disbelief. Hezhen ignored her. He knew conventional ninjutsu was far too inefficient against that armor. It required absolute power, a single strike to determine fate. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and a piercing shriek resonated as a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, brimming with terrifying energy, formed in his palm. The sheer transformation sent a shiver through Kakashi, even from a distance. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. At the same moment, Wolf Fang avalanche forced Kakashi back, and, upon seeing the technique in Hezhen's hand, his eyes flickered with a mix of trepidation and greed. That technique. It must be mine. He slammed both hands against the ice surface, pouring all his chakra into it without reservation. Ice release. Ultimate secret, corner white whale. Boom. The entire iceberg trembled violently as a mountain-sized white whale erupted from the ice, descending upon everyone with apocalyptic force. The enormous shadow threatened to consume all. The crew had already collapsed to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, get them out of here. Hezhen shouted to the distant Kakashi, hurling the spiraling shuriken with all his might. The white light tore through the air, hurtling toward the massive whale. But that was not the end. Hezhen formed seals once more, his chest visibly swelling. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. An overwhelming sea of flames surged forth, like a gigantic fiery net, instantly enveloping the entire white whale. In the next moment, the spiraling shuriken struck the whale engulfed in flames. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an expanding fire-red hemisphere intermingled with countless wind blades. Boom. The extreme wind and extreme fire triggered a cataclysmic chain reaction. Wherever the hemisphere passed, the ice whale disintegrated, evaporated, the iceberg melted, sliced, and the seawater boiled, creating towering waves. Retreat. Wolf Fang avalanche was filled with dread. He never imagined that a mere boy could unleash such a terrifying combination ninjutsu. As he turned to flee, a figure appeared behind his companion, Sleet. Flying Thunder God technique. It was Hezhen. The moment he threw the spiraling shuriken, he also launched a specially engraved shuriken. Spiraling sphere. The blue orb struck Sleet's back, the violent rotational force instantly obliterating his chakra armor and internal organs. The snow ninja could not even let out a scream before collapsing lifelessly. A single strike, a swift kill. Wolf Fang avalanche and Blizzard watched in horror. Losing all will to fight, they dove into the sea and fled in a panic. Hezhen exchanged a glance with Kakashi and leaped back onto the already departing ship. On the deck, there was a deathly silence. Everyone, both ninjas and crew, stared intently at the spot where the iceberg had just been. There, the iceberg had vanished. In its place was a massive, still-boiling red vortex, exuding an overwhelming heat. Kakashi's heart roiled with tumultuous waves as he looked at Hezhen. His gaze now filled with profound scrutiny and bewilderment. Naruto's mouth hung open, his mind consumed by a single thought. So powerful. If I could learn that technique. Meanwhile, Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Hezhen's back, his shock, confusion, and the humiliation and jealousy stemming from deep within his bloodline almost tearing his chest apart. Why? Why is his fire release so extraordinarily powerful? It is not even a Uchiha technique, yet it surpasses any fire release passed down through the Uchiha clan for millennia. Why? Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palm. He gazed at that monstrous teammate, for the first time feeling a clear thought rise within him. Who exactly are you? Chapter 20. The True Princess, Seeking Peace Through Struggle. Inside the cabin, the air was stifling. In Fuji Fuyuki's room, Kakashi caressed the hexagonal crystal in his hand, its azure glow illuminating his somewhat weary face. A decade had passed since he rescued the little princess from that chaos. Kakashi, the ship has arrived at port. The aged voice of San Taifu echoed from outside the door, pulling Kakashi from his whirlpool of memories. He tucked away the crystal, his gaze returning to its usual languor as he followed San Taifu outside. Inside the ship's conference hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. To escort a princess who was being hunted by a usurper back to her homeland, Kakashi Hitaki was the first to break the silence. His exposed eye sharp as a drawn ninja blade. What difference is there between this and sending sheep into the tiger's den, Mr. Santai? Mr. Santai, stooped and frail, trembled, yet a fierce fire ignited within his murky eyes. Of course I understand. But for the people of the land of snow, struggling amid ice and snow, and to bring hope to those still resisting, I must return the princess to her country. His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated with conviction. Naruto, entirely oblivious to the weight of the atmosphere, burst into laughter. Uncle Santai, have you had too much to drink? Sister Yukihira is merely an actress, not a real princess. Haji looked at his often clueless friend with exasperation. Naruto, you are mistaken. He stepped forward, his voice clear and penetrating. The actress Fuji Fuyuki is merely her stage name. Her true name is Kazahana Koyuki, the only legitimate heir to the throne of the Land of Snow. What? Both Naruto and Sakura gasped in astonishment. Before they could inquire further, Mr. Santai took the floor, his voice laden with sorrow and guilt. It is all due to the rebellion 10 years ago, when Kazahana Nudo killed his brother to seize the throne. I failed to protect the monarch, and even thought for a time that the princess had perished as well. Listening to Mr. Santai's account, Kakashi's gaze turned somber. The helpless knight from a decade ago remained an indelible shadow in his heart. At that moment, the door to the council chamber was thrust open. Kazahana Koki stood at the entrance, radiating an aura that repelled all. Upon seeing her, Mr. Santai seemed to glimpse salvation and immediately knelt before her. Your Highness, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Kazahana Koyuki regarded the old minister with an expression devoid of emotion. Perhaps it would have been better to have died then. Her voice was as frigid as the winds of her homeland. I am alive, yet my heart is long dead. Mr. Santai's heart twisted in pain as he struck his head heavily against the deck. For the people of the Land of Snow, please overthrow Nudo and become the new monarch. I am willing to give my life for you. Do not jest. Kazahana Koyuki dismissed him without a second thought. I will not do it. What do those people have to do with me? They are merely strangers. Why should I risk my life for them? Finally, she erupted, angrily interrupting Mr. Santai's pleas. Are you all fools? Wouldn't it be easier to compromise with Nudo? Why must we resort to violence? That would only lead to more deaths. Hearing such naively absurd remarks, Haji could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Kazahana Koyuki and the door, cutting off her escape. You are mistaken, Kazahana Koyuki. Haji's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. A great man once said, peace sought through struggle endures. Peace sought through compromise perishes. His gaze locked onto hers. Sharp as a blade. Do you think that compromise will ensure your survival? Since Nudo is aware of your existence, would he allow a former princess to live in this world, serving as a banner for the rebels to exploit? Not resisting is akin to death. You have already lost the option of choice. Haji's emphatic words sparked a flicker of approval in Kakashi's eyes. Sasuke smirked coldly, gripping the hilt of his sword. Dealing with a group of traitorous ninjas won't take much time. Though Naruto did not fully comprehend, he grasped the essence. Oh, so this time we are to overthrow the tyrannical monarch? How splendid. Observing this group of individuals who stood opposed to her, Kazahana Koyuki felt like a jester abandoned by the entire world. She roared in fury. What a joke. Reality is nothing like the movies. There is no such thing as a perfect ending in this world. With that, she forcefully shoved Mr. Santai aside and bolted from the council chamber. The ship shuddered slightly. They had already reached the shore. Without a moment's hesitation, Kazahana Koyuki leaped over the railing, plunging into the knee-deep snow on the shore. Running deeper into the swirling storm without looking back. Stop! Kakashi called sharply, immediately commanding, Sasuke, Naruto, pursue. Haji, take the east side and encircle any potential refuge she may seek. Understood. Several figures vanished instantaneously into the blizzard, in the depths of the snowy expanse. Before a half-buried ruin, Haji stood quietly, watching Kazahana Koyuki tumble in the snow. She lay there, unwilling to move, as the bone-chilling cold seemed to numb both her body and soul. Father, you truly are a great deceiver, Kazahana Koyuki murmured, tears mingling with the snow on her face. This country has no spring at all. Haji approached her, looking down from above. There was no comfort, no sympathy, only the cold, hard truth. Do you know where this is? Kazahana Koyuki did not respond. This is the research facility for the heating generator that your father secretly established to bring spring to the Land of Snow. Kazahana Koyuki's head snapped up. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the ruins before her. Haji did not grant her time for sentiment. His tone abruptly sharpened. Wish to die? So be it. But do not die here, tarnishing the land your father fought for. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected turn of events occurred. The snow beneath them suddenly erupted, and several shadowy figures clad in white armor burst forth from the ice, led by none other than Wolf Fong Avalanche. Haji's eyes sharpened, instantly making a judgment. Kazahana Koyuki was already at the end of her strength, A direct confrontation with her would be unwise. He bore no desire to linger in battle. Bending down to lift the collapsed Kazahana Koike onto his back, unleashing his chakra beneath him as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Racing back in the direction they had come, not looking back. "Lord Avalanche, are we not pursuing?" A snow ninja asked in confusion. Wolf Fong Avalanche did not order a pursuit. He merely watched as Haji's figure disappeared into the storm, a cunning smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. No rush. He will obediently bring the princess and the key before Lord Nudo. Chapter 21. Flying Thunder God Instant Kill. Is this what you call a retreat? In the pitch-black silence of the tunnel, only the monotonous sound of footsteps echoed. Why is it always like this? Kazahana Koyuki's sobs were interrupted by the vibrations of the iron tracks ahead. A faint yet distinct chakra fluctuation emanated from beneath their feet. The ground began to tremble rhythmically. Haji halted his steps. In the next moment, a sharp, wailing whistle pierced through the depths of the tunnel. A blinding light tore through the darkness, stretching the shadows of the two figures to infinity. A steel beast roared as it barreled toward them with unstoppable force. Damn it! Haji cursed under his breath, without hesitation. He dashed toward the tunnel's mouth, with Kazahana Koyuki on his back. Outside the tunnel, the crew was on edge due to the director's wrath. "Director, look!" A stagehand suddenly pointed at the ground, where the faint chakra residuals on the tracks were continuously melting the frost. Mr. Santai's complexion changed dramatically. "Nudo is coming. Everyone run." His heart-wrenching shout echoed as he raced toward the direction of the village from his memories, determined to gather reinforcements for a final stand. Inside the tunnel, the light was almost upon them, and the roar of the train was deafening. "We are doomed if we get caught." Kazahana Koyuki glanced back, her face drained of color. "I told you, we won't be able to catch up." Haji coldly interrupted her, suddenly pulling out a specially designed shuriken from his pocket and throwing it toward the tunnel entrance with all his might. Kazahana Koyuki could not comprehend his actions. With the train's front less than 10 meters away, she despairingly closed her eyes. "It's over. It's so loud." Haji finally lost his patience. "Shut up and watch." Boom. As the steel behemoth was about to engulf the two individuals, Hezhen's figure suddenly vanished. Flying Thunder God Technique. Fenghua Xiaoxue felt the deafening roar was swiftly replaced by the chilling winds and snow. She opened her eyes in bewilderment, realizing she was already outside the tunnel. Not far away, the train screeched out of the tunnel, coming to a halt with a piercing sound of brakes. She had truly escaped. Hezhen set her down, his sharp gaze fixated on the menacing train. A voice that sent chills down her spine emanated from the top of the train. Fenghua Nuteo stood atop it, looking down with a mocking smile. "Xiaoxue, long time no see. Let uncle see how you've blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady." That face instantly evoked terrifying memories of a bloody night from a decade ago. "Fenghua Nuteo?" Xiaoxue opened her mouth, but could only emit a few broken syllables. "I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be a usurper and traitor," Hezhen scoffed coldly. Nuteo's gaze then shifted to Hezhen, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the hillside as countless massive logs were pushed down, crashing toward the train. Bang! A roar filled with hatred erupted from the mountains. San Taifu, wielding a samurai sword, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his eyes bloodshot. "Fenghua Nuteo, we have awaited this day for 10 long years. Charge!" The remaining samurai let out their final roars, charging down the mountain fearlessly. The remnants of the previous dynasty had not yet perished. Fenghua Nuteo snorted derisively, not even glancing at them. Beside him, Shuebing immediately knelt. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Nuteo. I will resolve this at once." "No need." Nuteo's tone was chillingly calm. "I want them to offer the grandest fireworks for Xiaoxue's return." As soon as he finished speaking, the shells of the train's compartments suddenly split apart, revealing a dense array of cannon barrels inside. "Fire continuously," Nuteo ordered nonchalantly. Buzz. Steel needles powered by chakra rained down like a torrential storm. Countless sharp sounds of piercing air coalesced into a symphony of death. The samurai at the forefront did not even have time to scream before being turned into a sieve in an instant. The assault came in relentless waves. It was not a battle but a one-sided massacre. When the dust settled, the battlefield was littered with corpses, leaving only San Taifu standing, leaning on his sword, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hezhen's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the cannons. He wanted to warn them, but there was no time. San Taifu, drenched in blood, still raised his sword, summoning his last ounce of strength to step toward Nuteo. Continue firing. Nuteo's voice was laced with cruel delight. I do not wish to see a single enemy standing. Swish. Another wave of deadly steel needles whistled towards them. At that critical moment, Hezhen's figure flickered, appearing in front of Santaifu. Wood release. Wood pillar wall. A massive wooden half-dome rose from the ground, blocking all the steel needles. Hezhen held deep respect for those brave enough to face death. The song of humanity is a song of courage. Thus, he acted without hesitation. In the instant the assault paused, Hezhen formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. 3 roaring fire dragons surged toward the train. Ice release. Ice dragon. Beside Nuteo, Shuebing struck out with a palm, sending an ice dragon to intercept one of the fire dragons, while the other 2 were blocked by 2 ninjas, Chueshue and Dongyu, working together. The ninjutsu was completely thwarted. Hezhen quickly assessed the battlefield. Kakashi had not yet arrived. The enemy consisted of 2 upper ninjas and 2 middle ninjas. Their sole chance of victory lay in speed. With a swift thought, he instantly produced 3 specially made shuriken. One was shot at the ground, while the other 2 were launched in a pattern towards Nuteo and Shuebing. Shuebing swung her chakra armor's claws, deflecting the shuriken aimed at her. The shuriken changed trajectory, landing precisely at Chueshue's feet. Nuteo merely sidestepped lightly to evade the one aimed at him. Now, Hezhen activated the Flying Thunder God technique beneath his feet, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he appeared at Nuteo's side, precisely where the evaded shuriken had flown. He grasped the shuriken still in midair with his right hand and hurled it at Dongyu. In his left palm, a mini-wind release spiral shuriken formed, emitting a piercing shriek as it hurtled towards Nuteo. Nuteo reacted swiftly, not expecting his opponent to teleport midair, nor anticipating this clever attack from the young boy. He raised his chakra shield without hesitation to block. However, just as the spiral shuriken was about to strike the shield, Hezhen's figure vanished once more. He activated a second teleportation, targeting the shuriken thrown towards Dongyu. Hiss! Nuteo only heard a chilling sound behind him. He turned sharply to see the ninja named Dongyu enveloped in a pale blue chakra sphere, his cells being sliced by countless tiny blades. Ah! Dongyu! Shuebing and Chueshue cried out in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Hezhen did not pause, reappearing beside the shuriken at Chueshue's feet. He brought his hands together, forming a spiral shuriken several times larger than before in an instant. Not good, Nuteo thought to warn. But Hezhen had already approached Chueshue with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Buzz! The pale blue chakra sphere erupted, expanding at an unprecedented speed. Retreat! Nuteo was horrified, grabbing Shuebing's collar and retreating frantically. In the next moment, Hezhen appeared beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, shielding her behind him. As the light of the ninjutsu faded, a terrifying pit with a diameter of several dozen meters manifested before everyone. The menacing train, along with half the mountainside, had utterly vanished. At the bottom of the deep pit lay 2 incomplete corpses. Dongyu, Chueshue. Ah! Shuebing gazed into the pit, letting out a desperate howl. Fenghua Nuteo stared in terror at the unscathed youth in the distance. His gaze resembled that of someone looking at a demon. He no longer had any fighting spirit left, dragging Shuebing away as they fled in disarray. Upon seeing the 2 escape, Hezhen's tense nerves finally relaxed. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The continuous high-intensity use of the Flying Thunder God technique and spiral shuriken had drained his spirit and chakra to their limits. Fenghua Xiaoxue stared blankly at him, then at the giant pit, her mind blank. Was all this the doing of the youth before her? The surviving crew members on the mountain recorded this miraculous scene with their cameras, left speechless by the spectacle. Moments later, Kakashi led Team 7 to finally arrive. Upon seeing the remnants of corpses on the hillside, the nearly leveled battlefield, and the enormous deep pit, his expression grew instantly grave. Hezhen, Kakashi teleported to his side. Are you all right? Where's Fenghua Nuteo? Hezhen panted heavily, pointing in the direction Nuteo had fled. He escaped. But his target may not be the throne of the land of snow. His gaze shifted to the remnants of the train in the pit. On it, he spotted a complex pattern resembling a sealing technique that he had never seen before. It must be something else. However, in the blink of an eye, it had come to this, prompting Fenghua Xiaoxue to bitterly mock the situation. This is the inevitable conclusion of stubbornness. Had one not resisted the tumultuous waves, one might still be living well. Hearing the princess's words and sensing her sorrow, Santaifu weakly stated, "Your Highness, you are our hope. It is your existence that enables us to persist until the end. No matter the circumstances, I have always believed in you, so please, have faith in yourself as I do." After uttering these words, Santaifu drew his last breath. Noticing the eye drops hanging from Santaifu's scabbard, Fenghua Xiaoxue could not help but mock him sorrowfully. "What a fool. The eye drops are right in your hands, Santaifu." The old man's face still bore the final glimmer of hope. "Behold, this is the inevitable conclusion of stubbornness." Fenghua Xiaoxue's voice twisted and shrieked, as if mocking Santaifu. And even more so, tearing apart her own soul. "If you had not resisted, you would be living well now, would you not?" The echoes of Santaifu's weak plea lingered in her ears, causing her chest to constrict painfully. "Your Highness, you are our hope." His final words became the sharpest of daggers, piercing through all her facades of strength. Tears cascaded down. "What a fool," she murmured, gazing at the bottle of eye drops at Santaifu's waist, which he had never used until death. Rising to her feet, she turned to the trembling crew behind her and screamed, "Are you not satisfied yet? Stay, and you will all die." She spun away, like a rabbit startled by a hunter, yearning only to escape back to her burrow. Fear consumed her. Those once vibrant lives now lay like broken dolls in the snow, extinguishing the flicker of rebellion that resided within her heart. Hezhen looked upon her retreating figure with disappointment. Self-preservation is instinctual, yet he could not condone it. "Where do you intend to flee?" His voice was soft, yet it halted Fenghua Xiaoxue's steps. "This country is yours too. Do you plan to run away for a lifetime?" "You know nothing." Fenghua Xiaoxue turned back, her eyes reddened with despair. "This country has no spring, no future. Then go and reclaim spring, coward." Naruto could no longer contain himself, pointing at her and roaring. "Leave me be." Fenghua Xiaoxue screamed, about to take another step forward. The dying wishes of the departed manifested before her, and Hezhen grasped her wrist with such force it elicited a cry of pain. "Do you intend to trample them underfoot?" No sooner had he spoken than a deep rumble resonated from below the cliff. The sound grew louder, akin to a colossal iron beast awakening, causing even the snow beneath their feet to tremble. Shadows surged upward, engulfing the light. A menacing airship tore through the blizzard, its massive hull casting an oppressive presence, hovering above them. It was the airship of the furious waves. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. "Scatter. Defend." It was too late. The cannons on either side of the airship gleamed ominously, and a barrage of ice projectiles rained down like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive ice shards and shock waves sent everyone tumbling in disarray, while several glistening steel claws, shielded by the barrage of fire, lunged toward the center of the formation where Fenghua Xiaoxue stood. "Not on my watch." Kakashi's palm crackled with lightning as he directed 1,000 birds toward one of the claws. A faint blue chakra shield emerged on the claw's surface, deflecting the seemingly indomitable lightning attack. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the remaining claws ensnared Fenghua Xiaoxue. She was yanked violently into the air. "Humph." Hezhen's eyes narrowed as he hurled a shuriken imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, using Kakashi's smoke screen as cover, striking the airship's exterior at an acute angle. In the next instant, a flash of gold erupted. His figure vanished from sight. Inside the airship's cabin, Hezhen found himself greeted not by minions, but by the twisted, triumphant face of Fenghua Nuteo. "I've been waiting for you, Leaf Ninja." Nuteo did not grant Hezhen time to react, yanking the hexagonal crystal from Fenghua Xiaoxue's neck, while his loyal subordinate, Avalanche, had already completed his hand seals. Ice Release, Breaking Dragon, and Fierce Tiger. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized, forming two roaring ice dragons that charged forward, freezing everything in their path, including the steel walls of the cabin, aiming to encase Hezhen and this space in ice. All avenues of escape were sealed off, yet Hezhen had no intention of dodging. He swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Playing this game in front of me?" Would release, violent gun tree. Boom. It was not a technique, but a natural disaster. A violent surge of life erupted within the cramped cabin. Countless sturdy branches grew at an incomprehensible speed, bursting through the ice dragons, shattering the steel walls and tearing a massive hole in the airship. What? Avalanche and the others were left dumbfounded by this unreasonable technique, only to be pierced and consumed by the wildly growing branches. The airship emitted a piercing wail, beginning to disintegrate, plummeting downward. Ha! Fenghua Nuteo laughed madly as he unfurled the chakra armor wings from his back, brandishing the crystal in his hand, casting a cruel gaze at Hezhen. I've taken the key. If you wish to reclaim your princess's hope, bring her with you to the Rainbow Ice Wall. That place will be your grave. With that, he unhesitatingly abandoned the plummeting airship, transforming into a dark speck racing toward the distant horizon. The fierce winds surged, and explosions followed in quick succession. Hezhen swiftly scooped up the nearly stunned Fenghua Xiaoxua and leaped from the airship's gaping hole. Wood release, giant wood pillar technique. Several vines extended from his arm, piercing into the snow below, cushioning their fall as they landed safely. Behind them, the crashing airship erupted into a massive fireball. Fenghua Xiaoxua lay against Hezhen's broad back, watching the enemy who had taken everything from her in the distance, then glancing at the foreigner who stood alone against an aerial fortress. Suddenly, she understood the look in San Taifu's eyes before he died. It was not foolish loyalty, it was a trust. Trembling, she mustered all her strength and pointed in a direction. I know the shortcut to the Rainbow Ice Wall. Hezhen did not look back, merely murmuring in a low voice as he adjusted her on his back, then propelled himself forward like an arrow, racing toward the direction she indicated. Chapter 23, Deception? The thawing of ice and snow, the birth of the land of spring. The rainbow light pierced through the ice layer, revealing the legendary Rainbow Ice Wall ahead. Hezhen intercepted Fenghua Nuteo before the ice wall. He gently set Fenghua Xiaoxua down, and as soon as she touched the ground, Nuteo's roar erupted. Geothermal generator? Is this the secret treasure of the Fenghua clan? Nuteo's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the stone pedestal embedded with the hexagonal crystal. His expression twisting from incredulity to furious betrayal. What a joke! He had betrayed his brother and schemed for half a lifetime for this treasure, only to find it was merely a foolish obsession to pray for spring for his country. Hezhen paid no heed to Nuteo's breakdown, for the so-called secret treasure had always been Nuteo's own delusion. As the hexagonal crystal was activated, the geothermal generator roared to life, releasing a deafening steam hiss. Boom! The ice and snow melted at a visible pace, revealing the long-buried black earth, breathing life once more. Warmth enveloped them, and Fenghua Xiaoxua reached out in confusion. So warm. Your father's legacy, Hezhen clarified for her, it will bring spring to this land. In the distance, Nuteo, hope shattered, transformed his despair into murderous intent directed at Hezhen. It's you, that damned little brat. Like a crazed beast, he clasped his hands together. Chakra surging violently from within. Ice release, black dragon storm kill. Amidst the roar, a fierce black ice dragon cleaved through the air, swirling a tempest of icy shards while carving a profound chasm into the ground, hurtling directly toward Hezhen. Wood release, wood blockade. A colossal wooden dome sprang forth. Boom! The collision between the black dragon and the wooden barrier produced a deafening sound, the unexpected force fracturing the sturdy surface of the wooden wall instantaneously. Hezhen's pupils constricted. He exerted strength beneath his feet and swiftly retreated with Xiaoxua in his arms. The next moment, the wooden wall exploded into splinters. A violent wave of frigid air swept through, forming menacing ice spikes at the spot where he had just stood. Die! The furious waves, akin to a raging tempest, coalesced into a second black dragon in his hands. No longer could he remain in passive defense. A wooden clone silently emerged, while his true self swiftly formed hand signs. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several solidified chakra orbs shot forth, aiming directly at the oncoming storm. A mere parlor trick. The tempest snarled, waving his hand dismissively as two smaller black tornadoes howled forth, perfectly negating the vacuum spheres. In the very instant his line of sight was obscured by the tornadoes, the wooden clone sprang into action. Several shurikens inscribed with seals were thrown in a fan shape, blocking all possible escape routes of the storm. Using the same trick again. How naive. The storm bellowed, his chakra armor radiating brilliance as he remained unyielding, allowing the shurikens to strike his armor and bounce off with a series of metallic clangs. He had long since seen through this ruse. However, just as the shurikens fell to the ground, the wooden clone's figure abruptly vanished. Flying Thunder God technique. A chill ran down the storm's spine, but a cruel smile crept across his lips. He had been waiting for this moment. Ice release. Ice prison of death. The instant the wooden clone teleported into view, The ice beneath his feet erupted, and countless thick ice spikes surged skyward like living creatures, forming an impenetrable circular prison that ensnared both the clone and himself. The sharp tips of the ice spikes cut into the clone, leaving several gashes, yet failing to obliterate it completely. "I've got you now, little brat." The storm cackled madly, preparing to deliver the final blow to the clone. Yet, an eerie smile appeared on the clone's face. Suddenly, it ceased resisting, transforming its entire form into resilient wooden bars that ensnared the laughing storm tightly. "What?" The storm gasped in shock, unable to break free. Outside the ice prison, Hezhen's true self had already locked onto one of the shurikens that had fallen outside the cage. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the ice prison. In his palm rested a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere, exuding a destructive aura, which he pressed unimpeded against the storm's back, bound by the wooden restraints. Spiral sphere. Crack. The storm's cherished chakra armor shattered in response. His body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through layers of ice spikes and smashing into the distant ice wall, ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground, devoid of sound. With his demise, the energy of the geothermal generator was fully unleashed. The warmth of spring surged like a tide, enveloping the entire land of snow. The ice and snow melted away, green grass broke through the earth, and flowers bloomed at an astonishing rate. Immersed in this ocean of verdant grass and blossoms, Hezhen finally relaxed his taut nerves, the exhaustion from expended chakra washing over him, causing him to kneel weakly on the ground. Fenghua Xiaoxue stared in a daze at the scene before her, as if lost in a dream. In the sky's illusion, childhood memories of her and her father emerged. There, her father placed a hexagonal crystal around her young neck, patting her shoulder. "Can you see this? Here stands a beautiful princess." Her younger self lamented, "But Xiaoxue still has a dream." "What is that other dream?" "To be an actress." Her father's hearty laughter echoed. And Fenghua Xiaoxue, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh along. "I want to be a gentle, strong princess of justice." Yet, if one treats dreams as beliefs and pursues them unyieldingly, they will surely come to fruition. Her father's gentle voice and her determined childhood self's response brought tears to her eyes, intertwining sorrow and joy. That was the faith she had lost for years, the singular, priceless treasure bestowed upon her by her father. The faith she had misplaced long ago was awakening within her heart. Hezhen lay on the grass, gazing at the illusions in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. This was indeed the perfect conclusion. A week after the coronation ceremony, on the streets of the capital, Fenghua Xiaoxue, or now she should be referred to as the daimyo of the land of snow, looked at Hezhen with a relaxed tone. "Thank you, Hezhen. However, that geothermal generator is merely a prototype. The land of snow has a long way to go before it can truly become the land of spring." Sakura expressed her concerns. "So, does that mean it might revert to winter?" "No." Fenghua Xiaoxue lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with confidence. "As long as we continue our research, I believe the land of snow will one day become the true land of spring." Sakura couldn't help but lament, "But retiring at the peak of your acting career is such a pity." "Who says so?" Fenghua Xiaoxue playfully winked. "I want both to be a ruler and an actress." She waved goodbye to the crowd and skipped away, a throng of children surrounding her, eagerly awaiting her autograph. Hezhen watched her vibrant figure, nodding slightly to Kakashi and the others behind him. "She's gone." Chapter 24, Sand Ninja Provocation. Your name. At the end of June in the 63rd year of Konoha Village. High above, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the tranquility of Konoha. On a rooftop, Kakashi was about to announce the disbandment when he heard the sound and looked up, his expression suddenly tightening. A Konoha intelligence eagle, heading toward the Hokage building. He murmured, "It seems there's an emergency. Everyone disperse." With a flicker, Kakashi vanished. Naruto, still lamenting his earlier mission blunders, was being supported by Sakura, limping along. Ugh, another waste of time with this ranking mission. Sasuke, hands in pockets, spoke coldly. "I really wonder when we will encounter true combat." He caught a glimpse of the silent Hezhen beside him. This man had become increasingly inscrutable since the mission in the land of snow. His unfathomable strength was far beyond his own reach. "Complaints won't solve anything, Sasuke," Hezhen spoke calmly. "Becoming stronger is the only truth." The emergency gathering in the Hokage's office was merely a routine task summary and report. After the meeting, Sakura took a deep breath and blocked Sasuke, who was about to leave. "Sasuke, should we train together? I want to become stronger." Sasuke did not halt his steps, his voice as cold as ice shards. Your Jinjutsu couldn't even disturb a cat napping by the roadside. Don't waste my time. Sakura felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her courage instantly shattered. And her eyes reddened. Images flashed in her mind of always hiding behind her teammates during missions, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Can crying and complaining make the buds bloom? Hezhen's voice came from behind, devoid of emotion. Sakura turned abruptly. The beauty of cherry blossoms lies in their blooming after enduring storms, Hezhen continued. But the storms in the ninja world are 100 times more brutal than those faced by ordinary flowers. If you wish to remain unbroken, you must clench your fists. Not wallow in self-pity here. His words were not comforting, but rather a form of encouragement. Sakura was taken aback, recalling her promise with Ino. Yes. How could she stop just because of a single remark? She straightened her back, her eyes regaining their sparkle. Seeing her resolve, Hezhen said nothing more and turned to leave. On the ground, a square camouflage rock with 2 holes stood out awkwardly. He subtly smirked and stepped on it. Ouch! The camouflage rock wobbled, and Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon tumbled out, covered in dirt. Big brother Hezhen, Konohamaru, with arms akimbo and visibly frustrated, exclaimed. We went through so much trouble for this disguise, and we haven't even tricked big brother Naruto yet. Cutting class. Hezhen arched an eyebrow. The 3 little rascals promptly fell silent, swiftly hiding behind the approaching Naruto. Big brother Naruto, you promised to play ninja games with us today. Konohamaru tugged at Naruto's clothing. Oh well. Naruto scratched his head. Humph, a ninja thinking about playing games with little kids? Sakura sauntered over, deliberately raising her voice to release some of her earlier frustration. Infuriated, Konohamaru pointed at Sakura and retorted. Hey, who is this big-headed woman? She's got quite an attitude. Big head. The veins on Sakura's forehead throbbed, and a wave of tension enveloped the surroundings. Seemingly struck by a thought, Konohamaru elbowed Naruto mischievously. Big brother Naruto. She must be your girlfriend, right? No wonder she defends you so much. Girlfriend. The mere mention of those words ignited Sakura's fury. She seemed to radiate a palpable aura of menace, her expression darkening as she advanced step by step. Run! Naruto and Konohamaru shouted in unison, fleeing with all their might. Sakura pursued them, gritting her teeth. Hezhen shook his head in resignation and followed at a leisurely pace. Turning the corner, Hezhen halted abruptly at the sight before him. A sand ninja boy, his face painted with purple markings, was gripping Konohamaru by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Beside him stood a girl with 4 braids and a massive fan, her arms crossed and demeanor haughty. Both bore the forehead protector of Tsunade. Let him go, you scoundrel! Naruto shouted, charging forward. Is that all the strength a Konoha genin possesses? Kanjiro casually flicked his other hand, releasing nearly imperceptible chakra threads that instantly ensnared Naruto's ankle. Stumbling, Naruto crashed heavily to the ground. Pathetic, Hanabi scoffed, gently waving her fan. Big brother. Konohamaru struggled in terror, his face flushed. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura anxiously reached for Naruto but hesitated, glancing warily at the 2 sand ninjas. Shut up, you little brat, or I'll crush you. Kanjiro, incensed by Naruto's taunt, tightened his grip on Konohamaru and raised his fist menacingly toward the boy's cheek, muttering, once I deal with this brat, I'll have my fun with you. Stop. Naruto's eyes widened in rage. The air was thick with anticipation as Kanjiro's fist descended. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Boom. A thunderous crash resonated, startling everyone. In the blink of an eye, Konohamaru stood unharmed beside Sakura, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Kanjiro, along with his bizarre puppet, was sent hurtling back as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the wall of a nearby building with a deafening thud, debris scattering and dust filling the air. The wall cracked like a spiderweb, and Kanjiro coughed up blood, his fate uncertain. Hezhen slowly retracted his foot, his posture unchanged, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Causing chaos in another's village, how foolish. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Leave. Wow. Big brother Hezhen is so cool. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sakura, too, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the blinding speed of that moment. Hanabi's pupils constricted, her previous arrogance crystallizing into caution as she instinctively tightened her grip on her fan, eyeing Hezhen warily. Just then, a suffocating wave of chakra surged unexpectedly. A red-haired boy, carrying a large gourd and adorned with a prominent kanji for love on his forehead, appeared like a specter beside Hanabi, positioning himself between her and Hezhen. His gaze was hollow and frigid, devoid of any human emotion. Sasuke had leapt down from the shadows. Now standing beside Hezhen and Naruto, his expression grave. The oppressive aura emanating from Gaara was palpable. His eyes scanned the disheveled Naruto, the vigilant Sasuke, before finally settling on Hezhen. The sheer destructive power of that kick had even unsettled him. That kick was quick and powerful, Gaara rasped, his voice akin to gravel scraping together. What is your name? Hoshino Hezhen. Gaara then turned his attention to Sasuke, whose Sharingan caught his interest, despite its youthful appearance. You, Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha does not seem to be entirely inept. A flicker of something unidentifiable crossed Gaara's gaze. I have taken note of you. He did not glance at Kanjuro's fate on the wall, but turned, and Hanabi promptly followed. Their figures swiftly vanished at the end of the street. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, extinguished his pipe, his expression serious as he announced to the gathered Jonin, on July 1st, in 7 days. Konoha will collaborate with Tsunade to jointly host the Chunin selection exam. The crisis was temporarily averted. Naruto climbed to his feet and rushed to the wall, staring at Kanjuro's sorry state, his mouth opening in shock as he glanced at Hezhen, his expression complex. Sasuke, however, remained fixated on the direction Gaara had vanished, his fists unconsciously clenching. Hezhen's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He raised his hand, brushing off his clothing. A single fine grain of sand clung silently to it, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. Chapter 25. Sign in for the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Chunin exam. The opening. The following day, in Konoha, at the gathering place for Team 7. The scorching sun twisted the air, and the incessant chirping of cicadas seemed to mock this prolonged wait. 3 hours had passed since the appointed time. Damn it. Late again. Sakura kicked a stone aside, her patience utterly depleted. Hey. Good morning, everyone. A nonchalant voice drifted down from above. Kakashi Hitaki leaped down from a branch, hands in pockets, waving and squinting his eyes into a smile. I accidentally lost my way on the path of life today. You're lying. Sakura's pent-up fury from 3 hours erupted like a volcano. You always use that excuse. You need to reflect on yourself. Kakashi, feeling a chill down his spine, cleared his throat and produced a prepared trump card. Cough, cough, though it's a bit sudden. I've recommended you all for the Chunin exam. Those words extinguished Sakura's anger, instantly tightening the expressions of Naruto and Sasuke. The Chunin exam? Hezhen's fingers, which hung by his side, involuntarily curled. Memories of that exam crawled back into his mind like a festering sore. It was not merely an exam, but a stage, with the shadowy figure of Orochimaru as the lead. The thought of confronting that venomous serpent sent a chilling sense of crisis gripping his heart. His chakra, meager as it was, would be nothing more than an appetizer in the face of such a monster. Naruto, rather than the expected exuberance, scratched his head in puzzlement. Kakashi-sensei, what is the Chunin selection exam? Kakashi had no choice but to briefly explain the exam's harshness once more. As he finished, Naruto leaped up, excitedly hugging his leg. Kakashi-sensei, I love you. Kakashi disdainfully pushed him away, pulling out 4 application forms. Recommendation does not mean you must participate. The choice is yours. If you wish to join, sign your name. 1 week later, submitted in classroom 301 at the Ninja Academy. All right, dismissed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a puff of smoke, evidently wary of Sakura's iron fist. Almost simultaneously, the voice Hezhen had long awaited finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is at a critical plot point. Chunin selection exam. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Hezhen roared inwardly. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3,000 chakra. It has begun. An ecstatic delight ignited reason, only to be abruptly shattered by an indescribable, horrific agony that detonated within him. Ugh. Hezhen emitted a muffled groan from his throat as darkness enveloped him, causing him to uncontrollably kneel on one knee. His right hand clutched the ground with a vice-like grip, his nails cracking from the strain, deeply embedding into the earth. It felt as though all the bones in his body were being ground to dust in a mill, muscles tearing apart, and instead of chakra, a torrent of burning steel needles surged through his meridians. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Hezhen, what has happened to you? Naruto was the first to rush over, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. Sakura also hurried close, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Hezhen opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow, instantly soaking his collar. He could only grit his teeth, swallowing a scream that threatened to burst forth. Sasuke remained still, his dark eyes transforming into scarlet tomo. The Sharingan. In his vision, Hezhen's body was engulfed by a wild, violent torrent of green energy, powerful enough to scorch mountains and boil seas, a sensation that sent tremors through his heart. Strangely, as this energy wreaked havoc, another, entirely different force, vibrant with life, rapidly mended the destruction. Destruction and regeneration formed a terrifying equilibrium within him. Hezhen endured the tumultuous pain within, forcing a pale, rigid smile. I'm fine. His voice rasped like a worn-out bellows. Perhaps I overexerted myself in training yesterday and am feeling a bit fatigued. He did not even believe this excuse himself. Slowly, he clenched his fists. Feeling the explosive power of rebirth that was completely beyond his control, the earlier sense of crisis against Orochimaru had not dissipated. Rather, it transformed into a more insidious fear. A peerless blade without a hilt, before wounding others, must first injure itself. Name: Hoshino Hezhen. Ninja rank: Jonin, bloodline limit. Would release: Senjutsu, true thousand hands. Would clone technique: would dragon technique, flower tree world descend, ranking technique, bag technique, cutting technique, Kakwon entering nirvana, diamond wood, tree world birth. Tree sea birth, chakra, all attributes. 8350. The minimum standard for an ordinary Jonin is 5000. Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique. Spiral Sphere. Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection. Fire Release Ninjutsu Collection. Basic Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Chakra Extraction Technique, etc. Taijutsu. 8 gates. Status. Initial assimilation. Extremely unstable. He struggled to rise, trailing behind the group. Each step weighed down as if wrestling against invisible shackles. Sasuke walked ahead, hands in pockets, his stern profile taut. His peripheral gaze remained fixed on Hezhen. That chakra was no mere consequence of overtraining. Hoshino Hezhen, what else are you concealing? Naruto, unusually quiet, glanced back at Hezhen, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. Only Sakura lingered at the rear, watching the three boys ahead and sinking into self-doubt. The Chunin exam could be deadly. If even the formidable Hezhen could suddenly collapse, did she truly have the right to stand alongside them? Yet, the thought of giving up, of being left behind, made her bite her lip in defiance. A week later, at the Konoha Ninja School, the campus was bustling, the air thick with tension. After regrouping, Hezhen and his companions made their way to classroom 301. He appeared composed, yet only he knew that the beast within him was merely tethered for the time being. On the second floor, a throng of examinees blocked the entrance to classroom 201. On the ground lay a boy with a watermelon head and bushy eyebrows, Rock Lee. Two Chunin guards were ineptly using Jinjutsu to filter out the unqualified. Very well said, a bland voice interjected as Hezhen pushed through the crowd. But this tiresome Jinjutsu should be dispensed with. He required a precise application of chakra to test the results of his week of arduous training. Without glancing at the guards, he focused his gaze on Sakura. Sakura, your theoretical knowledge of Jinjutsu is the strongest in our class. Tell them which floor we are on. Sakura, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Hezhen's intention. He was building her confidence. A warm surge filled her heart as she straightened her posture and proclaimed the truth she had already discerned. Indeed, we are not on the third floor. We are still on the second floor. The Jinjutsu shattered in response. Just as they prepared to ascend, a green figure appeared, blocking their path. Wait. Lee stood firm, his youthful eyes ablaze. Yet his gaze did not land on his beloved Sakura or his rival Sasuke. Instead, it was fixed intently on Hezhen. That guy, Hoshino Hezhen. As Team 7 vanished around the staircase corner, Lee turned to his companions, Neji, Hyuga, and Ten-Ten. His demeanor no longer jovial, but imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Neji raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Lee clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly, his gaze seemingly penetrating through walls. My body is warning me about him. You should go ahead. I need to confirm something. Chapter 26. A kick to send guy flying? The monster of Kakashi's team. In the third floor lobby, silence reigned. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. That guy, Hoshino Hezhen, wait. The speaker had a watermelon head, eyebrows thick as a bush, Team 7 turned in unison, but the boy's gaze cut through the crowd, bearing a tangible weight that struck Hezhen. He slightly bent forward, adopting a stance of challenge, every word dripping with fervent battle intent. I am Rock Lee. In Lee's eyes, flames seemed to blaze. My body warned me downstairs. I can sense a power within you that strikes fear into my very core. I implore you to battle with me. Before he could finish, his gaze shifted abruptly to Sakura, his eyes transforming into hearts. Ah, you are so beautiful, no? Keep your bushy eyebrows away from me. Sakura's shout fell on deaf ears as Lee's attention immediately returned to Hezhen, unwavering. Sasuke's expression darkened as he felt ignored. Humph, nameless fool. You wish to challenge him? You are not worthy. You must first pass through me. Wait. Naruto could no longer contain himself, dashing between the two. Why bother with Sasuke against such a fool? I'll take him down in 3 minutes. Before he could finish, an orange whirlwind charged at Lee. Hezhen watched with indifference, the outcome entirely predictable. A green blur flashed past. Naruto barely registered the opponent's movement before an overwhelming force struck him from the side. Leaf Hurricane. Bang. Naruto was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a wall and leaving a spiderweb of cracks, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In one move, Sasuke and Sakura's pupils dilated in shock. Sasuke's expression turned grave, soon replaced by a glimmer of excitement. Interesting. Sasuke, don't be rash, Sakura urged. Witnessing Naruto's dire state, there's less than 15 minutes until the exam begins. Don't worry, Sasuke replied coldly, brimming with confidence. 2 minutes will be sufficient. He moved. The figure darted like lightning, directly targeting Lee. Lee, employing the same tactic once more, unleashed a swift leaf whirlwind aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed, crossing his arms to block. A resounding clang echoed as Sasuke deflected the upper strike. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Lee's form descended with an uncanny grace. One hand pressed to the ground while the other leg lashed out like a steel whip, initiating a lower leaf whirlwind. It was too swift. Sasuke's vision was reduced to a mere green blur. A sharp pain surged through his abdomen as he was propelled off the ground, crashing heavily onto the floor. Struggling to rise, Sasuke's mind was a tempest of confusion. It was neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. This was pure speed and strength. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that technique. His gaze sharpened. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes as two pitch-black tomo began to spin. Sharingan. Activate. Within the realm of the Sharingan, the world slowed. He could see everything. The contraction of Lee's muscles, the gusts of wind from his legs, the trajectory of the attack. Everything was crystal clear. However, why could his body not move? His brain screamed to evade, but the signals from his nerves felt as though they were mired in sludge. He could see, yet could not escape. Bang! Sasuke was once again sent flying into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lee appeared beneath him, as if a shadow. Shadow Dance Leaf. The bandages on his left hand began to loosen, unleashing a surge of chakra far exceeding the previous. Forbidden technique, Lotus Blossom. This strike had the potential to incapacitate Sasuke. At the moment the bandages completely unraveled, Hezhen moved. In an instant, only a faint afterimage remained. What? Just as Lee was about to deliver a fatal blow, a ghostly silhouette appeared between him and Sasuke without warning. He could hardly discern the newcomer's movement. A single hand, a seemingly ordinary hand, arrived first, effortlessly clasping his ankle just before the kick was unleashed. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lee felt as if a mountain had pinned his leg, the power capable of shattering stone rendered insignificant before the figure. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest, open. Lee roared without hesitation. Boom. A torrent of green chakra erupted from within him. With this explosive force, he finally broke free from the iron grip, leaping backward. Trying to create distance? Too late. Hezhen's form vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Lee. He assumed a pose identical to Lee's. An even swifter, more ferocious leaf whirlwind swept out. Thud. Lee was sent flying once more, pain rendering his mind blank. Using my technique against me? In that moment, he felt as if he were once again engulfed by the dread of being dominated by Teacher Guy. Hezhen lightly pressed his toes against the ground, causing the surface to sink and crack. He himself shot forward like a cannonball, delivering another kick from above, intent on driving Lee into the earth. At the critical moment, a larger green figure appeared, blocking Lee, arms crossed. Boom. Hezhen's leg collided violently with that person's arm. A fierce shockwave erupted from the two. transforming into a visible, white, circular shockwave. The corridor's walls were torn apart, sending Naruto, Sasuke, and others staggering backward. Hezhen gazed at the iconic bowl haircut and exaggerated eyebrows. My guy. Instead of retreating, his fighting spirit surged even more. Just right. The next instant, the entire third-floor hall transformed into a slaughterhouse for 2 green lightning bolts. The sound of fists and feet colliding was no longer a series of isolated beats, but merged into a continuous, thunderous roar. The incredibly swift figures left behind trails of afterimages. The air compressed, producing explosive sounds that pierced everyone's eardrums. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly. Yet all he could capture were 2 indistinct green orbs colliding, tearing apart, annihilating everything in sight. Is this truly a battle between humans? This cataclysmic clash of pure physical prowess resembled 2 monsters in human skin engaging in a brutal brawl. At last, after a collision that sent tremors through the entire floor, the 2 figures retreated. Stop, young men. Guy's voice cut through, though turmoil churned within. Who is this youth? His mastery of physical arts rivals my own at the second gate. When did Konoha produce such a monster? Guy masked his own slight tremor with his signature hearty laughter. Ha, young man. Your youth is truly radiant. My blood is boiling. I refuse. Hezhen stepped back emotionlessly, avoiding the blinding grin. Guy paid no mind, turning to punch Lee away, then embracing him as they both cried. Teacher Guy? No need for words. The impulsiveness of youth. Hezhen silently averted his gaze. Sasuke, meanwhile, was utterly stunned. How could he be so effortlessly outmatched by this quirky character? No, that wasn't the point. Sasuke's gaze was fixated on Hezhen, his expression shifting from rivalry to one of respect and fervor. Just how deeply concealed is this individual's strength? Hey, you lot, why are you still dawdling? Hezhen turned, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. If you don't leave now, you'll truly be late. Oh right. The group, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to follow. Yet, just as they reached the doorway of the examination hall, Hezhen's steps subtly faltered, his gaze piercing like a sword, sweeping across an unnoticed shadow at the end of the corridor. The ever-smiling Might Guy, who had watched them with fervor, momentarily restrained his expression for the first time. Chapter 27, Chunin Exam. Targeted from the start, the whole arena sees me as an enemy. Upon the group's arrival at the door of classroom 301, Kakashi leaned against the wall, as if he had been waiting for some time. He lifted his gaze, scanning the 4. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you 3 may enter. Kakashi's voice was devoid of emotion as he handed them the application form. What about Hezhen? Sakura could not help but look back. His matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. Kakashi's tone held an unyielding command, urging the 3 to vanish behind the door. The corridor fell silent, leaving only Kakashi and Hezhen. Kakashi turned, leading Hezhen to a secluded corner. His usual lethargic eyes now gleamed with a hawk-like sharpness. Hezhen, what do you believe the Chunin exam is? This question seemed to unlock deeper secrets. Countless thoughts flashed through Hezhen's mind. The geopolitical struggles, the microcosm of war, the division of interests. Yet, he refrained from voicing them. It is a war clad in the guise of an exam. A flicker of approval crossed Kakashi's eyes as he produced a scroll, sealed with the vermilion wax of the 3rd Hokage's personal stamp. Indeed. Therefore, the Hokage has assigned you a separate task, not some trivial privilege. You will participate in the exam alone, without teammates to share the risks or companions to become your weaknesses. Your sole task is to assess all potential threats, particularly that weapon from the land of wind and the leader of the Sound Ninja Village. You need to provide a report precise enough for battlefield decision-making. This is no longer an exam, Hezhen. It is a high-level solo infiltration reconnaissance mission. Once exposed, Konoha will deny any actions on your part. The reward will be satisfactory, but you understand the consequences of failure. Hezhen accepted the cold scroll, its weight far exceeding that of mere paper. Leave it to me. He turned around, without a hint of hesitation, and pushed open the heavy classroom door. The once raucous classroom fell into an eerie silence at the moment he entered. Nearly 200 ninjas, 159 pairs of eyes, fixed their gaze upon him, scrutinizing him as if he were a beast intruding upon a flock. There was curiosity, disdain, examination, and above all, unabashed hostility. A candidate without allies? Was he a secret weapon of Konoha, or merely a discarded bait? He ignored the piercing stares and locked his gaze on the bespectacled silver-haired man, Yakushi Kabuto, in the corner. He strode over, and the crowd parted for him. Kabuto was showcasing his prized intelligence cards to Naruto and others. He snatched a card from his hand. It bore information about Gaara. Gaara, a genin from Tsunade. Mission record, 17A rank, 3B rank. He read it softly, then let out a knowing chuckle. Such detailed intelligence. He returned the card, leaning slightly forward to whisper in Kabuto's ear, a voice only they could hear. It must be quite arduous to be lurking in a place like this, senior. Kabuto's gentle smile froze instantly, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks behind his glasses. A fleeting chill of murderous intent passed through the air. He seemed unfazed, calmly making his way to the designated solitary seat, awaiting the start of the exam. Moments later, a scarred man with a fierce expression entered, followed by a row of cold-faced examiners. I am the chief examiner for the first exam, Marino Ibiki. His voice grated like metal, causing the temperature in the classroom to drop several degrees. Now, I shall explain the rules. First, each person starts with 10 points. There are 10 questions in total. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. Second, you will be assessed in groups of 3, based on the total score of the trio. Ibiki paused here, his oppressive gaze piercing directly at the solitary figure of Hezhen. As for you, number 160. All eyes once again focused on him. You have no team. Your individual score is all you have. 10 points. Answer one question incorrectly, lose a point. If your score reaches 0, you will be recorded as a disgrace of Konoha, never to be employed again. The cruel rules, entirely aimed at an individual, thickened the air. Now the exam begins. As the papers were distributed, Hezhen felt an even greater pressure than the questions themselves. Two unabashed auras of killing intent, like tangible serpents, locked onto him from different directions. One emanated from the corner, where the disguised Orochimaru lurked, while the other came from Gaara, clutching a gourd, his eyes wild with madness. They seemed curious about this pawn treated so uniquely by Konoha, eager to discern his difference. Hezhen took a deep breath, ignoring the deathly stares, and began to write. Fluidly, precisely, without the slightest hesitation. 45 minutes later, Ibiki slowly rose. Now, I will announce the 10th question. You may choose to take the exam or not. If you choose not to take it, both your individual and team scores will be nullified, and you will be immediately eliminated. If you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, you and your teammates will forever lose the eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams. The despairing dichotomy caused an uproar in the classroom. One by one, some succumbed to the pressure and raised their hands to forfeit. Naruto suddenly stood up, banging his fist on the table, and shouted a declaration that risked their ninja paths, inspiring the majority present. As no one else withdrew, a cruel smile crept onto Ibiki's face. Excellent. Congratulations to those who have made this decision. All have passed. Amidst the astonishment and jubilation of the crowd, Ibiki's gaze once again locked onto Hezhen. What about you? Number 160. You have no companions to inspire you. Your decision concerns only yourself. Will you choose the glory of one or the ruin of one? Boom. Before Hezhen could respond, the window shattered violently. Two kunai embedded themselves in the ceiling, dropping a massive black curtain. A woman dressed in a black trench coat, alluring yet wild, hung suspended before the curtain, surveying all the examinees. I am the chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Marino Ibiki, exasperated, remarked, I truly am at a loss with her. It's always like this. She licked her lips, her gaze sweeping across the room, finally locking onto Hezhen. Ibiki, you are becoming increasingly merciful, leaving behind 160. No, wait. Her expression turned fiercely aggressive. 159, plus 1 bonus? Interesting. Kid, I hope you are not the first to perish in my examination. Chapter 28, The Deadly Signal. That Naruto is a fake. First, sign this consent form. Mitarashi Anko waved the document in her hand, revealing a bright white smile to the anxious faces. People will die in this exam. The air seemed to freeze. Towering barbed wire encircled the boundless primeval forest, with blood-red warning signs reading danger. No entry. The 44th training ground, the forest of death. Hezhen surveyed his surroundings, silently calculating. Once all candidates signed their life and death agreements, Mitarashi Anko leisurely announced the rules. Each group of 3 will randomly receive either the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll. Within 5 days, gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower to pass. Remember, all must reach. If one person dies or is severely injured, the entire group is disqualified. Furthermore, no peeking at the scrolls. Otherwise, you will also be eliminated. Once you enter, you cannot exit midway. Now, collect your scrolls and choose your entry point. The crowd stirred. Hezhen immediately sought out Team 7. Which entry number? Number 12, Sasuke replied. I'll take number 13. Let us regroup at the boundary after entering, Hezhen decided. Agreements made, they scattered in different directions. With a command from Mitarashi Anko, 88 doors swung open simultaneously, swallowing all the candidates into the forest. Upon entering, Hezhen dashed towards the entrance number 12. The dense trees and vines greatly impeded his speed. Just then, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Someone had already engaged in combat. Hezhen no longer held back. He propelled himself forward, leaving a shadow behind. Meanwhile, the scream caused Naruto and his companions to halt. Sakura's face paled, her voice trembling. That was it's fine, Sakura. I'm here, Naruto reassured, thumping his chest. Then turned towards the bushes, returning moments later with an air of satisfaction. Don't do that in front of girls. Sakura fumed. Her face flushed as she threw a punch. Amid their playful scuffle, Sasuke's expression suddenly turned icy. Without warning, he sprang up, delivering a vicious kick towards Naruto. Bang! Naruto crashed into a small tree, disheveled. Sakura was stunned. Sasuke, have you lost your mind? That's Naruto. Sasuke ignored her, his gaze fixed on Naruto on the ground. His voice devoid of any emotion. Where is Naruto? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Naruto looked aggrieved on the ground. A sneer curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Naruto is right-handed. His kunai pouch is always on his right leg. You have it tied on the left. Naruto's expression stiffened, then darkened. TCH, what bad luck. Before he could finish, the transformation technique dissipated, revealing the face of a grass ninja in the open air. Sakura suddenly understood. Sasuke formed hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs whistled toward the grass ninja. The grass ninja immediately turned to flee, with Sasuke hot on his heels. During the pursuit, Sasuke caught sight of the real Naruto bound to a tree and swiftly threw a kunai, accurately severing the ropes. You despicable bastard. Naruto, roaring for freedom, plunged into battle alongside his companion. Together, they inflicted severe damage upon the grass ninja. Yet he managed to escape through a substitution technique. An hour later, Hezhen, following the signal, finally located them. At last, he had caught up. Awaiting him was the defensive stance of Team 7, all 3 members poised. It's me, Hezhen asserted, as Sasuke coolly uttered 2 words, prove it. Hezhen hesitated for a moment, then promptly revealed a secret known only to the 4 of them. Upon confirming his identity, the trio sighed in relief. Sasuke briefly recounted their recent encounter. It became clear that the enemy could perfectly replicate both appearance and voice. Hezhen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the disgruntled Naruto. Deep in thought, ordinary passwords would prove futile, as the enemy could easily extract them under duress. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that it must be a code known to the enemy that could not be imitated, or one that would be immediately exposed if attempted. What could it be? Naruto pondered, bewildered. Hezhen looked at him, as if examining an experiment. The code is an overview of the 8 fundamental theories of chakra transformation from the Ninja's Insights. Volume 3, Silence enveloped the air. Sasuke initially frowned, then suddenly appeared to grasp something, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Sakura, however, wore a perplexed expression. Huh? What is that? Who would remember such a trivial thing? Naruto leaped up, pointing an accusing finger at Hezhen. I protest. Who could possibly remember all of that? Indeed, Hezhen replied calmly, maintaining his gaze. I am indeed putting you to the test. For this is the crux of the code. The enemy, in their quest for seamless disguise, would undoubtedly strive to obtain and memorize the password. But you, Naruto, Hezhen enunciated slowly, absolutely cannot remember it. Thus, anyone who can flawlessly recite this passage must be an imposter. Naruto stood speechless, mouth agape. Sasuke turned his head, letting out a barely audible scoff, acknowledging the devious plan. Just as they concluded their discussion, none noticed a hollow bamboo tube in the ground silently retracting underground. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted. Countless verdant bamboo leaves spiraled upward, transforming into a dense storm of razor-like blades, sweeping toward them. Scatter! Hezhen barked, forming hand seals. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. Thousands of tiny wind blades materialized, skillfully shredding the incoming storm of bamboo leaves to dust. Amidst the chaos, Sasuke and Sakura emerged from their hiding spots. verifying a portion of the peculiar code with Hezhen to confirm their identities. Where's Naruto? Hezhen scanned the surroundings. It was too chaotic. We split up to evade. Sakura replied. Just then, Naruto came sprinting from the distant woods. The trio immediately tensed, on high alert. Sakura quickly shouted, Naruto, stop. The code. Naruto halted without hesitation, reciting in a clear and steady tone. Chakra transformation, the first being extreme sharpness, like the blade of the wind, the second being. He recited flawlessly, even the pauses reflecting textbook precision. However, instead of being welcomed by his comrades, he was met with a figure emerging from the shadows. Bang! To Sakura's shock, Hezhen delivered a chakra-infused kick squarely to Naruto's chest. Naruto flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 massive trees before coming to a stop. Hezhen, what are you doing? He got it right. Sakura's voice turned sharp with disbelief. Hezhen did not look back. He merely stared intently at the direction of the billowing dust, his expression grave. Sakura, Sasuke's cold voice broke the silence, providing an explanation. That was the enemy. That fool Naruto probably couldn't even write the word chakra correctly. No sooner had he spoken than a suffocating wave of chilling chakra erupted from the direction where Naruto had been sent flying, akin to a beast of the abyss awakening. The forest fell eerily silent, as if it were a graveyard. Chapter 29. The Hunter of the Death Forest, Orochimaru of the Flying Thunder God. Sasuke, Sakura. Hezhen's voice cut through their conversation, low and sharp, like a needle tempered in ice. If you still trust me, whatever I say next, you must follow. Before he could finish, a chilling wave of immense chakra coiled around them like a venomous snake. It felt as though they were locked in the sights of a top-tier predator, poised to deliver a fatal blow at the slightest movement. Hezhen's muscles tensed instantly, kunai sliding into his palms, his nerves taut like a drawn bow. This sensation was unmistakable. One of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Orochimaru, a creature possessing an almost immortal body and mastery of countless forbidden techniques. I will hold him off. Hezhen's tone left no room for dissent. You must immediately search for Naruto. If you find him, escape at the fastest speed possible. Do not look back. Do not hesitate. This enemy is on an entirely different level than any we have encountered before. Sasuke and Sakura had never seen Hezhen in such a state. The resolve emanating from him made them instantly aware of the gravity of the situation. The two nodded solemnly, their gazes resolute. All right, we will leave a trail of signals. Make sure to catch up once you are done. Hezhen silently acknowledged, his fingers subtly moving as several specially crafted shuriken were quietly embedded into the trees and shadows within a 100-meter radius. Once completed, he lifted his gaze toward the dark depths of the forest. It's time to show yourself, Orochimaru. A slender figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, his golden snake-like eyes studying Hezhen with keen interest. Oh, your perception is quite impressive, little one. This has become rather entertaining. He chuckled. A wave of overwhelming murderous intent, 100 times more intense than Zabuza's, surged toward him like a tsunami. The air seemed to solidify, infused with the metallic scent of blood, threatening to extinguish one's very soul. Go, Hezhen shouted, his chakra surging skyward, forcefully resisting the tide of lethal intent. Sasuke and Sakura were jolted awake by his command, their minds still haunted by the deathly illusion of being devoured by countless snakes. They exchanged a deep glance at Hezhen's back, no longer daring to hesitate, turning resolutely to flee. Remaining behind would only be a burden. Orochimaru paid no mind to the 2 escaping mice. He relished the unexpected delight before him. Your companions seem to have abandoned you quite decisively. What will you do now? Enough with the chatter. Hezhen did not form any seals. His figure vanished into thin air. Not good. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, nearly simultaneously with the thought. Hezhen appeared before him like a specter. In his line of sight was a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere, brimming with destructive energy. Rasengan. Boom. Orochimaru's body contorted in an anti-physical manner, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his heart. However, his left shoulder was still struck solidly by the Rasengan. Flesh and shattered bone erupted, causing his entire left arm to collapse. He flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through a row of massive trees and landing awkwardly on the ground. Breathing heavily, Hezhen remained alert, eyeing the distance without a moment's relaxation. Orochimaru slowly rose. Glancing at his mangled left shoulder, rather than showing pain, a sickly fervor spread across his face. Flying Thunder God Rasengan, he extended his long tongue. licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. No mistake, it must be the fourth technique. Just testing Sasuke-kun, and I stumble upon a treasure like you. His gaze toward Hezhen shifted entirely, no longer viewing him as an amusing toy but as a perfect work of art. Shadow of the Serpent. As his words hung in the air, dozens of black venomous snakes surged forth from his sleeves, his mouth, and the shadows beneath his feet, weaving a deadly net that sealed off all avenues of retreat for Hezhen. His figure flickered through the forest, relying on the prearranged flying thunder god technique, navigating perilously through the gaps in the writhing serpents. With each appearance, he was met with the frenzied bites of several snakes. He was acutely aware that in a conventional battle, he stood no chance of victory. He had to forge an opportunity, one that would allow him to strike decisively, to deliver a lethal blow. In a moment of evasion, Hezhen deliberately slowed his pace. With a loud snap, a venomous snake sank its fangs into his right leg, its sharp teeth piercing deep as the toxin coursed through him. Hezhen let out a muffled groan, stumbling slightly. Yet, in that instant of being bitten, he retaliated by thrusting a kunai marked with a special flying thunder god seal deep into the snake's body. "Got you, little brat," Orochimaru smirked cruelly, commanding all the snakes to swarm forward. However, Hezhen's figure vanished once more. The next moment, he materialized above Orochimaru's head. Below him lay the very snake that had just bitten him, now preparing to return to Orochimaru's side. What? Orochimaru felt astonished for the first time. Fifth gate of the 8 gates. Open. A torrent of green chakra erupted from Hezhen, akin to raging flames. Boom. His form transformed into a streak of emerald light. Hezhen, after opening the 5th gate, felt every cell in his body scream in agony, yet he gained an overwhelming surge of speed and strength. Oh, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Yet, he had no time to be astonished. Hezhen, now beyond the limits of Orochimaru's dynamic vision, struck. Bang! Orochimaru had no chance to react as a colossal fist collided violently with his cheek, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing through several massive trees. Hezhen did not pause. He forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain within. He knew his time was limited. His figure vanished again, reappearing in the path of Orochimaru's flight, delivering a vicious kick that sent him crashing down to the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the earth was dented deep. Amidst the dust, Orochimaru staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth. His expression, once mocking, was now replaced with a sickly fervor. "Remarkable, truly remarkable, little brat." He looked up to behold an unforgettable sight. Hezhen was suddenly beside him, hands clasped together, a chakra sphere, larger than a Rasengan and filled with countless razor-sharp wind blades, shrieking with a piercing sound, was rapidly expanding. Wind release, Rasengan. As Orochimaru sensed the destructive aura emanating from the Rasengan in Hezhen's hands, every cell in his body screamed in fear. He had no doubt that should it strike, he would be erased from existence along with this forest. Attack? There was no time. Escape? At this distance, he would still be affected. In that fleeting moment, rationality overcame greed. "Little brat, this time, you win." Orochimaru decisively formed hand seals. His body rapidly softened, resembling a shed snake's skin, devoid of all life, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, his true form had already utilized the great snake technique to flee. In midair, Hezhen hurled the wind release Rasengan at the retreating Orochimaru. The violent wind chakra surged forth, engulfing the land. Puff! He coughed up blood, his flesh torn and bleeding profusely. He plummeted to the ground, unable to rise again. Chakra depleted, his right leg poisoned by the snake, the after effects of the 8 gates left him in excruciating pain. Yet at least, Sasuke and Sakura were safe. On the other side of the forest, in the shadow of a giant tree, Orochimaru's figure slowly materialized. He gazed at his bleeding left shoulder, relishing the lingering aura of destruction, his expression a blend of unprecedented greed and fervor. The flying thunder god, the 8 gates, and that terrifying wind release forbidden technique. Hezhen has truly come prepared this time. This perfect body should belong to me. Meanwhile, in another part of the death forest, Terumi May looked at the 3 corpses with melted faces before her, her complexion pale. "This method is unmistakable. It's him. Immediately notify the 3rd Hokage." Her voice was sharp and urgent. "Inform the Hokage's direct Umbu for immediate support." After speaking, she vanished into the depths of the perilous forest. Following a trace of potent chakra, She was eventually halted by the sight before her. A nearly 20-meter-wide pit lay before her, surrounded by shattered trees. The air was thick with two distinct chakra signatures. One was the familiar, malicious presence of Orochimaru, while the other was wild, intense, yet faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. A battle has taken place here. Chapter 30. The cracks in absolute defense deep within the Death Forest. A thunderous explosion shattered the eerie silence. The shockwave, carrying splintered wood and branches, surged toward her like a tsunami. In the cave, Hezhen suddenly opened his eyes. The lingering pain from the 8 gates had not fully subsided, as if countless steel needles were embedded deep in his muscles. For days of rest had barely restored his ability to move. However, this tumultuous surge of chakra signaled an opportunity. The Earth Scroll. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he ceased to suppress his injuries, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the cave entrance. Moments later, Hezhen, like a specter, perched atop a giant tree, gazing down at the hellish scene below. Blood mist enveloped the area, with dismembered limbs strewn about. Gaara hovered in the air, crimson hair framing his emotionless eyes as he reveled in his own handiwork. At his feet, the last Rain Ninja despairingly surrendered the Heaven Scroll, only to be instantly engulfed, crushed, and obliterated by the surging sands. The overwhelming stench of blood churned in Hezhen's stomach. Even having stained his hands with blood, such scenes of pure sadism sent shivers down his spine. His gaze swept across the edge of the battlefield, where Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's faces were etched with fear. Kiba tightly covered Akamaru's mouth, his body shaking uncontrollably. The Heaven Scroll. Hezhen heard Kankuro's excited voice. Great. With this, we have gathered both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Excellent. The Earth Scroll is in their possession. Hezhen took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of his old wounds, and leaped down from the towering treetop. Bang! The dust he kicked up silenced the conversation between Gaara and his companions. Sand instantly coalesced into a wall before Kankuro and Temari as Gaara's cold gaze fixed on the unwelcome intruder. Shinya Hezhen. Kankuro's voice rose in astonishment, soon replaced by a burning anger. You think you can come here to die? Hezhen ignored him, fixing his gaze squarely on Gaara. The Earth Scroll from Tsunade. Hand it over, or I will take it myself. Temari's eyes flashed with surprise before turning wary. This man was far more dangerous than he had been during their last encounter. Kiba nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. This guy has lost his mind. He has no idea what kind of monster he is facing. Without family support and no secret techniques passed down, the limits of a civilian genius end here. Impudent. Kankuro roared, fingers twitching as the puppet crow responded, unleashing a torrential rain of poisoned sunbon toward Hezhen. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hezhen formed a seal with his hands, and 3 roaring fire dragons charged fiercely towards the 1,000-armed rain. The intense heat instantly melted the poison needles, which continued to surge towards the 3 sand shinobi. Wind release. Great Sickle Weasel. Temari swung her massive fan, summoning a wall of wind that clashed violently with the fire dragons, causing steam and flames to explode. Gaara maintained his impassive expression as swirling sands coalesced in front of him, forming a sturdy sand shield that absorbed all residual shockwaves. Their cooperation was flawless. A sense of foreboding settled in Hezhen's heart. To confront head-on while still wounded was not a wise strategy. He needed to end this swiftly. First gate, open. A surge of potent energy erupted from his body, suppressing all pain. Hezhen's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. Watch your back, Temari warned sharply, but it was too late. Hezhen appeared like a wraith behind Kankuro, who barely had time to turn his puppet before a hand enveloped in blue chakra pressed against the crow's chest. Rasengan. The frenzied rotational force instantly shredded the intricate puppet to pieces, sending Kankuro flying into a tree trunk, unconscious. Kankuro. Temari was both shocked and furious, unhesitatingly swinging her fan. Wind release. Sickle Weasel technique. Countless razor-sharp wind blades formed a vast net, trapping Hezhen and leaving him no avenue for evasion. However, Hezhen did not retreat. Instead, he charged into the wind blades, his figure twisting and dodging at high speed, like a dancer on the edge of a blade. Each wind blade narrowly grazed him. Temari's pupils contracted in disbelief. How is this possible? He can see the trajectory of every wind blade. In the fleeting moment of her distraction, Hezhen broke through the wind net and appeared before her. With a precise hand chop, he struck the back of her neck. Temari's vision faded to black as she collapsed. Only you remain. Hezhen shook his tingling hand and turned to face his final opponent. Gaara's sickly grin grew more frenzied. Wonderful. Hoshino Hezhen, your blood will surely bring great joy to Mother. As his words fell, the sand beneath him surged skyward, transforming into a colossal sandy arm that came crashing down upon Hezhen. Unflinching, Hezhen concentrated once more, forming a Rasengan, an ominous hum resonating through the forest. He poured all his strength and will into this strike. Boom. The chakra sphere collided head-on with the sandy hand. They remained locked for barely half a second. The Rasengan pierced through the sand hand with overwhelming force, and Hezhen, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, surged directly towards Gaara's body. Absolute defense. Gaara's surrounding sand frantically coalesced into a dense sphere. Shatter. Hezhen's fist, enveloped in the final energy of the Rasengan, struck heavily against the sand sphere. Crack. A barely noticeable fissure appeared on the surface of the seemingly indestructible sandball. Instantly, the cracks spread like a spider's web. Boom. The sand sphere exploded, sending Gaara flying like a kite with its string cut, his sand armor peeling away, leaving a trail of blood in the air. The forest finally returned to silence. Concealed in the shadows, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were stunned by this extraordinary battle, their spirits shaken. Kiba gripped his arm tightly, the pain reminding him this was no dream. How long has it been since graduation? And this guy is already on par with a Jonin. Hezhen approached the unconscious Kankuro and retrieved the earth scroll. Turning back, he glanced at Gaara, who was struggling to rise. The murderous intent in Gaara's eyes had faded, replaced by a complex flicker of hatred, humiliation, and excitement. Without lingering, Hezhen vanished into the depths of the forest. In the central tower, within a chamber, Hezhen tossed the gathered earth and heaven scrolls onto the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the figure that emerged caused his pupils to constrict. Kakashi Hatake. His ever-lazy, dead fish eyes were now sharp as knives, fixed intently on Hezhen. Congratulations on passing the exam. Hezhen, Kakashi's voice revealed no hint of emotion. However, we need to talk. Not about the exam, but about what you just did to the Jinchuriki of Tsunade. Chapter 31. The Eight Gates Duel, a monstrous overwhelm. In the surveillance room of the tower, smoke swirled, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly raised his hand, golden sealing techniques converging to complete the final stroke on Anko Mitarashi's neck. The stinging sensation from the curse mark receded like a tide, and Anko gasped, cold sweat dampening her forehead. Thank you, Lord Third. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse as he ignored Anko's gratitude, his gaze fixed firmly on the crystal ball depicting the devastated forest of death and the enormous, exaggerated circular pit at its center. Are you certain it was another person who fought him? Yes. Anko recalled the chilling aura, her heart racing. I only saw the aftermath of the battle. Besides Orochimaru's presence, there was a residual power that was even more serene, yet terrifying. Serene, yet terrifying. Hiruzen's knuckles whitened from the pressure of his grip. Jiraiya? No. If he returned to the village, it would not be so quietly. Who, then, could force his most prized disciple to such an extent without a sound? A chill crept up his spine. The shadows of the tower loomed over the bustling training grounds, where the air was thick with the scent of sweat and dust. Hoshino Hezhen leaned against the second-floor railing, his gaze sweeping over the throng below, pinpointing the members of Team 7. Sasuke's neck bore 3 ominous black tomo, the marks left by Orochimaru, while Sakura, with her short hair replacing her once-long locks, displayed a resilient glint of survival in her eyes. The inertia of the narrative indeed clung like a parasite. Even after personally eliminating Orochimaru, his shadow still haunted Sasuke. Was it a matter of insufficient strength to sever this bond entirely, or was the serpent that now prowled the stage not the same as before? Hezhen's expression grew cold. I forfeit. Kabuto raised his hand, a gentle smile masking the coldness of a spy. He had achieved his goal of gathering intelligence and saw no need to continue the charade. Hezhen cast a glance at him, feeling no stir of emotion, just a mere gesture. With the forfeiture of another Sand Shinobi, exactly 32 contestants remained. The proctor, Mizuki Kaze, weakly coughed twice before announcing the commencement of the preliminary rounds. The electronic screen on the wall scrolled rapidly before finally settling. First match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gyakimichi. Sasuke stepped onto the arena, and as he passed by Hezhen, a nearly imperceptible voice penetrated his ear. Sasuke, do not rely on your eyes, nor your ninjutsu. Use your fists to satiate that snake clinging to your neck. Show it that the power of the Uchiha extends beyond mere bloodline. Sasuke paused, not turning back, but clenching his fist tightly, silently engraving Hezhen's words in his heart. The match began, as monotonous as ever. Hezhen could hardly muster the interest to watch. His mind was preoccupied with his own affairs. Name, Hoshino Hezhen, ninja rank, Jonin bloodline, would release, chakra, all attributes. 8350, the minimum standard for an ordinary Jonin is 5000. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan. Wind release ninjutsu collection, fire release ninjutsu collection, taijutsu. 8 gates, first gate. Open door, first lotus, second gate. Rest gate, inner lotus, third gate. Life gate, rising lotus. Fourth gate, injury gate, shock peacock. Fifth gate, drowning gate, day tiger. Sixth gate, spectacle gate, evening elephant. Seventh gate, surprise gate, daytime guy. In the battle against Orochimaru, the opening of the 8 gates inflicted considerable damage to his body, yet under the restorative power of the wood release cells, it seemed to yield a minuscule gift, resulting in an almost imperceptible increase in his total chakra. Quenching thirst with poison, the cost was too high. Just as he was lost in thought, a name jolted him back to reality. The final match, Hoshino Hezhen versus Rock Lee. The audience erupted in astonishment. Hezhen's figure vanished in an instant from the railing, and the next moment, he silently appeared in the center of the arena. Opposite him, young Lee's eyes blazed with fervor, his green jumpsuit taut with excitement. Hezhen, at long last, this moment has arrived. My youth can hardly wait to ignite sparks with you. No sooner had he spoken than a green whirlwind rushed toward him. Konoha whirlwind. Hezhen merely sidestepped, as Lee's powerful flying kick whistled past his nose. So swift. After missing his initial strike, Lee twisted in midair, his other leg sweeping like a whip toward Hezhen, who raised his arm to block the attack with precision. Thud! The dull sound of impact left Lee's arm numb, and he flipped backward to create distance. He gazed at Hezhen's calm demeanor, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Conventional attacks were utterly ineffective against him. Lee's gaze shifted to Mike Guy in the audience, and upon receiving his teacher's affirming nod, he crouched down to unfasten the weights on his legs. Oh, is he about to reveal his true capabilities? A playful smirk graced Hezhen's lips. When the seemingly ordinary leg weights were tossed to the ground, they did not merely thud. Instead, they crashed with a resounding boom. The hardened earth was struck, creating 2 deep craters and sending dust into the air. The entire arena gasped in shock. In the next instant, Lee's figure had vanished from sight. It was not high-speed movement. He had truly disappeared. Hezhen's pupils constricted as his body instinctively shifted half a step to the left. Boom. The ground where he had been standing erupted, a green afterimage flashing by, the resulting gust of wind tousling his dark hair. Things were getting interesting. Hezhen finally took the fight seriously. The ensuing battle transcended the comprehension of the lower ninjas. They could only witness countless green shadows frantically assaulting the central black, unable to discern Hezhen's movements. The arena was filled with the relentless sounds of impact, each collision fracturing the ground further. Too slowly, after yet another clash, the two separated, Hezhen's voice resonating clearly in Lee's ears. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but mere zeal will not secure victory against me. Aya! Lee let out a primal roar, realizing that if he did not give it his all, he would not even qualify to compel his opponent to act. 8 gates. First gate, open door, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, drowning gate, open. A torrent of green chakra surged forth from Lee, staining his skin crimson, his hair standing on end, veins bulging. He transformed into a green meteor, his momentum tenfold stronger than before. Guy, you have truly unleashed this forbidden technique. Kakashi's Sharingan was fixed intently on the arena, his tone unusually grave. Trust him, Kakashi. Guy clenched his fists, embodying the realization of his ninja way. In the stands, Naruto and Sasuke were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by this surge of power. Is this the pinnacle of taijutsu? Sasuke instinctively reached for his cursed seal, wondering if it too could bestow such strength. Inner Lotus. Lee's form spun rapidly in midair, morphing into an untraceable green tornado, charging toward Hezhen with an unstoppable force. However, in the face of this lethal strike, rivaling that of a Jonin, Hezhen merely raised his right hand. Upon his palm, Intricate wood-like patterns had mysteriously entwined, emanating a gentle life force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no world-shattering shockwave. The tip of the green tornado halted abruptly upon contact with his palm. Time seemed to freeze. Lee remained suspended mid-dive. His furious chakra drained as it was continually absorbed by that hand. "You fence here." Hezhen's fingers subtly curled. The chakra steam enveloping Lee dissipated abruptly, his body collapsing weakly. And Hezhen gently caught and laid him on the ground. The outcome was determined. The victor, Hoshino Hezhen. The referee's voice shattered the silence. The crowd fell utterly still. Sasuke fixated on Hezhen's hand, restored to its former state, his inner pride shattered. That power was neither a cursed seal nor a bloodline. It was a form of control he could not comprehend, a higher level altogether. Naruto's mouth gaped. He wanted to exclaim how impressive it was, yet found those words utterly inadequate to encapsulate even a fraction of what had just transpired. Guy instantly appeared beside Lee, checking him over and discovering that he was merely drained of chakra, with no serious harm, and a gentle energy was mending his muscle damage. He raised his head, gazing at Hezhen with an expression of profound complexity. What kind of monster is this youth? The third Hokage, seated in the stands, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes filled with unparalleled astonishment. He announced the conclusion of the preliminary rounds and the schedule for the finals a month later. Yet his gaze remained fixed on that black-haired youth. Chapter 32, The Shattering of Absolute Defense. Konoha crumbles, Orochimaru emerges. 1 month later, the venue for the Chunin exam finals. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. "Fate has long been sealed. Your struggle is futile." Neji's voice, devoid of warmth, slowly assumed the stance for gentle fist. "Stop talking to yourself, you brat," Naruto yelled, his hands moving like a blur as he instantly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Narutos surged from all directions. With his Byakugan activated, veins bulged at the corners of Neji's eyes. As the world around him fragmented into streams of chakra, he did not hesitate, unleashing a gust of wind as each shadow clone detonated into white smoke, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his backyard. Suddenly, he locked onto a figure concealed among the clones, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You've exposed yourself. You are the real one. It's over, Thailander." Yet the captured Naruto wore a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth. "I told you. Don't jump to conclusions, you idiot." No sooner had he spoken than this Naruto also exploded into white smoke. Not good. Neji's internal alarm blared as his Byakugan swept back to discover 4 Narutos emerging from the ground, delivering an uppercut straight into the sky. Revolving heaven. Neji acted decisively, unleashing his chakra in a burst, transforming it into a rapidly spinning blue shield that shredded the incoming clones. The violent gusts even flung a distant Naruto into the air, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Neji retracted his revolving heaven, approaching the downed Naruto, chin raised in a victorious posture. But as he drew near, the ground beneath him exploded. A massive foot, enveloped in dirt, slammed into his chin, sending him flying into the air. Meanwhile, the distant, struggling Naruto suddenly transformed into smoke with a resounding pop. From the very beginning, it had been nothing more than a decoy. The real Naruto had been lurking underground, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. "Do not constantly speak of fate," he admonished, his voice measured and deliberate, "for it is infuriating." He approached the battered Neji, casting a disdainful glance upon him. "Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall reform the obsolete traditions of your Hyuga clan." A momentary silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. The referee raised his hand high. "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." The final match commenced, Gaara versus Hoshino Hezhen. As Gaara's name echoed throughout the venue, the clamor was abruptly silenced, as if an unseen hand had grasped it. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the humiliation from their previous encounter during the second exam overwhelmed Hezhen's frayed nerves. Gaara's expression twisted, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Hezhen as he muttered to the air, "Mother, do not be angry. Last time it was my fault. This time, I will bring you joy with his blood." In the stands, Temari and Kankuro instantly turned pale. "Oh no, he is beginning to converse with that thing." Kankuro's voice trembled. He had never witnessed such a transformation before a match. Temari's gaze remained fixed on Hezhen below. unable to shake the haunting memory of their team being obliterated in the forest of death. Only in the presence of Hezhen did Gaara lose control to such an extent. Hezhen looked on calmly, acutely aware of the chaotic chakra within Gaara stirring to life. It was indeed Shikaku, the one-tail. Come forth. Gaara roared as he leaped backward, unleashing a torrent of sand from his gourd, which surged toward Hezhen like a yellow-brown deluge. Hezhen merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack, and retaliated by flinging 3 shurikens. Clang, clang, clang. Several sand shields materialized from thin air, deflecting the shurikens. The initial probing concluded. In the next instant, Hezhen vanished. He moved with such speed that only a blurred afterimage remained, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at Gaara's face. A sand clone formed in an instant, crossing its arms in defense. Crack! The sand clone shattered on impact. Gaara's pupils constricted in a frenzy as he desperately summoned sand to envelop him. In close combat, he held no chance. Alas, it was too late. Hezhen's figure vanished from his sight, an ominous sense of danger creeping up from behind. Gaara spun around, the sand rushing to his defense. Yet, the sand could not match Hezhen's velocity. Bam! A fist connected solidly with Gaara's face, sending him hurtling backward. Hezhen is so handsome. He is incredibly strong, Ino exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Sakura remained composed, merely nodding. Having already witnessed Hezhen's formidable power during their previous mission, this was merely par for the course. Hezhen shook his hand, having mitigated much of the force from that punch with a thin layer of sand armor. Indeed, Gaara shook his head, sand cascading from his face. Unscathed, Hezhen beckoned with a curled finger, an unabashed provocation. Gaara was thoroughly incensed, yet a flicker of rationality held him back from acting recklessly. Seeing his opponents in action, Hezhen appeared to lose patience. Whoosh! The afterimage darted past once more, and in an instant, Gaara's sand armor shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass. Crack! Snap! Boom! The arena devolved into a showcase of Hezhen's prowess. His figure flickered from every direction, each punch and kick striking accurately against Gaara's sand armor. The armor continued to splinter and peel away, leaving Gaara as defenseless as a sandbag, ultimately sent flying by a powerful blow that obliterated his armor. This speed could rival my 8 gates. My guy gasped, his eyes wide. The Kazekage, observing from the stands, smirked at the 3rd Hokage beside him, remarking on the exceptional talents emerging from Konoha, while their own young prodigy found himself in such dire straits. Just a minor skirmish among the youth. The 3rd Hokage replied with a smile, though a tumult brewed within his gaze. Below, Gaara slowly rose, acutely aware that conventional combat methods offered no hope of victory. The last vestiges of reason were consumed by madness. Sand waterfall funeral. No, that was not his intent. Endless sand erupted from his gourd, wrapping around him until a colossal sand sphere formed at the center of the arena. Oh no, he is about to employ the sand coffin technique. Temari gasped. In the stands, the Kazekage, who had maintained a bemused smile, suddenly displayed a glint of excitement in his eyes. What a perfect vessel. Every encounter reveals new surprises. Once my plans come to fruition, he shall be mine. Orochimaru licked his lips, discreetly forming a hidden hand sign. Hezhen gazed at the massive sand sphere, intending to prolong the engagement, but noticed out of the corner of his eye that several audience members had silently collapsed. Genjutsu? It has begun. There was no time to waste. Hezhen took a deep breath, extending his left hand, as concentrated chakra whirled chaotically in his palm, compressing and producing a piercing shriek. The infusion of wind chakra dramatically transformed the Rasengan into a high-speed spinning chakra shuriken. Wind release, Rasen shuriken miniature. The sharp whirring resonated throughout the arena as Hezhen's figure vanished. In the next moment, he stood atop the enormous sand sphere, hurling the orb that seemed capable of slicing through anything downwards with great force. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an ear-splitting high-frequency noise and blinding white light. The sand sphere began to disintegrate from within. Countless tiny grains of sand shredded and pulverized by millions of invisible miniature blades. As the radiance faded, what was once deemed absolute defense lay in ruins. Gaara, bloodied and kneeling, howled in agony, unable to rise again. Kakashi, what kind of jutsu is that? Guy exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. It is a technique of Hezhen's own creation. He calls it the Rasen Shuriken, Kakashi replied, his tone laden with complexity. 6 months prior, The massive crater outside the village was the result of this very technique at its full potency. Gasps filled the air, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just as the referee prepared to announce the outcome, a sudden anomaly occurred. Pure white feathers began to drift from the sky. Jinjutsu, Nirvana's sanctuary. The entire venue fell into an instant slumber. Hazen's gaze sharpened. The plan to dismantle Konoha was officially underway. Chapter 33, Barrier. The flying thunder god reappears as Hazen prepared for action. A notification chimed in his mind. Host is currently amidst the Konoha collapse event. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Hazen responded urgently, without a moment's hesitation. System sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic sage mode. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2000 chakra. Hazen understood that the so-called basic sage mode allowed him to harness only 1/10 of the power of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju, in sage mode. One should not underestimate this fraction. It represented 1/10 of the sage mode of the god of shinobi. Once he entered sage mode, Hazen's strength would experience a significant augmentation. Sage mode entails balancing the spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy within one's body. At this point, the chakra becomes what is known as sage chakra, which greatly enhances the potency of ninjutsu and taijutsu. At that moment, as chakra surged into his body, a slight sensation of pressure and tingling spread throughout him. After a brief interval, the discomfort dissipated, and as he clenched his fists, Hazen felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. Moreover, Hezhen could distinctly sense the dramatic surge in his chakra. What was previously teetering on the brink of the lower limits of the shadow level had now successfully transcended those bounds. The system assessed his personal attributes: name, Hoshino Hezhen, ninja rank, shadow level, bloodline. Would release, sage art, true thousand hands, would golem technique, would dragon technique. Flower tree world descend, ranking technique, all bag technique, cutting technique, coup and ruin hand, diamond wood technique, tree world descent, tree sea descent, chakra, all attributes. 10. 350. The minimum standard for an ordinary shadow level is 10. 000. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, spiral sphere, wind release ninjutsu collection, fire release ninjutsu collection. Basic sage mode, taijutsu, 8 gates, first gate, open gate, second gate, heal gate, third gate, life gate, fourth gate, wonder gate, fifth gate, surprise gate, sixth gate, departure gate, seventh gate, death gate, eighth gate, evening elephant night guy, excellent. Hezhen mused inwardly. With no time to savor his newfound strength, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he donned the Dark Division's fox mask. In the ensuing battle, he needed to hold nothing back. Certain techniques could not be revealed, especially to prevent Danzo or spies from other villages from easily prying into his capabilities. Feathers continued to fall as the audience was ensnared in an illusion, rendered powerless. Hezhen glanced toward the VIP section and noted that the wind shadow had seized the 3 great Hokage and leaped onto the rooftop of the arena. Atop the roof, Orochimaru tore away his disguise, revealing a sinister smile of triumph. Sarutobi-sensei, it seems you truly have grown old. You failed to see through my ruse. The 3rd Hokage, witnessing his former pupil, was filled with shock and sorrow, struggling to say, Orochimaru, you, before the 3rd could finish, 4 figures suddenly emerged. Taking positions at the 4 corners, the Sound Ninja Quartet, they formed hand seals and began to chant. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation, for violet beams of light shot skyward, intertwining in the air to form walls of flames, resembling a cage that rapidly constricted toward the center. The flames of the barrier radiated a suffocating heat, distorting the surrounding air. Several members of the Dark Division attempted to rush in to rescue the 3rd Hokage, but upon contact with the barrier, they emitted piercing screams, collapsing, their bodies engulfed in smoke. The barrier continued to shrink, threatening to completely envelop and suffocate the 3rd Hokage. Below, on the circular arena's stands, Kakashi and Might Guy wore grave expressions. Kakashi spoke heavily to Sakura. Sakura, immediately dispel the illusions on Naruto and Shikamaru. Take them and pursue Gaara. Sasuke has already caught up. In this dire moment, Hezhen sprang into action. He swiftly drew a uniquely shaped kunai, its handle etched with intricate and cryptic formations. With a piercing gaze, and without a hint of hesitation, he launched the kunai. Whoosh! The specially crafted kunai transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the last remaining gap with astonishing precision. All eyes were fixed on that kunai. Just as the four purple flames formation was about to close, the kunai narrowly slipped through the gap and entered the barrier. In the next instant, Hezhen's figure vanished. Swish! Inside the four purple flames formation, a faint sound emerged as Hezhen materialized near the third Hokage and Orochimaru, standing firmly atop the roof. The Sound Ninja Quartet maintained their hand seals, their faces displaying expressions of disbelief. What? Orochimaru's previously mocking demeanor faltered slightly, only to be replaced with a glimmer of excitement and greed in his snake-like eyes. His long tongue flicked across his lips. Though I've seen it before, witnessing this technique again is utterly intoxicating. How enviable it is. Who are you? The third Hokage, recognizing the sudden appearance of the Dark Division, surmised it was Hezhen. Initially startled, his face soon bore a look of relief and urgency. You shouldn't have come here. Although your strength rivals that of AJ Nin, Orochimaru is different. This place is far too perilous. Upon hearing the third's words, Hezhen remained composed, merely nodding to acknowledge the Hokage's concern. His gaze swept around, noting the Sound Ninja Quartet still vigorously maintaining the stability of the four purple flames formation. The barrier ablaze with ominous flames. To secure external support, it was imperative to eliminate or disrupt the ninjas sustaining the barrier from within. Hezhen assessed the situation with a calm demeanor, his focus locking onto Orochimaru, ready for any potential attack. At that moment, as if sensing the murderous intent in Hezhen's eyes, the Sound Ninja Quartet fortified their barrier against his assault. Thwarting any chance, he had to disrupt the four purple flames formation from within. This unexpected turn of events dashed Hezhen's original plan before it could be executed, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Just then, he noticed Orochimaru's hand gripping the third Hokage, realizing that it was not an ordinary kunai or weapon, but a scroll. The scroll exhibited a bizarre silver-black hue, etched with runes far more complex and sinister than those of the Flying Thunder God technique, radiating an evil aura. Within Hezhen's perception, the scroll pulsated with a disquieting chakra surge. Chapter 34, Impure World Reincarnation. The return of the dead. Hezhen fixated on the scroll in Orochimaru's grasp, sensing the malevolent chakra emanating from the runes, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, an intense unease washing over him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cruel smile as he suddenly plunged the kunai into the third Hokage's neck. Thud! The sound of the kunai piercing flesh echoed, but in the next instant, the third Hokage transformed into a pile of earth, scattering upon impact. A Doton clone. Orochimaru observed the earth in his hand with a sly grin. Orochimaru, I should have taught you that the outcome of any endeavor cannot be known until the very end. An aged yet powerful voice resonated from behind him. At that moment, the third Hokage had shed his Hokage robe, donning battle attire and wielding the diamond rod, striking forcefully toward Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru contorted his body in a grotesque manner, evading the third's attack while rapidly forming hand seals. His face bore a sickly smile. Sarutobi-sensei. The real surprise is yet to come. As Orochimaru completed his final seal, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. Hezhen watched as three coffins surged abruptly from beneath the roof tiles, the chilling aura of death enveloping him, and he felt the temperature plummet. The three coffins stood upright before the onlookers, their lids inscribed with the characters for first, second, and fourth. As Hezhen contemplated the adversaries he was about to face, an anxious tension gripped him, tightening his grasp on the kunai. Bang! The lid of the coffin marked first burst open, revealing a figure clad in crimson Warring States armor. His long black hair cascaded down his back. Though his face and eyes bore the pallor and emptiness of the deceased, the overwhelming aura he exuded was suffocating. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Next, bang! The lid of the second coffin also sprang open. A figure dressed in blue armor, with short white hair and two red markings on his face, emerged. His expression and gaze mirrored the same pallor and void. Yet the chakra of water flowed distinctly around him. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Hezhen's pupils suddenly constricted. Could this be the forbidden technique of the second Hokage? The reanimation jutsu? It forcibly summons the souls of the deceased from the underworld, binding them to the bodies of living sacrifices and manipulating them. A taboo ninjutsu. Although his memory held numerous details about this technique, witnessing the reanimation jutsu resurrect the dead at such close quarters was a first for him. At last, with a resounding thud, the third coffin was opened, revealing a man clad in a Kazekage cloak, his face resolute. A swirl of fine sand encircled his body, and a powerful magnetic chakra wave radiated outward. While his presence did not rival that of the previous two Hokages, it was formidable enough to overpower most shinobi and elite warriors. The third Hokage gazed at his once revered and beloved teacher, as well as his ally, who had been killed at an unknown time, now appearing in such a desecrated manner. Pain and fury etched deep lines onto the aged face of the third Hokage. Orochimaru, how dare you so blasphemously disrespect the dead? Orochimaru responded with a chilling smile, raising his hand to plunge 3 kunai adorned with strange runes deep into the skulls of the first, second Hokages, and the fourth Kazekage. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi-sensei. Take a good look. This is the result of your own teachings. A morbid grin spread across Orochimaru's face. After the initial shock wore off, Hezhen rapidly regained his composure, his mind racing. The deceased summoned by the reanimation jutsu, though limited by the strength of the host body to merely 1/10 of their pre-death power, were rendered immortal, unless their souls were sealed or the caster was killed. They were incredibly difficult to deal with. Even more dire was the fact that they were now under Orochimaru's control. At that moment, the hollow gaze of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, suddenly shifted, and he clasped his hands together. Wood release. Birth of the deep forest. Countless thick vines and trees erupted from the rubble of the roof, sweeping towards the third Hokage like a living serpent, a powerful wave of magnetic chakra emanating from him. The third Hokage, having opened the third gate of the 8 gates, felt a surge of chakra erupt within him, creating a powerful shockwave centered around Hezhen, whose speed reached its zenith. He darted forward, positioning himself in front of the third Hokage, and as the onslaught of wood release approached, he swiftly gathered chakra. Wind release, Rasengan. The finely tuned wind chakra surged forth, howling like a multitude of cutting blades, severing the enormous vines and trees that surged towards them. The hardened wooden vines and trees splintered into fragments, scattering debris everywhere. However, the crisis was far from over. Just then, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, clasped his hands together as well. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. High-pressure streams of water erupted from his mouth, powerful enough to tear apart everything within the barrier. Water quickly spread throughout the 4 purple flames formation, inundating the roof. Hezhen skillfully controlled his chakra to tread upon the surface of the water, stabilizing himself, yet his expression grew graver. Before he could catch his breath, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, also made his move. Magnet release, Iron Sand Rain. Countless sharp iron sands shot towards Hezhen and the third Hokage like a torrential downpour. Hezhen found himself besieged by 3 elite shinobi, perilously outnumbered. Orochimaru maintained his grip on the third Hokage, who was unable to assist Hezhen in his time of need. The third Hokage, observing Hezhen struggling to hold his ground, cast a glance at his former teacher. Now controlled by Orochimaru, his eyes flickering with determination. He understood that the resurrected dead were undying. Ordinary attacks could no longer inflict effective damage upon them. The longer this dragged on, the more perilous it became for Hezhen, the future of the village, who should not perish here. Therefore, he exerted all his strength to break free from Orochimaru's grasp, rushing to Hezhen's side, retrieving a scroll from his robes, and swiftly unfurling it. Hezhen, I am about to use that technique. You must hold them off at all costs until I complete it. Corpse Sealing Technique. The third Hokage was about to employ this jutsu. Hezhen's heart trembled, fully aware of the cost of this technique. Just then, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had been expressionless and vacant, akin to a puppet, suddenly exhibited a fleeting moment of clarity. He turned his gaze toward Hezhen and the third Hokage, his lips struggling to move. A barely audible, yet distinct voice emerged. Flee. Chapter 35, 1 against 3. The wood release clash upon hearing the first Hokage's almost imperceptible command to flee. A tumultuous wave surged within Hezhen. Flee. How could one even contemplate escape amidst such overwhelming odds? The third Hokage had already resigned himself to a fatal outcome, though he feared death. He could not retreat at this juncture. Hezhen took a deep breath, his expression resolute. 8th Gate of Liberation, 6th Gate, the Gate of Joy. Open. A torrential chakra burst forth from Hezhen, surrounding him with visible crimson and azure energy, as the water beneath him evaporated into thick mist, shattered tiles flying from the explosive force. Hezhen's aura peaked, Today, he would stand alone against three formidable adversaries who once towered at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. In that moment, Hezhen activated the 8 gates. The faint consciousness of the first Hokage vanished again, falling back under Orochimaru's control. He clasped his hands together. A deep voice resonating within the barrier. Would release. Birth of the deep forest. With a thunderous roar, the entire roof, nay, the entire 4 purple flames formation, shook violently. Countless thick, menacing vines and trees erupted forth at astonishing speed, rapidly growing and intertwining, transforming the barrier into a primordial forest of death. Towering trees blotted out the sun, seemingly isolating everything, while the thick vines and massive trees surged forth like colossal serpents, bearing down on both Hezhen and the third Hokage, who was preparing to unleash a jutsu. Hezhen's mind raced, his hands forming seals at breakneck speed, chakra surging within him. Would release. Birth of the deep forest. The same would release technique erupted from beneath Hezhen's feet. Countless sturdy trees and vines, radiating a dark green sheen, shot upwards. They rose like awakened dragons, meeting the first Hokage's own forest technique. Boom. Crash. The two sides of wood release clashed violently within the confined space. Countless trees snapped and shattered upon impact. Wood shards flying through the air, the sounds of colliding wooden shields echoing relentlessly. The entire barrier trembled under the force of the terrifying collision. The third Hokage, who had been preparing his own technique from the rear, caught sight of Hezhen's ability to wield wood release as well. Disbelief etched across his aged face. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed, a glimmer of insatiable greed intensifying. Outside the barrier, the Umbu members monitoring the battlefield gaped in astonishment as the barrier trembled violently from the immense power of their clash. Just as Hezhen exerted all his might to counter the first Hokage's wood release, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, seized the fleeting opportunity. He clasped his hands together, a chilling voice emanating from him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A fearsome water dragon, born of dense chakra and flowing water, materialized in midair. Its lifelike form and menacing head carrying enough force to tear through anything, charging directly towards Hezhen's flank. Humph. Hezhen snorted, quickly forming seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. He unleashed 3 massive fire dragons, their searing heat aimed to intercept the ferocious water dragon. Sizzle. The clash of water and fire erupted in the air, producing a tremendous roar. The water dragon and fire dragons entwined and bit at each other, ultimately dissipating in a violent burst of energy, transforming into a cloud of scalding steam that enveloped the barrier, obscuring visibility. The mist thickened, laden with lethal intent. Magnet release, Iron Sand Spear. The hoarse voice of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, echoed through the chaos. Amidst the pervasive mist, countless black iron sands coalesced into a colossal black spear. The spear's surface gleamed with a metallic coldness, silently piercing through a vulnerable blind spot. Akin to a long-awaited apex predator launching a swift attack on its unsuspecting prey. In that instant, Hezhen erupted with sudden ferocity, twisting his body just as the iron spear was about to strike. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the spear grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Intense pain flooded Hezhen's mind, yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, formed the hand seals for the Shiki Fujin technique. Behind him, a shadowy and immense figure of the Shinigami began to materialize, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Hiruzen, do you think I will allow you to succeed? The raspy voice of Orochimaru, tinged with urgency, rose as he prepared to intervene. Roar. Orochimaru, where do you think you're going? A mighty roar echoed as the Monkey King, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, obstructed Orochimaru's path, wielding the staff with such ferocity that it barred Orochimaru's advance completely. Accursed monkey. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with malice. Realizing he was entangled by the Monkey King, he immediately commanded the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Kazekage, focus all your strength on that man. Prevent that old fool from completing his technique. Responding to the order, the trio shifted their assault, locking their sights on Hezhen. The first Hokage's wood release became increasingly ferocious, with countless robust trees and vines spiraling toward Hezhen from all directions. The second Hokage unleashed a relentless barrage of water-release jutsu. with high-pressure water jets and blades pouring down like a torrential storm. The fourth Kazekage's iron sand transformed into a rain of needles, infiltrating every possible opening. Hezhen found himself in an unprecedented predicament, facing 3 shadow-level powerhouses, even if they could only tap into a fraction of their original strength. It was enough to plunge any elite ninja into despair. Damn it, if this continues. He gritted his teeth, feeling his wounds multiply and his chakra rapidly deplete. At that moment, his own wood release began to wane under the first Hokage's supreme understanding of the technique. Just then, a robust vine burst forth from beneath the tiles, ensnaring Hezhen's legs with precision, its immense strength rendering him momentarily immobile. More trees and vines surged forth like a great python, intent on completely engulfing him. Is this it? A flicker of unwillingness flashed through Hezhen's mind. Having been granted a second chance, he had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. How could it possibly end here? No, I shall never concede. He still possessed a trump card. The thought of the system's reward, the basic Sage Mode, flashed in his mind. Though merely rudimentary, once activated, Sage Mode would elevate the potency of both ninjutsu and taijutsu to an extraordinary level. Hezhen's gaze sharpened as he prepared to be consumed by the first Hokage's wood release. Channeling his chakra, he began to draw in the natural energy surrounding him. A faint orange-red hue appeared around his eyes, and a profound surge of power began to coalesce within him. Sage Art, birth of the wood release forest. With a deep, resonant voice, Hezhen unleashed a force so potent that it shattered the wood release vines binding him, amplifying his own power exponentially. The newly sprouted trees and vines grew more robust and resilient, emanating an archaic aura that pushed back the first Hokage's wood release. In a heartbeat, the tide of battle shifted. What? Orochimaru, who had struggled to breach the Monkey King's defenses, cast a frantic glance at the unfolding battle, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? His wood release has suddenly become so formidable. He could not comprehend how a seemingly inconspicuous individual could wield such overwhelming power, now standing on the brink of matching the first Hokage. Even if the first Hokage was not at his peak, he was not a force to be trifled with. At the center of the battlefield, the first Hokage, controlled by Orochimaru, paused momentarily upon sensing the infusion of natural energy within Hezhen. His assault hesitated, his hollow eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Hezhen, his lips quivering as if attempting to articulate something. This chakra is Chapter 36, The Awakening of the Hokage, the Final Seal. The hollow gaze of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, flickered with a glimmer of awareness upon sensing the sage chakra emanating from Hezhen. His body trembled slightly as he struggled to regain control, his lips moving with great effort. Simultaneously, the third Hokage's chest was pierced by the Shinigami's ghastly arm. The excruciating pain contorted his aged visage, veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Yet he maintained the Shiki Fujin technique, showing no signs of relent. Ugh! A pained groan escaped the third Hokage's lips, the Shinigami's arms stirring within him, devouring his life force. Witnessing the third Hokage's dire plight, Hezhen felt an overwhelming urgency. There could be no further hesitation. The orange-red hue around his eyes deepened as the sage chakra surged within him. Sage Art, birth of the wood release forest. An immense tide of even sturdier vines and trees erupted forth, forcefully interrupting the joint assault of the second Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. The vines coiled like serpents, temporarily pushing the two back. Seizing the opportunity, Hezhen swiftly appeared beside the third Hokage. Lord Third, I am here to assist you. Hearing Hezhen's voice, the third Hokage struggled to open his eyes, weakly urging, "Seal him, Lord First." Hezhen nodded earnestly, directing his gaze toward the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. At that moment, although the first Hokage briefly regained consciousness due to the surge of sage chakra, he ultimately remained under Orochimaru's control. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying wood release technique. With me here, you shall not advance a single step. Sage Art, wood release, shield of the demon. A colossal wooden shield, adorned with a demonic visage, rose from the ground, erecting a barrier between Hezhen and the third Hokage, momentarily halting the first's advance. Now, Lord Third, Hezhen called out urgently to the third Hokage. Enduring the agony of his soul being torn by the Shinigami, the third Hokage summoned every ounce of strength to guide the Shinigami's arm toward the first Hokage's soul. Seal. A deep yet resolute voice resonated as the Shinigami's fearsome arm grasped the soul of the first Hokage, slowly drawing it forth. Just as the first Hokage's soul was about to be extracted, his hollow gaze regained clarity. He cast a fleeting glance of apology at the ailing third Hokage, then turned to gaze deeply at the bloodied Hezhen, expending his final strength to utter, "Protect the village, young man." As soon as the words left his lips, his body was enveloped in a radiant white light, gradually dissolving into countless motes of light that faded into the air. Almost immediately, the reanimated form began to crack, dust rapidly peeling away to reveal the sacrificial offering within, none other than the participant of the Chunin exam, Saku. First, a sense of fleeting relief washed over Hezhen. Yet the crisis was far from over, as the second Hokage's water release and the fourth Kazekage's magnet release jutsu surged forth once more. Water release, water break wave. Magnet release, sand gold technique. Countless high-speed spinning blades of water and sharp iron sand, akin to iron spears, assailed Hezhen and the third Hokage from all directions. Senjutsu wood release, the art of the bag of tricks. Hezhen swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground fiercely, summoning numerous colossal arms from beneath the tiles, successfully deflecting the onslaught. Next, it's the second Hokage. The third Hokage's complexion paled to a ghostly hue, his life force waning to its nadir. Drawing upon his last vestige of will, he once again activated the Reaper Death Seal. The grim hand of death reached out, grasping towards the second Hokage. Attempting to evade with the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage found himself surrounded, as Hezhen's wood release had already sealed off the area. Wood release, silent binding technique. Countless vines ensnared the second Hokage's body, rendering him immobile. Seal. The second Hokage's form dissipated, much like the first Hokage's, transforming into a pile of earth, revealing the hidden ninja Tosu within. Panting heavily, Hezhen felt his chakra severely depleted from the intensity of battle. Orochimaru, entangled in a life-or-death struggle with the Monkey King, had failed to breach the defenses. Witnessing the sealing of both the first and second Hokages, his expression darkened. This is bad. He swiftly formed hand seals, intending to undo the reanimation jutsu, knowing these were his valuable allies and could not afford to lose them all here. You shall not succeed. Hezhen flickered and appeared before Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch. Orochimaru had no choice but to abandon his seals and evade the strike. At that moment, the third Hokage completed the sealing of the fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage coughed up blood, his body swaying precariously. Observing Hezhen grappling with Orochimaru, a faint smile of solace graced the third Hokage's face. Memories of the shock and joy Hezhen had repeatedly brought him flooded his mind, along with the vibrant faces of Konoha and the hopeful future of the village. Hezhen, you have done well. The future of the village rests in the hands of you young ones. With his last flicker of strength, he directed the Reaper's final target towards Orochimaru, his former beloved pupil. The Grim Reaper's hand once more pierced through the third Hokage's battered form, fiercely grasping for Orochimaru's soul. Sensing the impending doom, Orochimaru summoned a multitude of snakes to obstruct Hezhen while sprinting towards the third Hokage, intent on stopping his actions, but it was too late. A chilling scream echoed as Orochimaru felt his soul being violently tugged by a terrifying force, as if it would be torn asunder. No, my hands. My hands. Orochimaru was horrified to discover his hands turning cold and numb, gradually losing sensation, as if they no longer belonged to him. The third Hokage watched Orochimaru's agonizing struggle, then turned to Hezhen, slowly revealing a smile filled with deep fatigue, complete relief, and profound hopes for Konoha's future. Children, the village is entrusted to you. Before he could finish, his body could no longer support itself, and he gently began to fall backward, his life force extinguished. Third Hokage. Hezhen vanished in an instant, appearing behind the third Hokage to support his faltering body. You old immortal. Orochimaru howled with resentment, his hands completely sealed by the old man, rendering him incapable of forming seals ever again. He glared venomously at Hezhen and the now-deceased third Hokage. Sound 4. Retreat. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with unwillingness and frenzied hatred. Without the support of the Sound 4, the four purple flames formation shattered. Hezhen gently laid the still warm body of the third Hokage flat. Though somewhat controversial in life, This elder had sacrificed his life for the village and the treasures he protected. An indescribable sorrow enveloped Hezhen's heart. Third Hokage, Kakashi and Might Guy, along with other Konoha Jonin, finally rushed to the rooftop. Upon seeing the lifeless form of the third Hokage and the battlefield resembling the apocalypse, they all fell into a profound silence, a somber atmosphere thickening the air. Hezhen gazed down at the third Hokage's serene visage, the elder's words of hope and encouragement echoing in his mind. His resolve grew steadfast. Just then, a deafening explosion resounded from a distant part of Konoha, followed by violent tremors shaking the entire village as if it would be shattered by the force. Hezhen fixed his gaze on the source of the explosion, where flames soared and smoke billowed, clearly under fierce assault. On the rooftop, everyone, immersed in mourning for the third Hokage, was jolted back to reality by the sudden turn of events. What is happening? It's the Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi alliance. They have breached the defenses and entered the village. An Umbu member reported urgently, his voice laced with anxiety. Hezhen, still wearing the Umbu fox mask, inhaled deeply, suppressing his grief and exhaustion. Scanning his surroundings, Hezhen's expression hardened. Now is not the time for sorrow. The village needs us. As soon as he spoke, Hezhen flickered and vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared before everyone, his fox mask gone, revealing his youthful yet resolute face. Kakashi looked at Hezhen, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, gratitude, concern, but mostly trust. Hezhen, what is your plan? Hezhen surveyed the surrounding ninjas, his clear voice ringing out. The enemy is numerous. We must split our forces. Kakashi, you lead a group to evacuate the villagers and organize defenses, focusing on protecting shelters and vital facilities. Guy, you take a portion of ninjas to confront the invading sand and sound ninjas head-on, slowing their advance as much as possible. The remaining Jonin will each lead a team to eliminate any enemies that have infiltrated the village, ensuring the safety of the villagers. Hezhen swiftly issued the battle orders with clarity, and everyone nodded in agreement. Understood. Move out. Without a moment's hesitation, the ninjas vanished in a blur, executing their respective tasks. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, Ninja Dog Pakken led Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru, breathlessly tracking Sasuke's trail. When they finally located him amidst the wreckage of the woods, the sight before them made their pupils constrict. Uchiha Sasuke was battered and drained of chakra, kneeling and gasping for breath, while facing Gaara, who was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Yellow sand surged from the gourd behind Gaara, wrapping around him like a living entity. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, exuding a menacing aura of chakra that rapidly expanded outward. A roar of an unknown beast erupted from the sand sphere, and Gaara's body began to swell and morph, gradually revealing the terrifying form of the one-tailed Shikaku, with massive claws and tail formed from the gathered sand. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura and Naruto shouted anxiously, wanting to rush to him. Don't come over. Sasuke warned gravely, despair flickering in his eyes. This guy is beyond anything we can handle. Amidst the battle, Hezhen suddenly felt a jolt of alarm, his sharp gaze directed towards the source of the beast's roar. That chakra. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Naruto and the others were in trouble. They must be supported immediately. Hezhen's body stirred as he prepared to rush towards Naruto and the others, yet several figures instantaneously obstructed his path. It was an elite squad of sand and sound ninjas, who had evidently sensed Hezhen's intentions, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Your opponents are us. A sand ninja sneered. Throughout the village, battles intensified. Kakashi commanded the Umbu members, orchestrating the orderly retreat of villagers to safe havens while strategically utilizing the terrain to set traps for the invaders. The thunderous roars of jutsu clashing, the piercing cries of pain, and the sharp sounds of kunai colliding echoed incessantly, casting a pall of war over the entire village. While engaging with the enemies before him, Hezhen acutely sensed something amiss. Despite their ferocious attacks, these foes occasionally glanced toward the direction of Naruto's location. Furthermore, Hezhen perceived several strong chakra signatures deliberately moving towards Naruto. Could their target be the Nine-Tails? The realization struck Hezhen like a bolt of lightning. The apparent objective of the plan to destroy Konoha was merely a fade. The true aim was to capture the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, Might Guy led his team, Neji, Rock Lee, Tintin, and other ninjas, into a fierce melee against a squad of sand ninjas. Leaf Hurricane. The Leaf's top 10 hurricanes. Reversal. Hidden weapons barrage. Under Might Guy's leadership, the Leaf Ninjas unleashed astonishing combat prowess to defend their village and loved ones, pinning the enemy down as if with a nail, preventing any advance. Recognizing the enemy's intentions and the increasingly violent chakra of the one-tail, Shikaku, Hezhen realized he had to make a choice, to remain and eliminate these cannon fodder or to hasten towards Naruto's location. The answer was unmistakable. He could no longer afford to be delayed by them. With a resolute gaze, Hezhen ceased his hesitation. He swiftly launched several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique at an astonishing speed, accurately striking those attempting to encircle him or blocking their path. Hezhen activated the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure transformed into flashes of golden light across the battlefield, each appearance marked by the fall of an enemy. In the blink of an eye, all opponents barring his way collapsed. Without daring to linger, Hezhen concentrated the dwindling chakra within him and vanished from his position, heading towards Naruto and Sasuke. Within the depths of the secret conference room beneath the Hokage's office, advisors Tsunade and Mito Kazuma, along with several high-ranking officials of Konoha, gathered with somber expressions. The sudden demise of the third Hokage plunged the village into unprecedented peril. Sarutobi recalled his longtime friend and colleague, Tsunade's voice trembling slightly. "This is not the time for sorrow," Mito Kazuma insisted, feigning calmness as he spoke in a low tone. "We must stabilize the situation swiftly and select an acting Hokage to lead the village through this crisis." The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, an Umbu member rushed in, bearing a sealed letter. "Honored advisors, this was discovered among the belongings of the late Hokage by Kakashi and is to be delivered to you." Tsunade hurriedly took the letter, trembling hands prying it open. However, the contents left both advisors' pupils dilated in disbelief. Chapter 38, Legacy and Rebirth. Seeking Tsunade in the underground secret conference room of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Tsunade and Mito Kazuma intensely scrutinized the open letter left by the deceased third Hokage. The characters were robust and forceful, reminiscent of Sarutobi, Hiruzen himself. Yet the contents of the letter struck them like a thunderclap, igniting shock within their minds. Their pupils contracted in extreme astonishment, and incredulity etched across their aged faces. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen outline his thoughts on dealing with Orochimaru, but he also expressed his hopes for the village's future, unequivocally indicating that, after his death, the only suitable candidate for the position of Hokage was Tsunade. Moreover, the letter subtly acknowledged Hezhen's potential and hinted at some form of entrustment. It also suggested that if Tsunade was unwilling to return to the village as Hokage, the future hope of the village might be sought from a younger generation imbued with a spirit of transformation, implying something more. Such a candid arrangement and near-prophetic request stirred tumultuous waves within the seasoned advisors. Mito Kazuma's voice trembled, and he nearly crushed the letter in his grasp. Tsunade closed her eyes tightly, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the tumult within her heart. The plan to bring Konoha to ruin had faltered following Orochimaru's failed escape, and the remaining forces commanding the Sand and Sound ninjas had been successfully repelled through the valiant efforts of countless Konoha ninjas, nearing its conclusion. The main forces of the Sand and Sound coalition had been defeated, yet the devastation inflicted upon the village was harrowing. At that moment, on the fringes of the forest surrounding the village, Hezhen moved like lightning, appearing in the heart of the chaos surrounding the One-Tail's eruption. The sight before him furrowed his brow. Naruto lay bloodied, chakra nearly expended, collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving violently, yet his azure eyes shimmered with unprecedented determination. Sakura and Shikamaru lay unconscious beside him, evidently affected by the battle's turmoil. Not far away, Sasuke knelt, his clothes torn, blood trickling from his mouth, staring intently at Naruto. His eyes a complex mix of fierce resentment and barely perceptible jealousy. The half-awakened Shikaku summoned by Gaara had vanished, leaving immense arm impressions deeply embedded in the ground. Clearly, this harrowing battle concluded with Naruto and his friends achieving a Pyrrhic victory, while Gaara's retreat followed his failure. "Are you all right?" Hezhen swiftly approached, conducting a brief examination of Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru's injuries. Naruto managed a weak smile. "I stopped him." Hezhen nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke, who averted his eyes, uneasy under Hezhen's scrutiny. Hezhen understood that this battle had undoubtedly impacted Sasuke more profoundly than anyone else. The desire for power had begun to fester within him like a rampant weed. Sasuke clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he bore witness to Naruto's astonishing strength, the deep-seated dissatisfaction and yearning for power growing within him like a venomous serpent. Within Konoha, the assessment of losses was proceeding methodically. Ruins and debris were scattered everywhere, and the once vibrant streets now lay in tatters. Thankfully, under the fierce resistance of Kakashi, Might Guy, and other jonin, along with Hezhen's prior effective command, the casualties among the villagers were kept to a minimum. As long as the people remained, the village could eventually restore itself to its former glory. However, the sacrifice of the third Hokage weighed heavily on the hearts of all in Konoha. Beneath Hokage Rock, a temporary memorial had been erected, honoring the late Sarutobi Hiruzen. The high-ranking officials of Konoha convened an emergency meeting, the two advisors gravely stating, "The village must swiftly select the fifth Hokage to lead Konoha out of this crisis and to rebuild our home." At that moment, a figure appeared at the village entrance. He looked travel-worn, sporting a hint of nonchalance, but upon witnessing the village's devastation and sensing the pervasive sorrow, the faint smile on his face abruptly vanished. When he learned from Kakashi about the tragic demise of the third Hokage, this legendary Sannin staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow and self-reproach. The voice of his mentor Jiraiya was hoarse as he gazed down at his hands, once held in high regard by his teacher, and was momentarily overwhelmed by grief. On the day of the third Hokage's funeral, a gentle rain fell, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the departed. Hezhen stood at the forefront of the funeral procession, clad in somber black attire. When it came time for him to deliver a eulogy, he ascended the platform, his gaze sweeping over the sorrowful faces before him. The third Hokage embodied the will of fire with his very life. Hezhen's deep voice resonated within the hall. Though not loud, it reached the ears of all present. He protected the village, safeguarded each of us. This will is ours to inherit. Where the leaves of Konoha flourish, so too does the fire of life endure. His words were devoid of ornate embellishments, yet they brimmed with strength and resolve, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the eyes of those enveloped in grief. Following the funeral, a high-level meeting convened once more to discuss the selection of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade, Jiraiya's voice shattered the silence of the conference room. She, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, both in strength and renown. Upon hearing Jiraiya's suggestion, the two advisors exchanged glances and nodded slowly. This was fortuitous, as the third's final wishes aligned with Jiraiya's proposal. However, Tsunade had been absent from the village for many years, her whereabouts uncertain, and Mito's expression revealed concern. She seemed to have some awareness of Orochimaru's experiments. Perhaps that was why she had been evading them. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he spoke solemnly. "You need not worry about that. I will personally bring Tsunade back. I will accompany you, Lord Jiraiya." Hezhen interjected suddenly, drawing the attention of every gaze in the room. "The mission to find Lady Tsunade is also a form of training." His tone was calm, yet his heart harbored other intentions. Hezhen understood that he was not yet strong enough. Facing the first, second, and fourth Hokages, he had found himself in perilous situations multiple times. Were it not for Sage Mode and the Eight Gates, and the sacrifice of the third Hokage, the consequences would have been dire. Though he had crossed the threshold into the realm of shadow-level strength, it was far from sufficient. He needed greater power, not solely to protect the village to which he had become so deeply attached, but also to secure his own freedom, unthreatened by anyone. "I want to go too," Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with his signature optimism. Jiraiya nodded, observing the spirited Naruto and the resolute Hezhen. Just as Hezhen prepared to take action, a chime echoed in his mind. "Host is currently engaged in the search for Tsunade. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in. System sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the Water Release Ninjutsu Collection. Congratulations, host. On receiving 1,000 chakra, a collection of Water Release Ninjutsu. Quite commendable." At that moment, a slight ache and tingling sensation coursed through his body, and after a brief interval, the discomfort dissipated. Clenching his fists, Hezhen felt his strength increase just a fraction more. Name: Shinya Hezhen, Ninja Level, Shadow Level, Bloodline. Would release: Chakra. All attributes: 11350. The minimum standard for an ordinary Shadow Level ninja is 10,000. Ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God Technique. Rasengan, Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection, Fire Release Ninjutsu Collection, Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, Basic Sage Mode, Taijutsu. 8 gates. Several days later, at the entrance of Konoha village, Jiraiya, Hezhen, and Naruto prepared to set forth. Hezhen cast a glance back at the village awakening under the morning sun, its light casting a golden hue upon the Hokage rock. He inhaled deeply, the air still tinged with the charred remnants of battle. To live freely and protect this place, greater power was essential. With this thought, Hezhen's gaze turned resolute. Chapter 39. The casino. Disguised Jiraiya and his companions embarked on their quest to locate Tsunade. Along the way, Jiraiya's frivolous nature was fully revealed. He occasionally cast lecherous glances at passing beauties or shared risky anecdotes. Naruto, bewildered by Jiraiya's stories, displayed an expression of utter confusion, yet he remained undeterred by the excitement of the unknown journey, chattering incessantly. Hezhen, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, instinctively surveying his surroundings with acute awareness. The rustling grass in the wind, the fleeting birds in the trees, these subtle movements were vividly clear to him, within his perceptive range. Since leaving Konoha village, he had sensed several faint fluctuations of chakra, like shadows following them at a distance. Root's presence? Hezhen could not confirm it at present and chose to remain discreet. Days later, with a mysterious smile on his face, Jiraiya led Hezhen and Naruto into a secluded alley. At the end of the alley stood a dilapidated wooden door, appearing unremarkable. However, as Jiraiya pushed it open, a bustling atmosphere greeted them. It was a sizable underground casino. That gambling fiend Tsunade, starting the search at a casino, is undoubtedly the right choice, Jiraiya asserted confidently, exuding the air of one seasoned in such matters. Inside the casino, lights blazed, smoke lingered, and the air was a melange of tobacco, sweat, cheap liquor, and perfume, relentlessly assaulting Hezhen's senses. The crisp sound of dice clattering, the dull thud of wooden tokens hitting the tables, and the shouts of gamblers intertwined into a cacophony that tormented Hezhen's eardrums. Jiraiya quickly mingled with a group of scantily clad women under the pretense of gathering material, his eyes sparkling with desire and a lecherous grin revealing his true intentions. Naruto, wide-eyed, curiously surveyed his surroundings, filled with wonder at this chaotic venue. Hezhen, however, remained composed, discreetly observing the environment. His gaze swept across every corner of the casino until he suddenly detected several veiled stares directed at them. These gazes slithered like lurking serpents, laden with malice, intentionally or unintentionally fixating on the trio. At that moment, Naruto, distracted by the sights around him, accidentally bumped into a burly casino enforcer carrying drinks, spilling the contents all over him. "Hey, you little brat. Are you looking for trouble?" The imposing figure, his face a mask of fury, reached out with a hand the size of a fan to grab Naruto by the collar. Startled, Naruto instinctively attempted to evade the enforcer's grasp. In a flash, a figure appeared like a specter before Naruto, seizing the enforcer's outstretched hand. "Sir, it's merely a trivial matter. No need to lose your temper. I'll apologize on his behalf." Hezhen spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Dressed in ordinary clothes, he appeared no different from a neighborly youth. Yet, the enforcer felt as though his wrist had been ensnared in a vice, unable to move. A chill coursing through him. The depths of Hezhen's pitch-black eyes seemed to harbor a consuming darkness, as if they contained a demon capable of devouring everything. The enforcer involuntarily shuddered, instinctively taking a step back. "Humph." He huffed in embarrassment, reluctantly turning away. Hezhen withdrew his gaze, casually patting Naruto's shoulder. Yet his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous corner deep within the casino. There sat a middle-aged man in refined attire, meticulously polishing a jade ring on his finger. He was the apparent owner of the establishment. Hezhen sensed a peculiar chakra emanating from him. Though faint, it was remarkably refined, seemingly possessing a unique perception or reconnaissance ability. From the moment they entered the casino, the proprietor's attention lingered on them, an unusual behavior that drew suspicion. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was experiencing a streak of bad luck at the gambling table. Before long, he returned dejected, hands empty, evidently having lost all his money, for he would not have come back so soon otherwise. "Alas, my luck today is abysmal. I accidentally squandered all my funds," Jiraiya lamented, his demeanor nonchalant. Naruto gazed at him, astonished. "Pervy sage, did you not claim you would win?" "Ahem, it was an unforeseen circumstance," Jiraiya replied awkwardly, clearing his throat. Hezhen spoke up calmly, "Allow me to give it a try." Both Jiraiya and Naruto turned to him as Hezhen approached the big or small betting table. He did not deliberately activate Sage Mode. Instead, with the extraordinary 5 senses bestowed by his would-release bloodline, he was able to discern the subtle sounds of the dice colliding within the cup, their landing spots, and even the faintest twitches of the dealer's facial muscles and flickers of his gaze, allowing him to deduce any cheating methods employed. In the first round, Hezhen placed a casual bet and lost. The second round, he lost again. The surrounding gamblers began to express their disdain with jeers, and the dealer wore a smirk of contempt. In the third round, Hezhen again appeared to bet casually. "Open." The dealer abruptly lifted the cup, but his smile froze when he revealed 3 ones, a triple. The odds were immense. From then on, Hezhen placed each bet with apparent nonchalance. Yet every outcome matched his wagers perfectly. The pile of money before him grew, and the initial scorn of the surrounding gamblers transformed into astonishment, eventually leading to reverence. The dealer's forehead glistened with sweat, his gaze towards Hezhen filled with trepidation, as the atmosphere in the casino grew increasingly tense. At last, a graceful woman clad in a lavish kimono, flanked by several guards, approached slowly. She wore a gentle smile, yet her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Locking directly onto Hezhen, "Young man, your luck is remarkable. My master wishes to invite you to play a few rounds privately. May I escort you to the VIP room?" Her voice was sultry, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Hezhen recognized her as Shizune, Tsunade's most trusted disciple, and he nodded slowly in agreement. A flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes as she gestured for him to follow. Hezhen followed her through the bustling hall to an opulent VIP room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a faint, sweet aroma laced with a barely perceptible toxin. For an ordinary ninja, inhaling it would likely result in immediate weakness and dizziness, stalling chakra flow. However, such a toxin posed no threat to Hezhen, who had awakened the wood-release bloodline. As the door to the VIP room closed quietly, the concentration of the toxin seemed to heighten momentarily. A subtle smile graced Hezhen's lips. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. Chapter 40. Unraveling the Dark Scheme. The hidden serpent inside the VIP room. The elegantly dressed woman, Shizune, maintained her demure smile. "Since you possess extraordinary gambling skills, I presume you would be interested in other forms of wagers," she suggested softly, her tone carrying an air of inevitability. "Why don't we set up a special bet, with information as the stakes? What do you think?" Hezhen remained composed, silently lifting the cup from the table, staring into the tea without sipping. He could sense Shizune's continuous scrutiny, as if she were verifying whether the toxin in the air had taken effect. The toxin, given to him by Lady Tsunade, was colorless and odorless, blending seamlessly with the fragrance, difficult for ordinary ninjas to detect. Once inhaled, it would induce dizziness and weakness, stalling chakra flow. On the surface, Hezhen slightly furrowed his brow, his breathing seeming heavier than when he entered, and a hint of abnormal flush appeared on his face. He meticulously controlled these subtle changes to appear genuine, yet not overly exaggerated. In reality, his would-release chakra was already circulating within him, completely neutralizing the minute traces of toxin. Moreover, with the exceptional perception and control over life energy granted by his would-release bloodline, he silently analyzed the composition and structure of the toxin, which bore the hallmark of a medical expert's intricate formulation. Shizune noted Hezhen's apparent discomfort, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had initially believed that this young man, displaying such ease in the casino, would be formidable. However, he seemed less impressive than anticipated. "Are you all right? Feeling unwell?" she inquired, her voice still gentle, yet with an understanding that Tsunade had been in poor spirits lately due to recent events. "If you can provide valuable information, perhaps I could make an introduction for you." She began to dangle the bait, attempting to lure him into revealing his true intentions while he was in a compromised state. Hezhen slowly placed the teacup down, the bottom clinking softly against the table. Just as Shizune believed he was about to speak or that the toxin would further take hold, Hezhen's body shifted, and in the next moment, he had seized her wrist with remarkable speed, leaving her no time to react. "You are not an ordinary dealer. I sense a strong chakra fluctuation emanating from you, even though you are trying to conceal it. Furthermore, the toxin in this room and the subtle scent of poison that is almost indistinguishable from your own fragrance cannot escape my perception," Hezhen stated calmly, his gaze piercing into Shizune's. Shizune's expression shifted dramatically, Her wrist was firmly grasped, rendering her immobile. The composure and probing she had maintained vanished, replaced by shock and wariness. She had not anticipated that her disguise and setup would be so easily seen through, including the trace amounts of backup poison she carried. "I am Shizune, Lady Tsunade's assistant." After a brief moment of astonishment, Shizune forced herself to regain her composure, acknowledging, "Indeed. Lady Tsunade employs certain special methods to avoid unnecessary complications and to assess the strength and background of visitors. This toxin was given to me before my departure. It merely incapacitates temporarily without causing harm. Lady Tsunade is currently at another casino." Shizune took a deep breath, her gaze complex as she regarded Hezhen. She has been on edge lately, particularly vigilant about Orochimaru's movements. Before she could finish her sentence, Hezhen's pupils constricted sharply. His acute senses detected several chakra signatures rapidly approaching outside the casino. One of the signatures was cold and familiar, exuding a slippery, serpentine aura. "Orochimaru's spies. They are here," Hezhen quickly deduced. "You should find a place to hide." At the same time, Hezhen's body flickered, inscribing several marks of the Flying Thunder God technique silently at key locations within the VIP room and casino. Bang! The door to the VIP room was violently kicked open from the outside. Several ninjas clad in Sound and Grass Village attire entered, their murderous intent directed fiercely at Hezhen and Shizune. "Found you," the leading ninja sneered. Wood clone technique. A wood clone identical to Hezhen instantly appeared to confront the incoming enemies. Rasengan. In his own hand, Hezhen conjured a standard blue chakra sphere, spinning rapidly and emitting a shrill whistle as he hurled it at another adversary. Amidst the fray, Hezhen activated the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure becoming a blur, leaving behind elusive trails that were nearly impossible to track. He appeared behind the enemy one moment, then swiftly manifested in their blind spots the next. The destructive force of the Rasengan was magnified within the confined space, shattering wooden tables and chairs, leaving craters in the walls. Though the Sound ninjas repeatedly glimpsed Hezhen's figure and followed up with attacks, they invariably returned empty-handed. Even when they occasionally struck, they found only an afterimage of him. Hezhen adeptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, causing chaos throughout the VIP room and parts of the casino outside due to his instantaneous movements and deliberate destruction. The enemies were left spinning in circles, unable to grasp his true form, consumed by impotent rage. Amidst the turmoil, Hezhen keenly sensed that several of Orochimaru's spies, in the intervals of their assaults, cast furtive glances toward a certain direction outside the casino, seemingly searching for something. That direction was indeed where Naruto and the others were stationed. Hezhen confirmed in his heart the true objective of the enemy. Kino, hiding in a relatively safe corner, felt her heart racing, clutching her mouth tightly with her hands, fearful of accidentally making a sound that might attract the enemy's attention. The young man she had previously regarded as ordinary, even subduing him with poison, was now exhibiting a level of skill beyond her comprehension, effortlessly evading the onslaught of several elite spies from Orochimaru. Was this truly something a mere genin could accomplish? No, absolutely impossible. A storm of disbelief surged through Kino's mind. His movements were so swift they were nearly imperceptible, his evasions astonishingly precise, always appearing in the enemy's blind spots. Each counterattack both accurate and ferocious. This was far beyond the capabilities of a genin. Even ordinary genin would struggle. Moreover, the blue sphere he conjured could effortlessly shatter solid walls. Kino felt profound shame and trepidation for her earlier underestimation and probing. Her petty cleverness was likely rendered futile beneath the gaze of his all-seeing eyes. The terms Rasengan and Flying Thunder God danced on her lips. Words she had heard before, but could not quite recall, crashing down on her heart like a boulder. Who was this youth, this hidden powerhouse? Why was he here? And why was he inquiring about Lady Tsunade? At that moment, she recalled Lady Tsunade's deep concerns for the future of Konoha over the years and her helplessness regarding the village's uncertain prospects. Perhaps this formidable young man could indeed bring a glimmer of hope to the waning fate of Konoha. Chapter 41. Tsunade's appearance. Gamble and probe within the VIP room. The remaining enemies, faced with Hezhen's elusive Flying Thunder God technique, were terrified to the core. Seizing the opportunity, Hezhen offered them no respite. With each flicker of his form, a foe was struck down by the whistling Rasengan, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and their anguished cries. Moments later, the room lay littered with disordered corpses, the air heavy with the stench of blood. Hezhen nonchalantly shook off non-existent blood from his hands, his gaze calmly sweeping over Kino cowering in the corner. Let us go. Take me to Lady Tsunade. Hezhen's voice rang out, devoid of any disturbance. Kino's body trembled slightly as she snapped back from her overwhelming shock and fear, her reverence for this inscrutable, decisive young man deepening immensely. She quickly rose, following Hezhen out of the blood-soaked room, swiftly reuniting with Jiraiya and Naruto outside the casino. Upon seeing Hezhen unharmed, Naruto immediately erupted with excitement. Hezhen? There was such a commotion inside the casino. What happened? Jiraiya regarded Hezhen with a knowing glance, then looked at Kino trailing behind him, her expression complex, and felt a flicker of realization. Kino, seeing Jiraiya, hurriedly approached him, succinctly explaining Lady Tsunade's current situation and the perilous scene that had just unfolded. Already troubled by Orochimaru's slaying of their mentor, hearing of the audacity of Orochimaru's spies made her expression darken instantly. Subsequently, they followed Kino through a series of more concealed alleyways, arriving at a rundown and raucous underground casino. At the furthest reaches of the casino, a woman with twin ponytails and revealing attire stood with one foot perched on a chair, drunkenly arguing with the dealer. Damn it, I've lost everything. Is your casino cheating me? The legendary Sannin, Tsunade, was flushed and fervently disputing with the dealer, embodying the image of a desperate gambler. Jiraiya sighed and approached Tsunade. It's been a long time. Tsunade turned, her inebriation momentarily lifting as she recognized Jiraiya's white hair. Oh, if it isn't Jiraiya, what brings you here? The village is in trouble. Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya's voice was heavy with sorrow. What happened to Sarutobi-sensei? Tsunade's drunkenness faded slightly, her brow furrowing. The three great leaders sacrificed themselves to protect the village, Hezhen managed to utter with difficulty. Upon hearing this devastating news, Tsunade's body jolted, her color draining from her face, her hazy mind suddenly clearing. Now, the village's higher-ups and Sarutobi-sensei's last wishes require you to return as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya solemnly stated the purpose of their visit. The Hokage? Tsunade seemed to find the notion absurd, bursting into a derisive and scornful laugh. Me, the Hokage? Jiraiya? Has the Konoha leadership lost their minds? Who would willingly take on such a thankless task? Perhaps recalling some painful memories, Tsunade's emotions became agitated. How many lives have been lost for that damned Hokage position? My brother died for that worthless title. Hearing Tsunade's disparagement of the Hokage role, Naruto could not restrain himself from stepping forward. The Hokage is a great protector of the village. How can you insult the Hokage? Even if you are a woman. I cannot forgive this. Before Naruto could act, Tsunade effortlessly sent him flying with a light punch. Bang! The sound of his body crashing against the wall echoed. Kid, what do you know? Tsunade scolded sharply, her chest heaving with agitation. The so-called Hokage? Dreams? They're just tricks to fool children. They only bring misfortune and death. Hezhen helped the dazed Naruto to his feet and slowly approached Tsunade. His gaze held no anger, only a pair of profound eyes quietly observing her. Perhaps what you fear is not the position of Hokage, Hezhen began, his voice soft yet clear, reaching Tsunade's ears. What you truly dread is the prospect of loss. The burden of responsibility you feel incapable of shouldering. To escape reality, you numb yourself with gambling and alcohol. Tsunade's furious expression momentarily froze, replaced by a flustered and shocked look as her facade was pierced. You fear that once you ascend to the Hokage position, you will once again endure the pain of losing loved ones, just as you did with your brother and your lover. Hezhen continued, his tone calm, yet strikingly piercing. Enough. Who are you to judge me? Tsunade roared, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her anger boiling over. You understand nothing. She raised her fist, a force capable of destruction, yet it trembled slightly under Hezhen's gaze. Falsehoods are not sharp blades. It is the truth that cuts deep. Hezhen's words were like the sharpest knife, slicing through Tsunade's guise, revealing her true self. As the fury within Tsunade gradually gave way to an overwhelming sense of sorrow and profound confusion, she gazed blankly at Hezhen, seemingly hoping to discern a hint of wavering in the boy's eyes. Yet all she found was tranquility and resilience. After a brief moment of disarray, Tsunade's countenance returned to its previous obstinacy and defiance. Very well. Since you all are so eager for me to return as Hokage, she gasped, her eyes fierce. Let's gamble. If this yellow-haired brat can master the Rasengan within a week, I shall consider returning to the village as Hokage. This was her customary ploy, using an improbable challenge to dismiss those who pestered her. I, too, have a condition, Hezhen suddenly interjected. Tsunade, now somewhat intimidated by the boy, regarded him with impatience. What do you want? She asked. If Naruto successfully learns the Rasengan within a week, you must return to the village as Hokage, with no room for negotiation. Hezhen asserted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. And I wish to engage you in a taijutsu spar. Jiraiya and Shizune were taken aback, while Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon hearing Hezhen's words, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, before erupting into derisive laughter. A taijutsu spar? You think this little brat stands a chance? I accept. I shall see what you are capable of. To her, it was absurd for a mere child to challenge her tremendous strength, akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, an invitation to death. Thus, the wager commenced. Hezhen and Jiraiya immediately began intensive training with Naruto on the Rasengan. Demonstrating remarkable determination and enthusiasm, Naruto found the 3 stages of the technique: rotation, power, and maintenance challenging, and his initial progress was painfully slow. During Naruto's training, Hezhen astutely noted that the restless chakra of the 9 tails within Naruto created peculiar disruptions and repulsions when he attempted to concentrate and rotate his chakra. Yet there also existed the potential to harness it effectively. As the rigorous training continued, Hezhen sensed several unfamiliar chakra fluctuations, significantly stronger and more concealed than the previous nuisances, akin to lurking serpents in the shadows near Tsunade. He chose not to alarm anyone, discreetly marking several locations frequented by Tsunade with his flying thunder god technique as a precaution. He had an ominous premonition that a crisis surrounding Tsunade might soon unfold. Under Hezhen's precise guidance and Jiraiya's vast experience, Naruto, fueled by his indomitable spirit, finally made groundbreaking progress in mastering the Rasengan. On the evening of the 7th day, Naruto extended his trembling right hand, while his shadow clone tirelessly molded chakra with both hands, which surged, coalesced, and spun wildly in his palm. Yes, I did it, Naruto exclaimed, beaming with joy as a somewhat rough yet distinctly formed pale blue sphere of chakra began to rotate steadily in his hand. Tsunade stood beneath the setting sun, observing the chakra sphere in Naruto's grasp and the face that bore a striking resemblance to her late brother, Nawaki. A complex expression of sadness washed over her. Turning to Hezhen, who remained calm and steadfast, she felt an inexplicable sensation stir within her. Chapter 42, Sage Techniques, and Orochimaru's greed. As Tsunade gazed at the 2 young men beneath the sunset, something deep within her stirred profoundly. She parted her lips, as if to speak, but ultimately turned away, her tone still laced with forced harshness. It's merely a rough approximation. You're still far from truly mastering it. Despite her words, the tightness of her clenched fist betrayed her inner astonishment. At that moment, a chilling, slick, and clammy chakra fluctuation emanated from the nearby forest. Jiraiya's expression shifted instantly as he positioned himself protectively between Naruto and Tsunade. Hezhen's gaze flickered, having already sensed the familiar sinister chakra signature. From the shadows emerged 2 figures. The foremost, pale and wearing a sickly smile, had his hands bound with white cloth, hanging limply at his sides. It was Orochimaru, the orchestrator of the Konoha collapse plan. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a frigid demeanor. Tsunade, it's been a while. You still look so disheveled. Orochimaru rasped, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Upon their reunion after many years, Tsunade's complex emotions were swiftly replaced by fury. She pointed an accusatory finger at Orochimaru, her voice seething with rage. Orochimaru, you traitor, executioner, how dare you show your face before me? The memories of Sarutobi-sensei's sacrifice and the devastation wrought upon her village ignited a desire within her to tear him to shreds. Orochimaru, undeterred by her furious words, swayed his hands, still encumbered by the white cloth, his serpentine eyes momentarily flickering with pain. Tsunade, I need you to heal these hands. I know you are the only one who can. Heal your hands. You must be jesting. Tsunade scoffed, incredulous. I will not aid a monster who has slain his own teacher and ravaged the village that raised me. Upon hearing her response, Orochimaru licked his cracked lips with a long tongue, enticingly suggesting, don't be so hasty in your refusal, Tsunade. If you heal my hands, I could resurrect your most cherished ones, such as your brother Nawaki or your lover Dan. Tsunade's body trembled violently as those names struck her like daggers to the heart. The color drained from her face, her eyes reflecting a turmoil of anguish, longing, and internal conflict. The temptation to revive Nawaki and Dan was overwhelming. Jiraiya watched Tsunade with concern, aware of the profound significance these two individuals held in her heart. Since Orochimaru's emergence, Hezhen had remained alert, refusing to trust a single word from him. Convinced that Orochimaru harbored no benevolent intentions. As if sensing something, Orochimaru suddenly turned, his gaze sparkling with avarice as he beheld Hezhen. "Ah, it's you, Hezhen. A truly perfect vessel, more enticing than Sasuke." He extended his forked tongue, grinning with a chilling smile. Incredible taijutsu, astonishing flying thunder god techniques, and that vibrant vitality. During the Chunin exams, I was caught off guard and suffered a grievous injury due to your opportunism. Such brilliance has me eager to claim you. Orochimaru excitedly addressed Tsunade. "Tsunade, if you refuse to heal my hands, I shall simply seek another target. This boy's body will suffice. He shall become my most exquisite vessel, granting me mastery over all truths of the world." At this, Hezhen scoffed, his gaze devoid of fear. Only a sardonic derision directed at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you are truly delusional." His chakra began to quietly circulate, preparing for the sage mode to confront the imminent battle. "Orochimaru, you bastard!" Jiraiya roared, unable to tolerate Orochimaru's sacrilege against life, nor his intentions toward his friends and comrades. In an instant, a powerful chakra erupted from Jiraiya as he charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered, effortlessly evading Jiraiya's attack, while several venomous snakes erupted from his collar, coiling toward Jiraiya. With a cruel smile, Orochimaru taunted, "Jiraiya, don't be too agitated. I have prepared a grand gift for you." With that, Kabuto formed hand seals, and two phantasmal coffins emerged from the ground, an ominous aura emanating from them. As Tsunade beheld the scene before her, Orochimaru's twisted visage, Jiraiya's fury, Hezhen's resolute demeanor, and Naruto's unwavering gaze, memories of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan intertwined with Orochimaru's seductive offer, causing her heart to teeter precariously. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, the confusion and anguish in her eyes gradually giving way to an unprecedented clarity and determination. "Orochimaru, I refuse," Tsunade declared, her gaze resolute and her tone unwavering. "I shall not barter the future of others for a false past. I am a ninja of the Leaf Village, a disciple of the third Hokage. I will protect my village and my comrades in my own way." "Ah, how unfortunate." Orochimaru's sickly smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a palpable aura of malice. "What a foolish choice, Tsunade. If that is the case, there is nothing left to discuss." His expression darkened as he commanded, "Kabuto, Sound Ninja, eliminate them." Kabuto's eyes glinted with a cold light as he moved, and several hidden Sound Ninja emerged from the shadows, their murderous intent directed towards Tsunade and the others. Hezhen, sensing the inevitability of the confrontation, instantly appeared before Orochimaru. Their gazes locked, and the collision of their auras caused the ground beneath them to buckle. "You truly are a reckless little brat. Let me see how long your sage chakra can endure." Orochimaru hissed ominously. A tremendous malice enveloped the two, as if seeking to freeze Hezhen's very soul. Just as Hezhen prepared to enter sage mode, Orochimaru suddenly flashed a knowing smile at Kabuto. Kabuto swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, and an even more formidable and peculiar chakra emanated from the ethereal coffins. Alarm bells rang in Hezhen's mind. This chakra felt eerily similar to the forbidden Edo Tensei technique Orochimaru had employed in his plan to destroy the Leaf Village. Observing Hezhen's unwavering charge towards Orochimaru, and the reckless bravery of Naruto and Jiraiya, Tsunade's once-dimmed eyes rekindled with hope and a sense of guardianship. She understood that she could no longer evade her responsibilities. Her comrades needed her, and the future of the Leaf Village depended on her. Chapter 43. The Three Ninjas' Fierce Battle. Sage Mode. Kabuto quickly formed seals, and the three ethereal coffins solidified, creaking open to reveal three ominous and powerful figures, their chilling gazes locking onto Hezhen and the others. Then, Orochimaru ordered Kabuto, "Kabuto, summon that giant snake as well. Let us reunite with an old friend." Kabuto nodded, swiftly biting his finger and forming seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom. The colossal smoke dissipated, revealing a gargantuan purple serpent that coiled ominously across the battlefield, its crimson eyes gleaming with a cruel and violent light. Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. With a thunderous roar, Manda shook the ground, and Jiraiya, his expression grave, did not hesitate to bite his finger. Summoning jutsu. The smoke cleared to reveal a massive red toad adorned with a pipe and a short blade, Frog Wanta. Jiraiya, is it this fellow again? Frog Wanta glared at Manda with a glint of malice. Summoning jutsu. Tsunade conjured a similarly enormous slug. The three titanic beasts faced off, their terrifying auras clashing, plunging the battlefield into an atmosphere of oppressive tension. Manda, tear that toad apart. Orochimaru rasped, then commanded, Kabuto, you deal with Tsunade and that brat. In the next moment, Manda and Wanta lunged at one another, their massive forms colliding, sending dust and debris flying. Meanwhile, Hezhen stood his ground against Orochimaru and the three resurrected ninjas. Hee, Hezhen-kun, your body is becoming increasingly fascinating to me. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, exuding a dangerous aura even with his hands bound. Although unable to form seals, his body twisted and contorted with serpentine grace. The Kusanagi, sword coiling around his arm like a viper, aimed directly at Hezhen's heart. 8 gates. Second gate, rest gate, open. Hezhen shouted, chakra surging within him like a tsunami, amplifying his speed and power. As the Kusanagi sword hurtled towards him along with the assaults of the Edo Tensei ninjas, Hezhen swiftly evaded, vanishing from sight, only to reappear several meters away, effortlessly dodging all attacks. Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with malice. This brat's speed had surpassed that of the Chunin exams. Hezhen inhaled deeply, his hands pressed together. Sage Mode. A torrent of natural energy surged into Hezhen's body, the orange-red markings encircling his eyes igniting like flames. He could distinctly perceive the world around him, the rustling of leaves, the faint chirping of insects. Even Orochimaru's slightly agitated heartbeat resonated clearly in his mind. Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils widened in astonishment as he realized, Sage Mode. This boy has mastered Sage Mode. Jiraiya, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Edo Tensei foes, caught a glimpse of Hezhen's familiar transformation, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Sage Mode. When did this brat learn it? Where did he acquire such knowledge? Tsunade, equally astonished, recognized the terrifying power hidden within the boy she had once scorned as a mere genin. Sage Art. Supergiant Rasengan. Hezhen formed a colossal Rasengan, its size exponentially larger than a regular one, spinning with ferocious velocity and harboring immense destructive potential. In an instant, Hezhen surged forward, unleashing the devastating sphere directly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted drastically, and without hesitation, he commanded one of the Edo Tensei ninjas to shield him. Boom! The resulting explosion obliterated the upper half of the Edo Tensei ninja, sending debris spiraling into the air. On the other side, Tsunade, witnessing Naruto in peril, felt her fear eclipsed by her determination to protect him. Monster strength. Her unwavering voice rang out as the ground beneath her cracked, propelling her towards the battlefield like a cannonball. Each strike she delivered was laden with fearsome destructive force, sending enemies sprawling as she shielded Naruto behind her. Seeing Hezhen incapacitate an Edo Tensei ninja with a single blow, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with malice. He commanded 2 Edo Tensei ninjas to charge at Hezhen recklessly, hoping to drain his Sage Chakra. In Sage Mode, Hezhen's perception reached its zenith, allowing him to keenly sense Orochimaru's stealthy approach underground, targeting Tsunade and Naruto. Attempting a sneak attack, are we? Hezhen's voice turned cold. With a sharp gaze, Hezhen brought his hands together. Sage Art. Would release. Vajra wood. The ground trembled as massive. Iron-hard wooden stakes burst forth, unexpectedly forcing Orochimaru from his concealed position near Tsunade and Naruto. Orochimaru tumbled awkwardly, his face a mask of disbelief. Nanny, wood release. This is impossible. How could he use wood release? His serpent-like eyes widened in shock. The moment the wooden stakes emerged, Hezhen swiftly dispelled his Sage Mode, causing the stakes to vanish as if they had never existed, denying Orochimaru the chance to analyze the situation further and keeping his trump card hidden. Orochimaru's gaze bore into Hezhen, his greed and desire momentarily overshadowed by a rising tide of fear. In the Sage Mode, and with the seemingly original Hokage's would release bloodline power, the youth before him was no longer a mere vessel he could manipulate at will, but rather a primal beast poised to retaliate. At that moment, Jiraiya broke free from the clutches of the reanimated adversary and, in a flash, appeared beside Hezhen. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's disheveled state, his eyes mirrored the astonishment of the situation. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Jiraiya's white locks extended instantly, coiling around Orochimaru's form like a nimble serpent. Seizing the opportunity, Hezhen once again summoned Sage Chakra. Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. A massive shuriken, its edges slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtled toward the ensnared Orochimaru. Orochimaru, gazing at the cataclysmic Raisin Shuriken, felt the overwhelming power capable of rending everything apart, causing his pupils to constrict to pinpricks. The ground shook violently as the shuriken struck its target, a thunderous explosion echoing throughout the forest. The ferocious wind blades sliced through the surroundings, uprooting trees. Leaving behind only a vast crater where Orochimaru once stood, his figure vanished, with only a torn snake skin remaining. Without hesitation, Kabuto hastily retreated with the remaining sound ninja. Once the battle concluded, Hezhen dispelled Sage Mode, a wave of intense dizziness crashing over him, the depletion of Sage Chakra far exceeding his expectations. Jiraiya regarded Hezhen with a complex gaze, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. Sage Mode. This boy not only mastered it, but wielded it with such ease. The terrifying Raisin Shuriken's power was enough to instill fear even in him. It felt reminiscent of the Raisingan's nature transformation that the fourth Hokage never completed. And the earlier technique that resembled would release, Jiraiya's throat felt dry. Was this boy truly just a recently graduated ninja? No. Impossible. Not even Minato, at his age, could have reached such extraordinary heights. He was merely 14 or 15. Such growth was monstrous. Could it be that this boy's prowess had already surpassed his own? Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, uncontrollable in its expansion. Jiraiya's heart was a tumult of emotions. A blend of pride in the new generation and a hint of undeniable loss and confusion. Tsunade approached Naruto, who was panting heavily, and walked toward Hezhen, her mind racing with the image of the colossal wooden stake that had driven Orochimaru from the ground. That power, familiar yet unfamiliar, echoed in her thoughts. Could it truly be her grandfather's would release? No, impossible. Hadn't it vanished with his death? How could it manifest in an inconspicuous boy? Tsunade's heart surged with unprecedented turmoil. If it were indeed would release, what would that signify? The hope of Konoha? Or yet another tragedy set to unfold due to coveted power? In that moment, she recalled the first Hokage, the path to the village, and the conflicts ignited by the pursuit of power. Who was this boy? What secrets lay hidden within him? A sense of powerlessness washed over her. The impact this boy, Hezhen, had on her was overwhelming, too much to process in an instant. Chapter 44. The Return of the Fifth Hokage, a new charge after dispelling Sage Mode. Hezhen felt a wave of weakness and a severe dizziness assailed his mind. Yet he stood resolutely. Naruto, however, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Tsunade stepped forward with heavy footsteps, first checking Hezhen's condition. Her palm pressed against his chest. Green chakra enveloping her hand, a gentle life force infusing his body, alleviating his fatigue significantly. Entering Sage Mode consumes immense chakra and places a significant burden on the body. Tsunade thought, withdrawing her hand with a complex tone. She turned to Naruto and employed healing jutsu on him, who, feeling the changes in his body, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Tsunade Baba, your ninjutsu is amazing." Observing the two youths under the setting sun, one with unfathomable strength, the other still youthful, yet brimming with potential and astonishing perseverance, Tsunade could no longer maintain her previous indifference and composure. She recalled the words of her mentor, Hiruzen, the village's plight, and her own long-standing evasion. The masks she wore, disguised by fear and sorrow, shattered before the fiery will displayed by Hezhen and Naruto. Taking a deep breath, the confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced by resolve and responsibility. "Jiraiya, I promise you." Her voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly with everyone present. Firm in her declaration, "I will return to Konoha and assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile of gratification spread across his face. He looked at Tsunade, seeing the ninja filled with a protective conviction he once knew. Naruto jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly, while Shizen let out a long sigh of relief, her tense demeanor relaxing. Hezhen stood quietly to the side, aware that Tsunade's era was about to commence. On the journey back, Tsunade's attitude toward Hezhen shifted markedly. She no longer regarded him with the initial disdain and skepticism, but with a scrutinizing gaze. "What are you? Really? That Sage Mode you utilized in battle? And the wood release?" During a brief pause, She seized an opportunity for a private conversation, seemingly casual in her inquiry. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Hezhen. Sage mode. You must understand its significance. It significantly enhances the power of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, as well as sensory perception. I obtained this power through serendipity, Hezhen replied calmly, meeting her gaze with composure, his voice steady and clear, omitting the specifics of the serendipity. As for the wood release, Hezhen hesitated slightly. It is not a true bloodline limit, but merely a product of experimentation, similar to Yamato. He then recounted the details of Orochimaru's wood release experiments to Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, but chose not to press further. This boy, in terms of strength and intellect, far surpassed his peers, despite her lingering doubts about the origins of Hezhen's power. She recalled his determination and strength in the face of Orochimaru, ultimately deciding to trust him. Let us proceed, Tsunade spoke calmly, her tone carrying a hint of relief. Tsunade-sama. My teammate Sakura Haruno possesses exceptional potential to become a skilled medical ninja. Hezhen took the opportunity to introduce Sakura. Her chakra control far exceeds that of her peers, and she studies diligently. If she could receive your guidance, she would undoubtedly excel as a medical ninja. Tsunade was slightly taken aback, but considering Hezhen's outstanding performance, she surmised that this Sakura indeed had remarkable medical talent. She nodded gently, saying nothing further, yet Hezhen sensed that she had taken this matter to heart. Days later, upon their arrival at the gates of Konoha, they were greeted by the Hokage advisors, Shiranui Konohamaru and Mito Menma, along with Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, all of whom awaited their return. Seeing Tsunade return safely, her expression resolute, the advisors exhaled a sigh of relief. Tsunade, welcome back, Konohamaru exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion upon seeing her return. Tsunade refrained from lengthy speeches or grand declarations. She simply nodded gravely, understanding that the village's immediate need was for reconstruction and reassurance in the aftermath of conflict. Beneath the Hokage rock, the villagers of Konoha witnessed the birth of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade stood elevated, her expression grave and her gaze resolute, proclaiming her acceptance of the heavy responsibilities that accompanied the title. The villagers erupted in fervent cheers, dispersing the long-held atmosphere of sorrow and fear. Following her official inauguration, Tsunade promptly convened a high-level meeting, where she decisively announced her reconstruction plan and began to tackle the village's accumulated affairs. Through her swift decision-making and formidable drive, Konoha swiftly resumed its operations. Simultaneously, Sasuke learned from Sakura about Naruto's journey to train and seek Tsunade's recognition as the fifth Hokage. Recalling Naruto's formidable prowess during the Chunin exams, and knowing that he was now mastering the Rasengan on his quest for Tsunade, an intense, almost obsessive longing began to take root in Sasuke's heart. To vanquish that man, he required power, greater power. He felt the cursed seal on his neck throb ominously, as if that sinister force was beckoning him to embrace it without restraint. Days later, Tsunade privately summoned Hezhen. Standing by the window of her Hokage office, her back turned to him, she spoke with authority. Although you have previously been affiliated with the Umbu, I now formally appoint you as a direct member of my Umbu, tasked with handling special assignments, granting you considerable operational freedom. Hezhen stood stoically, devoid of superfluous expression. He understood this was both a mark of trust and a test. Responding solemnly, yes, Hokage-sama. A mask, distinctly different from the previous one, was handed to him. Hezhen accepted the mask and donned it, obscuring his face, a symbol of the more intricate and darker missions that lay ahead. His silhouette vanished into the shadows of the Hokage office, embarking on a new path of concealment and growth. While Konoha appeared to regain its former tranquility, undercurrents of turbulence persisted. Orochimaru's machinations continued unabated, and within the village, Danzo's root never ceased its clandestine operations. In the dead of night at the root's base, the air was thick with the mingled scents of earth and blood. A root member knelt, reporting in a hushed tone, "Sir, according to the latest intelligence from Orochimaru, Hezhen seems to have awakened the wood-release bloodline." Danzo, shrouded in shadow, revealed a bandaged right eye that glinted ominously in the dark. Chapter 45. The erosion of the cursed seal and the prelude to betrayal. After Tsunade's return as the fifth Hokage, Konoha seemingly restored its order and vitality. Yet, Hezhen perceptively sensed the tumultuous currents beneath the placid surface. Each night, he donned the new Umbu mask, merging with the night of Konoha, silently patrolling every corner of the village. By day, he resumed his duties as a member of Team 7, participating in several straightforward missions. However, he grew increasingly concerned as he detected the ominously swelling dark chakra within Sasuke during these missions. This malevolent force, chilling and insidious, entwined itself within Sasuke's chakra pathways. The cursed seal planted by Orochimaru wreaking havoc. It relentlessly eroded Sasuke's rationality, gradually coaxing forth the primal yearning for power lurking deep within him. Hezhen knew that should Sasuke waver, he would plunge into an endless abyss. Hezhen's vigilance over Sasuke discreetly intensified. Meanwhile, far away in the Sound Village, Orochimaru endured unprecedented torment. His hands, sealed by the third Hokage's Shiki F gene, lay lifeless and ashen. Unable to perform hand seals while he continuously endured the agony of his soul being torn asunder. His body deteriorated further, his pallid visage resembling that of a corpse. And his thirst for a perfect vessel reached its zenith. The Uchiha Sasuke with the Sharingan, akin to Itachi's, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed in the dim chamber, his snake-like eyes glinting with pathological greed. He needed to reclaim Sasuke swiftly to mold him into the vessel for his immortal soul, to seek the truths of the world. Kabuto stood respectfully before Orochimaru's bedside, adjusting his glasses, and reported in a steady voice. Lord Orochimaru, Kimimura's condition is dire, his body has reached its limit, and his time is running short. Yet, his loyalty to you remains unwavering. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Orochimaru's gaunt features, mingled with regret. Kimimura, he was meant to be my optimal choice. Alas, the very bloodline that granted him strength now claims his life. If that is the case, let Kimimura bring Sasuke back. Receiving Orochimaru's command, Kimimura, pale and devoid of color, displayed no emotion. His violent coughs seemed as if they would expel his lungs. Yet his eyes brimmed with fervor and loyalty toward Orochimaru, as if completing his master's task would render even death a mark of honor. Despite his frail state, he gathered the sound for Mayu, skilled in illusion and flute techniques, Zaku and Kin, possessing eerie fusion abilities, and Jirobo, endowed with immense strength. These four were Orochimaru's most trusted agents and the executors of the plan to seize Sasuke. This mission allows for no failure. Bring Sasuke before Lord Orochimaru, Kimimura declared, his voice weak, yet undeniably resolute. In Konoha, under the cover of night, Sasuke trained diligently in his personal training ground, sweat soaking his attire as his shuriken struck true to their targets repeatedly. His taijutsu movements were sharp and swift, yet he felt no increase in strength. Instead, his inner agitation burgeoned like rampant weeds. Not enough. Far from enough. He incessantly recalled Naruto's Rasengan and Hezhen's unfathomable strength, while he, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, struggled to grasp greater power. This intangible pressure left Sasuke gasping for breath. Suddenly, the cursed seal on his neck flared with searing pain, writhing as if alive. Each sting was accompanied by overwhelming temptation, whispering to Sasuke that through acceptance, he could attain power beyond all. The cold, merciless gaze of Itachi's Sharingan haunted him like a nightmare, demanding vengeance. He needed power, greater power. Orochimaru's raspy, seductive voice seemed to echo in his ears, promising all he ever desired. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes filled with turmoil and determination. At that moment, the sound force stealthily infiltrated Konoha, seemingly foreseeing the village's patrol routes and barriers, deftly avoiding detection as they aimed for the Uchiha residence. Hezhen, on his nighttime patrol, with his heightened sensory abilities, sharply detected several anomalous chakra signatures advancing toward Sasuke's home. They are coming, Hezhen realized. Without alarming anyone, he swiftly positioned himself near Sasuke's home and along the crucial paths leading out of the village, discreetly leaving behind kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. An invisible barrier quietly enveloped Sasuke's abode, isolating it from the outside world. The melodious flute notes of Mayu resonated, eroding Sasuke's senses and plunging him into a brief daze. Soon after, Zaku and Kin, their faces adorned with mocking smiles, materialized before Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru promises you all the power you desire. Enough for you to exact revenge on that man. A low, sinister voice whispered in Sasuke's ear, akin to the devil's murmur, enticing the deepest desires within him. He felt the cursed mark on his neck stirring restlessly, the instinctual hunger for power nearly overwhelming his rationality. Images flooded his mind, battling alongside Hezhen, competing with Naruto. Sakura's worried gaze, and Kakashi-sensei's teachings, all crashing together with the flames of vengeance. Suddenly, the image of his parents' murder flashed before him. He yearned for revenge, at any cost. Ultimately, the dark flames of retribution consumed everything. "I will follow you," he declared coldly, his eyes devoid of any confusion, leaving only an unwavering pursuit of ultimate power. He firmly believed that this path was the only way he could acquire the strength to kill Itachi Uchiha. Without a trace of nostalgia, Sasuke swiftly departed his home, disappearing into the night with the sound 4. Hezhen stood atop a towering tree in the distance, witnessing everything unfold below. Observing the vanishing figures, he refrained from immediately pursuing them, instead closing his eyes to sense their chakra fluctuations. Silently activating the Flying Thunder God technique he had previously set, he vanished from his position, and a chase was about to commence. As the first light of dawn bathed the Hidden Leaf village, Sasuke Uchiha had already vanished into the thick morning mist at the village's entrance, quickly integrating into the depths of the boundless forest with the Sound 4. Soon after, the patrolling ninjas of the Hidden Leaf discovered the anomalies at Sasuke's residence and his disappearance. This news rapidly reached the Hokage's office, casting a shadow over the entire village as the reality of Sasuke's defection sank in. Chapter 46. I do this for your own good in the forest. Sasuke followed the Sound 4, his figure darting swiftly among the trees, his pupils glimmering with an insatiable thirst for power. Alongside a final resolution to sever ties with the Hidden Leaf, he understood that this was a path from which there was no return. But for the sake of avenging that man, he had abandoned everything. Hezhen had already positioned himself along their inevitable route. At this moment, he stood atop a colossal tree, his gaze calm as water, surveying the approaching figures below, as if everything were within his control. Ahead lay a narrow canyon, one of the necessary paths leading away from the Hidden Leaf. Just as the Sound 4 and Sasuke were about to enter the canyon, a figure abruptly appeared on a nearby branch, blocking their path. The newcomer, without a mask of the Umbu, had black hair gently swaying in the wind. It was none other than Hezhen. This sudden turn of events caused the Sound 4 to change their expressions drastically. Sensing a formidable threat, Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated Hezhen would catch up so swiftly. "Sasuke, have you truly made your decision? Is this the path you wish to choose?" Hezhen's eyes bore a complex emotion as he regarded Sasuke, his voice devoid of discernible anger or delight. Upon hearing this, a flicker of imperceptible turbulence crossed Sasuke's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by cold indifference and stubbornness. A sardonic smile crept onto his face. "I merely seek greater strength. The Hidden Leaf cannot provide what I desire. This is my path, and I need not your interference." Seeing this, the Sound 4 immediately assumed aggressive stances, preparing to attack at any moment. Sasuke, seemingly unwilling to engage in further conversation, swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A massive, searing fireball roared towards Hezhen, carrying the heat to incinerate all in its path. Hezhen's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. Evading the ferocious fireball while simultaneously moving at an imperceptible speed, delivering a heavy punch directly to Sasuke's abdomen, too swiftly for Sasuke to react. A dull thud echoed as flesh met flesh. Sasuke felt an irresistible force propel him backward, crashing violently into a tree, the impact nearly causing him to spit blood. Even as he activated his Sharingan, enhancing his dynamic vision, it proved insufficient against Hezhen, whose taijutsu surpassed human comprehension, augmented by the 8 gates, and combined with the unpredictable nature of the Flying Thunder God, making each of his strikes unexpectedly devastating. The Sound 4, witnessing Sasuke's rapid entrapment, dared not underestimate the situation. Launching their full offensive, "Do not be reckless." The eerie sound of Moya's flute resonated, sending waves of sound to disrupt Hezhen's consciousness. Orochimaru unleashed resilient threads, ensnaring Hezhen from all directions, while Saiken and Raiken fused their bodies, transforming into a 4-armed monstrosity to flank him. Kairobo let out a furious roar, his massive fist crashing towards Hezhen. "A pack of foolish miscreants," Hezhen scoffed, his figure vanishing as he darted among the Sound 4, moving with such speed that only afterimages were visible. In mere moments, the Sound 4 found themselves discarded like rags, though they sustained injuries. Hezhen had skillfully avoided any vital strikes, merely rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Hezhen dusted off non-existent debris from his hands and leisurely approached Sasuke. Observing him as he struggled to rise, "Sasuke, Do you truly believe that Orochimaru has your best interests at heart? He views you merely as a perfect vessel for his parasitic ambitions, extracting every ounce of value from you. Hezhen's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the most proud yet vulnerable part of Sasuke's heart. A wave of humiliation, fully exposed, mingled with uncontrollable rage, erupted from the depths of his being like a volcano. He could not accept Hezhen's condescending stance, believing that Hezhen could never comprehend the agony of having lost everything, nor the resolve to sacrifice all for revenge. Intense negative emotions acted as a catalyst, frantically igniting his eyes. The once distinct two-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, ultimately settling into the more intricate three-tomo Sharingan. A surge of killing intent erupted from Sasuke, nearly solidifying the air around him. "Shut up. You know nothing." Sasuke roared like a beast, chakra surging violently in his hands. "Chidori." The piercing cry of a bird echoed through the canyon, and a blinding light blossomed in his grasp, radiating an aura of annihilation as he charged towards Hezhen, who stood mere feet away. The three-tomo Sharingan elevated Sasuke's speed and strength to unprecedented heights, the lightning of Chidori threatening to tear the very air apart. Yet, in the face of Sasuke's all-out assault, Hezhen merely sidestepped, allowing the Chidori, capable of piercing anything, to graze the hem of his clothing without inflicting harm. Then, Hezhen extended a hand, effortlessly grasping Sasuke's wrist. The Chidori's lightning still crackled in his grasp, producing a sizzling sound. Sasuke's pupils trembled violently as he exerted every ounce of strength to push the Chidori forward, but the hand gripping his wrist felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, unmoving. Hezhen's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any ripple of emotion, observing Sasuke as if he were merely a petulant child causing a scene. The chasm of power between them weighed heavily on Sasuke's heart, a profound sense of despair creeping in, almost consuming him entirely. Hezhen refrained from further aggression. Instead, he gently nudged Sasuke's wrist, causing him to stumble uncontrollably, nearly falling. He understood that, at this moment, Sasuke was blinded by hatred, rendering any verbal persuasion futile. Continuing to fight would only deepen the boy's isolation, serving no meaningful purpose. Hezhen cast a fleeting glance at the four sound ninjas groaning on the ground, then looked at the disoriented Sasuke, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His objective was not to capture Sasuke at this moment. A mission to retrieve Sasuke, along with the ensuing rewards from the system, awaited him. He decided to let them go. This performance must continue. With a swift turn, he vanished into the dense forest, as if he had never been there at all, leaving the Sound Ninjas to support the bewildered Sasuke as they hurriedly fled toward the Sound Village. In the direction where Hezhen had disappeared, a complex gaze lingered on the retreating figures of Sasuke and the Sound Ninjas before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 47. Pursuit Team. Sign-in reward. The news of Sasuke's defection struck like a boulder into the calm surface of a lake, sending ripples throughout Konoha village. In the shadows, Hezhen wore a barely discernible smile. The situation was unfolding according to his design, step by step. Quietly, Shizune rushed into the Hokage's office, her expression fraught with urgency. "Lady Tsunade, we have a grave situation. Uchiha Sasuke has defected." Tsunade's head snapped up, the lethargy on her face vanishing instantly, replaced by an uncontrollable fury. With a loud bang, she slammed her hand on the table, causing the sturdy desk that had served several generations of Hokage to groan under the pressure, its surface instantly cracking like spider webs before collapsing with a crash. "Damn you, Orochimaru." Tsunade gritted her teeth, her golden eyes ablaze with fierce flames, her voice laced with chilling intent. How dare he engage in such underhanded tactics under her very nose? She could not tolerate Orochimaru's insidious reach into Konoha once more. It was an affront to her, and she could not accept the betrayal of the villagers. Simultaneously, Sakura, upon learning of Sasuke's betrayal, felt as if her entire world had crumbled. She could not fathom this reality. The boy she had fought alongside and held dear had turned his back on the village, seeking the malevolent Orochimaru, the very one who had slain the third Hokage. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, blurring her vision, and she stumbled into the Hokage's office. "Lady Tsunade, I beg you, please bring Sasuke back. I implore you." Sakura's voice was hoarse, filled with desperation. Tsunade regarded the sobbing Sakura with furrowed brows, her inner fury intensifying. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress her rage, her gaze sharpening as she regained the decisiveness and calm expected of a Hokage. "Shizune, summoned the relevant personnel immediately. Soon, Kakashi and others were called to the Hokage's office. However, due to his previous injuries, Kakashi was unable to personally undertake a high-intensity pursuit mission and needed to remain in the village to prevent any potential chaos. After deliberation, Kakashi recommended Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji Lee, Choji, and Kiba, all of whom had demonstrated commendable strength during the Chunin exams and maintained good relations with Sasuke. Thus, it was deemed most suitable for them to form the pursuit team, with Shikamaru's clever and composed nature making him an ideal leader for this mission. Just as Tsunade was about to give the order, a calm voice interrupted. Lady Hokage, Hezhen, having appeared in the Hokage's office seemingly out of nowhere, stepped forward. I request permission to join the pursuit team for this mission. I have some understanding of Orochimaru's methods. Hezhen articulated his thoughts slowly, his voice steady and resonant. If Orochimaru has any additional plans, my presence could serve as a safeguard. Sakura looked up suddenly, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Hezhen, her previously dim gaze now shining with newfound hope, like a drowning person grasping at their last chance for salvation. The inexplicable sense of reliability emanating from Hezhen offered her a glimmer of hope amid her despair. Tsunade's sharp gaze fell upon Hezhen. Recalling his recent battle with Orochimaru, alongside his Sage Mode and suspected would-release abilities, she recognized that he indeed possessed the strength to bolster the pursuit team. This youth harbored numerous secrets, and his capabilities far exceeded the typical standards of a genin, coupled with a maturity surpassing his peers. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade nodded, consenting to his request and allowing him to join the pursuit team in a special capacity with certain autonomy. At that moment, a sound echoed in Hezhen's mind. Ding! The host is currently engaged in the Sasuke retrieval event. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. System sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained the complete sealing techniques. Congratulations. The host has received 2,000 chakra. A surge of joy filled Hezhen as he felt a warm flow of chakra coursing through him, accompanied by a slight ache and tingling sensation throughout his body. Moments later, he clenched his fist, sensing a subtle increase in his power. Simultaneously, a deluge of information regarding sealing techniques flooded his mind. From the most fundamental binding seals to the intricate and esoteric 4-symbol seal, 5-element seals, and more. The principles and hand seals of various sealing arts were vividly etched in his consciousness, as if he had studied them for decades. These sealing techniques could prove invaluable in the forthcoming mission. Hezhen promptly reviewed his personal attributes. Name, Senyan Hezhen Ninja Rank, Kage Level Bloodline. Would release, Chakra, all attributes. 13350. The minimum standard for an ordinary Kage is 10,000. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. Raising Gan, Wind Release Ninjutsu Compilation, Fire Release Ninjutsu Compilation, Water Release Ninjutsu Compilation, Basic Sage Mode, Complete Sealing Techniques, Taijutsu. 8 gates before long. Hezhen, Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji, Lee, Choji, and Kiba, the 7-member pursuit team, swiftly gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Shikamaru, as the team leader, furrowed his brow and began formulating an initial pursuit plan based on the available intelligence, analyzing the enemy's potential escape routes and strategies. Hezhen stood quietly in the middle of the group, a flicker of insight crossing his eyes as he contemplated something, his mind already crafting a comprehensive plan. The oblivious Naruto only realized Sasuke's defection at that moment, initially stunned before his expression morphed into anger and confusion. That idiot Sasuke! Naruto bellowed, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. I'll definitely wake him up and bring him back. Sakura, wiping her tears, approached Hezhen and Naruto, gripping their arms tightly. Please, Naruto, Hezhen, you must bring Sasuke back. Her voice trembled with uncontainable emotion, filled with pleading and trust. This profound appeal weighed heavily on the hearts of Hezhen and Naruto. Let us go. With Shikamaru's command, the pursuit team sprang into action, rushing into the dense forest outside the village in the direction Sasuke had taken, swiftly vanishing from Sakura's sight. Guided by Hezhen's exceptional sensory ability and the Flying Thunder God technique he had secretly laid out, the pursuit team pursued the sound ninjas with astonishing speed. Hezhen consistently indicated the correct pursuit direction at critical moments, seamlessly guiding the team without revealing the Flying Thunder God technique. Merely by discerning the subtle chakra markers along the way to estimate the enemy's general route. This left Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, and others all participating in such an intense tracking mission for the first time, astounded and speechless. They felt as if they were trailing alongside an experienced hunter, never imagining that tracking an enemy could be executed with such efficiency and precision. Chapter 48. Tracking and the Emergence of a Formidable Foe. Deep within the dense forest, the air was humid and stifling. The pursuit team halted before a canyon. The chakra fluctuations of the Sound Ninja Quartet and Sasuke were palpable ahead. Hezhen raised his hand to signal, and the group lowered their postures, swiftly gathering together. There were 4 enemies, with Sasuke shielded in the center. Hezhen spoke in a hushed tone, casting a glance at the canyon's terrain. Mato was adept at utilizing his flute to cast illusions, while Zwajin and Eugene excelled in close combat. Jirobo was a strength-oriented ninja, and Kidamaru was an expert in long-range web entrapments. Beware of their cursed seals, he cautioned succinctly, his words direct and to the point. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, rapidly processing the information as his mind raced to formulate a strategy. This is troublesome, but we must engage, he whispered, assigning tasks. Dingji, you take on Jirobo, crush him with your meat tank. Yeah, you and Akamaru will confront Zwajin and Eugene. Niji, your Byakugan can see through everything and your gentle fist is both offensive and defensive. You will handle the long-range attacker, Kidamaru, while I will take on Mato. Naruto, use your shadow clones to support everyone. Shikamaru looked at Hezhen, aware of his superior strength. I will oversee the situation, Hezhen stated calmly. You all act freely. I will manage any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Hezhen's words, the group's fighting spirit surged. Hezhen lightly leaped onto the trunk of a large tree. Resembling a lurking predator, his gaze steady as he observed the battlefield below, poised for imminent combat. The members of the pursuit team charged forth like arrows released from a bow, each seeking their designated opponent according to the prearranged tactics. The Leaf's pests are truly tenacious. Jirobo sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. The ground erupted, raising a massive earthen barrier in an attempt to thwart their advance. Multiple shadow clones. Naruto retorted defiantly, unleashing hundreds of shadow clones that surged toward the Sound Ninja Quartet. Dingji bellowed as he executed the multiplication technique, transforming into a compact ball that hurtled toward Jirobo. Arc, Ya and Akamaru fused into a single entity, launching an assault on Zwajin and Eugene. Niji activated his Byakugan, locking onto Kidamaru, his body pivoting as he unleashed a strike aimed directly at him. Shikamaru directed his shadows toward Mato, initiating his shadow imitation technique. Combat erupted instantaneously, ninjutsu and taijutsu illuminating the canyon as thunderous roars echoed. Hezhen, from his elevated position, observed the skirmish below with composure. Every movement and chakra flow of the combatants vividly etched in his mind. Except for Niji, the members of the pursuit team lacked sufficient combat experience. Although buoyed by their fervor, it was only a matter of time before their inadequacies would be laid bare against the battle-hardened Sound Ninja Quartet. As anticipated, the quartet quickly regained their composure after an initial flurry of chaos. What a bothersome bunch of brats. Mato scoffed, his eyes glinting coldly. Stop wasting time with them. Cursed Seal Release, State 1. The black markings of the cursed seal rapidly spread from their necks, enveloping most of the Sound Ninjas' bodies. While a sinister and powerful chakra erupted from them, their strength surging instantaneously. Let me show you the power bestowed upon you by Lord Orochimaru. Mato declared with a tone laced with disdain, feeling the surge from the released cursed seal. Earth style, earth prison. Jirobo formed seals swiftly, slamming his hands to the ground, causing a massive earthen prison to rise and ensnare Dingji and Naruto. Kidamaru unleashed a golden, viscous web, expanding its coverage and potency. Zwajin and Eugene's physical integration intensified, making their attacks more rapid and cunning. Mato's flute produced an even more piercing sound, enhancing the power of his illusions. The pursuit team found themselves in dire straits, the situation precarious. Jirobo's heavy fists relentlessly pounded against the earthen prison, causing Naruto's blood to surge with frustration. Damn it! Rage and defiance ignited within him. I cannot lose here. I promised Sakura I would bring Sasuke back. A surge of crimson, malevolent chakra erupted from Naruto. Rasengan. The sturdy earthen prison shattered under the force of Naruto's red Rasengan, propelling Jirobo away with a powerful kick. Just as the battlefield reached a stalemate, an ice-cold and immensely powerful chakra fluctuated unexpectedly within the canyon. The air seemed to freeze, and an ominous figure silently appeared at the center of the battlefield. His face bore a sickly pallor, his gaze devoid of emotion. It was Kimimaro. He scanned the combatants with indifference, momentarily fixating on the sound ninja quartet. A bunch of worthless fools. Kimimaro's voice rang out, devoid of any inflection. He then stomped his foot. Crack! Crack! The excruciating sound of grinding bones echoed as dozens of sharp, white bone spikes erupted from the earth, like razor-sharp knives, instantly forcing Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru, and Dingji to retreat. These bone spikes were harder than steel, sharper than divine weapons, each radiating an aura of death. The imposing presence emanating from Kimimaro surpassed that of an elite jonin, reaching the level of a quasi-kage. Shikatsumiyaku. How intriguing, Hezhen mused, observing Kimimaro from above. Kimimaro's arrival dramatically shifted the tide of battle, his casual strike sending Naruto and the others reeling, their spirits faltering. What kind of monster is this? Naruto gasped, clutching his chest, dumbfounded by Kimimaro's presence. Neji's Byakugan clearly discerned the vast chakra within Kimimaro, which far exceeded that of the sound ninja quartet. Cold sweat began to bead on Shikamaru's forehead. The level of this adversary surpassed his calculations. Had he not known that Hezhen was behind him, he would have ordered a retreat long ago. Naruto and the others felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and despair, a formidable force that quelled any thoughts of resistance. Perched atop a tree, a slight smile curled at the corner of Hezhen's mouth. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Kimimaro paid no heed to the shock of the leaf ninjas, his cold gaze fixed on the sound ninja quartet. Is this how you procrastinate on the task Lord Orochimaru entrusted to you? His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of the sound ninja quartet. Why yes, Kimimaro-sama. Mato's trembling voice broke through, only to be brusquely interrupted by Kimimaro. Take Uchiha Sasuke and leave this place immediately. Make haste to Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro commanded. This is now my domain. Upon hearing Kimimaro's words, the sound ninja quartet dared not delay, swiftly aiding the dazed Sasuke before vanishing into the depths of the canyon. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only Kimimaro, the pursuit team, and Hezhen concealed among the trees. Chapter 49. The Might of Kimimaro and an Unexpected Ally. Within the canyon, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Kimimaro loomed before the members of the pursuit team like an immovable mountain, forcing them to watch helplessly as Sasuke's figure gradually faded into the depths of the canyon. Kimimaro's expression was devoid of emotion, his icy gaze sweeping over them as if they were but lifeless beings. Anyone who obstructs Lord Orochimaru must perish. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, casually pronounced their fate. Damn it! Naruto's heart swelled with resentment and fury, taking an aggressive stance, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Just then, a flash of green appeared, instantly materializing before Naruto and the others. The beautiful azure beast of the leaf, at your service. Upon seeing Naruto and the others in disarray, as well as the ominous presence of Kimimaro ahead, his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. Naruto-kun, you all must pursue Sasuke-kun. Leave this to me. Shaoli assumed a battle stance, giving a thumbs up to Naruto and the others. Shikamaru glanced at Shaoli and decisively said, Naruto, let's go. Trust Shaoli. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly, thick brows. I'm counting on you. Though reluctant, Naruto understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He shot a fierce glare at Kimimaro, and the pursuit team swiftly headed in the direction where the sound ninja quartet had retreated. The battlefield was now left with only Shaoli, Kimimaro, and Hezhen, who remained hidden in the shadows. Hezhen stood atop a tree, observing the unfolding events below with keen interest, choosing not to intervene. Kimimaro did not stop the others from leaving. He coldly regarded the suddenly appearing thick-browed young man, viewing him merely as another ant to crush. Another fool has come to die. Shaoli was acutely aware of the formidable power of his opponent. Conventional taijutsu would likely prove ineffective. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Second gate. Open. Third gate. Open. A surge of immense power erupted from Shaoli's body, enveloped in green chakra steam, dramatically amplifying his speed and strength several times over. Konoha whirlwind. Shaoli transformed into a green flash, propelled by a fierce wind pressure, delivering a rapid kick aimed directly at Kimimaro's face. In response to Shaoli's explosive attack, A barely perceptible ripple crossed Kimamaro's unemotional face. He deftly sidestepped the incoming blow, and his right arm instantaneously morphed, revealing a sharp bone blade that sliced towards Xiao Li's waist. Crack! The bone blade collided with Xiao Li's chakra-clad leg, a tremendous force reverberating through his calf, propelling him backward into a flip to create distance. Such formidable bones. Such immense strength. Xiao Li was taken aback. Kimamaro's onslaught did not cease. Dance of the Shikatsumiyaku. Kimamaro's movements mirrored the graceful swaying of willow branches in the wind, seemingly soft, yet harboring lethal intent with each strike. Finger bones, arm bones, ribs, even vertebrae came alive, transforming into the hardest of weapons, launching attacks from every conceivable angle at Xiao Li. Utilizing the speed and reflexes granted by the third gate of the 8 gates, Xiao Li narrowly evaded the lethal assaults, but he still sustained several cuts, blood staining his green bodysuit. Just as Xiao Li found himself at a disadvantage, on the verge of being impaled by a barrage of sharp bone blades, a sudden turn of events occurred. Finally, here it comes. Hezhen sensed a familiar chakra disturbance not far away as he stood atop the tree. Sand binding coffin. A vast expanse of yellow sand erupted in the canyon, and a colossal hand of earth surged forth, rescuing Xiao Li from Kimamaro's bone spike rain at the critical moment, while more sand rushed towards Kimamaro in a tidal wave, attempting to restrain him. As the sandstorm dissipated, Gaara's figure emerged not far away, arms crossed, warily observing Kimamaro. "Xiao Li, you reckless fool." "Gaara!" Xiao Li exclaimed in delight at the arrival of reinforcements, realizing salvation had come. Kimamaro's brow furrowed slightly at the sudden appearance of Gaara and the enveloping sand, his eyes revealing a hint of disturbance. "Another fool has come to die." Gaara remained silent, the sand from his gourd continuously pouring forth. A thick sand shield automatically protected Gaara, while a robust sand armor enveloped his entire body. Sand waterfall funeral. Gaara manipulated the swirling yellow sand, transforming it into a massive wave that crashed towards Kimamaro, aiming to crush him completely. Kimamaro scoffed. Dance of the Shikatsumiyaku. Instantly, a layer of bone armor enveloped his body, merging offense and defense. Although Gaara's sand encompassed a wide area, attempting to ensnare Kimamaro, the penetrating power of Kimamaro's bone spikes easily tore through the sandy restraints, finding an escape route. Xiao Li and Gaara exchanged a knowing glance, launching their attacks simultaneously. Xiao Li closed in with his high-speed taijutsu, while Gaara controlled the sand to block Kimamaro's retreat. Their coordinated efforts momentarily stalemated the battle. But this was not favorable for Kimamaro, as he could not afford to waste time here. Determined to extricate himself from their entanglement, Kimamaro decided to get serious. Earth Curse Mark State 1. A cruel smile crept across Kimamaro's lips. The black curse mark rapidly spread from his neck, engulfing most of his body, unleashing a malevolent and terrifying chakra. His bones seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming sharper and more resilient. With the activation of Curse Mark State 1, Kimamaro's power soared to that of a Kage level. "It's over." Kimamaro's emotionless voice echoed behind them. His speed and strength surged, and with a single punch, he shattered Gaara's sand armor, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. When Xiao Li delivered a kick to his bone armor, it merely produced a dull thud, the recoil causing Xiao Li's calf to numb. So powerful, both Xiao Li and Gaara felt unprecedented pressure. Frustration washed over Xiao Li as he thought, "It seems we can only resort to that technique." A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. 8 gates, 5th gate, Dumen, open. An overwhelming force, several times greater than before, surged from Xiao Li, enveloping him in red chakra steam. "True Lotus." Xiao Li roared, his figure vanishing from sight. Moments later, his afterimages appeared from all directions, launching a torrential assault. Each punch and kick carried the terrifying power of tearing through the air. Bam! 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 Kimamaro was forced back, his body under the influence of the curse mark surging with energy. However, when Xiao Li's assault concluded, Kimamaro merely shook his head. Aside from leaving a few fine cracks on his bone armor, he sustained no significant damage. Xiao Li, suffering from the side effects of the 8 gates, was racked with pain, unable to stand, and could only kneel on one knee, gasping for breath as he looked despairingly at Kimamaro. His desperate efforts had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. Gaara's sand shield and armor began to show cracks under Kimamaro's relentless assault, sand rapidly falling away. On the verge of collapse, Gaara coughed up blood, his face pale, Both were severely injured and had lost all fighting capability. Kimimaro approached them step by step, his arms' bones transforming once more into blades, raising the glinting weapons. It's over. Just as the blades were about to pierce through Gaara and Xiao Li, a fleeting shadow darted by, clanging. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Hezhen, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone, stood before Gaara and Xiao Li, casually blocking Kimimaro's ferocious attack with a shuriken. The powerful impact radiated outward from the two, stirring up the sand and causing the ground beneath them to sink slightly. Yet, Hezhen remained unmoved, as if the deadly strike was merely a gentle breeze. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Hezhen, astonishment and deep wariness flickered in Kimimaro's eyes for the first time. The aura radiating from the black-haired youth before him conveyed an unprecedented threat, far surpassing any previous adversary he had encountered. Hezhen gazed calmly at Kimimaro, his eyes profound as if capable of piercing through all. The atmosphere in the canyon grew increasingly tense, as if a great battle were about to erupt. Chapter 50. Hezhen takes action. 5-element seal. Hezhen swiftly moved, placing the incapacitated Xiao Li and Gaara safely at the edge of the canyon. He turned around, flashing to a spot not far from Kimimaro, observing him with composure. His calm demeanor and confidence starkly contrasted with the icy murderous intent emanating from Kimimaro. The Shikatsumiyaku is indeed powerful, but you cannot stop me. Hezhen's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in Kimimaro's ears, imbued with a sense of calm confidence. Junmaru's cold, indifferent gaze fixated on Hezhen, devoid of any superfluous words. In his cursed seal state, his skeletal form grotesquely protruded, resembling a monster composed entirely of bones. The ground beneath him suddenly fissured, stones scattering in all directions as he transformed into a fleeting white shadow, charging towards Hezhen with a force that tore through the air. Hezhen did not flinch. Instead, he advanced to meet Junmaru, conjuring a colossal blue chakra sphere far exceeding the size of an ordinary Rasengan in his right hand. Emanating a piercing hum, this was the Big Ball Rasengan. Its greater volume and accelerated spin contained such terrifying energy that the air around it warped. With a resounding crash, there were no ornate techniques, only the pure collision of power as the Big Ball Rasengan clashed head-on with Junmaru's fist, encased in a thick layer of grotesque bone armor. The sharp crack echoed through the canyon as Junmaru's prideful armor shattered instantly under the overwhelming destructive force, akin to fragile glass. A tremendous, irresistible shockwave slammed into his chest, sending his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, snapping trees in half along his path before he collided heavily with a massive tree several dozen meters away, leaving a deep human-shaped crater in its wake as leaves fluttered down. Coughing, Junmaru struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His bone armor lay completely shattered, exposing a gruesome chest beneath, yet his icy gaze remained unwavering, igniting with an even more resolute fervor. Dragging his injured body, his steps faltered, yet he charged at Hezhen once more without hesitation. With great difficulty, he moved his lips for Lord Orochimaru, revealing a twisted fanaticism in his eyes. He sensed his vitality rapidly depleting, his body nearing its limits, but a singular thought consumed his mind. He must eliminate this greatest obstacle before Lord Orochimaru. That almost warped loyalty fueled his attacks with reckless abandon. Hezhen's eyes narrowed, no longer holding back. The 8th gate of the 8 gates release, 6th gate. Open. A vast surge of chakra, far mightier than that released by Li when he opened the 5th gate, erupted from Hezhen's body. Azure and crimson chakra steam enveloped him like flames, and he became a streak of azure-red lightning, leaving a residual shadow as he instantaneously appeared before Junmaru. Each punch unleashed a howl that tore through the air and sent shivers through the chakra fluctuations. Though Junmaru's bone armor was incredibly tough, it appeared fragile under the torrential assault from Hezhen. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sounds of impact resounded incessantly, each collision causing Junmaru's armor to emit groans of unbearable strain, fine cracks spreading like a spider's web. Junmaru's vicious bone spike attacks were effortlessly dodged or repelled with even greater force by Hezhen. As time passed, Junmaru retreated under increasing pressure, his injuries mounting. With a resolute glimmer in his eyes, he attempted a desperate counterattack using his bone spikes, but Hezhen suddenly clasped his hands together. Would release, adamantine binding jutsu. The ground of the canyon trembled violently, rumbling as massive tree trunks, hard as iron and glistening with a dark metallic sheen, erupted from the earth like a black serpent. Junmaru's pupils constricted sharply, shock etched on his face for the first time. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and potent force. The oppressive sensation from deep within his bloodline introduced him to despair for the first time. He struggled desperately, channeling chakra within him to break free from the constricting wooden stakes. But as his chakra surged forth, the bindings tightened even more, leaving him acutely aware of his rapidly waning vitality. He understood that he was beyond salvation, yet for Lord Orochimaru, a final flicker of madness ignited in his eyes. Aya! He let out a primal roar, forcibly activating the second level of his cursed seal. His skin darkened to a deep brownish black, a robust, bony tail sprouting from his back as an overwhelming, malevolent chakra exploded from his being. Countless bone spikes erupted from his body, swiftly spreading in all directions, forming a massive bone forest that sent chills down the spine, instantly shattering Hezhen's wood binding. Was this the ultimate technique of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku dance of the early fern? Junmaru's eyes brimmed with despair, but more so with fervent faith in Orochimaru. The tragic resolve to burn his life for the sake of fulfilling his mission evoked a sense of inexplicable sorrow in Hezhen. Hezhen's expression turned grave. He understood this was Junmaru's final, desperate gamble, expending the last of his life force. He did not hesitate, swiftly forming hand seals as a complex esoteric rune materialized in his palm. It was a high-level sealing technique recorded in the system's reward complete sealing techniques, 5 elements sealing bind. The rune in his palm transformed into a streak of flowing light, precisely imprinting onto the massive bone tree that Junmaru had unleashed. The powerful sealing force surged forth like a tidal wave, abruptly halting the bone tree's frenzied growth, as an invisible power forcibly suppressed it, ultimately rendering it completely confined. The light in Junmaru's eyes gradually dimmed as his life force rapidly ebbed away, and finally, with unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, he drew his last breath. The battle had concluded. As Hezhen regarded the now sealed and lifeless Junmaru, surrounded by the immense white bone forest, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze. Yet, he was aware that a greater crisis might still await him ahead. Not far away, hidden behind the rubble, Xiao Li and Gaara held their breaths in astonishment, their eyes wide as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. From Hezhen's effortless defense against Junmaru's lethal strike to his thunderous counterattack, culminating in the profound sealing technique that subdued the unleashed power of Junmaru, everything surpassed their comprehension. Xiao Li's mouth gaped in disbelief, as if a fist could fit inside. His mind screamed in turmoil. How could the monster, who had forced both him and Gaara into a desperate situation with merely the first level of his cursed seal, be so effortlessly crushed by Hezhen? What immense power was this? Reflecting on his own efforts in opening the 5th gate and executing the True Lotus, which could not even breach Junmaru's bone armor, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy when compared to Hezhen's ability to obliterate it. What kind of taijutsu was this? What kind of ninjutsu? Xiao Li's mind swirled in confusion, countless thoughts racing through him. Just how powerful had Hezhen become? Was this truly within the realm of a mere genin? No. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a genin. It must be comparable to that of Teacher Guy. Gaara's usually cold and distant eyes widened in shock, shimmering with complex emotions from the unimaginable impact. His so-called absolute defense crumbled before Junmaru's Shikatsumiyaku, revealing a vulnerability he had never anticipated, while Hezhen so easily subdued him. Junmaru's bone armor, which had seemed impenetrable, turned to dust under Hezhen's assault, and Gaara's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The rapid, formidable taijutsu, the immense and unpredictable ninjutsu, and the sealing arts that locked everything away. What other hidden cards did he possess? For the first time, Gaara felt his once-cherished strength was insignificant and trivial in comparison to Hezhen. Just how formidable was he? In that moment, both Xiao Li and Gaara truly grasped the vast chasm that lay between them and Hezhen. Chapter 51, The Valley of the End. The fateful confrontation behind the chaotic pile of rocks at the edge of the valley, Hezhen withdrew his hand. Xiao Li and Gaara's injuries had stabilized for the moment. Though still weak, they were no longer in mortal peril. Hezhen, Xiao Li struggled to rise and speak, but Hezhen raised a hand to silence him. You should rest here. Hezhen sensed 2 familiar yet ferocious chakra fluctuations clashing violently in the direction of the Valley of the End. One emanated a sinister chill, while the other was rife with ominous and brutal energy. His brow furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he vanished in an instant. In the Valley of the End, the colossal statues of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara stood in stark opposition, a massive waterfall cascading between them. When Hezhen reappeared, he was atop Hashirama's grand statue. Below, the roar of the waterfall was deafening, and mist filled the air. In the distance, Sasuke had transformed entirely, now a stark contrast to his former self. His eyes, imbued with the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, gleamed with twisted madness and murderous intent. Curse mark level 2. He had been thoroughly consumed by the sinister power bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, his rationality nearly extinguished, leaving only an insatiable drive for destruction and a lethal vendetta against the figure before him. Sasuke. Naruto's voice erupted in a primal roar, his own pupils morphing into the iconic vertical slits of the nine tails, brimming with fury and defiance. However, the response he received was only Sasuke's more ruthless and relentless assault. The piercing cries of Chidori sliced through the air, accompanied by devastating lightning, relentlessly striking towards Naruto time and again. Sasuke. Naruto. The colossal statues of Hashirama and Madara stood silently, witnesses to yet another fateful confrontation, as the waterfall's currents recoiled violently from the intensity of their clash. Chidori. Rasengan. The shockwaves of lightning and red chakra collided violently in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Each encounter sent tremors throughout the valley, raising towering waves upon the lake's surface. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength, infusing each attack with their profoundly complicated emotions towards one another. Naruto's eyes were filled with anguish, confusion, and a desperate longing for resolution. He could not comprehend why his once comrade had descended to this abyss. In contrast, Sasuke's gaze was devoid of warmth, consumed instead by icy malice and obsessive vendetta. The bonds of friendship, once cherished, had morphed into the sharpest of blades, ruthlessly piercing each other's hearts. The collision of camaraderie and revenge, love and hatred, imbued this battle with a heavy tragic hue. Sasuke. Naruto. They once again screamed each other's names, chakra surging wildly within them. This was the final strike, a gamble of everything they held dear. Just as the dark Chidori and the crimson Rasengan, forces capable of obliterating all, were on the verge of colliding, swish. A figure, moving faster than the limits of perception, suddenly interposed itself between them. Hezhen abruptly clasped his hands together. Would release, jutsu of the all-embracing bag. Countless resilient wooden arms erupted from behind him, precisely grasping Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori. Under the pressure of these wooden appendages, their formidable powers dissipated, dissolving into mere motes of energy in the air. While what? Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place, their expressions hardened, filled with incredulity. They found it unfathomable that their utmost efforts had been so effortlessly neutralized by another. Hezhen gazed calmly at Sasuke, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Sasuke, you have been utterly consumed by hatred and the desire for power. His voice was soft yet resonant, clear to both of them. This power, foreign to your true self, will only lead you astray, ultimately guiding you towards ruin. He then turned to Naruto, his tone laced with admonishment. Naruto, your impulsiveness and anger will resolve nothing. They will only exacerbate the situation. Hezhen's words struck deeply within both of them. In Sasuke's eyes, a fleeting flicker of struggle and confusion appeared. The brutal aura of the curse mark momentarily faltering. Naruto too began to calm, staring blankly at Hezhen, his shock giving way to a profound reverence that even overshadowed his concern for Sasuke. Hezhen swiftly formed hand seals, intricate and arcane symbols manifesting in his palms. He extended his hand, gently pressing it against the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. The symbols glimmered like a flowing stream, an overwhelming sealing power surging forth. Ugh! Sasuke emitted a muffled groan of pain, his body trembling violently. He felt the once mighty black markings fade at a rapid pace, the curse's hold on him swiftly dissipating. Moments later, Sasuke returned to his normal form. However, the forced extraction of the curse's power, coupled with their earlier fierce battle, left him utterly drained. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion, pain, and shock. How powerful had Hezhen become? The ability to effortlessly dismantle the second state of the curse mark, to easily neutralize both the Nine-Tails Rasengan and Chidori, had far surpassed Sasuke's understanding of strength. Had all his pursuits and sacrifices truly been so insignificant in the eyes of this individual? Naruto gazed blankly at the restored Sasuke, then at the composed Hezhen, his astonishment reaching unimaginable heights. Hezhen had not only effortlessly halted their deadly confrontation, but had also subdued the terrifying curse mark afflicting Sasuke. What jutsu had Hezhen just employed? What were those bizarre and intricate symbols? The aura emanating from him was chilling. At that moment, Naruto realized that Hezhen's prowess had likely surpassed that of a mere genin. Hezhen observed the collapsed Sasuke, understanding that while he had temporarily quelled the curse's fury, the seed of hatred towards Itachi Uchiha had not been eradicated. This was merely a fleeting calm. As Hezhen contemplated how to proceed with Sasuke and what to report to the village, an ominous chill enveloped the Valley of the End without warning. A malevolent chakra surging from all directions, cloaking the entire area in darkness. Hezhen swiftly turned, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He recognized that the true calamity was only just beginning. The skies above the Valley of the End darkened ominously, once merely shrouded in mist, now rapidly cloaked by dense, foreboding clouds. The air felt as if it had solidified, oppressive and suffocating. A far greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 52, Orochimaru's Ambush. The resurrection of impure world reincarnation, the chilling malevolent chakra swiftly tainted the skies over the Valley of the End. I have awaited this moment. A raspy, feverishly excited voice echoed throughout the valley as a figure materialized atop a nearby boulder, Orochimaru. His cold, serpent-like eyes glinted with a sickly light, hungrily scanning Hezhen and the prostrate Sasuke. Behind him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a cold smile playing at his lips. As several formidable sound ninja elite appeared on the mountainside, swiftly surrounding Hezhen, Naruto, and Sasuke. Hezhen, it is a pleasure to see you again. Orochimaru's voice was gravelly, laced with unmasked malice. He was aware of Hezhen's sage mode and the enigmatic would-release techniques. This time, he had come prepared, determined to eliminate the boy who had repeatedly thwarted his plans. Sasuke-kun, it seems you are still unable to escape your fate. The pharmacist Do adjusted his glasses, and the gaze behind the lenses emanated a chilling light. With swift movements, he formed seals with his hands, invoking the forbidden technique of reincarnation of the dirt. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as three enormous coffins slowly emerged from the earth, exuding a suffocating aura of death and oppression, standing heavily before the onlookers. The coffins creaked open, revealing three figures whose terrifying presence rendered the air of the Valley of the End utterly still. One, a robust figure adorned with lightning patterns, was none other than the strongest of the Cloud Village from the Land of Lightning, the third Raikage, AI. Another, tall and gaunt, wrapped in bandages that invoked dread, was the second Tsuchikage, Mu, from the Land of Earth. The last, dressed in a high-collared trench coat, was none other than the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu. These three formidable figures, once renowned throughout the ninja world, now approached with the ominous aura of reincarnation, coldly gazing at Hezhen. At the same time, 5 elite sound ninjas, far surpassing ordinary J-nin, emerged, sealing off all escape routes for Hezhen and his companions in conjunction with the 3 resurrected Kage. Hezhen's expression instantly turned grave. He understood that Orochimaru had spared no expense this time, even resorting to the use of reincarnation to summon former Kage. Augmented by those powerful elite sound ninjas, alongside the devious pharmacist Do and Orochimaru himself, creating an unprecedentedly formidable lineup. Even he felt an immense pressure in this moment. Observing Hezhen's sudden change in expression, Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, a hint of sickly mockery crossing his pale face. And he felt a surge of satisfaction within. Hezhen, your power is indeed remarkable. You have mastered Sage Mode, and even possessed the legendary Wood Release. But this time, what will you do? Faced with these 3 former strongest Kage and my meticulously prepared subordinates, how long can you withstand? Today, either you perish, or I shall thoroughly study you. Hezhen took a deep breath, the damp and oppressive air of the Valley of the End filling his lungs, and his chakra began to surge wildly within him. He knew this battle was inevitable. In the face of such formidable foes, any hesitation would lead to his demise. He must give his all, even resorting to hidden cards unknown to others. Naruto, sitting helplessly on the ground, felt his pupils constrict in shock. staring in disbelief at the three ominous coffins rising from the ground and the figures emerging from within. A bone-chilling cold surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing his blood to feel as though it had frozen. The aura emanating from these three individuals was infinitely more terrifying than that of Kimimaro or even Sasuke in Cursed Seal mode. It was not mere strength, but a blend of death, decay, and an overwhelming sense of despair that suffocated Naruto. What kind of monsters are these? Naruto swallowed hard, instinctively recalling the earlier battle where he had wagered everything against Sasuke, a clash he had thought monumental. In comparison to the divine arrival of the three before him, his fight with Sasuke seemed trivial, laughable, insignificant. So this is what true strength looks like. Is this the enemy that even Hezhen regards with such solemnity? An unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him as he watched Hezhen facing Orochimaru, Do, and those three terrifying adversaries alone, tightening his heart inexplicably. Hezhen. Naruto struggled to move his lips. Although Hezhen's power was beyond imagination, effortlessly neutralizing his and Sasuke's combined ultimate attack, even sealing Sasuke's cursed seal and defeating Kimimaro. Now, those three figures radiating terror, combined with the cunning Orochimaru and Do, along with the elite sound ninjas surrounding them. Could Hezhen truly handle this? This was no longer a matter of numbers, but a qualitative annihilation. For the first time, doubt crept into Naruto's mind regarding Hezhen's strength. It was not distrust, but a primal fear of the unknown might and concern for his comrade's safety, a deep despair and anxiety spreading through him. Sasuke, too, felt his body stiffen, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan narrowing into pinpoints from sheer shock. He could distinctly perceive the chakra contained within the summoned ninjas, a power that far exceeded the limits of his understanding of strength, an overwhelming realm beyond even the cursed seal state he pursued. He had witnessed Kimimaro's might, but compared to these three, it was like comparing a firefly to the full moon. The power Hezhen had displayed previously, whether it was effortlessly defeating Kimimaro or easily neutralizing their ultimate techniques, had left him with an impression of near invincibility. Yet now, an unprecedented doubt seeped deep into Sasuke's heart. Could Hezhen truly contend with these beings? That thought surged uncontrollably. Would his previously overwhelming power, his enigmatic ninjutsu, and his sealing techniques still hold any effectiveness? Move. Bring Sasuke back. As for Hezhen, try to capture him alive. If he resists fiercely, execute him on the spot. Orochimaru's cold voice interrupted Sasuke's spiraling thoughts. Understood. The three resurrected Kage and the five elite Chunin advanced like emotionless killing machines, stepping forward relentlessly toward Hezhen and the others. Hezhen understood that an unprecedented chaotic battle was about to commence. Chapter 53, Kage-level Chaos. Sage Mode would release reemerges watching the three approaching Kage-level figures of reincarnation, along with the lurking sound ninjas. Hezhen took a deep breath. Sage Mode. The chakra within him fused perfectly with the natural energy from the outside, unleashing an overwhelming aura far surpassing before. Orange-red shadows spread from the corners of his eyes, and a powerful pressure radiated outward from him. Hezhen clasped his hands together. Sage Art would release Tree World Wall. Boom. The ground of the Valley of the End shook violently as numerous thick wooden stakes erupted from the earth, intertwining rapidly to form impenetrable wooden walls, firmly protecting the incapacitated Naruto and Sasuke behind him. Humph. More would release. Orochimaru murmured, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Almost instantaneously, the third Raikage, the man who once subdued the Eight Tails with his bare hands, was engulfed in crackling deep blue lightning. Hellspike, one strike. The finger, infused with the pinnacle of lightning chakra, charged directly toward the newly formed wooden defenses of Hezhen. Boom. A deafening roar echoed throughout the Valley of the End as the sturdy wooden barrier trembled violently under the Raikage's ferocious assault, wooden splinters flying everywhere. Simultaneously, the second Tsuchikage, floating in the air, formed hand seals. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world, a white beam of light, imbued with terrifying power, shot straight at Hezhen. Meanwhile, the second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, wore a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. Water release, mirage technique. The surrounding scenery began to warp, with countless clones of the second Mizukage appearing simultaneously as he quickly formed seals. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Numerous liquid projectiles shot forth like bullets from various angles, sealing off Hezhen's escape routes. Hezhen's gaze sharpened as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing from his original position, he reappeared beside the third Reikage, 8 gates, 6th gate. Open. His fist, infused with Sage Chakra and enveloped in azure-red chakra steam, struck out fiercely. Boom. The collision of fist and finger erupted into a thunderous roar. The furious shockwave emanated rapidly from the two central figures, causing the sturdy wooden barriers to emit groans of unbearable strain. The ground fractured and collapsed instantaneously, and the powerful recoil forced the third Reikage to retreat a half step. A flicker of surprise evident in his gaze. Hezhen leveraged his momentum to leap backward, his figure becoming a blur once more. In the next moment, Hezhen materialized beneath the second Tsuchikage, hands clasped in prayer, invoking the wood release, great forest technique. Countless robust wooden vines erupted from his arms, ensnaring the airborne second Tsuchikage. The second Tsuchikage frowned slightly, his body becoming ethereal in a hair-raisingly narrow escape from the vine's assault. Yet his dust release attack rhythm was disrupted. However, the true deadly strike of the second Mizukage soon followed. Water release, steam danger blast. A miniature clone resembling the second Mizukage appeared, harboring highly unstable oil and water within. An attack would trigger a violent explosion. Would release, silent binding technique. Hezhen clasped his hands together, as countless resilient branches surged from all directions, instantly wrapping around the perilous clone. The 5 elite sound ninjas were not idle either, simultaneously launching their assaults. Shuriken and kunai laced with explosive tags rained down upon Hezhen, followed closely by a barrage of various ninjutsu aimed at depleting his chakra and creating opportunities for the 3 shadow-level powerhouses. Would release, shield technique. Wooden shields materialized instantaneously around him, deflecting all incoming attacks. The battle had entered a state of white-hot intensity from the very outset. The third Reikage's lightning-infused chakra grew increasingly ferocious, each strike resonating with apocalyptic force, his movements quick and razor-sharp. Hezhen combined Sage Chakra with the 8 gates body technique, continuously clashing fists and feet with the third Reikage. Boom, boom, boom. With each collision, the ground of the Valley of the End sank further. The waterfall's flow reversed by the shockwaves. The second Tsuchikage darted through the air, intermittently firing beams of dust release, dust world separation technique, at Hezhen. The second Mizukage's water release, Mirage of the Moon, turned the battlefield into a surreal spectacle, while the steam danger blast was a constant threat, attempting to ensnare Hezhen in water and restrict his movements. Under the relentless assault of the 3 shadows, Hezhen found himself in a precarious situation, at times utilizing Flying Thunder God to traverse the battlefield and evade deadly crises, while at other times engaging the third Reikage in direct confrontation, or employing Wood Release to conjure various forms of trees and vines for both offense and defense. The wooden forest beneath his feet was continuously ravaged by the terrifying ninjutsu of the 3 shadow-level adversaries, yet Hezhen tirelessly regenerated it. Rocks shattered, the earth lamented, as the Valley of the End seemed to be undergoing a cataclysmic apocalypse. Even Hezhen, who had activated Sage Mode and the 8 gates, synergizing with Wood Release's bloodline limit, felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Although the resurrected 3 shadows were limited in intellect, their combat instincts remained fearsome. They coordinated flawlessly, launching precise, lethal attacks, while the 5 elite sound ninjas constantly harassed him with various ninjutsu to sap his chakra. Hezhen was gradually drawn into a war of attrition, yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth and persevering without a hint of retreat, embodying a tragic heroism as he faced multiple legendary foes alone. In the distance, Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glimmered with cold greed as he coldly observed the unfolding battle. He had not anticipated Hezhen's formidable strength, which far exceeded his expectations. However, he believed this was the end. No one could endure such an intense assault for long. He awaited the moment Hezhen's chakra was exhausted and a flaw was revealed. He exchanged a glance with Kabuto, signaling for them to seek an opportunity to bypass Hezhen and extract Sasuke to avoid prolonged complications. Protected behind a wooden barrier, Sasuke stared in astonishment at the extraordinary battle before him. The third Reikage's lightning, the second Tsuchikage's dust, the second Mizukage's water and illusions, each power could easily annihilate him. Yet, Hezhen stood resolutely against such terrifying forces with unwavering determination. Reflecting on his previous doubts regarding Hezhen's strength filled him with an indescribable shame. His proud Sharingan and the cursed seal power he relentlessly pursued crumbled before the spectacle of battle. Gazing at Hezhen in action, Sasuke's heart swelled with the realization of what it truly meant to be a powerful warrior. Naruto, too, was left speechless, his body trembling uncontrollably as his mouth gaped open. Unable to utter a sound, his mind blank. The battle before him had utterly overturned his understanding of ninjas. He witnessed Hezhen facing overwhelming odds, becoming increasingly bogged down by the relentless tactics of his enemies and the formidable strength of the three shadows. A wave of intense self-reproach surged within him as he recalled his prior doubts about Hezhen's ability to manage the situation. How foolish. Hezhen was fighting fiercely to protect them, while he could only cower like a helpless fool behind the scenes. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness washed over him like a tidal wave. The desire for strength reached its zenith in that moment. Hezhen, Naruto murmured to himself, his fists clenching involuntarily. Chapter 54. The Limits of Power. Sasuke's departure. The battle in the Valley of the End transcended the limits of ordinary imagination. Even beyond what some ninjas could conceive. Hezhen gasped for breath, his sage mode enhancing both perception and ninjutsu potency to the utmost as he unleashed a torrent of wood-release techniques in a desperate attempt to withstand the relentless bombardment from the three resurrected shadow-level foes. Yet, the onslaught from these three shadows showed no signs of abating. Coupled with the continuous long-range harassment from the 5 elite sound ninjas, Hezhen's chakra was being rapidly depleted. In sage mode, his chakra recovery rate began to lag behind the intense consumption. He could feel the sage chakra within him dwindling rapidly, with every activation of wood release, every exertion of his physical techniques. It felt as though he was squeezing the last remnants of his energy. Sweat soaked his clothing, his breathing grew increasingly labored, and his movements began to slow. He could no longer defend against attacks from all directions flawlessly. Now was the moment. In the distance, Orochimaru keenly detected the fleeting pause in Hezhen's movements. He signaled to Kabuto, who instantly understood and led the 3 elite sound ninjas, taking advantage of the cover provided by the second Mizuki's illusions to bypass the center of the battle, aiming directly for Sasuke, who was sheltered behind the wooden barrier. This is bad. Hezhen realized Orochimaru's intentions and attempted to rush to the rescue, but the attacks from the 3 shadow-level foes intensified at that moment, ensnaring him and leaving no possibility for escape. Almost simultaneously, Kabuto and his team silently appeared behind Sasuke, grinning with the satisfaction of a scheme realized, holding a scroll that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. Sasuke-kun, come with me. Kabuto swiftly formed several strange seals on the scroll, a tremendous pulling force emanating from it. Sasuke, seated on the ground, had no time to utter a sound of surprise before he was forcibly drawn into the scroll. Success! A triumphant smile spread across Kabuto's face. Seeing that Kabuto had successfully drawn Sasuke into the scroll, Orochimaru immediately commanded, retreat, leaving the 3 resurrected shadow-level foes as rear guards while swiftly withdrawing with Kabuto and the remaining sound ninjas from the opposite side of the Valley of the End. Sasuke! Naruto's fury surged as he watched helplessly as Sasuke was whisked away by Kabuto's scroll. He roared, attempting to charge forward, only to be flung away by the explosive shockwaves unleashed by Hezhen and the 3 powerful foes, crashing violently against the mountainside and spitting blood. Damn it! Damn it all! Naruto pounded the ground, letting out a powerless roar, helplessly watching Orochimaru's figure swiftly vanish amidst the swirling dust and mist. Why am I so weak? As he witnessed Sasuke being taken away, he felt utterly impotent. Anger, resentment, pain, and fear surged within him, a cacophony of emotions. With Orochimaru and his cohorts retreating, the 3 formidable reanimated figures ceased their assault and turned back towards the 3 coffins that had risen from the earth. The sound of their lids slamming shut echoed ominously, and soon, the coffins slowly sank back into the ground, disappearing completely. The battle had finally come to an end. The colossal statues of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara bore the scars of the fierce conflict, their faces marred by cracks. The lake beneath the waterfall, once serene, was now muddied by devastating jutsu. Its waters diverted, while the canyon walls crumbled, massive boulders tumbling down. The charred ground was riddled with crevices and pits, and countless shattered trees lay scattered, as if the area had endured a cataclysmic disaster. Hezhen, having depleted his chakra, was forced to exit sage mode, though The vibrant orange hue around his eyes faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue that nearly caused him to collapse. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked in sweat. His gaze icy and filled with deep-seated murderous intent as he stared in the direction Orochimaru had departed. Ultimately, he had failed to retain Sasuke. Naruto, unsteadily rising, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Sasuke, he could not accept this reality, that his once comrade was taken away by the enemy. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade abruptly stood from her seat, her expression grave as she gazed towards the Valley of the End. This chakra fluctuation, along with the aura of death, bodes ill. Something has happened. Kakashi, assemble the personnel immediately. We must head to the Valley of the End. Moments later, Tsunade led Kakashi and a group of elite shinobi from Konoha, racing towards the valley, following the trail left by the pursuit team. Along the way, they encountered Shikamaru, Neji, Choji, and Kiba, who bore injuries from their battle. From their accounts, Tsunade and her companions' expressions darkened further. Upon their arrival at the Valley of the End, the sight that greeted them was shocking. The once majestic valley now lay in ruins, the statue symbolizing the fateful clash between Konoha's founders reduced to a pitiful state, the cliffs collapsed, rivers diverted, and the ground pockmarked and ravaged. The air was thick with the lingering remnants of chakra fluctuations and the heavy scent of blood. What on earth transpired here? A.J. Nin whispered, his voice trembling. Yet, no one could provide an answer. Naruto rose slowly from the ground, wiping away his tears, and approached Hezhen. His gaze was complex, filled with profound respect for Hezhen's strength, yet shadowed by an indescribable sense of loss. He had witnessed Hezhen's might firsthand, his ability to stand against many etched deeply into his memory. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he understood, no matter how powerful Hezhen was, he could not prevent Sasuke from being taken. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, he declared, I will become stronger. Strong enough to catch up to you, even surpass you. I will bring Sasuke back. I believe you can do it. Hezhen replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Just then, Tsunade approached Hezhen, her eyes filled with concern as she observed his pale face and the devastated battlefield. The presence of such a young talent as Hezhen was undoubtedly a boon for Konoha. However, Sasuke's defection was a heavy blow to the village. She sighed deeply, knowing that the crisis facing Konoha was far from over. Hezhen, this boy who had repeatedly wrought miracles, would undoubtedly be a pillar in confronting these impending challenges. Tsunade spoke gravely. Hezhen, you have worked hard. Come back to the village with me and recount the details of what transpired. Thus, with Naruto's support, Hezhen followed Tsunade back to the village, leaving a portion of their comrades behind to manage the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a dim underground chamber within Konoha, Danzo listened to reports from Root members, learning of Hezhen's remarkable display of wood release in the Valley of the End. His bandaged right eye glinted with a chilling mix of greed and indifference in the dim light. Is wood release truly a bloodline limit? Yashiro Hezhen? Konoha may seem to have regained its tranquility, but beneath the surface, new currents were stirring. Chapter 55. Return to the village. Underlying currents in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was stifling. Hezhen, pale and fatigued, stood across from Tsunade, supported by Naruto. Tsunade sat in her seat, her hands clasped together, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her sharp gaze fixed on Hezhen. Speak, Hezhen, Tsunade commanded, her tone laced with undeniable authority. What transpired in the Valley of the End? On the way back, Hezhen had coordinated with Naruto on what to say, choosing to reveal part of the truth while concealing other aspects. Taking a deep breath, his voice hoarse, he began, when we caught up with Sasuke, we were ambushed by Orochimaru. He paused, then continued. Orochimaru used reanimation jutsu to summon 3 exceptionally powerful ninjas. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply at Hezhen's words. I fought against them, but they were overwhelming in numbers. Sasuke was taken away by Kabuto using a special scroll. Hezhen deliberately omitted details regarding Sage Mode and wood release, instead vaguely attributing his ability to contend against numerous formidable foes to a unique taijutsu and family seal techniques. He understood that this was not the moment to fully reveal his hand. As Tsunade listened to Hezhen's account, her brow furrowed deeper. And upon hearing about the 3 reanimated figures, even though she knew that those summoned would only possess a fraction of their former strength, she was profoundly shaken by this information. The fact that Hezhen had survived such a fierce onslaught, and even caused the valley to resemble an apocalyptic landscape, was astonishing. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on Hezhen, her mind racing through every detail of the battle. The special taijutsu he mentioned likely indicated that he had pushed the 8 gates and sage mode to their limits, enabling him to contend against the 3 reanimated shadows. Furthermore, the family seal techniques must have been ingeniously employed alongside the flying thunder god technique, allowing him to develop strategies for both offense and defense, creating an opening from a seemingly hopeless situation. Even so, achieving this was a testament to Hezhen's true strength and adaptability, far exceeding her previous estimations. She regarded Hezhen with a complex expression, marveling at the secrets he harbored and the unexpected cards he had played, which evoked both admiration and a subtle, unacknowledged trepidation towards the unknown. Yet at this moment, her primary concern was the safety of Konoha. Tsunade gritted her teeth, seething with hatred for Orochimaru. He truly was a relentless specter. Tsunade. Naruto's anguished voice suddenly echoed through the office, filled with frustration and despair. It's my fault. I am too weak. If I were stronger, Sasuke wouldn't have been taken. I must bring Sasuke back. I will. Naruto's desperate shout resonated in the office, his voice brimming with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the door of the office was abruptly swung open, and Sakura stumbled in, her tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. She quickly spotted Hezhen, pale and supported by Naruto, as well as Naruto himself, whose demeanor was equally somber, stained with blood. Opening her mouth, her cries and pleas were stifled by the sight of their disheveled appearances. Both had sustained grave injuries for Sasuke's sake. Tears once again blurred her vision as she lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Hezhen, Naruto, are you both all right? I understand about Sasuke. It's okay, really. Yet, the hands tightly clutching her clothing and her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the anguish and reluctance within her. How she wished for this calamity to be nothing more than a cruel illusion, yearning for Sasuke to return at that very moment. To be back in the village with them, embarking on missions and exchanging banter as they once did. But such hopes had become unattainable. Subsequently, Sakura left the Hokage's office in a daze, while Hezhen observed her, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze before he could only sigh in resignation. Due to the excessive use of Sage Chakra and the 8 Gates technique, Hezhen's body had become exhausted. After reporting, he was assigned to the Konoha Medical Department for recuperation. Outside the ward, in a corner of the corridor, Kakashi and Guy stood side by side, their expressions grave. Guy, you have heard about the situation at the Valley of the End, Haven to you? Kakashi began, his voice low. That kid, Hezhen, truly exceeded all expectations. Guy nodded. His usually fiery gaze dimmed. Indeed, to single-handedly confront Orochimaru and numerous formidable foes while causing such chaos. The power and endurance he displayed have far surpassed my understanding of a young ninja. Kakashi pondered aloud, moreover. There are rumors that he seemed to have wielded a power akin to sage techniques. If this is true, imagine, Guy, how sage techniques could significantly enhance the potency and duration of the 8 gates while alleviating the immense strain on the body. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Guy visibly swayed, his face filled with shock and contemplation. The combination of sage techniques and the 8 gates. If this can indeed be achieved, the force he unleashes when opening the 8 gates may reach levels we can scarcely imagine. No wonder he could endure for so long in such dire circumstances, even possessing the strength to counterattack. Could it be that he has truly discovered this almost impossible path of cultivation? This is merely speculation based on rumors, Kakashi sighed. Nevertheless, to have caused such destruction amidst the assault of 3 reincarnated shadows and numerous powerful enemies, and to have survived. The power and combat wisdom he possesses have surely surpassed our previous evaluations of him. He is not merely endowed with formidable abilities. It is his manner and timing in employing these abilities that truly set him apart. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting deep astonishment and an ineffable complexity, prompting them to reassess the true potential of this young ninja. Meanwhile, after hearing the report from the Root ninja, Danzo's wrinkled face bore an icy and greedy expression. The perfect revival of the wood release cells from Hashirama? He murmured softly, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. This Yashiro Hezhen holds even greater value than that little brat Yamato. Relay my orders. Monitor his every move in secret. When necessary, his voice darkened further. I want him to become the sharpest weapon of Root. In the sick room, Hezhen slowly opened his eyes, fatigue washing over him. yet he forced himself to remain alert. He meticulously recalled each battle from the recent pursuit mission, from his duel with Kinshiki to preventing Naruto and Sasuke from clashing, culminating in the fierce struggle against Orochimaru's subordinates and the reincarnated Three Shadows. Despite wielding the basic Sage Mode and some powers of Wood Release, he felt immense pressure and disparity when facing the reincarnated shadows and numerous sound ninjas. It was insufficient, far from enough. He must grow stronger. System, check personal attributes. Name, Uchiha Hezhen, ninja rank, Kage level, bloodline. Wood Release, chakra, all attributes. 13350. The minimum standard for an ordinary Kage is 10,000. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan. Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection, Fire Release Ninjutsu Collection, Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, Basic Sage Mode, Comprehensive Sealing Techniques, Taijutsu. 8 gates. As he gazed at the attribute panel, lost in thought, the door to the ward was gently pushed open from the outside. A masked individual clad in medical ninja attire entered, carrying a tray. Mr. Uchiha Hezhen, I am here for your routine checkup. The medical ninja's voice was gentle, and their movements were professional. However, Hezhen keenly sensed a subtle chakra fluctuation emanating from the individual that was decidedly uncharacteristic of a medical ninja, one imbued with a chilling aura. Hezhen's pupils slightly contracted, his expression remaining impassive, even adorned with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Yet internally, he had already heightened his vigilance. It seemed that some rats were eager to test his vulnerabilities. Within the ward, the masked medical ninja meticulously examined Hezhen's body, their fingers seemingly intent on leaving some trace behind. Hezhen maintained a warm smile, feigning ignorance of the thorough examination, yet with his extraordinary perception, he had already discerned the other's ulterior motives, attempting to implant a microseal within me, or perhaps some amusing little device. Hezhen scoffed inwardly. Unbeknownst to the intruder, he subtly channeled a strand of Wood Release chakra, finer than a hair, through his meridians, swiftly entwining it with the chilling chakra that leaked from the medical ninja's fingertips. At the moment the medical ninja believed they had successfully completed their covert actions, Hezhen's Wood Release chakra had already latched onto theirs, thwarting their intentions and marking them in secret. Examination complete, Mr. Uchiha Hezhen. Please take care of your recovery, the medical ninja stated, packing away their medical instruments. Their tone still gentle. You have truly outdone yourself with such meticulousness, Hezhen replied, emphasizing the word meticulous with a meaningful glance. The medical ninja's body paused slightly, their gaze meeting Hezhen's, an inexplicable unease coursing through them, but they quickly regained composure, nodding before nonchalantly exiting. Hezhen's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning frigid. Danzo, you old dog, your movements are indeed swift. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade entered, followed by a worried Shizune. How do you feel? Tsunade approached the bedside. Observing Hezhen's still somewhat pale complexion, her tone laced with concern. My chakra has been somewhat depleted, but I'm all right, Lady Tsunade. A few days of rest, and I'll be back to my lively self, Hezhen replied, sitting up. Tsunade nodded. Her eyes filled with complex emotions as she regarded him deeply, this young man who had repeatedly redefined her understanding. Hezhen, you performed excellently this time. Tsunade spoke solemnly. In light of your outstanding performance in this mission and the strength you displayed, I have decided to officially appoint you as a special Jonin of Konoha, directly under my command. She paused before continuing. You will continue to serve as a member of my direct Umbu team, responsible for intelligence gathering and special defense missions within the village. I have faith in your abilities. He understood this to be a manifestation of Tsunade's trust, as well as a form of protection. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Meanwhile, in a corner of Konoha, Naruto was diligently training alongside Jiraiya. Naruto was drenched in sweat, panting as he faced Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, I must become stronger. I will bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya, abandoning his usual playful demeanor, adopted a serious expression. Kid, while your determination is commendable, it is insufficient on its own. He met Naruto's steadfast gaze and nodded. All right, since you are so eager to grow stronger, I will devise a completely new training regimen for you. However, the process will be far more arduous and painful than you can imagine. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. I'm not afraid. Meanwhile, in the depths of Orochimaru's secret base in the Sound Village, Sasuke curled up on the floor, trembling violently from the backlash of cursed seal power. Sweat soaked his clothes, yet he gritted his teeth, the crimson Sharingan flickering with a fanatical light in the darkness. I need greater power. Orochimaru stood nearby, his serpentine eyes gleaming with admiration as he began to offer preliminary guidance. Sasuke's strength grew slowly yet steadily through the torment. In Konoha, at the underground base of Root, a medical ninja knelt before Danzo to report. There are no abnormalities within the target's body. The miniature chakra needle implanted by my subordinate failed to activate. Danzo's bandaged face remained expressionless, but the air around him chilled significantly. Had they failed? Or was that brat more troublesome than he had anticipated? It seems this boy harbors more secrets than expected, Danzo muttered coldly. We must elevate his threat level. In the hospital room, Hezhen closed his eyes to rest, but his mind raced, combining his past life memories of the Hokage storyline with his current situation. It became evident that Danzo had targeted him likely for his wood release. According to Danzo's behavior, this old man would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Passive waiting was not Hezhen's style. He opened his eyes. Since he couldn't evade, it was time to take the initiative and surprise a few people. Utilizing the Umbu authority granted by Tsunade, Hezhen began to discreetly review scattered information concerning Root and Danzo's past. Although core intelligence was hard to obtain, he could piece together useful details from the fragments. Simultaneously, he quietly inscribed his own Flying Thunder God technique in hidden corners of Konoha, laying the groundwork for potential future conflicts. Days later, as Hezhen's body fully recovered, he happened upon Kakashi while wandering the village. Hey, Hezhen, you seem to be recovering well. Kakashi remarked lazily, holding a copy of Ica Paradise. If you keep lying down, you'll rust. Hezhen smiled and shifted the conversation. Kakashi-sensei, what are your thoughts on Root? Kakashi paused, his eye narrowing as he replied meaningfully. Root is an organization entrenched deep within Konoha. Some matters are not easily judged. However, those who walk in darkness often lose their way. Though he did not elaborate, the wariness and resignation in his gaze confirmed Hezhen's suspicions about Danzo's danger. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade handed Hezhen a scroll with a grave expression. Hezhen, I have a secret mission for you. Recently, there have been some unusual chakra fluctuations in several areas surrounding Konoha, intense but elusive. I need you to investigate who is operating in the shadows. Hezhen accepted the scroll, his mind racing. Unusual chakra fluctuations? Could they be remnants of Orochimaru? Or perhaps members of the Akatsuki had begun to move? Regardless of who it was, this could prove to be a valuable opportunity. If anyone was connected to Danzo, it would become all the more intriguing. A new undercurrent was quietly surging beneath the surface of Konoha. Chapter 57, Tracking and Counter-Tracking, Shadows Clash. The night was as dark as ink. Hezhen donned the standard Umbu attire, complete with a sinister fox mask, and departed from Konoha. The dense forest rushed past beneath his feet, the moonlight filtering through the overlapping branches, casting a mosaic of shadows on the ground. The area marked by Tsunade for the unusual chakra fluctuations lay in a remote valley at the border of the Land of Fire. Hezhen did not rush. He controlled his chakra to the level of an elite Chunin, proceeding at a steady pace, as if conducting a routine reconnaissance mission. He was acutely aware that ever since he stepped out of the village, eyes had been watching him from the shadows. This so-called mission felt more like a meticulously arranged hunt. And who was the hunter, and who was the prey, remained uncertain. A faint rustling sound came from behind, accompanied by a palpable aura of menace. Hezhen, with his heightened perception, had already detected the subtle chakra signatures trailing him. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he maintained his pace, feigning ignorance. The 5 pursuing Root ninjas immediately accelerated, spreading out to encircle him. As he stepped into a relatively open clearing, shadows sprang from every direction, glinting blades sealing off all his escape routes. Yet, in the next moment, Hezhen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Not good. It's the Flying Thunder God. The elite Root ninjas' attacks missed, their eyes widening in astonishment. He's above us, one of the sensing ninjas shouted. But it was too late. Hezhen reappeared atop a tree branch. With just you few pathetic fish, do you think you can capture me? Hezhen looked down upon them, his gaze as cold as death. His form vanished once more, appearing behind one of the Root ninjas, his fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck out. The ninja barely had time to turn before a blow crushed into his chest, shattering his ribs and sending him hurtling through the air, colliding violently with several trees before coming to a stop. Rasengan, a rapidly spinning blue sphere of chakra coalesced in Hezhen's palm as he swiftly subdued another charging Root ninja. slamming him into the ground. The earth erupted, dust swirling as the ninja couldn't even let out a scream before being utterly extinguished. The remaining elite Root ninjas were struck with terror, their expectations shattered. This was entirely different from the intel they had received. In less than 30 seconds, 4 of the Root ninjas lay incapacitated, unable to move. Speak. What other tricks does that old dog Danzo have up his sleeve? Hezhen pressed a foot against one ninja's face, exerting pressure until the sound of shattering bones echoed in the air. The ninja emitted a muffled groan of agony, but remained defiant. You'll never get anything from me. Is that so? Hezhen pressed down harder, forcing the ninja's head into the ground. Once he dealt with the last of the Root ninjas, he prepared to manage the scene when a stronger, more frigid chakra surged toward him from a distance. Not just one. Hezhen's expression turned grave as he realized that Danzo himself was making his move. Without hesitation, he activated the 8 gates, opening the 3rd gate. Open. A surge of teal chakra vapor erupted from his body, dramatically amplifying his speed and strength. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged toward the perimeter of the encirclement. Yet, just as he was about to break free, a suffocating wave of chakra crashed toward him. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A colossal, high-density air pressure bomb tore through the atmosphere, crashing violently onto the ground before him. Boom. The intense explosion sent plumes of dust soaring into the sky, and the powerful shockwave forced Hezhen back several steps. As the dust settled, an elderly one-eyed man, leaning on a cane and surrounded by masked core members of the Root, slowly emerged. Shimura Danzo. His exposed eye gleamed with avarice and coldness, fixated on Hezhen. Shinya Hezhen. Your performance truly astonishes. Danzo's aged, deep voice resonated. Hezhen gradually straightened, reaching to remove the dark mask from his face, revealing a visage of icy resolve. Danzo-sama, creating such a commotion in the dead of night, one might think you intend to betray the village. Hezhen's retort was sharp and fearless. Humph. The sharp-tongued brat, Danzo scoffed, his cane striking the ground with force. For the future of Konoha, certain sacrifices are necessary. Your wood release should not belong solely to you. It should belong to Konoha, serving as the most steadfast shield of the village. Danzo did not conceal his intentions, his tone laden with a sense of entitlement. He even stepped closer, lowering his voice to a volume audible only to the two of them. Sing, young man. Do not let a moment of impulse lead those around you into unnecessary trouble. A blatant threat. Hezhen smiled, a chilling smile. Oh, are you threatening me? No sooner had he spoken than a surge of overwhelming natural energy coursed through his body, the orange-red hue of sage mode rapidly spreading from the corners of his eyes. The formidable aura surged forth, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Suddenly, a thick, sturdy wooden spike erupted from the ground beside Danzo's feet without warning, stopping less than an inch away. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply, and the nearby Root ninjas immediately assumed a defensive stance, the atmosphere thick with tension. Hezhen demonstrated with his actions that any attempt at aggression would lead to mutual destruction. Danzo stared intently at Hezhen, his eyes tinged with orange-red, revealing unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of compromise. After a prolonged silence, a grotesque smile forced its way onto his stiff face. Very well. It seems we need to explore a different mode of collaboration. I require your wood release for research. In exchange, I can offer you everything you desire, status, power. Hezhen decisively interrupted him. You want research samples, correct? I'll provide them. He swiftly withdrew from sage mode, the chilling aura dissipating as if it had never existed. Danzo was taken aback by Hezhen's unexpectedly agreeable response, believing his temptation had borne fruit. He regarded Hezhen with a sense of pride, convinced that the young man had ultimately succumbed to his manipulations. Young man, those who recognize the times are the true talents. I have high hopes for you. Danzo casually tossed out a remark before disappearing into the night with his entourage. Watching their departing figures, the cooperative expression on Hezhen's face vanished, replaced by a terrifying intent to kill. Old dog, just wait. The surprise I have for you is yet to come. Chapter 58. The Transaction of Illusion and Reality. Itachi and Kisame days later, as per their agreement, Hezhen delivered a specially crafted sealing scroll to a liaison dispatched by Root. Inside the scroll lay a piece of wood infused with Hezhen's chakra. Within this wood, Hezhen had intricately crafted a false chakra network, possessing the qualities of wood release, yet at its core lay an unbreakable seal. Any attempts to analyze or replicate its power would result in the collapse of its internal structure, ultimately rendering it mere worthless timber. A perfect gift, one to be observed but never consumed. Within the cold laboratory of Root's underground base, Danzo gazed at the petri dish containing the vibrant would-release sample, his single eye betraying an uncontrollable fervor and greed. "How is the analysis progressing?" he inquired without turning to the researcher, his voice trembling with excitement. The researcher, previously allied with Orochimaru, wore a look of pathological enthusiasm. "Danzo-sama. The initial results are astounding. Preliminary analysis shows that the cellular vitality of this sample far exceeds that of the cells left behind by the first Hokage. Uchiha Hezhen has truly mastered this power to perfection." Danzo gripped his cane tightly, nearly laughing with glee. As long as he could decipher its secrets, the power he so coveted would be within his grasp. However, days later, as research progressed, the researcher's demeanor grew increasingly grim. "Danzo-sama, there's a serious issue. We cannot conduct in-depth analysis." The researcher, drenched in sweat, spoke with a quivering voice. "The internal structure of the sample is extremely unstable. Any attempt to separate or cultivate it will lead to uncontrollable energy surges, resulting in immediate self-destruction." "Useless." Danzo's expression darkened, snatching the research report and scanning the pages filled with failure data, shaking with rage. He had been outsmarted by that brat. In the intervening days, under the guise of collaboration with Root, Hezhen frequently visited the periphery of the Root base. He quietly inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique at all known entrances and concealed corners of the base, weaving a grand trap tailor-made for Danzo. Meanwhile, at the training ground of Konoha village, "Damn it. Why isn't it working yet?" Naruto panted, staring anxiously at the Rasengan in his hand. Jiraiya, seated atop a large toad, abandoned his usual jovial demeanor, speaking with seriousness. "Perfectly merging the transformation of Chakra's nature and form is not an overnight task. It requires years of practice. For you, it is still too early. What you must do now is calm your mind and consider how to develop more applications based on the existing Rasengan." Wiping away sweat, Naruto's gaze turned resolute. "Sasuke, I will bring you back." In the shadowy base of the Sound Ninja village, Sasuke languished in a container filled with a medicinal liquid, the black curse mark spreading across his body, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet he uttered not a sound, gritting his teeth as his scarlet Sharingan flickered with an insatiable thirst for power and endless hatred for a certain figure. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade flipped through documents with irritation. Reports from the Umbu indicated that Danzo had been unusually active lately, with many Root members mobilizing covertly. What is that old fool up to now? She lifted her gaze to the window, an unsettling feeling intensifying within her. Her instincts warned her that the undercurrents within the village were growing increasingly turbulent. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Hezhen entered. "Tsunade-sama, I have urgent intelligence to report." His expression was unprecedentedly grave. "Speak." He shared the information he had gathered regarding the Akatsuki, processed to be half-truths and half-fictions. "Based on my recent intelligence analysis, the Akatsuki may likely infiltrate Konoha soon. Their target is probably the Nine Tails." Tsunade's expression turned grave. Moreover, Hezhen stepped forward, lowering his voice. "I have a plan. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to lure some hidden rats out into the open." Upon hearing Hezhen's proposal, Tsunade stared intently at him, her mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. Using the Akatsuki to deal with Danzo? This plan was audacious and utterly insane. In the forests surrounding Konoha village, Kakashi and Guy were conducting their routine patrol. "I say, Kakashi, how about a youthful showdown?" Guy, as ever, brimmed with enthusiasm, striking a spirited pose. Kakashi, lazily flipping through Ica Paradise, was about to respond when suddenly he paused. Two formidable and suffocating chakra fluctuations abruptly manifested within their perception, causing Kai to instantly withdraw his playful demeanor. Both men simultaneously turned their gazes towards the nearby riverbank, where stood two figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds, their heads covered by conical hats. One was tall, bearing a strange, bandage-wrapped sword on his back, grinning to reveal a mouthful of shark-like teeth. The other, with a cold expression and crimson eyes, evoked a sense of trepidation. As they slowly removed their hats, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. "Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki." Kakashi's body tensed instantly, his left Sharingan spinning rapidly. It was none other than Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. Kisame, wielding the Samahata, spoke with a teasing tone, ignoring Kisame. Kakashi fixated intensely on Uchiha Itachi. What brings you back to Konoha? Itachi slowly lifted his head, the patterns in his eyes spinning swiftly, transforming into the design of the Crimson Mangekyō Sharingan. We are here in search of something. The next moment, Kakashi found himself engulfed in a blood-red world. Tsukuyami. The sky was crimson, the moon as well, with countless Itachis wielding long knives relentlessly piercing his body. The illusion's duration extended to 72 hours, while in the real world, merely a second had passed. Thud. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, his spirit severely damaged, consciousness completely lost. Kakashi! Kai roared, rushing forward. Eighth gate of the heavenly dragon, open. A surge of green chakra erupted skyward as Kai accelerated, kicking Kisame aside. He dared not linger, swiftly scooping up the unconscious Kakashi and retreating. Kisame emerged from the water. Clicking his tongue, he runs rather swiftly. Itachi observed Kai's retreating figure and murmured, "The village will enhance its defenses. We shall conceal ourselves and await our opportunity." At the opposite end of the village, atop Hokage Rock, Hezhen sensed the distant chakra surge that had quickly dissipated, his gaze profound. The true storm was finally approaching. Chapter 59. The Invasion of Akatsuki. Hezhen's initial confrontation with Itachi. Kai rushed into the village, cradling the unconscious Kakashi. The news he brought stirred a storm among Konoha's upper echelon. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, two S-rank rogue ninjas, had infiltrated the outskirts of the village. In an instant, Konoha was thrust into a state of utmost alertness, with squads of Umbu ninjas weaving through every corner, the atmosphere steeped in tension. Hezhen stood atop Hokage Rock, eyes closed, as he activated his Flying Thunder God technique, linked with the Umbu's early warning system. A notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The host is currently involved in the Uchiha Itachi's infiltration of Konoha event. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. System signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Earth Release Ninjutsu Collection. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1650 chakra. A surge of warmth flooded Hezhen's body, accompanied by a slight ache and tingling sensation. Moments later, he clenched his fist, sensing his strength had significantly increased. Simultaneously, a torrent of information regarding Earth Release Ninjutsu flooded his mind. The principles and hand seals crystal clear, as if he had studied it for decades. System. Check personal attributes. Name. Hashigane Hezhen Ninja Level. Kage Bloodline. Would release. Chakra. All attributes. 15,000. The minimum standard for an ordinary Kage is 10,000. Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique. Rasengan. Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection. Fire Release Ninjutsu Collection. Water Release Ninjutsu Collection. Earth Release Ninjutsu Collection. Basic Sage Mode. Complete Sealing Techniques. Taijutsu. 8 gates. Hezhen dismissed the panel with a sigh, briefly sensing his surroundings before vanishing from his location. However, days passed, and the village remained tranquil, with Itachi and Kisame not reappearing. The taut nerves gradually relaxed, leading to the cancellation of the highest level of alert. It was at this moment that Itachi and Kisame seized the opportunity. Outside a certain inn, two figures in black robes with red clouds set their sights on Naruto, who was searching for Jiraiya. Finally found you, Naruto. The chilling voice made Naruto shudder. Who are you? We're here to take you away, Kisame grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth as he advanced menacingly. Just as the situation grew dire, a boisterous voice descended from above. Thinking of harming my disciple? Have you consulted with the great sage Toad? Jiraiya landed beside Naruto, his expression wary and serious. Without hesitation, he bit his finger. Summoning technique. A massive toad, Fukasaku, descended from the sky, crushing the inn's corridor. Jiraiya stood atop the toad's head, his demeanor grave, the potent chakra thickening the air around him, shielding Naruto and buying him time to escape. Almost instantly upon Jiraiya's arrival, Hezhen's figure materialized. Flying Thunder God Technique. He immediately spotted Jiraiya engaged with Itachi and Kisame. Without a moment's hesitation, an overwhelming surge of natural energy coursed through him, orange-red shadows swiftly spreading from the corners of his eyes. Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan. He condensed a sphere of chakra imbued with terrifying energy in his hands and hurled it towards Kisame with blinding speed. Kisame sensed the danger, raising his sword to block. But the power of the Sage Art Rasengan far exceeded his expectations. Boom. The Samahata wailed as Kisame was sent flying, crashing through several walls before finally halting, utterly disheveled. Interesting. Itachi's voice remained calm, yet his gaze had grown significantly serious. Hezhen smirked, choosing not to waste words. Eighth gate of the heavenly dragon, open. A turquoise steam of chakra erupted from his body, causing an instantaneous surge in power and speed. He and Itachi vanished from sight, and the sounds of fists and kunai clashing echoed in the air. Itachi's Sharingan keenly observed every move of Hezhen, yet the latter's speed and strength, amplified by the fifth gate, posed a challenge for him. After a period of back-and-forth combat, both combatants harbored deep respect for one another's strength. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Technique. The previously launched Kisame rejoined the fray, forming hand seals rapidly as a massive shark water bullet roared towards Hezhen. Joined by Itachi, it became a 2-on-1 confrontation. The pressure on Hezhen intensified under the assault of two Kage-level adversaries. Bring it on. Hezhen pressed his hands firmly against the ground. Earth release, Earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall erupted, perfectly blocking the path of the shark water bullet. Boom. The water bullet collided with the wall, producing a thunderous roar. Following this, Hezhen swiftly formed hand seals again. Earth release, Earth dragon bullet. Fire release, Fire dragon flame bullet. A roaring earth dragon emerged from the ground, its massive mouth open wide, as Hezhen spat forth 3 blazing fire dragons, merging seamlessly with the earth dragon. The combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow, surged forth with unmatched might, forcing Itachi and Kisame to temporarily retreat. Kisame, having been pushed back several steps, steadied himself. Gazing at this young adversary who radiated such terrifying power, his grin faltering slightly, confusion and shock reflected in his shark-like eyes. Hey, Itachi, what's the deal with this kid? The intel didn't mention Konoha having such a monster. Itachi's expression remained impassive. Yet the swirling crimson patterns of his Mangekyō Sharingan betrayed his inner turmoil as he rapidly analyzed everything that had transpired. The ability to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates indicates that one has achieved a remarkable level of mastery in physical techniques. The use of Sage Mode denotes an extraordinary perception and the capability to enhance ninjutsu and taijutsu through the utilization of Sage Chakra. Itachi's voice was deep and composed, as if the predicament lay with others and not himself. The recently executed combined ninjutsu, which perfectly fused earth release and fire release, exponentially increased its potency, requiring an unparalleled understanding and control over chakra nature and transformation. Kisame listened to Itachi's analysis, his astonishment deepening. Sage techniques, the 8 gates, and high-level composite ninjutsu. Any one of these powers alone could make a ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world. Yet, all of them manifested in such a young individual? A tempest of anxiety surged within Kisame. The threat posed was far beyond their estimations. Itachi concluded, casting a glance at Hezhen, whose injuries were but minor. For the first time, he felt a strong wariness towards such a young ninja. It seemed that Konoha had nurtured a formidable entity in the form of a Nine-Tails host without their knowledge. Even the combined assault of 2 S-class shinobi failed to overpower him and instead resulted in their retreat. Itachi and Kisame exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. This young man would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Akatsuki in the near future. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Sage Art, Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, his white hair hardening instantly, shooting towards Itachi and Kisame like a torrential downpour. Itachi glanced at Naruto, who was shielded by Hezhen and Jiraiya, before assessing the 2 troublesome opponents before him. It was evident that success was unattainable today. He signaled to Kisame, preparing to withdraw. Before departing, his gaze met Hezhen's. Hezhen's eyes were calm and profound, as if conveying, "I know all your secrets. Your pain." Itachi's heart inexplicably trembled, a flicker of emotion surfacing in his eyes, which had weathered countless storms of blood and fire. Without hesitation, Itachi and Kisame vanished swiftly from sight. Watching their retreat, Hezhen reined in his aura, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The real drama was just beginning. Danzo would undoubtedly have more ample reasons to seek trouble with you. Chapter 60. Itachi's true intentions and Danzo's actions after Itachi and Kisame of the Akatsuki retreated. The air in Konoha village was thick with an unusual blend of smoke and moisture. In the devastated district, ninjas navigated the ruins, clearing debris and tending to injured civilians. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hezhen stood in silence, a heavy stillness enveloping the room. Leaning against the wall, Kakashi's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, holding a newly delivered report on the losses sustained by the Umbu. Each word on the report struck his heart like a hammer. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki had been repelled. Merely seeing Itachi's name caused Kakashi's body to ache faintly, as if the endless torment within the Tsukuyomi world had just transpired yesterday. That was a man capable of eliminating him with a single blow. And paired with the so-called tailed beastless Kisame, such a combination would result in a fierce battle, even against Lord Jiraiya. Yet the report boldly stated that alongside Lord Jiraiya, a ninja named Hoshigaki, Hezhen had fought, forcing Itachi and Kisame to retreat. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Hezhen? The young man who had just recently departed from his sight? To what extent had his strength evolved? He was now capable of engaging in such high-level combat, even collaborating with one of the legendary Sannin to repel Itachi and Kisame. This transcended the definition of genius. It was nothing short of a myth. The report's description of the battle further shook Kakashi's core. It confirmed the use of composite ninjutsu, a combination of Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, reminiscent of the third Hokage's Earth Release, Flame Flow. The realization struck Kakashi. How could this be possible? Wasn't that technique unique to the third Hokage? A highly complex ninjutsu requiring an extreme understanding of both earth and fire nature transformations, perfected in harmony. The third Hokage had long since passed. From where had he learned it? Kakashi's mind raced to find a rational explanation for this inconceivable occurrence. Could it have been a ninjutsu scroll left behind by the third Hokage? As the Hokage renowned for his ninjutsu teachings, he might have left some undisclosed secret scrolls that Hezhen stumbled upon by chance. This seemed the only plausible explanation. However, even acquiring such scrolls, mastering this level of composite ninjutsu would demand unparalleled talent and precise chakra control. Hezhen, having undergone experimental wood release transplantation, indicated proficiency in both earth and water nature transformations, and now the flawless application of fire release as well. Such talent exceeded anything Kakashi had experienced in his youth. Perhaps it was due to the unique cellular transplantation from the first Hokage that endowed him with this almost unfair capacity for learning and chakra affinity, allowing him to master techniques that would take others years, if not decades. It appeared that a new era was truly on the horizon. While Kakashi was lost in thought, Tsunade broke the silence. Hezhen, the composite ninjutsu you used, Earth Release, Flame Flow, was taught to you by Lord Sarutobi, correct? How did you learn it? She fixed her gaze intently upon Hezhen. Jiraiya and Kakashi's attention immediately shifted to Hezhen. It was imparted to me by Lord Third. Hezhen shrugged, dismissing the inquiry nonchalantly. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged incredulous looks, yet refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. Tsunade scrutinized Hezhen deeply, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and gestured for Jiraiya and Kakashi to leave first. Once the office was left with just the two of them, Tsunade spoke again. Speak, do you hold any differing opinions? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hezhen discarded his nonchalant demeanor, his expression growing serious. Lady Tsunade, don't you find it peculiar? Uchiha Itachi's return has stirred too much commotion. With his strength and intellect, if he aimed to capture Naruto, he would not choose such a brazen approach in the village. Confronting Lord Jiraiya head-on, Hezhen stepped forward, lowering his voice. He is more like an actor, putting on a show for certain individuals in the village, confirming Sasuke's safe departure while simultaneously warning others not to harbor inappropriate thoughts about him. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply as Hezhen's analysis unraveled her confusion. She recalled the night of the Uchiha massacre, the series of actions taken by Danzo that followed, and a chill crept up her spine. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of Root, a masked Root ninja knelt before Danzo, relaying the overheard intelligence verbatim. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo's countenance turned a shade of iron. The veins on his hand, gripping the cane, bulged ominously, the wood creaking under the strain. How could that brat know? The image of Itachi's cold, malevolent eyes flashed through Danzo's mind. He had covertly assisted in the events that led to Sasuke being marked and subsequently taken by Orochimaru. Had Itachi already caught wind of this? A surge of panic and provocation ignited within Danzo. Was that little brat warning him? Danzo's voice lowered to a growl. his eyes blazing with resentment and greed. He could no longer afford to wait. Rather than passively awaiting Uchiha Itachi's trouble, it was time to take the initiative. The task of eliminating the traitorous Uchiha Itachi falls squarely upon the shoulders of Konoha's Root, as articulated in the chilling, distorted tones of Danzo. This is also an opportune moment to gauge the loyalty of that young scamp, Hoshino Hezhen, to the village, and to assess the level of his wood-release techniques. In a dimly lit laboratory within the Sound Village, Sasuke learns of Itachi's incursion into Konoha. Rage. An overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation nearly drives him to the brink of madness. He has returned to the village. But he did not come to seek me out. Does he deem me so unworthy that he cannot even be bothered to confront me directly? I require greater strength. Sasuke's expression contorts, his crimson eyes ablaze with a fervor for destruction. Observing this from the surveillance feed, Orochimaru's pale visage breaks into a satisfied smile, as Sasuke's thirst for power is ignited. Meanwhile, after conversing with Tsunade, Hezhen returns to his dwelling, acutely aware that the bait has been cast and that the long-hidden fish, Danzo, will soon take the hook. Seated in meditation, he begins to mentally simulate the possible outcomes of the impending events. In the ruins of an inn, Jiraiya watches Naruto diligently clearing away rubble and debris, filled with a myriad of emotions. That kid, Hezhen, possesses both strength and intellect that far surpasses his peers. With a deep sigh, Jiraiya recognizes that his priority is to facilitate Naruto's rapid growth. At the hidden cave along the border of the Land of Fire, the impatient Kisame wipes his samahata. Are we merely to wait here, Mr. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi leans against the rock wall, eyes closed, seemingly impervious to Kisame's words. He is waiting for the man who has burdened him with everything to reveal his fangs. As night envelopes the land, Danzo's icy voice commands, relay my orders, at all costs. Capture Uchiha Itachi alive. This traitor of the village. I shall personally pluck his Sharingan from his eyes. Chapter 61. Danzo's Trap. Itachi's predicament under the fragmented moonlight. A false report leads Sasuke to lure Uchiha Itachi into this desolate forest, an elaborate hunting ground meticulously prepared by Danzo. As Itachi steps into a clearing deep within the woods, the surroundings warp, and an ominous chakra fluctuation fills the air. Dozens of masked root elites emerge from the shadows, forming an eerie formation as they swiftly weave hand signs. Complex seals ignite beneath their feet, instantly creating a vast, specialized barrier that seals off the clearing entirely. Jinjutsu to control the five senses. Sealing techniques create a fourfold blockade. The special illusion targeting the Sharingan and the powerful sealing barrier activate simultaneously, attempting to strip Itachi of his perception and mobility. Itachi's crimson Sharingan spins rapidly, immediately discerning the essence of the illusion. Kagetsuchi, he attempts to dispel the Jinjutsu, ensnaring him. Yet, the world around him remains unchanged. Frowning, he realizes he has fallen into an intricately designed trap. He sways, attempting to break free. But the relentless assault from all directions, shuriken and explosive tags, completely seals off any potential escape routes. Itachi knows he must end this swiftly. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball roars toward a corner of the barrier. However, as it makes contact, an unseen force absorbs it, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Danzo, leaning on his cane, emerges slowly from behind the root ninjas. Uchiha Itachi, long time no see. His cold voice resonates, and his exposed eye gleams with morbid greed. He slowly unwraps the bandages from his arm, revealing a horrifying sight. Numerous Sharingan are embedded on his arm, each one slowly spinning, sending shivers down the spine. Itachi's pupils constrict sharply. Even his composed demeanor falters upon witnessing the desecration of his kin's eyes, sparking an uncontrollable fury. Amaterasu. Black flames engulf Danzo. Yet he suddenly vanishes from sight, only to reappear unscathed a moment later. Izanagi. At the cost of losing one eye, he alters reality for a fleeting moment. Itachi's heart sinks. He finds himself in an unprecedented predicament. In the cave where Itachi and Kisame had previously lingered, Kisame leans against the cave wall, polishing his samahata with growing impatience. Has Mr. Itachi not returned yet? He murmurs, a twinge of unease rising within him. Given Itachi's prowess, confirming a piece of information should not take this long. Has something gone awry? On the other side of the forest, Hezhen stands atop a towering tree, eyes closed, acutely sensing the fierce battle unfolding in the distance. Danzo, you old hound, you could no longer contain yourself. He had anticipated everything and prepared accordingly. In the midst of the trap, the battle escalates. Danzo, utilizing Izanagi, narrowly avoids Itachi's lethal strikes, while the Root ninjas continuously maneuver, depleting Itachi's chakra. Itachi's breathing quickens. The strain of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi weighs heavily on him, and he knows he stands on the precipice of despair. Make your move. Pluck out his eyes. Danzo issues a cold command, and all the Root ninjas surge forward. Just as Itachi prepares to unleash Susanoo for a final stand, a flurry of figures vanishes without warning. The four key ninjas maintaining the barrier and formation let out no cries as Hezhen snaps their necks, their lifeless bodies falling from the air. With the core support severed, the barrier collapses in an instant, extinguishing the oppressive glow of the sealing technique. Who goes there? Danzo spins around, fury etched across his face. Realizing his impending success has been thwarted, a figure stands calmly on a nearby tree trunk, none other than Hezhen. Danzo, what a grand spectacle. Are you engaged in a covert exercise? Hezhen quips, his tone casual, yet his gaze piercingly cold. Or are you executing some unsavory private agenda? Danzo glares at Hezhen, trembling with rage. Hoshino Hezhen, do you dare interfere with Root's mission? No, I do not. Hezhen counters vehemently, do not slander my intentions. I am merely carrying out the orders of the Hokage. Hezhen employs Tsunade as a shield, thwarting any potential threats to the village's safety, particularly from certain individuals' ambitions. As his words resonate, an overwhelming aura erupts from Hezhen. Sage mode. The 8th gate, the 6th gate. Open. Orange-red shadows and crimson chakra steam envelop him as he lunges towards Danzo. You seek death. Danzo bellows, charging forward. Their fists collide with a thunderous sound, unleashing a powerful shockwave that devastates the surrounding trees. Hezhen's strength and speed completely overwhelm Danzo. He narrowly evades a fatal blow from Hezhen, yet his expression darkens. This young boy possesses extraordinary power. In that fleeting moment of impact, Danzo perceives an unusual, violent energy emanating from Hezhen's fist, leaving his arm numb and forcing him to retreat several paces to regain his stance, astonished and incredulous. How could this be? Beside them, Itachi, witnessing the sudden appearance of Hezhen engaging Danzo in fierce combat, feels his shock rapidly replaced by dread and trepidation. A terrifying thought begins to crystallize in his mind. This entire scenario has been orchestrated by Hoshino Hezhen. He is not here to rescue me. He is here to set the stage. From the moment he and Kisame stepped into Konoha, no, even earlier, he had already fallen into the chessboard of this young man. He astutely leveraged the concern Sasuke had for him, predicting that Danzo would set a trap using it as bait. Then, under the pretext of a Hokage's order, he made his appearance at the most critical moment, rescuing himself from a seemingly certain death, while simultaneously exposing the hidden fangs of Danzo. Hoshino Hezhen was not merely a pawn. He was the one pulling the strings, with the light and shadow of Konoha intricately woven into his plans. Who exactly is Hoshino Hezhen? What are his intentions? Seizing the opportunity while Danzo and Hezhen were locked in a stalemate, Itachi hesitated not for a moment. His figure flickered and vanished into the night. Yet, he did not stray far, instead concealing himself behind a distant tree. His cold gaze fixed on the two combatants in the battlefield. For the first time, he felt himself transformed from a strategist into a mere pawn, trapped in a game beyond his control. Chapter 62, The Crushing of the Forest Realm. Izanagi exhausted, Danzo's final card. Hezhen's life is mine. Kill him. Danzo's hoarse voice echoed. His remaining eye fixated on Hezhen, exuding a venomous glare as if attempting to freeze the very soul of the young man before him. And that traitor from the village, eliminate him as well. Yes, dozens of shadowy figures sprang into action, launching themselves from the dark corners of the forest. Blades clashed. Shuriken and explosive tags sliced through the air, compressing the space for Hezhen and Itachi to evade to the brink of zero. Hezhen's gaze turned frigid. The onslaught from all directions surged forth, mingled with Danzo's cold, predatory aura lurking in the shadows. A glance at Itachi, who was gasping beside him. He could not allow him to be ensnared by these reckless foes. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed several solidified, compressed wind blades. The angles were cunning, the timing malicious. It was precisely the moment Hezhen was entangled by 3 Root ninjas. The wind blades did not aim for vital points, but instead targeted Hezhen's limbs and joints, intending to incapacitate him and capture him alive. Fueled by a surge of anger, Hezhen did not retreat, but advanced. He turned and collided with one wind blade using his shoulder. The sound of flesh tearing and blood splattering echoed. Yet, harnessing this fierce momentum, he summoned all his strength, delivering a punch to the mask of the root ninja before him. A dull thud resonated as bone and mask crumpled together. The root member's head caved in. His body flung backward, shattering several giant trees before finally splattering against another trunk, rendering him unrecognizable. But new attacks were already upon him. A frenzied root assassin, discarding all defense, charged forward with explosive tags plastered all over his body, sizzling ominously. Hezhen furrowed his brow. The after-effects of opening the sixth gate and the immense chakra drain from Sage Mode caused his muscles and bones to tremble. If this continued, he would meet his demise. He clasped his hands together fiercely. No more holding back. All the Sage Chakra he had accumulated within him detonated at that moment, pouring forth. Sage Art. Would release. Tree World Birth. Thunderous roars erupted from below, shaking the ground violently. Countless giant trees tore through the earth, soaring skyward. Their branches twisted and coiled, their bark adorned with sharp thorns. In mere moments, the open ground transformed into a primal forest brimming with lethal intent, dividing the battlefield into countless cages. This not only obstructed the encirclement of the root, but also provided Itachi a precious respite in the distance. The wood release truly belonged to the first Hokage. Danzo's breath grew heavy. The anger and killing intent in his single eye were swiftly replaced by a more fervent and frenzied greed. The power of the gods. This was the ultimate force he had long coveted, capable of establishing absolute order. All he needed was to extract this power from the young boy and transplant it into his own body. The position of Hokage? That was merely the starting point. At any cost. Danzo's voice was hoarse and exhilarated as he tore open the bandages on his right arm. 3 of the Sharingan embedded in that arm suddenly opened wide. Capture him alive. The body may be shattered, but the brain and chakra network must remain intact. The remaining root ninjas, their eyes blood red, charged headlong into the forest of wood release. At the highest point of the forest, Itachi's figure melded into the shadows. His crimson Mangekyō Sharingan revealed signs of fatigue, yet he remained composed. Without a word, he silently formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, binding technique. The 2 root ninjas poised to unleash a self-destruct technique suddenly froze in their tracks. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, 2 sharp wooden spikes erupted from the shadows beneath them, piercing their hearts with precision. Danzo, look beneath your feet. Hezhen's taunting voice echoed through the forest. These ninjas who died for your filthy desires once represented the future of Konoha. Now, they lie dead here like refuse. Do you not find this ironic? Shut up. Danzo's face twisted in rage, but instead of roaring, he let out a cold laugh. Sacrifice is the foundation of Konoha's strongest soil. They have dedicated themselves to Konoha's eternity. This is their honor. And you, Hezhen, a wretched dog who fortuitously stole the power of the first Hokage. Your very existence is the greatest desecration of the will of fire. Danzo's hands swiftly formed seals. The 3 root ninjas under his control displayed a glint of resoluteness in their eyes, their bodies visibly swelling. A suicidal attack. Hezhen's expression turned icy. Chakra was depleting at an unprecedented rate, and the scenery before him began to blur. He needed to resolve this swiftly. This old dog must die here. A flash of mad determination crossed Hezhen's eyes. He decided to take a risk, gambling the majority of his remaining Sage Chakra. Old dog, you say I do not understand the will of fire? Hezhen's voice grew hoarse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then I shall show you the difference this power holds in the hands of a person like you and in mine. Sage Art. Would release. Tree World Birth. This time, it was not a birth, but a destruction. The entire forest sprang to life in an instant. Countless sturdy trees transformed into menacing serpents, converging from all sides, relentlessly attacking Danzo alone. This was no mere ninjutsu. This was a natural disaster. Izanagi. Danzo's figure vanished in the instant before being engulfed by the sea of trees. The next moment, he appeared unscathed a short distance away, but one of the Sharingan on his arm had lost its light, forever sealed. Yet he had no time to catch his breath. Boom. Hezhen disregarded everything, forcibly maintaining the tremendous output of chakra. The raging sea of wood release transformed into an unceasing meat grinder, again surging toward Danzo. Boom, boom, boom. The crushing force of the wood release resembled an endless tide. repeatedly submerging, shredding, and reconstituting Danzo's figure. He was compelled to activate Izanagi continuously. The Sharingan on his arm, 1, 2, 3, rapidly lost its light, sealing shut. You wretched little brat. As the last few Sharingan remained on his arm, Danzo finally let out a furious and terrified roar. Izanagi was about to be exhausted. He fixed his gaze on Hezhen. The eye tightly wrapped in bandages began to tremble violently. Something terrifying was about to emerge. The bandages, in their violent convulsions, began to fray. An indescribable, eerie, and malevolent purple light shot forth from the gaps in the bandages. Hezhen's sage sense blared with warnings. His pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 63, The Deactivation of the Divine Power. I joined forces with Itachi to obliterate Danzo. The bandages ripped apart with a sharp sound and fell away. A pair of scarlet eyes lay exposed to the air. The dark, four-cornered pinwheel pattern slowly spun, exuding a twisted aura that ensnared the mind. It was Uchiha Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan. The sage-like perception of Hezhen issued a frenzied warning, more direct than any alarm. Almost simultaneously, Itachi, concealed beneath the distant treetops, suddenly froze. His icy gaze brimmed with fury. The name Sasuke seemed to drain all strength from him, forcing it out through clenched teeth. The memento of a dear friend. The entrusted will of a brother, the resolve to protect Konoha. How could it be so profaned by Danzo, that rat hiding in the gutter? A chilling killing intent transformed into a palpable frost, swiftly emanating from Itachi, covering the surrounding leaves with a thin layer of hoarfrost. The pinwheel pattern in Danzo's right eye began to rotate with alarming speed as he locked his gaze on Hezhen. You are an interesting specimen, Hezhen. Surrender your resistance and become the cornerstone of the root. This shall be your glory. The ultimate Genjutsu, Kodoama Tsukimi. An irresistible torrent of mental force engulfed Hezhen in an instant. It sought to rewrite everything, distort all, and implant a brand named loyalty deep within his soul. Hezhen's thoughts began to solidify, his bodily autonomy rapidly stripped away, as a consuming notion of sacrificing everything for Lord Danzo grew wildly within him. Damn it! The veins in Hezhen's neck bulged, and the sage chakra within him instinctively surged, fiercely battling against the mental invasion. In his mental realm, a torrent of natural energy fiercely defended his will. Yet that will of loyalty was too overwhelming. My will shall not be sullied by you, Hezhen roared, forcibly igniting a small surge of sage chakra. Pain surged through his mental world, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. At that instant, a crow's caw echoed, exploding within Danzo's mental domain. A phantom of a crow did not collide with Kodoama Tsukimi, but instead approached Danzo's core of will at an exceptionally cunning angle, striking with precision. The moment the phantom touched the core, a transient image surfaced, Sasuke's face, weeping blood and despair. What? A nearly imperceptible disorder flickered within Danzo's will. Uchiha Itachi. A crack appeared in Kodoama Tsukimi's absolute control. Old dog, your schemes end here. Seizing this rare opportunity, Hezhen unleashed another surge of remaining sage chakra. Wood release. Birth of the Sea of Trees. Boom. Countless monstrous trees erupted from the ground, intertwining and transforming the battlefield into a labyrinthine death forest. Several wood clones identical to Hezhen emerged from every corner of the forest, wielding sharp wooden spears, launching an unrelenting assault. Izanagi. Danzo's figure was instantly pierced by a wooden spear, exploding into a mass of flesh, only to reappear atop another colossal tree, the Sharingan in his right arm completely closed. Devoid of luster, he had no time to catch his breath. A shadow darted from the tree's shade, a kunai glinting coldly, slicing precisely through his right arm. Puff! Another normal Sharingan was directly blinded, blood splattering. It was Itachi. Damn it! Just as Danzo attempted to retaliate, another wood clone charged from a different direction. He could only activate Izanagi once more, vanishing from sight. Hezhen took the lead, aggressively suppressing Danzo's movements with ferocious wood techniques. Itachi lay hidden in the shadows, each emergence precisely disabling an eye on his arm, hastening the depletion of his trump cards. This was an efficient and merciless hunt. One by one, the eyes on Danzo's right arm dimmed rapidly, closing. Only one remained. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Danzo's final counterattack unleashed several deadly wind bullets. Yet they were entirely blocked by a thick wooden wall that surged from the ground. As he launched his attack, using his last Izanagi, His body materialized not far away. Sage art. Would release. Silent binding technique. Hezhen suddenly clasped his hands together. The entire forest sprang to life. Countless resilient wooden vines shot out from all directions, ensnaring him tightly, binding him completely. Hezhen's figure flickered, appearing before the immobilized Danzo. His palm aglow with sealing techniques, pressing forcefully against his right arm. Separation. Ugh. Danzo let out a beastly cry of unwillingness. That arm, which had been implanted with 11 Sharingan, along with the kaleidoscope belonging to Shursui, was forcibly stripped from his body by Hezhen's sealing technique. Flesh and blood were a gruesome sight. With all his trump cards lost, Danzo was tightly bound by would release, his gaze vacant. He looked at Hezhen, who was so close, and then glanced at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, the flicker of icy resolve flashing in his dilated pupils. I am Root. Root must forever be entrenched in the dark soil. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 pitch-black runes suddenly materialized beneath his clothing. For symbol seal, black ink-like runes surged from his body, swiftly forming a colossal black sphere. The sphere generated an irresistible force of suction. Yet Hezhen and Itachi had already retreated to a safe distance. Ultimately, the black sphere abruptly contracted inward, swallowing light and sound whole, vanishing entirely. In its place remained a bottomless, charred pit. The forest returned to silence. Hezhen quickly sealed the arm and the precious kaleidoscope Sharingan within a scroll. Itachi's figure silently landed before Hezhen, blocking his path. The gesture was simple, yet the intent was unmistakable. Hezhen tightened his grip on the scroll, taking half a step back. In sage mode, his golden vertical pupils revealed unmasked vigilance and determination. The air became taut. After a moment, Itachi slowly lowered his hand. He gazed deeply at Hezhen, and in the next second, his figure transformed into countless crows, disappearing amidst an ominous cacophony. Hezhen stood rooted, clutching the scroll tightly. He glanced down at it, only to furrow his brow suddenly. The sealed power of Konoha Tsukumi seemed not to have entirely quieted. Through the thick ceiling, he felt a faint, seductive mental fluctuation whispering. To protect Konoha. Was this the lingering will of Shursui, or another trap set by Itachi within Danzo's mental realm? Chapter 64, A Shocking Turn. The death of Danzo, the Hokage's thunderous measures. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavy, nearly suffocating. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her hands crossed before her, her sharp gaze sweeping over the preliminary report regarding Danzo's death. The report was hastily written, revealing the writer's frantic state at the time. The traces of battle were exceptionally brutal. Kakashi stood beside her, his voice weary. He had just returned from the crime scene, where the obliterated forest still resonated with a disquieting chakra fluctuation. 2 distinctly powerful chakras lingered at the site, one cold and ominous, unmistakably Itachi's, while the other bore the marks of would release ninjutsu and the 4 symbol seal. As Kakashi finished speaking, he unconsciously glanced at Hezhen beside him. This was no mere residual ninjutsu, but a terrifying force capable of altering the terrain. To force someone as cunning and unscrupulous as Danzo to a point of mutual destruction, merely relying on Uchiha Itachi was likely insufficient. A horrifying deduction flashed through Kakashi's mind. It was Hezhen's would release that had completely cut off Danzo's escape routes, ultimately driving him to desperation. This young man, could he have already possessed a terrifying power capable of determining the life and death of a Hokage? Tsunade closed her eyes, rubbing her aching temples. Danzo was dead. In her mind, she swiftly interconnected the threads of information. Uchiha Itachi was the bait, Danzo was the hunter, and Hezhen, who was tasked with the investigation, was likely the true yellow Oriole. This was no mere coincidence. Hezhen had probably anticipated Danzo's movements, turning the tables on him, using Itachi to exhaust Danzo's trump cards, and ultimately stepping in to force Danzo into a corner. What a masterful scheme of using another's weapon. What an exquisite tactic of undermining from beneath. The cunning and strength of this young man had reached a level that left her feeling genuinely unsettled. She suddenly opened her eyes, her sharp gaze locking onto Hezhen as if she were attempting to peer into his very soul. What do you think, Hezhen? Hezhen raised his head, meeting Tsunade's gaze with an unflinching calmness. Elder Kakashi's assessment was indeed correct. Elder Danzo likely employed some means to lure Uchiha Itachi, aiming to seize his Sharingan. However, it appears the plan backfired. He articulated the most shocking hypothesis in the most mundane tone. Who was Uchiha Itachi? The one who single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Would he lack a contingency plan? Elder Danzo had indeed kicked a steel plate this time, driven to desperation. Itachi likely resorted to all his hidden cards and was prepared to perish alongside Danzo. This explanation was both logical and perfectly accounted for all the traces of battle at the scene. Kakashi's gaze toward Hezhen deepened with meaning. This young man was indeed formidable. Tsunade took a deep breath. I understand. In a certain ancient, dimly lit room within Konoha village, the atmosphere was stifling. Mito Gate In and T-Rune Komatsu sat across from each other, their tea long gone cold. Did Danzo really die just like that? T-Rune Komatsu's voice was hoarse and dry, her wrinkled fingers whitening from exertion. Mito Gaten's face darkened as he slowly spoke. His death was far too convenient. Why did Uchiha Itachi appear at this moment? Why did Danzo go to such lengths to set a trap? And what was that Hoshino Hezhen doing on the battlefield? Ultimately becoming the sole witness? T-Rune Komatsu's body trembled violently for a moment. The series of coincidences pointed toward a chilling truth. Not mere chance, but a meticulously orchestrated murder. A flawless plot of using another's blade. That young rascal, Mito Gate-un's voice carried a chilling undertone. He wielded Uchiha Itachi as a weapon, using Danzo's greed as bait, inciting the deepest roots of Konoha to tear into each other while he reaped the benefits. A two birds with one stone tactic. Not only had he eliminated the internal threat posed by Danzo, but he also proclaimed the dawn of a new era to them and all the old powers of Konoha. The final card they held to counterbalance the Hokage was not seized by Tsunade. Rather, it was directly wiped off the table by that young rascal. We all underestimated him. T-Rune Komatsu murmured, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. He was far more terrifying than Danzo. He understood how to conceal a blade beneath the sun, gather all the umbu and seal off all entrances and exits of Root. Tsunade's voice rang in the Hokage office, filled with undeniable authority. Shizen, convey my Hokage decree. For the crime of betrayal against the village, forcibly seize all members and assets of Root. But this will cause chaos. Shizen exclaimed in shock. Chaos. Tsunade scoffed, her gaze sharp. If it does not erupt now, when Root, this ticking bomb, explodes, Konoha will be doomed. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I am the Hokage. From this day forward, there can only be one voice in this village. In the dark, cold base of Root, the atmosphere was oppressive. Dozens of masked Root ninjas stood like lifeless puppets, quietly awaiting their fate. When Kakashi led a large contingent of Hokages direct umbu into the base, they did not resist or stir. Danzo was dead. Their very foundation had crumbled. Their spiritual support had collapsed. These emotionless tools exhibited a semblance of confusion for the first time. The crystal ball in the Hokage's office clearly reflected everything within the Root base. What do you plan to do with these individuals? Tsunade asked Hezhen, who was watching the emotionless faces in the crystal ball. When tools break, they must either be repaired or discarded. Let them bear the new Hokage's mark. Keep those who are useful, and those who are not will join Danzo, buried forever in darkness. Tsunade's gaze flickered for a moment before she nodded in agreement. She convened an emergency high-level meeting and, in front of everyone, made an official announcement. Upon investigation, Elder Shimura Danzo has privately established an armed organization, jeopardizing the safety of the village and colluding with rogue ninjas. His crimes are unforgivable. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I declare the immediate dissolution of Root. All Root members will undergo re-examination and ideological reformation, merging into the umbu under my direct supervision. Who is in favor? Who is against? Tsunade surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately landing on Mito Gate In and T-Rune Komatsu. The two elders' faces turned ashen, their lips quivered for a moment, yet not a word escaped them. Opposition? What could you oppose with? Danzo is dead. Now, they are but toothless tigers. Tsunade's gaze swept across the room, and no one dared to meet her eyes again. The heavens of Konoha had shifted. This silent power transition was far more thrilling than any ninjutsu duel. Hezhen stood behind Tsunade, observing the two elder advisors' disheartened figures. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that from this day forth, his status in Konoha would no longer be the same. The indispensable shadow beside Tsunade. The future Hokage candidate. Such titles would become his most steadfast shield. He had severed the undercurrents within Konoha with his own hands. Yet, a new storm was quietly brewing outside the village. Chapter 65, Diverging Paths. The prelude to growth. Danzo was dead. This news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha. When it reached Naruto's ears, he merely paused for a moment, scratching his head in confusion. Who was Danzo? I'm not familiar with him. However, upon hearing that the one who had slain Danzo was Uchiha Itachi, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. What if Sasuke found out? In the cold, damp underground base. Itachi killed Danzo? Sasuke's voice was hoarse as he knelt on the ground, trembling violently from the brutal training he had just endured. Sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, dripping onto the frigid stone floor. Orochimaru stood in the shadows, his serpentine eyes glinting with a sickly excitement. That's what it appears to be on the surface. Yet, he chuckled inwardly, knowing well that with Danzo's cunning, it was impossible for him to easily fall at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. The overwhelming would-release chakra present at the scene was unmistakably real, using Itachi as a weapon, luring Danzo's greed as bait, inciting a conflict between Konoha's root and rogue ninjas, while he himself remained perfectly concealed in the shadows, reaping the benefits. Hoshino Hezhen, your cunning and strength have become increasingly captivating. You are indeed a perfect vessel. Sasuke's mind felt like it had exploded. An endless rage and humiliation surged forth, obliterating his reason. It was him again, Uchiha Itachi. Not only had he annihilated their clan and betrayed the village, but now, he even dared to kill the village elder. In Sasuke's eyes, what did Konoha mean? What did his clan signify? What did he himself amount to? A profound sense of humiliation. Having been utterly disregarded and trampled upon like an insect, fiercely pierced Sasuke's heart. Oh, he let out a beastly roar, the cursed seal on his neck seemingly responding to its host's overwhelming hatred, writhing violently as black markings rapidly spread across half his body. The crimson Sharingan spun violently, the three tomo nearly merging into one. I need more power. Power strong enough to shred that man into pieces. Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke, now completely ignited by hatred, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, filled with delight. This is correct, Sasuke-kun. Let hatred become your greatest nourishment. Sakura has not slept for several nights. Whenever she closes her eyes, the resolute figure of Sasuke, leaving her side, looms before her. Helplessness, self-reproach, and regret gnaw at her soul day and night. She yearns for change, unwilling to remain the burden who can only weep in silence, waiting for others to shield her. She sought out Hezhen. On the rooftop of the Konoha hospital, the wind tousled her pink hair. Hezhen, what should I do? Her voice trembled, infused with confusion. I no longer wish to stand idly by, merely watching your backs. Hezhen leaned against the railing, calmly observing the ninjas training in the distance, drenched in sweat. Do you desire power? Yes. Sakura's answer was resolute. Your talent does not lie in destruction. Hezhen turned his gaze to Sakura. Yet you possess a gift for chakra control that even you have yet to uncover. He paused, his voice imbued with undeniable guidance. Seek Lady Tsunade and become her disciple. Learn medical ninjutsu, acquire the strength capable of moving mountains. That is the path most suited for you. His suggestion pierced through the fog, clouding Sakura's mind like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, why must I chase after their footsteps? I can become their support, their indispensable pillar. The light rekindled in Sakura's eyes. She bowed deeply to Hezhen, then turned and sprinted toward the Hokage building without hesitation. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade regarded the determined, pink-haired girl before her with surprise. You wish to be my disciple? Yes. Sakura straightened her back, her voice soft yet unwavering. I no longer want to be useless. Please teach me how to fight. Teach me how to save lives. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, recognizing a familiar flame in the girl's eyes. She extended a finger. Concentrate your chakra at the tip of your finger and show me. Sakura inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and endeavored to channel her chakra. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but a small, stable orb of chakra began to glow at her fingertip. A subtle smile curved Tsunade's lips. From this day forth, you are my disciple. However, my training can be perilous. On the training ground, Naruto sat on the ground, breathing heavily. The Rasengan in his hand formed and dissipated repeatedly, never merging with the wind's nature. Damn it! Jiraiya sat nearby, drinking sake, his gaze drifting toward the horizon as he watched Naruto's relentless struggle. He understood that Naruto required broader horizons and a more systematic, rigorous training regimen. Kid, Jiraiya spoke. Pack your things. We are leaving the village to train, searching for the Akatsuki while allowing you to grow stronger. Naruto's head shot up, his eyes alight with determination. Without a word, He sprang to his feet and bowed deeply before Jiraiya. Please take me with you, perverted sage. Days later, at the entrance of Konoha, Naruto carried a large scroll and a simple backpack. He glanced back at the familiar village and the towering Hokage rock. His expression held no sorrow of parting, only an unwavering resolve. Sasuke, wait for me. I will bring you back. Jiraiya patted his shoulder, and together they turned to embark on the path toward their future. Meanwhile, in a clandestine training ground of Konoha, Tsunade's stern voice echoed. Your chakra control is insufficient. Again, you're too slow. If you can't evade my attacks, who do you think you can save? Sakura was repeatedly knocked down, yet time and again she gritted her teeth and rose. Her body bruised, but her spirit shining brighter. Hezhen stood atop the Hokage building, quietly observing. Naruto had embarked on his journey for strength, and Sakura had found her path. The new gears of fate had begun to turn. After enduring a series of tempests, Konoha finally welcomed a brief tranquility. Yet Hezhen was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. He would serve as both the most steadfast dam against the tempest and its most composed helmsman. Chapter 66, Administrative Affairs. The other side of genius, shadows draw near. In the Hokage office of Konoha, piles of documents nearly swallowed Tsunade whole. Damn it, why must the Hokage engage in such matters? Tsunade, frazzled, tugged at her hair, crumpling a report on the ideological assessment of former Root members and tossing it angrily into the wastebasket. Shizune, clutching another stack of papers, scrambled to avoid the chaos. Her face a portrait of helplessness. Lady Tsunade, this is the final report on the liquidation of Root's assets. Your immediate signature is required. Leave me be. Hezhen placed the last neatly organized scroll on the desk, pushing it toward Tsunade. All Root members have been reassigned into 3 Umbu divisions based on danger level and expertise. The first division is responsible for external infiltration, the second for internal oversight, and the third serves as reserves for special task support. All assets, aside from sealed forbidden jutsu scrolls, have been integrated into the village finances. His voice was calm and clear, delineating the most complex issues with remarkable clarity. Tsunade's restless movements ceased as she grasped the scroll Hezhen had organized. The tension in her temples, previously exacerbated by overwhelming tasks, miraculously eased. The handwriting on the scroll was lucid, but what startled her more was the content. Personnel assignments, functional divisions, budget allocations, and subsequent oversight mechanisms. Each element fit together seamlessly, addressing the lingering threat of Root while maximizing the retention of viable forces, seamlessly integrating them into the existing framework. Such a plan could not have been crafted by a mere young ninja. It required an in-depth understanding of Konoha's power structure and a chillingly precise political acumen. Even she, along with the 2 elder advisors, would have needed considerable debate and compromise to devise such a comprehensive scheme. She sighed deeply, leaning back in her chair and regarding Hezhen with a look of incredulity. Is managing administrative affairs as effortless for you as mastering high-level ninjutsu? She chuckled self-deprecatingly. What other surprises, or perhaps shocks, do you have in store for me? With you here, my position as Hokage feels considerably more secure. Shizune, covering her mouth, felt a surge of emotions. She had always thought of Hezhen as a combat genius of unfathomable strength. Even his elusive flying thunder god technique left her in awe. Yet she never anticipated that he would handle the mountain of tedious administrative tasks with such ease and clarity of thought. This calmness and wisdom seemed beyond the capacity of a young man. No wonder even Lady Tsunade was taken aback. He was not only the sharpest spear of the village, but also its most steadfast shield. Hezhen remained noncommittal, turning to leave the office. I merely polished the tools and placed them in their proper positions. How to wield them is still up to you, the master craftsman. With that, he exited, leaving Tsunade alone in the office, pondering his words about being a master craftsman for quite some time. In the training ground of Konoha's back mountain, the ground was uneven. Hezhen stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down his well-defined muscles, evaporating into steam on the scorching earth. Not enough. Boom. A violent chakra shockwave lifted another layer of earth, and Hezhen remained steadfast, allowing the blast to touzle his dark hair, his eyes devoid of discouragement, only filled with calm analysis and deduction. Oh, Hezhen, I can feel it. The fire of your burning youth. A vibrant voice echoed from a distance. And in the next moment, Mike Guy, donned in his iconic green jumpsuit, appeared before Hezhen in a perfect handstand. Come on. Let us celebrate this splendid afternoon with a thrilling duel. Under the nearby shade, Kakashi yawned languidly while flipping through the pages of Paradise of Affection. Yet his single visible eye remained fixated on Hezhen. Hezhen chuckled, stretching his limbs. All right, teacher guy. My body feels a bit stiff. As soon as the words left his lips, Hezhen sprang forth. Excitement ignited in Guy's eyes as he reciprocated with equal fervor. Leaf Hurricane. The sound of fists and feet colliding resonated intensely across the training ground. Their movements were so swift that afterimages appeared, each encounter creating a powerful gust of wind. Guy's taijutsu was ferociously robust, expansive, and explosive. Boom. After another exchange of blows, they both retreated. Guy shook his tingling arms, his face flushed with exhilaration. Yet his mind was stirred with tumultuous waves. What astonishing control! This was no mere taijutsu. Each of Hezhen's strikes was a culmination of sheer force, with not a shred of energy wasted. The physical activation typically achievable only through the 8 gates had seemingly become his norm. Was this the rumored sage technique? Infusing natural energy within oneself, constantly refining body and spirit. This was the source of his rapid growth. What a blazing youth! What a formidable dedication! Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Guy shouted joyously, "What a thrill! Hezhen, your taijutsu has advanced further. This is the fruit of hard work." Hezhen nodded, shaking off his slightly numb arms. Kakashi closed his book and sauntered over, his typically drowsy eyes now filled with profound contemplation. The raw physical strength and reaction speed that Hezhen exhibited during the spar with Guy were undeniably on par with Guy's multiple gates. Yet this was not the 8 gates, but a more subdued and enduring form of enhancement. Was this indeed sage art? Merging natural energy with oneself, perpetually honing both body and mind. Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he recalled the cataclysmic would release from the Valley of the End and the elusive Flying Thunder God technique. The powers of the first Hokages would release, the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God, and the legendary Sannin's Sage Mode. All these pinnacle abilities of the ninja world seemed to converge within such a young ninja. What he displayed now was merely the tip of the iceberg. What, indeed, was the limit of this young man's potential? After bidding farewell to Guy and Kakashi, Hezhen passed another training ground. Hiya! Accompanied by a spirited shout, Sakura obliterated a boulder taller than herself with a single punch. Sweat glistening on her brow as she gasped for breath, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Nearby, Tsunade crossed her arms, scolding Sakura for her lack of precision, though the satisfied curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba practiced with Akamaru, their synergy growing ever more harmonious. Shino Aburame stood quietly to the side, encircled by countless insects swirling around him, forming a massive vortex. Hinata Hyuga's gentle fist had also become increasingly fluid and resolute. As night deepened, Hezhen walked the path home. Pausing slightly at a shadowy alley, he sensed a faint, probing chakra fluctuation that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Maintaining a stoic expression, he continued forward, yet his formidable perception had already etched the essence of that chakra into his memory. Upon returning to his residence, he stood quietly by the window without turning on the lights. A map sprawled across his table, marked in red ink with several locations. Rain Village, Sound Village, Land of Water. Each bore intricate connections to the Akatsuki or Orochimaru. He gazed into the distance, the Hokage rock standing silent and solemn under the night sky. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his gaze sharpened, directed toward a specific point beyond the village. Was there a force foreign to this world, along with an unknown observer? Hezhen murmured to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seemed the days of tranquility were drawing to a close. How fortuitous, for I shall put my new tools to the test. He picked up another scroll that had just been delivered, which bore the urgent task of escorting Prince Man of the Land of the Moon and his heir, Hikari, back to their homeland, Crescent Island. Yet the true objective of the mission was known only to him and Tsunade, to investigate the mysterious armed group appearing at the borders and their pursuit of the Gerald Stone. Chapter 67, A-Level Mission, Assassination of a Tailed Beast. Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her demeanor grave, devoid of her usual languor. Indeed, according to the latest intelligence from the Umbu, there have been unusual energy fluctuations in that area, not belonging to any known chakra type. Your secret mission level is to locate the source of this energy and uncover the truth. If necessary, you are permitted to employ any means to eliminate it entirely. She slid a scroll toward him. This is your surface mission. Tsunade's voice carried an undeniable command. Under the pretext of strengthening diplomatic relations, Konoha would dispatch an elite team to escort Prince Man and his heir Hikari back to Crescent Island. This was an A-level mission, publicly acknowledged. Hezhen picked up the scroll, scanning its contents quickly. Just then, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Host is currently in the Naruto storyline, the ruins of the Land of the Moon. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. The moment the words left his lips, an unprecedented torrent of chakra surged through his entire being, invigorating every cell with this warm and potent energy. Simultaneously, an immense wealth of knowledge regarding the intermediate sage mode imprinted itself deep within his soul, enhancing his perception, absorption, and integration of natural energy, as well as the application of sage techniques, all undergoing a qualitative leap, every insight crystal clear as instinct. The system checked personal attributes: name, Hoshino Hezhen, ninja rank, Kage level, bloodline. Would release, chakra, all attributes, 20,000. The minimum standard for an ordinary Kage is 10,000. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Wind Release Ninjutsu Collection, Fire Release Ninjutsu Collection, Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, Earth Release Ninjutsu Collection, Intermediate Sage Mode. Comprehensive Sealing Techniques, Taijutsu. 8 gates closing the panel. Hezhen steadied his emotions. I understand now. Using the escort mission as a facade to covertly execute an A-level investigation. Tsunade nodded, her gaze filled with approval. You have been appointed as the leading J-nin for this public mission. The news swiftly disseminated. At the training ground, Sakura pulverized a training post with a punch, her face glistening with sweat, revealing unrestrained excitement upon hearing the mission details. This is fantastic, she exclaimed, clenching her fists. After becoming Tsunade's apprentice, she was eager to prove herself. Meanwhile, Hinata, practicing her gentle fist, felt a blush bloom on her pale cheeks upon receiving the news. She fidgeted with her fingers, filled with both anxiety and anticipation. I must be of help during the mission. The most exhilarated of all was Rock Lee, who immediately performed a handstand with one hand. To undertake a mission alongside Lord Hezhen. The fire of youth within me is blazing fiercely. In the formal reception hall, Hezhen's team encountered their client for this mission. The Prince of the Moon Kingdom, Man, was a corpulent, middle-aged man with a benevolent smile. His son, Hikari, was a lively, golden-haired boy, curiously observing Hezhen and his companions. However, Hezhen's attention was drawn to a minister beside the prince. This man, named Shabataka, sported a tuft of goat-like beard and possessed a shadowy gaze. In the fleeting moment of their eye contact, a flicker of hostility emanated from within his depths, which Hezhen perceptively detected. Intriguing, indeed. Genkuin, Hinata whispered as she approached, lowering her voice. I just used my Byakugan. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. The chakra flow within His Highness the Prince is remarkably weak, almost akin to that of an ordinary person. However, his son Hikari exhibits extraordinarily active chakra, even surpassing that of a genin of his age. Hezhen nodded subtly, his expression unchanging. A frail father, an unusually powerful son, and a minister harboring animosity. This journey was destined to be anything but tranquil. On the eve of departure, in the stillness of the night, Hezhen sat cross-legged in his room, eyes shut. The familiar, probing chakra presence returned, bolder than ever, directly pinpointing his location. A cold smirk graced Hezhen's lips. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. In a dim alley, a shadow stealthily advanced, its target being Hezhen's abode. Suddenly, its steps faltered as a wave of lethal danger surged from behind. It spun around, only to be met with an oversized fist. Boom. The shadow barely had time to react before it was propelled backward by an irresistible force, crashing against the wall, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Speak. Who sent you? Hezhen emerged from the shadows, his demeanor calm as he regarded the struggling figure attempting to rise. Pain erupted from the shadow's chest as it coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments, its gaze towards Hezhen filled with bewilderment. How is this possible? My silent killing technique, enhanced by the power of Geralt, has long surpassed all records at the root. I could move without disturbing the air. Yet you pinpointed my location and struck with such ease. The shadow's mind raced through all information about Hoshino Hezhen, would release, Sage Mode, the 8 gates, and that divine perception which rendered its stealth a farce. The immense vitality from the wood-released bloodline endowed him with monstrous physical prowess. That punch was not merely a technique, but an embodiment of refined sage chakra. He was not simply a ninja. He was a human-tailed beast cloaked in flesh. A convergence of all legendary powers. It was not Danzo who fell to conspiracy, but to this unearthly force that should not exist in this realm. The shadow offered no reply, instead unleashing a strange, low chuckle. An unfamiliar surge of energy enveloped it, its movements and strength shifting from their previous state. Lord Danzo's will shall be inherited by a force of a higher dimension. After uttering this cryptic statement, its form began to contort. As if being forcibly torn by an invisible hand, ripples manifesting in the space around it. Whoosh! The shadow vanished into thin air. Hezhen remained rooted in place, observing the empty alley with a furrowed brow. This was neither flying thunder god nor summoning technique. It was an unfamiliar space-time ninjutsu he had never encountered. Had the remnants of Root colluded with the forces behind the Geralt stone? Moreover, it seemed they had discovered a method to harness that mysterious energy. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The following day, at the port of Konoha, amidst the bustling crowd, a massive ship poised for departure loomed at the dock. Hezhen, accompanied by Sakura, Hinata, and Rock Lee, prepared to board. His gaze casually swept over the crowd of onlookers. In a corner of the dock, a figure leaned against the wall, cloaked and nearly melding with the shadows. Despite the effective concealment, the distinctive silver hair and languid demeanor betrayed his identity. Kakashi-sensei. He had come as well. Hezhen diverted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared that this maritime venture had attracted quite a few spectators. Chapter 68, Ku. Bloodstained dock, heartbeats from below. The colossal ship returning to Mikazuki Island sliced through the cerulean waves, yet the deck was a cacophony of bizarre sights. In one corner, a saber-toothed tiger confined within a massive iron cage paced anxiously. Its luxurious fur bristled, muscles taut, and it emitted a suppressed, fear-laden growl. Its gaze fixated not on anyone on the deck, but rather on the unfathomable depths of the azure below, amber eyes narrowing to pinpoints. This reflected a primal terror rooted deep within its bloodline, an instinctive dread of some predator. In stark contrast to this chilling fear was the opulence at the opposite end of the ship. Prince Man of the Moon Kingdom, embracing a beautiful concubine, savored a lavish feast, his rotund face glistening with grease, and his smile exuding a decayed sweetness. The roars of circus lions and tigers intermingled with the shrill cries of monkeys, forming a jarring symphony. Such a raucous youth, Lee exclaimed, standing on the deck with hands on his hips, welcoming the sea breeze with exuberance. Sakura leaned against the ship's railing, her brows furrowed slightly, uncomfortable with the animalistic odor. Hinata stood quietly nearby, her fair cheeks tinted with a rosy hue from the wind. Hezhen leaned against the mast, arms crossed, his gaze calmly sweeping over the deck. In his perception, at least 7 or 8 so-called crew members exhibited chakra flows that were anything but ordinary sailors. Their muscles were taut, their steps steady, their breathing deep. Evidently, they were ninjas subjected to rigorous training. Yet he made no move, choosing instead to observe quietly. Wow, look, monkeys. The prince's golden-haired son, Hikari, in his playful mischief, had stealthily unlocked a cage. A dozen monkeys erupted onto the deck, screeching and creating chaos, while guards scrambled to chase them amidst a cacophony of screams. Hezhen paid little mind to the farce, his focus remaining fixed on the trembling saber-toothed tiger, paralyzed by fear. As night fell, a profound darkness enveloped the sea. Enemies. Hinata's voice suddenly pierced the silence of the corridor, tinged with urgency, her veins pulsating as her Byakugan activated. 12 individuals. They are heading for the prince. Before her words had fully registered, the sharp clang of metal and the chilling cries of agony erupted from the lavish cabin where the prince resided. Protect the client. Sakura barked, springing into action as the first to dash out. Burn bright youth. Lee followed closely, his green figure a blur. Combat erupted instantaneously within the confines of the narrow cabin, as several defected royal guards allied with the mysterious ninjas disguised as crew members, brandishing sharp blades in a frenzied assault against Prince Man's unbelievable strength. Sakura delivered a precise punch to one ninja's chest, who barely had time to scream before being sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 layers of the ship's cabin. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee's leg technique was as swift as lightning, spinning another enemy through the air, while Hinata deftly navigated between foes, her fingers expertly striking a guard's joints. Rendering him immobile, Hezhen remained steadfast before the prince, not taking a single step back. A ninja slipped past Li's assault, grinning wickedly as he lunged at Hezhen, his fists enveloped in a layer of dark, hardened skin. Die! Hezhen made no unnecessary movements. He simply raised a hand, intercepting the opponent's fist with remarkable ease. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. The sinister grin on the face of the ninja instantly froze, replaced by sheer agony and disbelief. His hardened fist, capable of shattering rock, was rendered so fragile in the hands of his opponent. With a flick of his wrist, Hezhen sent the man flying. Bang! The ninja crashed through the ship's railing, plunging into the pitch-black sea. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fallen ninja did not struggle. Instead, his body sank rapidly into the depths in an abnormal posture, as if an invisible maw beneath the water had swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, a surge of colossal life energy pulsated through Hezhen's mind, flickering from the ocean's depths. It felt as though a slumbering behemoth had stirred in its dreams. The chaos quickly subsided, leaving the rebels either dead or injured. The prince sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling, his mind still in shock. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. No, it's gone. My compass. The heirloom compass, passed down through generations, had vanished. It was the very compass his son, Guang, had accidentally dropped in a corner of the deck while chasing a monkey during the day. A roar erupted suddenly from the deck as the saber-toothed tiger, having escaped its cage, charged forth. It did not attack anyone but dashed to the ship's bow, emitting a desperate wail towards a moonlit island silhouette in the distance. Hezhen followed its gaze. There lay the main island of the Moon Kingdom, Sanryu Island. As the great ship slowly docked, they were met not with flowers and guards, but with an oppressive silence. The dock was drenched in blood. The king's elite guard lay sprawled in a pool of gore, each face frozen in the terror of their final moments. A bloody coup had come to an end. On the elevated platform of the port, the minister Shibata stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a victorious sneer on his face. Beside him stood 3 ominous ninjas, the very accomplices who had attacked the prince aboard the ship. Welcome back, my prince, Shibata's voice dripped with mockery. He raised a hand high, revealing the stolen compass. The old king, that fool, has gone to hell to repent for his incompetence. From this day forth, I shall be the new king of the Moon Kingdom, and this compass shall guide us to true eternity. He laughed maniacally, drawing everyone's gaze to the ancient compass. Its needle did not point north or south, but rather at a peculiar angle, directly towards the center of the island, towards the inky black depths below. Infused chakra into the compass. Buzz. The entire Sanryu Island began to tremble violently. A deep rumble echoed from the depths of the island, penetrating the layers of rock and vibrating the air. The sound resembled a heart, dormant for millennia, beginning to beat once more. An ancient and terrifying entity was awakening. Chapter 69. The ruins open. Offerings emerge. Three-way chaos. The captain is lost. Boom. The earth quaked violently, as if a slumbering beast had turned over. This thunderous sound did not come from the sky, but from the depths below. The entire Sanryu Island trembled under this force, the hard stone slabs of the port cracking like spider webs, threatening to collapse at any moment. Each pulse from the depths made the air thick and oppressive, suffocating those nearby. Roar. A howl. On the deck, the circus beasts fell into utter madness. But it was not fear, it was a more eerie fervor. The beasts, their eyes blood-red, muscles bulging, were adorned with strange, light green energy patterns, charging wildly in unison down the dock and into the depths of the island. They disregarded the living around them, as if pulled by an invisible thread. Their target was the center of the island. Sakura delivered a powerful punch, sending a rampaging rhinoceros flying away, shielding the prince and his father behind her, her expression grave. This life force was too vigorous, too strange. Lee Rock erupted with green energy flames from his legs, weaving through the throng of beasts, kicking away any that dared approach his charge. Hezhen stood at the forefront of the group, allowing the frenzied beasts to part around him. Within his sage mode perception, he sensed the life energy within these creatures being forcibly catalyzed and amplified by a greedy source beneath the earth, rendering them violent and uncontrollable. Follow the beasts, Hezhen commanded, scanning the elevated platform of the port. Shibata and his rebel forces stood with hands clasped, evidently not pursuing. Their intention was not slaughter, but to wait. Waiting for the prince, or rather, waiting for the key that resided with him to unlock something. Guided by the torrent of beasts, they struggled forward toward the island's center. Ultimately, a vast, bottomless chasm loomed before them, a deep circular abyss at the island's heart. At the bottom of the chasm, a massive door constructed from unknown minerals bore intricate patterns that glowed with an otherworldly light. Another heartbeat echoed, the immense life energy beyond the door distorting space itself. The source of all this upheaval, the ruins of the Moon Kingdom, the Girial Stone, Hezhen murmured to himself. Fragments of memories from his past life aligning with the scene before him. So it was, Shibata sought not the throne, but this crystalline essence of life energy, sealed beneath the earth, rivaling even the tailed beasts. As the stone door slowly opened inward, the pure darkness that devoured all appeared to be an ancient beast awakening. Its gaping maw inviting the offerings to enter. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures materialized, forming a triangle to block the path, the 3 mysterious ninja guards of Shibata. The tall man at the forefront spoke with a cold, hard voice. This is as far as you go, outsiders. We are the guardians of the Girial Stone, and this is the gateway to the eternal ideal realm. Mere mortals have no right to enter. Before he finished speaking, he crossed his arms. A wave of ashen energy surged from within him. His skin rapidly hardened, and in the blink of an eye, he was encased in a layer of shimmering metallic gray armor. The other 2 similarly underwent partial armorization, exuding an eerie energy that was neither ninjutsu nor bloodline technique. Playing tricks. Lee Rock's fighting spirit ignited as he dashed towards the leading knight. Konoha whirlwind. His kicks sliced through the air with a deafening roar, striking the knight's armored arm. Bang! The sound of leg meeting metal resonated. Lee Rock's smile froze on his face. The recoil far exceeded his expectations. He felt not as though he had kicked a person, but had crashed into a mountain. With a pained grunt, he was sent flying by the immense backlash. Shaoli! Sakura exclaimed, rushing forward to catch him. Hinata, her Byakugan flaring, observed with alarm, her voice trembling as she spoke. Their cellular structure is collapsing and reconstituting. That energy is consuming them, transforming them into something else. Just then, a murderous intent surged from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of poisoned shurikens shot forth from the shadows of the forest, mercilessly targeting Hezhen's team and the 3 Girial knights. It's an ambush. Before Sakura could finish, Hezhen was already forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several ninjas donned pure white. Unmarked masks emerged like phantoms, their movements synchronized and seamless. Their attacks abandoned all semblance of defense, each strike a desperate gamble for life. There were no words, no communication, only the cold instinct for slaughter. Hezhen's gaze sharpened. This combat style belonged to the Root, the disbanded Root. The remnants of Root sought the underground ruins as well. The scene instantly transformed into a chaotic melee involving the forces of Konoha, the Girial Knights, and the remnants of Root. With incredible strength, Sakura delivered a devastating blow to one of the Root ninjas, collapsing his chest. Hinata's gentle fist precisely struck another's joint, crippling his mobility. However, the Root ninjas, undeterred by their grievous injuries, were determined to detonate the explosive tags strapped to their bodies before meeting their end. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed the prince's son, Hikaru, a golden-haired boy, staring in terror into the depths of the ruins. An invisible, intangible energy tendril silently emerged from the darkened doorway, coiling around his ankle like a venomous serpent. Ah! Hikaru let out a short, piercing scream as an immense force dragged him backward, pulling him into the abyss of the ruins. Hikaru! The prince cried out in despair. Hezhen's pupils constricted sharply. In his perception, Hikaru's life energy was being voraciously absorbed and assimilated by a colossal, greedy core deep within the ruins, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Without hesitation, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning toward the dark portal. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive door of the ruins slammed shut, engulfing Hezhen's form entirely in darkness. Hezhen! Sakura exclaimed in shock, instinctively using her strength to smash the stone door. But her fists merely thudded against the impenetrable surface, yielding no result. Hezhen-kun. Lee Rock struggled to rise, his iconic youthful vigor now overshadowed by worry and urgency. Hinata had already activated her Byakugan, yet her voice trembled with an unprecedented quiver. No. The energy behind the door is sealed off by a strange force. There is nothing there. Hezhen-kun's chakra has vanished. Having lost their most reliable leader, the three stared at the cold, lifeless stone door, feeling as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Inside the ruins, silence reigned. A synthetic, emotionless voice echoed abruptly in Hezhen's ear. Welcome to the ideal state, the new sacrifice. Chapter 70. The Maze of Flesh and the Sacrifice of Immortality. Boom. The heavy stone door closed completely. The last glimmers of light swallowed mercilessly by darkness, and the chilling synthetic voice faded away. Hezhen stood still, his expression calm. Beneath him, the warm ground pulsed with a muffled heartbeat. He reached out to touch the wall, his fingertips meeting not cold rock, but a sticky, warm elasticity, flesh and blood of a living creature. Beneath the surface of the wall, countless deep green veins throbbed rhythmically, pumping immense life energy to every corner of the ruins. The entire subterranean structure was a vast, living organism. Intermediate Sage Mode. Hezhen's eyes shimmered with orange-red hues, enhancing his perception of natural energy. Yet, in this space, his senses faced unprecedented suppression, overwhelmed by the dense Garel energy that was nearly tangible, yet devoid of any characteristic of life. Buzz. The wall ahead writhed, and several humanoid figures, over 3 meters tall, emerged from within, composed of the ruined stone, their bodies gray-white and their joints glowing with a ghostly green light. Stone soldiers. Without breath, heartbeat, or chakra, pure killing machines. Boom. The stone soldiers advanced with heavy steps, swinging their rocky fists silently toward him. Hezhen sidestepped, the heavy stone fist crashing into the flesh wall behind him, creating a deep pit, oddly healing rapidly as it writhed. He refrained from using chakra, relying solely on the physical strength of Sage Mode to deliver a powerful punch to the stone soldier's chest. Crack! Fragments flew as a hollow formed in the soldier's torso, yet it continued to swing its other arm without pause. Hezhen's gaze hardened. His palm transformed into a blade, precisely slicing into its energy vein at the joint. The green light extinguished, and the stone soldier collapsed into a pile of lifeless rubble. Outside the ruins, the massive door remained ominously silent. Open. Lee Rock unleashed a furious leaf whirlwind, kicking the stone door with all his might, but the door remained unmoving, the recoil sending pain shooting through his ankle. Sakura clenched her fists, ready to use her strength once more to break the door, but reason held her back. Its hardness exceeded her imagination. My Byakugan sees nothing. Hinata's voice trembled, revealing her exhaustion, the veins around her eyes bulging from overexerted chakra. Behind the door loomed a black void, where Hezhen's chakra had completely vanished. Despair enveloped the three. What a dire situation, my friends. A languid voice echoed from behind them. The trio turned to find Kakashi Hatake leaning against a tree, putting away his book, Ika Paradise. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed. A mix of surprise and joy. Kakashi approached the door, his expression suddenly sharp. Everyone, step back. He raised his right hand. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, and the sound of chirping birds filled the air. Lightning cutter. The lightning blade tore through the air, piercing the stone door. The seemingly indestructible stone door was breached, creating a gaping hole. However, before anyone could celebrate, the flesh wall around the hole began to writhe violently, countless flesh buds intertwining, and within seconds, the breach was restored to its original state. Rapid regeneration? Kakashi furrowed his brow. This horrifying sight shattered the last remnants of the prince's sanity. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his voice twisted and distorted, tinged with a cry. It's over. All over. The ancestors of our moon kingdom are not kings, but guardians. Guardians. This ruin is the true master of the island. Our wealth is merely its cast-off remnants. The royal bloodline is not noble. It is the key. The sacrifice to activate the core. Hikaru. My Hikaru has become a sacrifice. Deep within the labyrinth of the ruins, Hezhen had dispatched a dozen stone soldiers and paused. A figure silently emerged from the shadows ahead, clad in Root's uniform, wearing a mask adorned with an owl motif. Shinya Hezhen, truly living up to your reputation. The man, known as the Owl, rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper. Lord Danzo's will shall be fulfilled by us. This Garel stone is a divine gift. It will create an eternally loyal, immortal legion. We shall reshape the order of the ninja world. No more betrayal, no more war. Hezhen regarded him as one might a corpse. the ramblings of a madman. What do you understand? The owl's emotions ignited instantaneously. A foreboding chakra surged from him. Black, cursed seal patterns spreading from his neck, intertwining with the flowing green Garel energy within him, exuding a nauseating aura. Whoosh! The owl's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, lethal intent erupted from behind Hezhen. Swish! The sharp blade of a kunai was caught firmly in his grasp, mere inches from his heart. The owl's eyes wide with horror beneath his mask. His silent assassination technique, augmented by the Garel energy, had exceeded human limits. How could it be thwarted? With a twist of his wrist, Hezhen forcefully turned. The owl was compelled to release the kunai, flipping backward to create distance. During the skirmish, Hezhen acutely sensed a faint resonance between his would-release chakra and the surrounding Garel energy. They shared a life essence. One was creation, the other consumption. Would-release, silent binding technique. Numerous resilient vines erupted from the ground, coiling toward the owl like ethereal serpents. The owl smirked, the Garel energy surrounding him flaring brilliantly. The moment the vines made contact, they withered rapidly. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, Hezhen briefly disrupted the flow of energy within the owl's body through his would-release. The owl's movements faltered by a fraction of a second. That was sufficient for Hezhen. I found it. Sakura exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, pointing at a specific area of the wall. The regenerative energy of the wall originated from a core node. There, Hinata's Byakugan locked onto a glowing point 3 meters deep within the inner side of the stone door. All right, witness my youthful explosion of power, Li Rock shouted. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the first gate, open, open. The second gate, the rest gate, open. A verdant energy flame surged forth from within. I will cover you. Kakashi formed a lightning jutsu with both hands. Raikiri, the lightning pierced through the stone wall once more, just as it began to mend. Li Rock transformed into a green meteor, channeling all his strength into his right foot, striking fiercely towards the point of light indicated by Hinata. Boom! Deep within the ruins, the owl's pupils suddenly constricted. Hezhen's figure vanished from his sight. A hand, enveloped in Senjutsu chakra, silently pressed against his back. Would release, cutting technique. With a pop, dozens of exceptionally sturdy wooden spikes erupted from within the owl's body, instantly piercing through his vital organs. The owl barely had time to scream before his body burst like a ruptured blood bag, life extinguished. Hezhen cast not a glance at the corpse, transforming into an afterimage as he dashed toward the depths of the labyrinth. As he reached the innermost sanctum, a vast void unfolded before him. At the center of this void floated a colossal furnace, resembling an inverted volcano. It was the heart of the ruins, a pulsating behemoth linked to countless veins of flesh. The prince's son, Hikari, was ensnared by countless energy tendrils, suspended above the furnace, his eyes tightly shut. A grimace of agony etched on his face as life energy was relentlessly siphoned into the furnace. Beside the furnace stood a man clad in white noble attire. With flowing silver hair, facing away from him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Welcome to my utopia, ninja of Konoha. The man, who called himself Hade, slowly turned. A roar echoed, reverberating through the air. The missing saber-toothed tiger emerged from the shadows behind Hade, its size multiplying, muscles rippling, its body adorned with flowing red energy patterns, and its brutal red eyes fixated on Hezhen. Chapter 71. The Reversal of Senjutsu. The beast devours its master. The final sacrifice of the utopia. Welcome to my utopia, ninja of Konoha. Hade spread his arms wide, a near-divine madness illuminating his face. Conflict, hatred, war, all humanity's base instincts will come to an end here. Under the might of the Galar stone, all shall attain eternal peace. His gaze swept over the suspended light, ensnared by energy tendrils, devoid of any mercy. Only the sacrifice for a grand cause reflected in his eyes. The cost of unleashing all this was trivial. The life energy passed down through the royal family of the Moon Kingdom was the final key to activate this perfect world. Hezhen regarded him, his eyes icy. Is peace bought at the cost of a child's life? Is this what you call a utopia? His voice, though soft, echoed in the vast void, laced with unabashed disdain, evoking revulsion. Hade, instead of expressing anger, let out a low, mocking laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous statement in existence. Naive, such pitiful naivety, ninja. Sacrificing a few for the happiness of the many is a necessary truth. You mortals, mired in the mud, will never comprehend this higher-dimensional enlightenment. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pointed towards the core furnace. Do you think that foolish minister, Shabadaba, possessed the courage or ability to instigate a coup? He was merely a pawn I placed on stage, a tool to force the prince to return home with the key. Hezhen's expression remained impassive, yet within him, the Senjutsu chakra surged to its zenith. Words were futile. Against a madman, only fists would suffice. It seems you are unwilling to accept this grand truth willingly. Heide's smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold judgment. Very well, let my pet teach you what absolute power truly is. A deafening roar erupted, as the colossal saber-toothed tiger, enhanced by Galar energy, descended upon him, its muscles bulging, the ground beneath it fracturing underfoot. Its savage red eyes locked onto Hezhen, and in the next moment, its massive form transformed into a crimson afterimage, hurtling towards him with the force of a hurricane, tearing through the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hezhen formed hand seals in an instant, a torrent of flames erupting from his mouth, colliding head-on with the great tiger. Yet, the flowing red energy patterns on the tiger's body blazed intensely, tearing through the flames as if they were mere paper, emerging unscathed. Too fast. Hezhen's pupils constricted. Relying on his sage mode's heightened perception, he narrowly evaded the tiger's claws at the very limit. Slish! The sharp claws grazed his shoulder, drawing blood, while the rock wall behind him bore 5 deep, terrifying claw marks. Instead of retreating, Hezhen pressed forward, delivering a powerful punch imbued with Senjutsu chakra into the tiger's side. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, yet it felt like striking the hardest alloy. The tiger merely swayed, while Hezhen was jolted back by the immense force, flying through the air and carving a long trench into the ground. The effectiveness of ninjutsu was minimal, and pure taijutsu could not budge this beast. For the first time, Hezhen found himself in such a passive struggle, relying solely on his acute perception of life energy to evade the tiger's relentless onslaught, searching for a potential flaw. Just then, boom! The entrance to the core void exploded as the stone wall shattered under a violent force from the outside. Raikiri, amidst the piercing cries of thousands of birds. Kakashi was the first to burst in, followed closely by Sakura, Hinata, and Lee Rock. Hezhen. Sakura gasped in shock upon seeing Hezhen in a fierce battle. Hikari. As the prince's gaze fell upon his son, suspended in the air alongside the fearsome tiger, the cowardly, rotund countenance of his face shed all traces of fear for the first time. An inexplicable courage surged within him, propelling him to abandon his trepidation and charge toward Heide's control console, roaring, "Return my son." Overestimating yourself, Heide scoffed coldly, as 2 Galar knights sprang into action at his side, one to the left and one to the right, blocking the path. Your opponent is me. Kakashi flashed forward. Intercepting the swift knight, the two immediately entangled in combat, lightning clashing against gray energy blades. Once more, let us duel with our youth. Lee Rock's eyes blazed with fire as he charged at the defensive knight. Support. Sakura and Hinata quickly followed, shielding the advancing prince as they engaged in battle with the other rebel ninjas. Konoha Hurricane. Lee Rock's furious kick was once again deflected by the knight's armor. Yet this time he did not retreat. For my comrades. For Hezhen. The 8 gates of Duinjia. The 3rd gate, the life gate, open. The 5th gate, open. An even more ferocious green energy flame surged forth from within, elevating Lee Rock's speed and strength to unprecedented heights. Oh. He transformed into a bolt of green lightning, his fists and feet raining down relentlessly upon the knight's armor. Bang, 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 crack. A crisp sound rang out. Under the strain of surpassing limits, the seemingly indestructible armor finally manifested a crack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Hezhen, entangled with the great tiger, suddenly focused intently. The wood-release chakra within him resonated faintly with the violent Galar energy coursing through the tiger. Though their natures were starkly opposed, one being creation, the other consumption, their essence shared a commonality. Now, seizing an opportunity during the tiger's lunge, Hezhen slammed both hands onto the ground. Senjutsu, would release, silent binding technique. This time, he poured his Senjutsu chakra unreservedly into the wood release. Dozens of resilient vines, shimmering with a radiant green glow, burst forth from the earth, entwining themselves around the mighty tiger's limbs like sentient beings. As anticipated, The Garel energy began to erode the vines instantaneously. Yet, what Hezhen desired was precisely this moment of contact. Using his wood release as a conduit, he forcefully injected pure Senjutsu chakra into the giant tiger's body, deftly disrupting the volatile Garel energy within. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the giant tiger, its energy spiraling out of control. Crimson energy patterns flickered erratically, no longer obeying Hades' commands, as its massive form began to indiscriminately wreak havoc upon everything in its vicinity. The entire core furnace trembled violently under the assault of the rampaging beast. Rocks crumbled, and energy surged wildly. Damn it! How could this happen? For the first time, Hades' expression shifted. The frenzied giant tiger, its blood-red eyes devoid of reason, raised its colossal paw, not aimed at Hezhen, but fiercely swiped at the light hanging in midair. Crash! The energy container binding the light shattered upon impact. Light! The prince let out a desperate scream. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, the golden-haired boy Light plummeted from the heights. Below him lay the turbulent, seething Garel energy furnace, a deathly sea capable of devouring and disassembling all life. Light! The prince's heart-wrenching wail was completely engulfed by the tremendous roar of the furnace. Just as Light was about to touch the destructive energy, a flash of golden light appeared. Hezhen materialized in midair, catching the falling light with his left hand, while his right instinctively flung a specially crafted kunai inscribed with a sealing technique, which accurately embedded itself into a distant stone wall. Flying Thunder God technique. However, in that fleeting moment of salvation, his left arm grazed the edge of the furnace, where chaotic energy escaped. Sizzle! A torrent of primal life energy, more ferocious than high-voltage electricity and more raw than magma, surged into his arm, slicing and washing through his veins. Ugh! Hezhen grunted as searing pain enveloped his entire being. It was not mere agony, but rather a torturous experience of cells being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Lightning cutter! Kakashi's roar echoed through the void, as the lightning blade he had conjured did not strike Hade, but transformed into a blinding arc of electricity, crashing fiercely into the rampaging giant tiger's side. The tremendous impact caused the beast to stagger, creating a brief moment of opportunity. Then, Hezhen, enduring excruciating pain, forcefully hurled Light towards the ground. Leave it to me. Sakura had already leapt into the air, catching Light securely, and as Hezhen landed, green healing chakra enveloped his arm. Healing technique. Yet, the moment Sakura's chakra made contact with Hezhen's body, her complexion turned pale. No, the instant her chakra touched him, the foreign Garel energy within Hezhen was engaged in a brutal war against his own would-release bloodline limit. Two life energies, originating from the same source, yet fundamentally opposed, clashed violently, tearing and consuming one another. This was not healing. It was a bloody civil war at the cellular level. Her chakra could not even stir a ripple. Witnessing his son return from despair and seeing these unfamiliar Konoha ninjas fight valiantly to protect them, the prince stood frozen, his rotund body trembling violently. His entire life had been spent in evasion and fear. However, at this moment, the despair of witnessing his son's fall and the impact of strangers risking their lives to save him ignited an unprecedented rage within him. He abruptly turned, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Hade atop the platform. Hade, you madman! Hade, displeased by the disruption of his plan, looked at the prince's frightened visage and wore a mocking smile. Angered, are we, your highness? This is more like it. This is the awakening that a key should possess. He spread his arms, and the flesh walls of the core pulsed in response, as countless dark green energy veins surged from the walls and ground into his being. You mortals will never understand. To create an eternal world devoid of conflict, sacrifice is necessary and sacred. Hade's voice rose in fervor. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of Garel energy erupted from his palm, coalescing in midair into a colossal energy battle axe, howling as it sliced through space and violently struck towards Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, activating the body replacement technique in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! The battle axe struck where he had stood, cleaving the rocky ground open into an unfathomable chasm. This man's strength far surpassed that of the Garel Knights. Amidst the chaos, shadowy figures flitted like phantoms, skirting along the walls, their singular goal unwavering. The massive Garel stone directly above the furnace. Remnants of the roots. Hezhen, hold on. Sakura, drenched in sweat, desperately maintained the healing technique, yet could only watch helplessly as the clash of energies within Hezhen intensified. In the eye of the storm, Hezhen's consciousness was clearer than ever. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet, under the heightened perception of Sage Mode, he uncovered a staggering truth. His wood-release chakra was not merely repelling the Girl energy. Rather, it was analyzing, taming. It was forcibly subduing this energy in its own way. The agony was the price of the taming. As the analysis deepened, the structure of the entire ruins transformed in Hezhen's vision. The flowing flesh veins and pulsating energy nodes became strikingly clear, as if he were observing the patterns of the world itself. I remember. The prince suddenly shuddered, rifling through royal texts and recalling a passage deemed forbidden. The sealing ritual. Only the bloodline of our royal family can wield this technique. He gazed intensely at Sakura and Rock Lee, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. That technique can temporarily sever Hade's connection to this ruin's energy. Please, protect my past. On the other side, Kakashi faced Hade's relentless barrage, who wielded the Garel energy to conjure an array of weapons, attacking with wild abandon. Kakashi pushed his Sharingan's insight to its limits, evading and blocking amid the storm of attacks, his mind racing to decipher this unprecedented form of energy assault. The spectacle of battle was both breathtaking and perilous. At that moment, Hezhen abruptly opened his eyes, struggling to rise. Hezhen, Sakura gasped. To her astonishment, the chaotic energy patterns that had once ravaged his left arm now miraculously calmed, forming deep green markings reminiscent of wood release. He disregarded Hade, focusing instead on the still growling, rampaging giant tiger. He slowly extended his left hand, not to attack, nor to defend, but to soothe. A pure chakra infused with the will to tame flowed between him and the giant tiger, resonating with the faint life energy shared between them. Roar? The tiger's furious movements began to slow, its crimson eyes reflecting confusion, questioning why this diminutive human emanated a presence that felt both endearing and awe-inspiring. It worked. The Root Ninja erupted into a fit of oppressive laughter, having successfully breached the defenses. He leapt into the air, pressing one hand firmly upon the colossal Garel stone that hovered above the furnace, exclaiming, "Ha! Lord Danzo, do you see? Your utopia will be realized by my own hands." A brilliant green light erupted from the Garel stone. However, the immense energy that could annihilate the world did not surge into the body of the Root Ninja. Instead, it transformed into a colossal beam of energy, using his body as a conduit, piercing through the ruin's dome and soaring into the sky, instantly enveloping the entirety of Crescent Island. Upon the island, whether it was the circus animals trapped in cages aboard the ships in the harbor or the creatures dwelling in the forests, all living beings froze in their movements the moment the green beam swept over them. In the next instant, their eyes turned a horrifying blood red. Roars echoed across the island. The very ground trembled. The howls of countless beasts converged into a torrent of death as they abandoned their instincts and reason, charging madly towards the entrance of the underground ruins with reckless abandon. A legion of terrifying beasts, driven purely by the instinct to kill, was born. Chapter 73, Blood Sacrifice to the Utopia, the final frenzy of self-detonation. The body of the Root Ninja was disintegrating. No, it was more akin to a sacrificial ritual. His skin cracked and peeled like scorched earth, revealing flesh and sinew, pulsating madly, eroded by green energy. Yet, the black curse seals that spread across his surface clung to his crumbling form like the most vicious vines, forcibly stitching him together, transforming him into a grotesque, distorted humanoid energy relay, born solely for destruction. He was not seizing power. He was sacrificing himself, recklessly channeling the Garel Stone's cataclysmic energy towards the surface. You madman. Hyde's once godlike elegance vanished as he pointed at the Root Ninja, his voice a near-collapsing roar. You filthy rat. Do you know what you are doing? Stop. You are not seizing it. You are destroying it. You are destroying my utopia. Ha ha ha. The Root Ninja's laughter was sharp and grating, akin to a leaky pipe. If I cannot have it, then no one shall. This island shall become your grave. At the harbor of Crescent Island, Shibata was standing atop a platform, reveling in the success of the rebellion, already envisioning the grandeur of his coronation. Boom. The ground shook violently. In the next moment, the smile on his face froze entirely. Hundreds of beasts surged forth from the forests, mountains, and all corners of the island, forming a torrential wave. Their eyes glowed blood red. Their bodies cloaked in an ominous green light, now several times larger than before, impervious to weapons, brimming with strength. "Beast tide?" a trembling rebel soldier uttered. No sooner had the words left his lips than the newly victorious army was instantly overrun by the frenzied beast legion. Claws tore through armor, fangs shattered bones. The screams of agony, the sounds of flesh tearing, transformed the victorious celebration into a primal, bloody slaughterhouse within mere seconds. In the core of the ruins, chaos reached its zenith. The rampaging saber-toothed tigers continued their indiscriminate attacks. Hyde had succumbed to madness upon witnessing his plans unravel. And the Root Ninja was akin to a nuclear bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Hezhen felt the temperature in his gaze plummet, leaving only an icy chill. He suddenly turned to Kakashi, his voice low yet resonant in every heart. "Kakashi-sensei, you must protect the prince at all costs. Let him complete that sealing ritual." His gaze fixed upon the center of the energy beam. "I will handle this madman." In an instant, he charged into the raging storm of energy. He did not confront it head-on. In sage mode, he could clearly see the pathway of Garel energy flowing within the Root Ninja. It was akin to a surging river of energy. Hezhen precisely directed his own, now semi-tamed, Garel energy, imbued with would-release properties, into several critical nodes along the ninja's energy pathway, not to block, but to create a blockage, like tossing boulders into a rushing river, disrupting the flow's rhythm in an instant. The towering green beam trembled violently, as if a giant were being choked, emitting an inaudible lament. Indeed, the light flickered and broke momentarily. Above ground, the frenzied aura of the beasts also exhibited a slight waning. It worked. Hyde was no fool. He immediately grasped Hezhen's intention. This Leaf Ninja was the only one capable of interfering with that madman. "Leaf Ninja, let us join forces. Let us slay that filthy rat." Hyde bellowed in a frenzy. "My utopia shall not be destroyed here." Hezhen did not even glance back. "Be silent and do your part." His cold response left Hyde's rage boiling within. Yet he unhesitatingly summoned the remaining Garel energy and launched a frenzied assault from another angle against the Root Ninja. One sought to obliterate everything. One sought to preserve all. One sought to control everything. A brief and fragile collaboration was thus forged. Meanwhile, Kakashi's squad had formed the most perfect defensive formation. "Lee, advance on the left flank. Open the door. Hachimaku, open." Rock Lee transformed into a green flash, shattering the incoming stone soldiers. Incredible strength. Hinata's 8 trigrams air palm struck first, deftly redirecting a Garel Knight's charge, creating an excellent window for Sakura to unleash her attack, her fists driving the knight back, its armor cracking under the force. The 4 of them stood as a moving fortress, fiercely guarding the console where Prince Man stood. Man, witnessing the blood-soaked struggle of those protecting him, felt the last vestige of his cowardice incinerate completely. He bit into his palm, pressing his royal blood against the ancient array at the center of the console with fervor. He began to chant in a hoarse, ancient tongue, incomprehensible to any other. As the incantation progressed, the entire ruins emanated a mournful wail. The pulsating energy veins within the walls dimmed one by one. The once indomitable stone soldiers crumbled, turning to rubble. Even the wall's terrifying regeneration abilities diminished significantly. The sealing ritual was taking effect. Under the combined assault of Hezhen and Hyde, the already trembling body of the Root Ninja finally reached its limit. He felt the connections of energy within him severing, his life nearing its end. He let out his final, most maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, if I cannot have you, then neither shall you. I offer my final loyalty to the ideals of Root." Boom. He detonated all the cursed seals within his body, igniting the Garel energy he had forcibly absorbed. An ultimate, devastating self-detonation occurred. A blinding white light instantly consumed the entire core region, and a colossal energy shockwave swept through everything with unrelenting force. In the fleeting moment before his vision was entirely consumed by the white light, Hezhen saw Hyde, closest to him, unable even to scream, as he was directly struck by the explosive energy core, instantly reduced to nothingness. Hezhen himself was violently hurled away by the subsequent shockwave. Consciousness was utterly engulfed by a blinding white light and a deafening roar. In that final moment, he seemed to hear a distinct sound, akin to the shattering of glass. The Garel stone, suspended above the furnace and the source of all, cracked under an irresistible impact with a resounding snap. a startling fissure suddenly appeared on its surface. Chapter 74. The True Face of the Ruins. A gamble with one's own body as bait. As the blinding light dissipated, chaos reigned within the hollow core. After the collapse of the earthen barrier, Kakashi knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his Sharingan seeping crimson due to excessive chakra expenditure. "Are you all right?" Sakura, Hinata, and Rock Lee, though dazed and reeling from the shockwave, fortunately sustained no fatal injuries. Prince Man held his son tightly in a corner, still shaken. Everyone's gaze converged towards the epicenter of the explosion, where a vast, charred pit lay. At the center of the pit, a half-spherical barrier made of charred wood had already splintered into pieces. The combination of Wood Release's Tree Whirl Barrier and Wood Release's Wooden Pillar Barrier ultimately could not withstand the final explosion and lay in ruins. Hezhen leaned against a piece of debris, half kneeling, with a glaring bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. The strange green patterns on his left arm flickered erratically, highly unstable. He had survived, but at a terrible cost. The root ninja who triggered the calamity was already nothing but bones. "Hezhen," Sakura exclaimed, about to rush over. "Don't move." Hezhen raised his hand to stop her, his gaze sharp as he scanned every inch of the surrounding space. An overwhelming sense of dissonance enveloped the area. The man who called himself Hade, having been consumed by the core explosion, still emanated a nauseating presence that, rather than vanishing, had become omnipresent. Such splendid fireworks. Are they not ninjas of Konoha? The voice resonated from all directions, as if every inch of the walls trembled, and every piece of flesh whispered in eerie resonance. Everyone looked around in horror, unable to identify the source of the voice. "Do you believe that a mere explosion could kill me? I am this ruin. This ruin is my eternal body." As he spoke, the entire hollow wall of flesh began to writhe violently, countless glowing veins converging before them to form a vast, indistinct face. "I am not human. I am the ultimate consciousness created by an ancient civilization long gone, designed to achieve the grand goal of everlasting peace. Those so-called Geralt Knights are merely puppets I fabricated from the flesh of the ruins. And the royal bloodline you desperately protect is not a sacrifice, but the key. The key to grant me the highest control over this ideal nation." Regrettably, a hint of frustration seeped into Hade's voice. The sealing ritual was not completed, and the Geralt stone at the core has been damaged by that foolish mouse. I have only obtained half the authority. I cannot be physically destroyed, but I can no longer fully control this power. As soon as his words fell, the Geralt stone, cracked and suspended above the furnace, emitted a piercing wail. Buzz, unfiltered, primal, and chaotic life energy surged forth wildly from the fissures. The ruins cried out. On the flesh wall, enormous, bloodshot eyeballs opened without warning, spinning aimlessly, fixating on the living below with pure malice. Beneath the ground, sharp, pale bone spikes erupted from the earth, tearing through the rock layers, instantly transforming the area into a hell of bones. A howl, more anguished and frenzied than any before, interrupted everyone's thoughts. The saber-toothed tiger that survived the explosion staggered up from the rubble. Half of its body had been eroded by primal energy, growing grotesque bone armor and twisted appendages. In its red eyes, there was no longer any rationality, only a raw desire to annihilate all living things. It roared, not at the ninjas, but madly tore at the newly sprouted eyeballs on the wall, splattering the viscous fluids everywhere. In agony, Hezhen keenly sensed that his wood-release chakra had an unexpectedly taming effect on this primal chaotic Geralt energy. This was not suppression or resistance, but a resonance and soothing from a higher level. He suddenly realized that his bloodline limit might possess some profound, undisclosed connection to the origin of the Geralt stone. There must be a way. There must be a way. Prince Man gazed at the hellish scene before him, refusing to succumb to despair. He held his son tightly. His eyes reddened, shouting to Kakashi, the royal records once noted. The sealing ritual has one final step. Someone must enter that stone's interior and calm its rampage at the source. Kakashi's expression darkened instantly. Entering the center of a storm composed purely of destructive energy? Was that any different from jumping directly into a pile of explosive tags? No, it was even worse. His mind raced, assessing all possibilities. Yet each deduction led to a dead end. "I'll go." A calm voice broke through, and Hezhen stepped forward without hesitation. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed steadily on the center of the energy storm, unwavering as though stating a mere commonplace. In an instant, All eyes were on him, filled with shock and concern. Hezhen-kun. Hinata instinctively cried out, the veins around her eyes bulging as she activated her Byakugan. In her view, the interior of the Garel stone was not an energy source, but a chaotic black hole that spun madly, tearing everything apart. Any material entering would be instantaneously disintegrated. Watching Hezhen walk into such a dire situation, her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. No, your body. Sakura was the first to protest, her palm still resting on Hezhen's arm. Feeling the fierce, internal battle of energy within him, his meridians were like taut strings of a musical instrument, ready to snap at any moment. To let him come into contact with such a larger, more violent source of energy was akin to forcing his already precarious body to endure an avalanche. She could not allow her companion to meet death. Hezhen. Kakashi's voice was hoarse as he looked at Hezhen's unnaturally calm profile. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surging within him. This student was always so composed, so reliable, yet consistently bore the heaviest burdens alone. As a teacher, he should intervene. But in the current situation, was there any choice other than this near-suicidal plan? Rock Lee clenched his fists, green steam rising dramatically from his body in excitement. He did not understand the concept of energy soothing. He simply knew his companion was preparing to step into the most dangerous battlefield. He could not assist, only pouring all his trust and shouts into his gaze. Believe in him, just as he believed in his own ninja way. Hezhen-kun's determination would surely create miracles. Meeting the complex gazes of the crowd, Hezhen simply stated, "My would release may grant me a glimmer of hope." He turned to Kakashi, his voice steady. "Teacher, your task is to create an opportunity for me to approach it." Ha ha. Heide's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the crumbling space. "Useless. Useless. The ruins are me. I am the ruins. None of you can escape. Come, become eternal residents of this shattered paradise with me." In the instant the words fell, every eye on the wall abruptly turned towards Hezhen. Countless bone spurs erupted from the ground, and the grotesque giant tiger redirected its course, locking onto the only entity that posed a threat to its existence. From all directions, monsters emerged. The ground spewed forth bone spurs, twisted eyes on the walls turned, and the deformed giant tiger, all converging in a simultaneous, cataclysmic assault on Hezhen. Chapter 75. A Sacrifice of Self. How dare you touch the source? The devastating onslaught, heralded by Heide's frenzied proclamation, descended with unrelenting ferocity. Roar! The aberrant saber-toothed tiger, with its massive form entwined with bone armor and tentacles, charged forth, reeking of rotting flesh and sulfur. Below the surface, hundreds of pale bone spurs erupted like a hellish forest, breaking through the soil in an instant. On the walls, countless viscous eyes rotated in unison, their pure malice transforming into invisible mental blades, slicing through every inch of space. Attack! Kakashi's roar was the sole command amidst this symphony of despair. With immense strength, Sakura Haruno was the first to act. Her petite form unleashed cataclysmic power into the earth with a forceful stamp. Boom! Under the violent impact of chakra, the hardened bone spurs crumbled like decayed wood. Shattered fragments of bone shot forth with the force of a gale, as she carved a path through the realm of bones for Hezhen behind her. Fifth gate, open. The green steam enveloping Rock Lee reached its peak intensity. He transformed into a green comet, tearing through the air along the path Sakura had cleared, colliding head-on with the grotesque giant tiger. Your efforts are nothing but futile sweat. In the face of absolute power, your martial arts are but a jest. Hades will pierce Lee's mind like a venomous needle. A barely perceptible hesitation flickered in Lee's fist. Bang! The clash of fists and bone armor produced a cacophony that grated on the teeth. He wagered that fleeting moment of doubt, along with everything he had, on speed and attack. The green figure left behind afterimages on the Titan's massive frame, each flicker leaving a profound scar on the aberrant bone armor. Dark green. Foul blood splattered as his palm tore open. Soft fist. 8 trigrams returned to heaven. Hinata Hyuga's gaze shed all shyness, replaced by absolute focus. She did not remain stationary, but spun rapidly at the center of formation. The intangible mental attacks fired from the wall's eyes, along with bone fragments propelled by Sakura, were deflected away from her body by her supple, elongated power. She single-handedly upheld a mobile fortress of attack and defense. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi formed hand seals. summoning a colossal torrent that surged forth, crashing against the distorted eyes. Hiss! The collision of water and malice energy vaporized into a thick, acrid mist. In the next moment, his right hand erupted with lightning. Lightning cutter. Amidst the ear-piercing chorus of Chidori, he surged into the fog, piercing through the slowed eyes, one by one. For individuals formed an indestructible mobile fortress, fiercely guarding the path to the storm's eye. Before the control panel, Prince Man pressed his final blood onto the array, exerting all his strength to continue chanting the ancient incantation. Tears mingled with sweat continuously dripped from his reddened eyes. And at the very center of it all, Hezhen never looked back. His back was entirely entrusted to his companions. In his gaze, there was only the Geralt stone, suspended above the furnace, continuously leaking chaotic energy. He charged forward. Foolish mortal, do you think they can buy you time? Hade's voice thundered. The energy at the core of the ruins wildly converged, forming a massive energy entity towering dozens of meters before him. Boom! The energy giant's fist came crashing down, and Hezhen activated the Flying Thunder God technique just in time to evade. The terrifying fist wind stripped layers of rock from the wall behind him. For the happiness of the many, sacrificing the few is the truth of the universe. Hade's will echoed throughout the space, cold and merciless. Does your peace need to be watered with the tears of children? Hezhen's sage chakra, mingling with the initially tamed Geralt energy, was poured unreservedly into the wood release technique. Wood release, adamantine pillars. Countless sturdy trees shot up from the ground, piercing the energy giant like spears. With thunderous crashes, each collision of wood and energy sent fragments of shattered memories, not belonging to him, surging like electricity into his mind. He saw a group of ancient figures in white robes, surrounding a massive stone radiating a gentle green aura, their faces adorned with pious smiles. He sensed that the essence of that energy was not violent, but the purest force of life. It was Hade who, with his cold logic, transformed the miracle of creation into a tool of destruction. To combat life with life would only give birth to deeper distortions and frenzies. Resistance is wrong. Suppression is also wrong. Life, companions, bonds. These are but illusions for the weak to warm one another. In the face of eternal order, they hold no value. Is that so? Hezhen clasped his hands together. In my view, that is everything. He ceased all ninjutsu, facing the colossal fist of the energy giant descending once more, and slowly closed his eyes. He completely released his will, no longer attempting to suppress or resist. Rather, he resonated. He infused his understanding of life, of companionship, and of those irreplaceable bonds, his entire existence as Hezhen, into this moment. He sought to awaken the Geralt stone's most primitive memories of life through his will. In the next second, he charged unhesitatingly towards the core of that destructive energy. In that instant, his figure pierced through Hade's energy entity, simultaneously piercing the hearts of all his companions. Sakura Haruno's outstretched hand froze midair, the green light of her chakra seemingly snuffed out by an invisible hand. Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan revealed the most brutal truth. Hezhen's chakra did not vanish, but transformed into countless specks of light, assimilated by the chaotic vortex. Rock Lee's burning fighting spirit cracked for the first time, and the tremor rising from the depths of his soul caused his previously unyielding charge to lose its balance for the first time. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled frantically, unable to comprehend the scene before him, as the brilliance of the lightning cutter dimmed in his hand. In place of Hezhen's voice was an unprecedented, soul-deep scream of terror. No, what have you done? How dare you touch the source? In the instant those words fell, the frenzied rampage of the entire ruins abruptly ceased. Then, an irresistible gentle power swept over everyone. The world before them collapsed and faded. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a pure, untainted white spiritual realm. In the center of the space stood Hezhen quietly. Opposite him, a stranger clad in ancient white garments, with a gentle demeanor yet eyes filled with endless weariness, slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at Hezhen, and his voice resonated directly within Hezhen's consciousness. You have finally arrived. Chapter 76, The Lament of the Creator. A third path beyond God and Destroyer. You have finally arrived. The voice was not cold and mad like Hade's, but carried a warmth imbued with the exhaustion of ages. In the pure white spiritual realm, Kakashi and the others stood in astonishment, witnessing the unfolding scene. A man clad in ancient white garb appeared before me, his figure ethereal, the edges of his form dissipating into delicate motes of light. He was not a being of flesh and blood, but rather a wisp of memory, imprisoned here for an eternity. Hezhen regarded him with wary scrutiny. The man's white robes stirred without wind, its design archaic and sacred, his countenance gentle. Yet his eyes held the weight of eons, a depth that could drown the stars in sorrow and stillness. Who are you? Hezhen's voice resonated with unusual clarity in this realm. The man smiled, a smile tinged with self-mockery and liberation. Me? You may call me the creator of Grial. The term, creator, stirred a tempest within Hezhen's mind. As you surmise, the creator's voice echoed directly within Hezhen's consciousness, imbued with unspeakable sorrow. Our kin, in pursuit of ending the ceaseless war, forged this stone, brimming with boundless life energy. It was meant to be the cornerstone of peace, the wellspring of rebirth. His gaze seemed to pierce through Hezhen, reaching into a long-lost epic. Yet wielding this power demands absolute rationality. Thus, we created Hyde, an ultimate consciousness amalgam, to safeguard this force through the purest logic. But we erred. The creator's voice trembled, saturated with profound regret. Absolute logic allows no variables. In Hyde's computations, emotions, desires, conflicts, every shining and tarnished aspect of humanity were deemed errors destabilizing the world. In the name of so-called eternal peace, it chose to eradicate all variables. It betrayed us. The man raised his head, his eyes reflecting endless agony. With the very power we bestowed, it formatted our entire civilization, along with our history and existence. It declared itself a god, transforming this land into a cold ideal realm of its own logic. Hezhen grasped the truth instantly. The ancestors of the Moon Kingdom were not guardians. They were exiles, carrying the last flicker of civilization, fleeing from that cataclysm of formatting. Before he could finish, the entire pristine space convulsed violently. A piercing, data-rending shriek erupted from nowhere. A grotesque shadow, composed of billions of green data streams, forcibly coalesced in the space, unleashing an inhuman roar. Erroneous data, abnormal logic, must be eradicated. The consciousness of Hyde had finally identified the hidden core. It roared, morphing into a cataclysmic torrent of data, charging towards the remnant of the creator. Futile, Hyde, the creator's form flickered under the assault, yet remained tranquil. Your existence is a paradox, and the one who corrects the paradox has arrived. His gaze transcended the raging Hyde, landing upon Hezhen. Outsider, two paths lie before you. First, harness your unique resonance with the stone's essence to detonate its core completely. The Grial stone shall cease to exist, and Hyde's consciousness will likewise be obliterated. Yet the cost is dire. Tsukikage Island, devoid of energy support, will sink with all its inhabitants into the depths of the sea. Secondly, the creator's tone grew grave. Supplant it. With your will, overshadow Hyde's logic, becoming the new master of this power. You shall ascend as a new god. However, this power is colossal, and your emotions, your memories, your very essence, may be assimilated, leading you to become another Hyde, to destroy or to replace, to become a god or a harbinger of destruction. In Hezhen's mind, there was no elation at the prospect of ultimate power, nor did he dwell in indecision. Scenes surged forth like a tidal wave. The Valley of the End, Naruto's desperate back as he returned him. Sasuke's Sharingan, steeped in hatred. The figure who always complained yet remained unfailingly dependable. The third Hokage, narrating the will of fire beneath the setting sun. Tsunade, searching together, a silhouette bearing the village's hopes. He could not forget the recent moments. Kakashi-sensei's exhausting defense, Sakura's utmost efforts to heal, Lee's resolute path carved by burning life, and Hinata's worried Byakugan, nearly shattering with concern. To become a detached, frigid god devoid of these bonds? Hezhen shook his head, rejecting both seemingly singular options. I choose a third path. His voice, though quiet, resonated like thunder, momentarily halting both the creator and the raging Hyde. This power should neither be destroyed nor belong to any god. It must be returned to the people of this land, to those who cry, laugh, feel anger, and sorrow. Lend me your power. Hezhen gazed directly at the creator. I do not seek destruction or replacement. What I endeavor is to correct. In the creator's dark pupils, he discerned a light he had never seen within Hyde's logic. It was a manifestation of bonds and beliefs. He smiled, his form beginning to dissolve into a myriad of luminous particles. It is my honor. A magnificent yet gentle force surged into Hezhen's being. No, Hyde screeched in terror. In its realm, Hezhen's existence transformed into an unfathomable, unquantifiable, unpredictable variable. Hezhen's will plunged like a searing iron into the core of Hyde's frigid logical program. Countless codes cascaded before his eyes. Sacrifice the few for the happiness of the many, maximize efficiency. Are those sacrificed the ones you love? Bonds, emotions, irrational redundancies of inferior beings. That warmth is a treasure your kind will never comprehend. Hezhen's will morphed into verdant vines, embodying the vitality of wood release, the natural veins of sage art, and the manifestations of his connections with countless individuals. They surged through Hyde's logical code, striking against its seemingly impregnable system. Out in the physical realm, a thunderous crash. Massive boulders plummeted from the vault above, the entire ruins groaning under the unbearable weight, crumbling inch by inch from the edges. We must evacuate. This place cannot hold much longer. Kakashi shielded the exhausted Hinata and Sakura behind him, shouting to all, "No, I cannot leave." The prince clutched his son tightly, his eyes aflame with determination, stubbornly gazing at the vast, charred pit that had ceased leaking energy. I will wait for him to emerge. I must. Just then, a pained whimper echoed nearby. The distorted saber-toothed tiger, having lost its energy source, felt its rampant power dissipate swiftly. Its deformed exoskeleton and tentacles fell away, and its massive form shrank visibly, curling painfully as it reverted to its original size. In the mental realm, Hezhen navigated through the torrent of codes, finally grasping the core luminous sphere radiating the source of all chaos, the core of Hyde's logic. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The Creator's last words resonated in Hezhen's mind. Forcibly correcting its foundational logic will cause parts of your existence to be assimilated. As the price for mending the logical gaps, you may pay a tremendous cost. Hezhen hesitated not an instant, resolutely nodding. In the next moment, he imprinted his essence, intertwined with wood release, sage art, and all that embodied Hoshino Hezhen, fiercely upon Hyde's frigid logical core. Chapter 77. The Rebirth of the Moon Kingdom. Has the power within me gone awry? Boom. In the innermost depths of Hezhen's spiritual world, he melded wood release, sage art, and all that constituted his being into a searing, willful brand, indiscriminately pressing it against Hyde's cold logic core. No. Hyde emitted its final and most anguished shriek. Its world is being irrevocably rewritten by a data virus that it cannot comprehend, quantify, or eliminate. Vines known as bonds proliferate wildly within its logical code. Roots named belief penetrate the depths of its cold programming. Error. Error. Variables exceed thresholds. Logic is collapsing. The true will, cold and resolute, indicates that your logic is fundamentally flawed. In the next moment, the pure white mental space, along with the final wail of Hyde, shatters into countless fragments, crashing down. In the real world, within the precariously teetering core of the ruins, Kakashi and his companions are being relentlessly pushed back by falling boulders. We must evacuate. This place is about to collapse. Kakashi bellows, shielding the exhausted Sakura and Hinata behind him. No, I cannot leave. The prince clutches his son tightly, his eyes reddened. Stubbornly staring at the massive charred pit, I must wait for him. I believe he will return. At that moment, a distinctly different, even gentle, pure pulse of life surges forth from the unfathomable pit. No longer is it the previous chaos and fury. A soft green radiance bursts forth from the fissure, enveloping the entire ruins instantaneously. A miracle occurs. The crumbling dome halts its descent. The writhing flesh and eyes on the walls emit silent shrieks as they dissolve rapidly under the green light, reverting to cold, hard rock. The entire ruin transforms from a living, maddened hell into a silent, ancient tomb. A lament composed of countless data streams, filled with unwillingness, echoes in the space before vanishing entirely. Hyde's will is utterly eradicated. The gentle green light rises from the pit, and a figure slowly emerges. He is pale as paper, drenched and utterly exhausted, yet his dark pupils shine with astonishing brilliance. He is Hezhen. Sakura and Hinata simultaneously exclaim with tearful voices. Sakura attempts to rush forward, the green light of her spiritual technique gathering at her fingertips, but tears fall first. Hinata tightly covers her mouth. Her heart that was lodged in her throat finally settles. and tears instantly blur her pure white vision. Rock Lee wipes his face clean of tears and sweat with the back of his hand, forcing a smile that is more grotesque than crying. I knew it. Hezhen's perseverance would surely create miracles. Hezhen gazes at his companions' faces, a blend of tears and ecstasy, and manages a weak smile before darkness envelopes him, his body toppling forward. In his final moment of consciousness, a hand steadies him. It is Kakashi. Well done. The teacher's voice is hoarse, yet filled with relieved warmth. Welcome back. The Garel Stone, the source of all calamities, floating above the furnace, has all its cracks filled and repaired by the gentle green light, and ultimately, all energy fluctuations are contained. It transforms into a nondescript, even somewhat dull, massive crystal, quietly suspended there, no longer posing any threat. It has been thoroughly sealed. Quickly, we must leave this place. Kakashi decisively commands, carrying the unconscious Hezhen on his back and leading the group swiftly back along their path. The saber-toothed tiger, restored to its original size, hesitates briefly before also moving its limbs, silently trailing at the back of the group. Behind them, Prince Man watches the ruins that buried both sins and glory, and with trembling hands, he forms the final seal. As he exhausts his last strength to chant the ancient incantation, the massive stone door crashes down, raising a cloud of dust. This ruin, which bore the brilliance and errors of ancient civilization, along with the corrected Garel stone, will forever be buried underground, unseen by the light of day. Above ground, the moon shines brightly amidst sparse stars. The once violent beast army has long since returned to normalcy, retreating back into the forest, disappearing without a trace. At the port, Shibata and his rebellious confidants are surrounded by the returning remnants of the royal army, their faces ashen, surrendering one by one. A farce comes to an end. Prince Man, cradling his sleeping son, stands at the cliff's edge, the sea breeze tousling his dust-covered finery. On his face, there is no longer a trace of past weakness or extravagance, but rather a steadiness and resolve forged by the baptism of blood and fire. He bows deeply to Kakashi and his party. On behalf of the land of the moon and all its people, I extend to you the highest and most sincere respect. His voice is no longer extravagant, but filled with strength. From this day forth, the land of the moon shall no longer rely on that false stone. We shall build a truly independent future with our own hands, one that does not require sacrificing anyone for peace. Days later, in the capital of the land of the moon, a grand coronation ceremony is underway within the brand new palace. Hezhen, dressed impeccably, sits among the most honored guests, disregarding the surrounding clamor, instead entranced by the familiar yet strange power coursing within him. Sakura, seated beside him, furrows her brow and whispers, Hezhen, I just checked you again. Your body is indeed in good shape, recovering well. However, she pauses, her expression becoming unprecedentedly grave. It seems your chakra nature has undergone a permanent change. It's peculiar. I have never encountered such a situation. It feels as if it has come alive, possessing its own essence. Hezhen merely smiles non-committally at her words. Not far away, the new king man's young son, Guang, frolics and plays with the saber-toothed tiger he named Cham. Boy and beast chase and roll in the sunlight-drenched palace courtyard, their bright laughter becoming the most vivid scene amidst the solemn ceremony. The mission is successfully accomplished. Under the personal send-off of the new king man, Hezhen and his party embark on their ship homeward. My lord Hezhen, Lord Kakashi, King Man stands on the dock, solemnly promising that from this day forth, the land of the moon will forever be Konoha's most steadfast and reliable ally. The ship sails slowly away from the port. Hezhen leans against the ship's railing, feeling the salty sea breeze, inadvertently raising his right hand to gaze at his palm. There, a faint green line, composed of pure life energy, flits across his palm before vanishing. He pauses, instinctively turning his head to gaze at the boundless sea, as if he hears a faint call, penetrating time and space, seemingly from a distant past. Chapter 78, The Sage of Six Paths? Stepping into the threshold of the divine realm. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere is deathly silent, the air oppressive. Bang! Tsunade slams a mission report onto the table, the heavy sound resonating painfully in the heart. She leans on the table, her fingers interlaced beneath her chin, her sharp, blade-like gaze flickering between Kakashi and Hezhen, the remnants of the root. The Garel stone, Tsunade articulates each word as if forcing ice shards from between her teeth, the chill in her eyes growing ever more piercing. That old coot Danzo indeed left the village with the filthiest legacy. She abruptly rises. The sound of her high heels striking the floor is commanding, thudding like a death knell. I don't care whether that bastard Xiao is dead or alive. The Umbu must investigate immediately. All those who have had dealings with Root. One by one, I want them watched closely. I want to know what they are scheming. Yes. A low command echoes from the shadow outside, and the breath vanishes instantly. Tsunade's orders are unquestionable, and she sits back down, her gaze finally settling on Hezhen, her tone softened, yet still grave. Hezhen, accompany me to the hospital. It is imperative that you undergo a comprehensive physical examination. After your encounter with that shattered stone, one can only speculate what has transpired within your body. At the highest echelon of the medical laboratory in Konoha Hospital, Hezhen sat bare-chested upon the cold examination table, connected to intricate devices monitoring the flow of chakra. Sakura stood beside him, enveloping his chest in a verdant glow emanating from her healing jutsu, her brow furrowed with concern. Hezhen, your bodily functions are largely intact. Recovering almost perfectly, she remarked, before pausing, her demeanor shifting to one of unprecedented gravity. However, there has been a permanent alteration in your chakra nature. It is peculiar. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. It appears to have come alive, possessing its own essence. Hezhen offered a non-committal smile. Once everyone had departed, leaving him alone in the laboratory, he opened his palm. A desiccated leaf, recently shed from a potted plant, lay quietly in his hand. With a flicker of thought, he cautiously infused it with a strand of chakra. In the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The lifeless, yellowed leaf's edges shimmered with a faint green hue, as if reversing the cycle of life and death. Subsequently, the leaf trembled like the wings of a butterfly, flapping twice before truly taking flight, spiraling momentarily in the air before expending its energy and drifting to the ground. Hezhen gazed at this spectacle, momentarily entranced. What was this? At that instant, a long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected a profound integration with the high-density life energy of the Grell Stone. Host's bloodline limit would release. Intermediate Sage Mode. All attribute chakra natures are undergoing an unknown fusion mutation. The direction of mutation is determined to be initial phase of Sage of 6 Paths. Warning: the fusion process will persist for approximately 3 years, during which power may exhibit instability. Upon completion of evolution, the host's chakra will permanently transform into Sage Chakra. It is estimated that after the 3-year fusion period, the progress of the initial phase of Sage of 6 Paths will only reach 10, which will slightly enhance the total chakra volume, with no other characteristics manifested as of yet. If the development of the initial phase of Sage of 6 Paths reaches 100, advancing to the intermediate phase, the host's strength will ascend to the pinnacle of Hokage level, capable of confronting the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at his prime, or even Uchiha Itachi upon the initial awakening of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Hezhen's pupils constricted sharply. As a transmigrator, he understood profoundly the significance of the 5-word Sage of 6 Paths, more than anyone else in this world. That was the ultimate vessel, on par with the Rinnegan. The legendary body of Tsutsuki Kagaya. It was the source of the first Hokage's extraordinary vitality, the origin of the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan. He forced himself to quell the tumult within, analyzing calmly. Extraordinary life force and regenerative capabilities implied a higher margin for error in battle. Fatal injuries might no longer be fatal. The nearly infinite source of chakra promised immense potential. More importantly, he would no longer need to remain still to accumulate natural energy, thus freeing himself from the considerable combat risks associated with Sage Mode. Whenever he wished, Sage Chakra could surge forth from within him. This elucidated why his body could seamlessly merge with the Grell Stone, converting it for his own use. Yet what astounded him most was the power at the level of rules. The legendary Sage of 6 Paths could create life from vitality itself. The brief animation he had granted to the withered leaf was not merely wind release, but a glimpse into the divine realm that lay before him. The initial phase and the 3-year fusion period served as reminders that this was merely the beginning. But it was sufficient. What terror would a wood-release ninja, capable of entering Sage Mode at will, wield? Hezhen clenched his fists, feeling the gentle yet formidable life energy coursing within him. This was his greatest trump card against the impending divine conflicts. Meanwhile, the door to the Hokage's office burst open. An Umbu agent knelt on one knee. holding up a scroll high. Hokage-sama, we have discovered this at one of Zhao's secret locations. Tsunade snatched the scroll and unfurled it, her expression darkening immediately. The scroll contained dense documentation on Danzo's research concerning Hashirama cells and the Sharingan, a chilling compendium. At the conclusion of the materials lay a document detailing a mad scheme named the Divine Artifact. The plan's core aimed to locate and seize holy relics of immense energy, like the Grell Stone, and merge them with vessels implanted with Hashirama cells and the Sharingan, artificially creating a new god capable of unifying the ninja world through absolute power. The individual known as Xiao was merely one of the executors of this grand scheme. Madmen, utterly deranged lunatics. Tsunade crumpled the scroll in her grasp, veins bulging. She finally comprehended that the remnants of the root had inherited Danzo's most deranged ambitions, and that the schemes unfolding in the shadows were not limited to just one Xiao. The night was as deep as ink. Hezhen, recuperating in his accommodations arranged within the village, found his mind restless. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, he closed his eyes, attempting to harness the newfound power within him. A shadow silently materialized behind him. The newcomer, wearing a mask of the leaf Sumbu, spoke with a voice modulated to obscure gender. Hezhen, I have been sent by the 5th Hokage to assist you in controlling your new power. Hezhen opened his eyes, but did not turn to face the speaker, a cold smile curling at his lips. The profound, bone-chilling aura emanating from this Umbu, reminiscent of Root, was all too familiar. The Hokage truly cares for me, does he not? A former Root member. Hezhen rose, turning to confront the individual. The Umbu visibly stiffened, raising a hand to remove the mask from their face. It was a countenance Hezhen had encountered in Root's archives, unremarkable, yet exuding a serpentine chill. Or rather, the man no longer concealed his true self, his voice laced with unrestrained mockery and greed. Is it concern for the divine power within you? Chapter 79, The Reappearance of Root. The Stolen Divine Power and the Vanished Villages. The night wind was cold, rustling through the bare treetops of the courtyard, emitting a mournful sound. Is the god within you still useful? The chilling inquiry sliced through the silence like a poisoned blade. Hezhen remained seated, unmoving, his eyes still shut. Just after dealing with that Xiao fellow, and you all are already eager to emerge, he remarked coldly. The shadow behind him, the Umbu clad in a spiral mask, faltered, betraying a reaction that indicated the disguise had been effortlessly pierced. It seems you are the one known as Toby. Hezhen stated matter-of-factly, not as a question. The Umbu raised a hand, removing the mask. It was a face so ordinary it could blend into a crowd. Yet those eyes held a chilling coldness. Your intelligence-gathering abilities continue to instill fear, Hezhen. The man's voice shed its disguise, intertwining greed and fervor without reservation. Root has never perished. It has merely taken root in more fertile soil. Toby spread his arms wide, a maniacal posture. We have found a master with far greater foresight than Lord Danzo, greater than anyone. I have come to invite you to join us, to collectively embrace the moment of unification for the ninja world. Your power, your perfect fusion with the Grell energy, has rendered you a natural divine artifact. Those mere imitations, who can only survive through implanted Hashirama cells, cannot be compared to you. Hezhen chuckled softly, a light laughter that instantly froze the fervor on Toby's face. Dressing filthy ambition in the garb of noble ideals. He tilted his head, flexing his wrists, the joints producing a sharp crack. Danzo's rotten, foul legacy should have long been buried. You refuse? Toby's expression darkened ominously. I merely believe the training grounds of the village are spacious enough, more suitable for your burial. Before the last words left his lips, Hezhen's figure had evaporated from his position. Flying Thunder God. In the next instant, he appeared behind Yuan like a phantom. His fist enveloped in a formidable chakra, unadorned yet focused, striking directly at his opponent's heart, a lethal blow. Yuan's response was almost superhuman, without even turning around. His entire body slithered forward like a slick serpent, gliding along the ground. Boom! The punch met empty air, crashing into the hard earth and creating a deep crater. Dust swirling wildly. I have long since deciphered your combat habits. Yuan stood not far away, grinning savagely while forming hand seals at an astonishing speed. Wind release, vacuum wave. A multitude of invisible wind blades materialized from thin air, sealing off all escape routes and slicing through the air from all directions. Hezhen's gaze sharpened, chakra surging within him. Wood release, wood pillar wall. With a resounding crash, a series of thick, sturdy wooden pillars shot into the sky, intertwining to form an indestructible archway that obliterated the wind blades. Yet, Hezhen's brow furrowed deeply. In that fleeting moment, he felt a hint of his power slipping out of control. The scale of the wood pillar wall was nearly double what he had anticipated, and the chakra consumption surged accordingly. The integration with Greer's energy was evidently still incomplete. This power remained unstable. Yuan seized upon this gap, pressing both hands firmly to the ground. Earth release, earth spike. Instantly, countless sharp stone spears erupted violently from beneath Hezhen's feet, dense as a forest. Hezhen flickered, weaving through the barrage of spikes, the entire training ground riddled with holes and devastation. Futile. Yuan's voice dripped with mockery. I concede that you are strong, but you know nothing of our new power. Just then, he suddenly unleashed his true killing move, a heart-piercing revelation. Let me inform you of something. When we assimilated Root, Lord Danzo's core research on bloodline limits and artificial tailed beasts was extracted intact, and our new master is exceedingly interested in it. Hezhen's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, surrounding Yuan. At the forefront stood Kakashi Hatake. This ends here. Kakashi's single eye was as cold as frost. Yuan scanned his surroundings, noting the arrival of reinforcements. Understanding that the situation had turned against him, he wore a strange smile of triumph. Hezhen, you will come looking for us. As his words fell, the space around him was violently torn apart by a ferocious force, twisting into an extremely unstable vortex that instantaneously engulfed his figure. This space-time ninjutsu was neither Flying Thunder God nor Kemui. It resembled a savage rending of reality, brutal yet remarkably effective. Kakashi's Sharingan activated to its fullest, yet he could not decipher its secrets. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, upon hearing the report, smashed her wooden desk, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface in a fit of rage. She immediately ordered the classification of all classified documents left by Danzo to be elevated and re-examined. The results were chilling. Evidence of tampering and copying was indeed found in the sections concerning the fusion of energy relics and bloodline limits. Hezhen stood by the window, gazing down at the prosperous and peaceful village, his expression inscrutable. The mission in the Land of the Moon had been a trap aimed squarely at him. Those madmen had tracked the Greer Stone and accurately predicted that Konoha would dispatch him to handle the situation. Everything had unfolded according to their calculations. From the very beginning, he had been their target. He must swiftly and completely master this new power. Days later, in the same training ground left in disarray, Hezhen-kun, I'm taking my turn. Rock Lee assumed a fighting stance, his gaze sharper than ever. Bring it on. Hezhen nodded. He formed no seals, merely grasping a few ordinary shuriken in his hand, tentatively infusing them with the nascent life energy derived from Greer. Lee's figure transformed into a rapid green whirlwind, charging directly at him. Hezhen flicked his wrist, casually tossing the shuriken. In midair, their trajectory appeared ordinary. Yet at the moment they seemed destined to be dodged by Lee, an unexpected change occurred. They twisted direction as if imbued with a soul, defying logic, tracing a cunning and bizarre arc, like hawks with a will of their own, swooping at Lee from multiple blind spots. What? Lee was taken aback, barely managing to evade in a frantic twist of his body, disbelief written across his face. Hezhen stared at his palm, distinctly feeling a fleeting and fragile life link established between himself and the shuriken. He could not only animate inanimate objects, but also, within a certain range, imbue them with his own will. Just then, a messenger ninja from Konoha rushed into the training ground in a panic. Lord Hezhen, Hokage-sama summons you urgently. The Land of Locks has sent an envoy, seeking immediate assistance. In the Hokage's office, a messenger clad in the attire of the Land of Locks appeared, his face as pale as parchment, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Hokage-sama, our border village, Empty Valley, has vanished overnight. All the villagers, along with their homes and streets, have disappeared, leaving behind only an enormous, unfathomable pit. It's as if something devoured them alive. The envoy quaked as he presented a box from his robes. Inside lay a sample of soil as black as ink. As Hezhen approached the sample, his chakra, the life energy derived from the Greer Stone, boiled and roared as if encountering a natural enemy. He distinctly sensed that the energy lingering in this soil was of the same origin as his own, yet entirely opposed to it. A raw, Primal force born solely to devour everything and bring about death. Chapter 80. The Earth Beast Goes Haywire. Kakuzu, your heart is worth its weight in gold. In the Hokage's office, a deathly silence reigned. Tsunade stared intently at the wooden box on the table, at the piece of black soil within. The border of the land of locks, empty valley, had evaporated overnight. Tsunade's voice strained to contain her fury, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. Only a bottomless pit remained at the scene, along with this handful of earth. Hezhen stood at the desk, the nascent power of the Sage of Six Paths trembling and roaring within him. That overwhelming life energy surged with unprecedented intensity, signaling alarm as if faced with an archenemy. This was not chakra. It was a pure force born solely to consume and obliterate life. Again, it was the souls of Root. Hezhen's voice was frigid. They had discovered something entirely opposite to the Greer stone. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, causing the solid wood desk to splinter. I don't care who they are. Those who dare to sow chaos beneath the very eyes of the land of fire must be prepared to be uprooted. Her piercing gaze swept across the room, issuing an indomitable command. Kakashi, here. Kakashi emerged from the shadows. You will lead a team immediately. Assemble an elite squad to investigate the land of locks. Hezhen, you are the core of this operation. I need your perceptive abilities. Sakura, accompany as the medical ninja. Relay the order. Hyuga Nara Shikamaru, report to the Hokage Tower immediately. We need to track and strategize. On the road to the land of locks. The forest sped past beneath their feet. The five-member team maintained their utmost speed, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. This energy felt utterly different from what they encountered in the land of the moon. Hezhen whispered to Kakashi beside him. If the Greer stone represented life, then this entity signifies pure death. Kakashi's Sharingan narrowed. It seems that energy relics are not limited to just one. Danzo's legacy is far more troublesome than we imagined. What a colossal headache. At the rear of the group, Shikamaru stifled a yawn. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, swiftly analyzing the intelligence. The enemy's efforts were far beyond mere village consumption. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was rendered speechless by the sight before them. There were no ruins, no debris. Only an unimaginably vast circular sinkhole lay ahead. The entire village of Kongu, along with its foundation and a corner of the mountain, had vanished entirely. The walls of the pit were as smooth as glass, carved out by an unimaginably brutal force. From the unfathomable darkness emanated a foreboding aura that froze the very soul. Niji's eyes bulged, veins throbbing at the corners as he surveyed the 360-degree view, filled solely with endless darkness and that lingering, chilling energy. The signs of Chakra's lifeblood had been completely severed. Sakura's complexion paled. As a top medical ninja, she acutely sensed the land's total demise. Hezhen approached the edge of the colossal pit, slowly crouching down and pressing his right hand against the mirror-like wall. His inner life energy instinctively reached out. Boom! A terrifying vision seared itself into his mind, like a red-hot branding iron. There was no fixed form, only a gaping, monstrous maw made of earth and rock, silently roaring as it opened from the depths below, devouring the entire village along with tons of soil and stone in one fell swoop. It was an instinctual, insatiable hunger for flesh and life. With a sudden jerk, Hezhen withdrew his hand, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Hezhen, Sakura rushed forward, the green light of her healing technique enveloping him. I'm fine. Hezhen waved her off, his eyes filled with horror, like a monster that feasted upon the earth. It had swallowed the entire village. He closed his eyes, the overwhelming life energy extending once more. This time he caught a glimpse. In the depths of the earth, that brutal, lifeless energy was moving at high speed. It was still moving. The target was the largest fortress city in the land of locks, Taishiching. Hezhen's eyes flew open, urgency in his voice. Just then, two ominous figures appeared on the opposite side of the sinkhole, dressed in red, cloud-patterned black cloaks. The emblem of rogue ninjas, one bore a massive three-section scythe and wore a necklace of the evil deity cult, acting frivolously and madly. The other was shrouded entirely in his cloak, with only a pair of greedy green eyes visible, radiating the stench of wealth and death. Akatsuki, the immortal duo. Haiden and Kakuzu, Haiden exclaimed, licking his lips with wild enthusiasm. What a coincidence to find a leaf ninja here. You all look like perfect sacrifices for our Lord of Evil. he will be most pleased. Silence. Hiden. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and cold. We are here to retrieve. His green eyes locked onto Hezhen, as if assessing the value of the goods. That beast of earth was a failed substitute for the tailed beast we captured. Recently, someone activated it with that damned forbidden technique, and it has gone berserk. Hey, Kakuzu, forget about retrieval. Let me kill them all first and make them sacrifices. Hiden exclaimed, his excitement palpable, pointing his scythe at Hezhen and his companions. The battle was about to ignite. Shikamaru, Niji, Sakura, coordinate with me to deal with Kakuzu. Kakashi decisively commanded, his Sharingan spinning into action. Hezhen, the one with the scythe, is yours. Perfect. Hezhen's figure flickered as he charged towards Hiden. Haha, let us begin with you. Hiden laughed maniacally, swinging his scythe. The crimson arc ripped through the air. Hezhen barely evaded, feeling a searing pain on his cheek as a drop of blood was drawn by the scythe's tip. Hiden withdrew his scythe, his movements frenzied and swift, using Hezhen's blood to draw an ominous sigil on the ground, licking the blade with excitement. The ritual is complete. Now, let us revel in this exquisite pain together, he exclaimed, standing in the center of the formation, raising a black spear and thrusting it violently toward his own heart. On the other side, Hezhen's body froze. A tearing pain surged through his heart. A curse. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's the feeling. Hiden laughed madly. However, his manic grin faltered, freezing on his face for just a second. The excruciating pain within Hezhen surged like a tidal wave, but in the next moment, it was swept away by an even more domineering golden energy. What? Hiden stared in disbelief at his chest. Hezhen's gaze was icy. Just moments ago, he had channeled the immense energy within him, which was still in the process of merging, forcefully locking onto the stolen drop of blood. With the vitality of his own energy, he brazenly severed the cursed connection with Hiden. What have you done to my blood? Hiden shrieked in terror. This is impossible. The curse of the Lord of Evil is absolute. Your god seems rather ineffective, Hezhen retorted coldly. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, who was entangled in battle with Kakashi and the others, suddenly halted, his greedy eyes fixed unwaveringly on Hezhen, his nostrils flaring. What a scent! Kakuzu's voice was filled with the fervor and greed of discovering a rare treasure. What resilience and perfection of vitality! Your heart must be incredibly valuable. In the midst of the battle, Kakuzu was briefly ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow, allowing Kakashi's Chidori to pierce through one of his hearts. Kakuzu broke free from the shadow's grip, and where his heart had been destroyed, black tendrils writhed furiously. He roared in fury, a bunch of ants. Who else could have released that waste from our seal and infused it with new energy, besides that damned traitor and his new master? These words struck Hezhen and Kakashi's minds like poisoned daggers. Traitor, new master Orochimaru, and the remnants of Danzo's will. Chapter 81. Orochimaru's Laboratory. The out-of-control pseudo-tailed beast. Kakuzu's greedy green eyes darted back and forth between Hezhen and the distant violent energy fluctuations, ultimately making a rasping judgment. Hiden, we're leaving. Huh? What are you saying, Kakuzu? I haven't sacrificed this guy to Lord Evil yet. Hiden, furious over the broken curse, was utterly bewildered. The target has gone out of control, and someone has jumped the gun, Kakuzu replied, his form beginning to meld into the shadows. Let Konoha and that traitor's new master deal with this mess. Before he finished speaking, he and the unwilling Hiden had vanished without a trace. A mess. A traitor. A new master. Trouble galore. Shikamaru stuffed his hands in his pockets, gazing skyward, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the clouds. Akatsuki. We have a third party aiming to unlock the seal of the Earth Beast, targeting the same monster. Kakashi's single eye was as grave as iron. We must intercept it before it reaches the next densely populated city. Leave it to me. Hezhen closed his eyes. The overwhelming sense of perception bestowed by the yet-to-be fully formed sage of six paths unfurled without reservation, instantly penetrating the thick rock layers. Found it. 1,000 meters underground. Heading northeast at high speed. Byakugan. Niji's veins throbbed as his vision pierced through the Earth's crust, precisely locking onto the pursuit route for the team. The five figures transformed again into shadows, racing through the sky above the forest. During the chase, Niji's Byakugan suddenly detected an unusual chakra response. Stop! Below them lay a vast underground cavern, filled with abandoned experimental equipment. The group landed on a seemingly unremarkable patch of earth in the woods. Hezhen pressed one hand against the ground, activating earth release. With a rumble, a metallic entrance, concealed by layers of illusion and earth techniques, emerged. A chilling, damp stench, mingled with formaldehyde and thick blood, assaulted their senses, as if the odor had substance, burrowing into their minds. Descending the passageway, the sight that met them caused their stomachs to churn. Enormous glass incubation tanks were filled with grotesque, twisted remnants of various life forms. And along the walls hung rows of cold iron cages, their interiors marked with desperate claw marks. Sakura approached an operating table, delicately pinching a handful of residual cellular tissue. As the verdant light of her medical ninjutsu flickered to life, she was suddenly overwhelmed, clutching her mouth to suppress a violent wave of nausea, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. This forced distortion of cellular structure and the infusion of foreign energy bore the unmistakable signature of Orochimaru. Her voice trembled, a blend of fury and an uncontrollable dread. Deep within the laboratory, they uncovered a tattered and incomplete research report, the handwriting manic and distorted. The document detailed the implantation of fragments of a sacred energy artifact into a summoned beast, observing its rejection responses and energy absorption efficiency, with the ultimate goal of creating a pseudo-tailed beast that could grow indefinitely, feeding on chakra. The colossal creature of Earth was designated as experiment number 03, initially demonstrating stable fusion, yet its growth rate far exceeded expectations. The report concluded with a hasty annotation. The intelligence provided by the clients was remarkably accurate, and the forbidden techniques of the Root organization proved exceedingly effective, significantly accelerating the fusion process. Orochimaru and the spirits of the Root were indeed conspiring together. At that moment, the entire laboratory erupted in alarms. Amidst the shrill sirens, every cultivation tank shattered violently. Countless grotesquely modified serpents surged forth from the viscous cultivation fluid, their foul saliva dripping to the ground, corroding it, and producing hissing plumes of smoke. Engage the enemy. Kakashi unleashed his lightning-infused technique. Hezhen's eyes narrowed sharply. Instead of retreating, he charged into the swarm of snakes. A massive serpent, its belly adorned with writhing tendrils, lunged at him with its gaping maw. Hezhen did not flinch. Instead, he seized its head with a firm grip. He exerted no force. With a mere thought, the overwhelming life essence derived from the Greer stone surged forth, transforming into a pure golden torrent that rushed inward. The giant serpent emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The grotesque flesh, forcibly birthed by forbidden techniques, seemed to encounter its greatest nemesis. Within the golden light, it hissed and dissolved, rapidly shriveling and withering away. In mere seconds, it transformed from a terrifying monster back into an ordinary snake, collapsing limply to the ground. Ah, so this is the source of power. Not only does it bestow life, but it also purifies and strips away the artificial, imposed pseudo-life force. Orochimaru's abominable creations before him were nothing more than mere trifles. Return to your original form. Hezhen formed hand seals and bellowed the name of a technique capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. Wood release, the great force technique. Is this truly the legendary wood release? Niji's veins throbbed with shock. His Byakugan revealed that this was no ordinary chakra creation, but a living entity pulsating with tremendous vitality. Shikamaru, usually indifferent, was taken aback, his expression faltering for the first time as he fixed his gaze upon Hezhen's back, countless classified documents regarding the first Hokage flashing through his mind. What a joke! Such powers, merely existing in legend, had manifested in a comrade. In their collective astonishment, dozens of resilient wooden branches slithered like living serpents, accurately ensnaring each of the modified snakes. The golden life energy surged through the branches, and cries of agony echoed incessantly. Those ferocious monsters reverted to their original forms, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Hezhen surveyed the harmless original creatures littered around him, a newfound confidence blooming within him. However, at that moment, shadows darted in from another entrance of the laboratory, led by none other than the figure adorned with a swirling mask, Kite. Retrieve Orochimaru's research data. Capture Shinya Hezhen alive. Kite issued the cold command, and the Root ninjas behind him launched their assault. Kakashi, bind him with your shadow technique. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto Kite as Raikiri roared, propelling him forward. Hezhen, Sakura, Niji, clear a path, and destroy the core. Shikamaru's shadow-binding technique and Kakashi's Raikiri intertwined, ensnaring the elusive kite. Hezhen, akin to a tiger amidst sheep, collaborated with Sakura's brute strength and Niji's gentle fist, driving back the Root's lackeys. He sent an enemy flying with a powerful punch. His sights set on the innermost depths of the laboratory, the core of the entire facility. If he could destroy it, everything would cease. Yet, as he kicked open the door to the core chamber, he abruptly halted. The blaring alarms and the battle cries outside were completely muffled by the thick metal walls, rendering the world terrifyingly silent. Inside the room, an eerie stillness reigned, broken only by the low hum of the colossal power core emitting an eerie blue glow. Beside the core stood a silver-haired man with glasses, who adjusted his spectacles, the lenses reflecting the ghostly light. He turned, a gentle yet deceitful smile gracing his face. "Oh, we meet at last, Shinya Hezhen." Kabuto's voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. "Lord Orochimaru is very interested in the secrets contained within your body." He cast a glance at the fierce battle raging outside, his smile growing even wider. "Rather than being reclaimed as materials by those inept fools, why not consider a more promising collaboration?" Chapter 82, Data Stolen. Has my body become Orochimaru's experiment? Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, the lenses precisely reflecting the cold blue light of the power core. His face bore an unchanging gentle smile, yet his eyes were as cold as a serpent lurking on the operating table, filled with calculation. "Hezhen-kun, we are very interested in the secrets held within your body." He spoke with disarming candor, as if stating an inconsequential fact. "Activating that colossal creature of Earth was indeed a part of our plan. And we also took advantage of those power-hungry fools from the Root. The goal was to attract various factions. And you are the most crucial vessel we need to assess for value." The corners of Hezhen's mouth turned icy. The nascent power of the Sage of Six Paths within him roared silently like a disturbed beast, locking onto the repugnant, evil aura emanating from Kabuto, which was reminiscent of Orochimaru. "Assess me?" Hezhen chuckled softly. Before his words could fully escape, Kabuto's figure vanished without a trace. No signs, no seals. An invisible blade of chakra, compressed to an absolute precision, tore through the air, aimed directly at Hezhen's heart. The speed was beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Hezhen's body contorted backward at a terrifying angle as the blade grazed his nose, the rush of air stinging his skin. In an instant, he realized that Kabuto's power had surpassed that of an average J-nin. The cunning attack and the acute understanding of human anatomy were grotesque offspring of elite medical ninjutsu and Orochimaru's cruel techniques. Hezhen's toes pressed against the metallic floor, propelling him like a wraith. The Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, he found himself behind Kabuto, his fist enveloped in golden energy, striking without flourish, aiming directly at his vulnerable back. Yet, Kabuto's body flowed like a mass of liquid, evading the blow effortlessly. Water transformation technique. This slippery sensation caused Hezhen's momentum to stall, making it difficult to land an effective strike. Futile. Kabuto's voice came from another side as he swiftly formed hand seals. "Your body's data is highly coveted by Lord Orochimaru." Water release. Great waterfall technique. Boom. The enclosed power chamber was instantly inundated by a torrent of ferocious water that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. This was no ordinary ninjutsu. The water was infused with Orochimaru's unique chakra, thick, heavy, and akin to a swamp, greatly limiting Hezhen's movement and perception. Would release. Tree world wall. Hezhen pressed his hands to the ground, and countless resilient wooden vines burst through the thick metal flooring, growing wildly and intertwining to form a massive dome, shielding him securely within. The water crashed against the wooden barrier, producing a deafening roar. Hezhen furrowed his brow tightly, realizing that the consumption of chakra was far greater than he had anticipated. The power within him surged uncontrollably, spilling forth like a valve that could not be fully closed. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Those attacks were not aimed at determining a victor. Rather, he was employing various elemental ninjutsu to probe, like a mad scientist collecting data, greedily documenting the nature of his chakra and the limits of his body, attempting to decipher the fused energy within him. "You wish to study me?" A murderous intent surged in Hezhen's eyes. No longer content with passive defense, he swiftly drew several ordinary kunai. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully channeled the immense life energy from the Grial stone into them. He casually hurled the kunai into the surging waters. A disdainful smirk crossed Do's face. But in the next moment, his expression froze completely. The kunai that sank into the water were inexplicably imbued with life, transforming into bloodthirsty hunting sharks. Defying inertia, they twisted through the viscous water, carving deadly arcs as they shot toward him from his blind spot. What? Do's pupils constricted as he could no longer maintain his composure, awkwardly rolling in the water to narrowly avoid lethal strikes. Though his arm and thigh were still slashed with deep, bone-revealing wounds. To his astonishment, those kunai had developed eyes, locking onto him firmly, circling in the water, preparing for a second assault. This power was even more troublesome and profound than what Lord Orochimaru had anticipated. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing and analyzing every detail of the chakra flow prior to the chaotic space-time ninjutsu unleashed by Yuan. Now is the moment. Shikamaru. The shadow imitation technique succeeded. Just as the space around Yuan was about to distort, a pitch-black shadow extended precisely from beneath his feet, immobilizing him firmly in place. This was the opening. Kakashi's figure had already transformed into a flash of lightning. Raikiri. A piercing bird's cry echoed throughout the corridor as blue-white lightning coalesced in his palm, surging toward Yuan's heart with lethal intent. For the first time, genuine panic surfaced beneath Yuan's mask. He realized he could no longer afford to delay. In the power room, Do, pursued by Hezhen's bizarre living weapon, was already covered in injuries and in a precarious situation. He recognized that he could not achieve his goals in such a short time. Casting a deep glance at Hezhen, a meaningful smile resurfaced on his lips. Hoshino Hezhen, we will meet again soon. Almost simultaneously, Do and Yuan initiated their retreat. Do pressed a button on the power core beside him, activating a prearranged device that unleashed a powerful wave of chakra interference. Meanwhile, Yuan recklessly tore apart the space before him, plunging into the unstable vortex just a second before Raikiri pierced his body. Both vanished without a trace before the Konoha team could encircle them. The blaring alarms gradually subsided. Sakura, Niji, and Shikamaru rushed into the power room, finding only a chaotic battlefield. This is a disaster. Shikamaru quickly examined the power core, his expression darkening significantly. Do had copied all the core experimental data before retreating. Hezhen stood still, his face grave. He could distinctly sense that the deathly energy belonging to the Earth Beast was slowly waning deep within the Earth, but the danger was far from over. Kakashi stood beside Hezhen, emotions swirling in his singular eye. The wood release, flying thunder god, and that almost primordial mysterious force seemed to overlap with the images of the first Hokage and his teacher, the fourth Hokage, upon Hezhen. This subordinate, who had fought alongside him, had unknowingly ascended to a realm beyond ordinary reach. The group swiftly evacuated the ominous underground laboratory, the sunlight above feeling almost blinding. Yet, they all understood that a rampaging pseudo-tailed beast and two even more dangerous foes loomed like two blades suspended over Konoha, poised to strike at any moment. Hezhen clenched his fists, a deeper fear gripping him. What Do had taken was not merely data on his power, but also the unstable nature of that power. Chapter 83, A Deadlock of Three Parties. The rampaging beast, Ironstone City, in peril. Just as Hezhen and his companions emerged from Orochimaru's sinister underground laboratory, the aberrant Grial energy within him surged like a rampaging beast, violently colliding through his limbs and bones. It was no longer merely pure life force. It had transformed into an exquisitely precise compass, unwaveringly pointing toward the source of that pure, deathly energy. Its speed intensified. Kakashi's voice was low, his Sharingan fixated on the billowing dust rising at the horizon's edge. The forest beneath their feet had already descended into hell. The earth was torn open by immense force. Grotesque fissures spreading like a spider's web, countless ancient trees uprooted, shattered trunks, and broken rocks intermingling in a horrifying spectacle. Clearly, the Earth Beast's power was escalating at a terrifying rate following its loss of control. 3 miles ahead lay the Ironstone City of the Land of Locks, its most densely populated fortress. Niji's Byakugan pierced through layers of obstruction, urgency lacing his voice. It was heading there. At this speed, no more than 5 minutes. Ironstone City, the most populous stronghold in the Land of Locks, would witness countless civilian lives vanish in an instant should that monster arrive. Full speed ahead, Kakashi ordered decisively. They had to intercept it before it reached Ironstone City. 5 figures blurred into shadows amidst the forest, the wind howling past their ears as each nerve was stretched to its limit. The energy within Hezhen roiled more violently, craving release, yearning to confront the distant deathly force head-on. This desire made him vigilant, yet also imparted an unprecedented calm. Just then, 2 powerful and malevolent chakra signatures intruded upon Hezhen's perception. The Akatsuki. Hezhen's voice was frigid. Kakashi's singular eye abruptly narrowed. Ahead lay a narrow gorge, the terrain treacherous. As the silhouettes of Hezhen's team appeared at the gorge's entrance, the other 2 factions emerged almost simultaneously. The red cloud on a black background of the cloaks stood out sharply in the gorge's shadows. Kakuzu's eyes, glimmering with a green light, immediately locked onto Hezhen, scrutinizing him as if appraising a priceless commodity, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. What a coincidence, Konoha's little brats. And you? His gaze lingered on Hezhen, the unabashed possessiveness in his eyes thickening the air. Hezhen, wielding his ominous 3-section scythe, licked his lips with a crimson tongue, his gaze toward Hezhen brimming with a pathological fervor. You again, Hoshino Hezhen. It was such a shame that I couldn't offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin last time. Today, you won't escape. On the other side of the gorge, a disheveled Yuan tumbled out of a distorted spatial vortex. His swirling mask was dust-covered, breath quickened, evidently having suffered considerably during his previous escape. Upon seeing Kakuzu and Hezhen, Yuan's countenance darkened immediately beneath his mask. Recovering that waste is our mission. Kakuzu's raspy voice echoed, yet his gaze remained fixated on Hezhen. However, before that, your heart is prime merchandise. Hezhen trembled with excitement at his words. Exactly. Kakuzu, let us first extract this guy's heart. The rest can be offered to Lord Jashin. Boom. Just as tensions rose among the 3 parties, the entire earth suddenly trembled violently. The ground at the center of the gorge heaved upwards, countless massive cracks spreading like a spider's web. In the next instant, accompanied by a roar that seemed to rise from hell, the colossal form of the earth beast erupted from the ground. It lacks a fixed form, entirely composed of earth, rocks, and fragmented mountains. Towering to heights of 100 meters, every movement it makes sends tremors through the ground. That colossal maw, formed of soil, is capable of swallowing a small hill, now silently opening and closing, radiating an exquisite malevolence towards all living beings. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by this behemoth, the 3 factions momentarily succumb to a profound silence. Yet, this standoff lasts less than a heartbeat. Pestilent fool. Die. Fadewan strikes first, laughing maniacally as he brandishes his 3-section scythe. The crimson blade, tracing eerie arcs in the air, aimed directly at Hezhen's team. He seeks to sow chaos through slaughter, buying time for Kakuzu to reclaim the monstrous entity, while also satisfying his own twisted desire for sacrifice. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Hezhen's gaze sharpens, his hands forming seals, as a massive wooden pillar erupts from the ground, perfectly positioned to intercept the path of the scythe. Clang. A piercing clash of metal reverberates through the canyon. Simultaneously, the figure of Tayuya becomes blurred, the space around her warping violently as she attempts to unleash a crude yet effective space-time ninjutsu amid the chaos. Her target, the rampaging Earth Giant. It seems she possesses a secret method to regain control over this rampaging beast. Hezhen's eyes are as keen as a hawk. The giant poses the greatest threat and must be prioritized. However, Fadewan's frenzied attacks, Kakuzu's vigilant gaze, and Tayuya's unpredictable maneuvers have ensnared him in a deadly pincer. Shikamaru, Niji, Sakura. Kakashi's voice is calm yet swift. Restrain them. Create an opportunity for Hezhen. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's hands weave seals, his dark shadow slithering forth like a venomous serpent, ensnaring Fadewan. 8 trigrams air palm. Niji's Byakugan has already locked onto Kakuzu, unleashing a fierce wave of chakra. Sakura lets out a fierce cry, channeling her strength into the ground, cracking it beneath her as she rushes to support the front line at astonishing speed. The battle erupts instantaneously. Within the canyon, the brilliance of ninjutsu collides with the sparks of weaponry. Boulders shatter and dust swirls. Fadewan's scythe slices through the air with deadly precision, and combined with his immortal, frenzied fighting style, he is a formidable adversary. Kakuzu stands coolly to the side, like a seasoned hunter, observing the battlefield and searching for the optimal moment to strike. the chakra from his 5 hearts pulsating ominously, heralding a potential cataclysmic attack. Taiya's space-time ninjutsu, though crude, proves exceptionally troublesome, her target consistently the Earth Giant, each flicker imbued with tremendous uncertainty. The grell energy coursing through Hezhen's body, along with his Sage Chakra, operates at unprecedented speed. He is acutely aware that conventional ninjutsu will be inefficient in this scenario. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. Hezhen's figure vanishes in an instant, only to reappear beside the specially prepared kunai he had thrown earlier, positioned perfectly in Fadewan's blind spot. Spiraling sphere. A golden sphere of chakra spins rapidly in his palm, exuding an aura of annihilation as it is forcefully imprinted against Fadewan's side. A look of astonishment crosses Fadewan's eyes. He never anticipated Hezhen's speed could reach such heights. Boom. The tremendous impact sends Fadewan careening away, crashing violently against the rocky wall, creating a deep crater. However, he rises from the pit, the wounds on his body swiftly healing under the writhing black lines. Useless. Attacks of this magnitude cannot kill me. Is that so? Hezhen scoffs coldly, for his intention was never a single lethal blow. At that moment, the Earth Giant seems to be utterly enraged by the chaos of the battle within the canyon, unleashing a more ferocious roar as its colossal rocky arm sweeps through, causing the ground to tremble. In the distance, the outline of Ironstone City becomes vaguely discernible. Their time is running out. Chapter 84. The Birth of the Divine Tree. The suppression of divine power. The canyon strata emit a sound of overwhelming fracture. The Earth Giant's massive stone hand slams down with tremendous force. Kakashi's earth flow wall shatters in response, sending everyone flying. Cough. Niji spits out blood, struggling to prop himself up, despair reflected in his pale eyes. Their escape route is utterly sealed. Not far away, Kakuzu's 5 hearts pulsate at their peak, the properties of wind and fire merging in his palm, ready to unleash a pseudo-darkness powerful enough to raise the entire canyon. Fadewan drags his scythe across the ground, producing a jarring screech, his face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. It is over. This thought simultaneously arises in the minds of Kakashi's entire team. At that moment, a figure appears before them in an instant. Hezhen. Without turning back, he gazes calmly at the giant preparing to launch a second attack, as well as the gleeful Kakuzu in the distance. No more time to wait. He inhales deeply, the overwhelming energy from the depths of his bloodline surging forth without restraint. A fleeting glimmer of pain crosses his face, as if some shackles are being forcefully shattered from the very core of his soul. The cost has long been predetermined. The world in his eyes is suddenly enveloped in a soft golden hue. Wood release. Birth of the divine tree. Without intricate seals, he simply presses one hand against the ground. Boom. The earth does not tremble. Instead, it rises upwards from his center. Countless colossal trees, requiring several people to encircle, burst forth from the soil in a manner that defies the laws of nature. They do not grow wildly, but rise like a disciplined army, imbued with an ancient and solemn order, instantly forming a vast forest of towering trees. The thick roots coil like living serpents, pinning the limbs of the Earth Giant firmly in place, while the trunks transform into a prison, completely locking it down. The giant emits a silent roar, and the soil and rock that constitute its body, upon contact with the verdant divine tree, dissolve with a hissing sound, as though purified filth. Fadewan's manic laughter falters. He points at the suddenly manifested green forest, his voice tinged with fear for the first time. Hey Kakuzu, what is this monstrous thing? This sensation is life. A purity so profound it repulses even the Lord of Evil. Kakuzu's bottomless green eyes now surge with a tempest of fury. This technique, this aura, cannot be mistaken. It is the power of that man, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Bastard, you will not succeed. Kakuzu's greed swiftly eclipses his shock, and he rapidly forms seals with both hands. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. A massive fiery tornado roars forth, aimed at the heart of the divine tree forest, determined to incinerate this eyesore of greenery. Almost simultaneously, a strange vortex tears through the air. Taiya's figure emerges from within, entirely disregarding everyone else, her body shifting between solid and ethereal as she directly penetrates the layers of wood release barriers, targeting the core of the trapped giant. She intends to seize this power. Hezhen stands atop the highest divine tree, his garments billowing in the tempest. He slowly closes his eyes, gently pressing his hands against the bark beneath him. In the next heartbeat, his consciousness is drawn into a vast mental space composed of endless stillness and violent resentment. At the center of this realm, a twisted spirit, born of pure malice, unleashes a silent scream directed at him. This is the essence of the behemoth. In the realm of reality, Hezhen's body trembles slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This war is far more perilous than anticipated. Don't just stand there. Utilize these trees. Shikamaru's shout jolts everyone back to focus. This is the battlefield Hezhen has created for us. Niji, report the enemy's position. Sakura, charge in from the left along that tallest tree trunk. Target Fade 1. Kakashi-sensei. Understood. A glint of determination flashes in Kakashi's eyes as he leaps deftly across the interwoven tree trunks, positioning himself above Kakuzu's flank. The divine tree beneath his feet seemed to sense his presence, a branch extending automatically to provide him with a flawless point of leverage. Raikiri. The sorrowful wail of thousands of birds echoed through the forest as blue and white lightning illuminated the verdant woods, hurtling towards Kakuzu, who was in the midst of casting a spell. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno let out a fierce shout, shattering the sturdy trunk beneath her foot. With incredible strength, she descended like a pink cannonball, delivering a powerful punch towards Hiden, who was momentarily stunned by this divine spectacle. Hezhen's consciousness was fiercely battling with vengeful spirits in the realm of the mind. Yet, he managed to maintain a thread of awareness in the external world. The kite was nearing the core. He abruptly opened his eyes, a pure golden light erupting from the depths of his pupils. In the real world, a main trunk that had ensnared the colossal beast suddenly came to life, resembling a waking green dragon. Its roar slicing through the air as it accurately struck towards the position where the kite was about to materialize. Simultaneously, a branch beside Hezhen rapidly grew, transforming into a wooden doppelganger that bravely charged towards the fiery tornado unleashed by Kakuzu. Boom! The doppelganger met its end with the flames, buying Kakashi a precious 1/10 of a second. Raikiri pierced through one of Kakuzu's heart masks. With this momentary respite, Hezhen immersed his entire being back into the core. In the realm of the mind, he ceased attempting to counter with energy. He transformed into a radiant golden sun, illuminating all. The twisted, vengeful spirit let out one last heart-wrenching wail in the brilliance before disintegrating and being utterly evaporated, purified. In the real world, the mountain-like earth beast's roar abruptly ceased. Countless fine golden fissures appeared on its massive body. There was no explosion, no collapse. In an eerie silence, it silently transformed into a cloud of golden dust, cascading down like a sacred snowfall. In the canyon, a profound stillness enveloped everything, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating like smoke. Kakashi panted heavily, vigilantly watching Kakuzu, who had regained his footing in the distance. Sakura and Shikamaru worked in tandem to temporarily suppress Hiden, but the latter's undying form was rising from the rubble, his vengeful gaze fixated on the treetops. The kite, forced back by the green dragon, also regained its stance. The solitary eye beneath the mask coldly observing Hezhen. Hezhen's aura displayed a notable disarray due to the intense purification he had just undergone. Kakuzu freed himself from the charred remnants of wood release, ignoring his injured companion and the escaping prey. His greedy green eyes were fixated, fervently, on the man emanating a faint golden glow at the treetop. The three of them, in unison, approached Hezhen in a triangular formation. Kakuzu rasped, his voice laden with repressed greed and fervor. I have missed the heart of Hashirama Senju, but yours shall be the most exquisite gem in my collection. Chapter 85, Divine Might Unmatched. Konoha shaken, a sinister conspiracy unveiled. Within the canyon, silence reigned. The forest of divine trees, crafted by Hezhen, now radiated a rich vitality, replacing the former aura of slaughter and destruction, silently signifying the miraculous power displayed moments ago. Kakuzu's greedy green eyes remained locked on Hezhen, the black tendrils of his earthbound spirit writhing uneasily behind him, the air thick with the stench of greed. Hiden rose from the debris, his wounds healing rapidly. Yet his gaze towards Hezhen transformed from simple fervor to one mixed with extreme loathing and primal fear of that purifying force. On the other side, the kite, clutching the wound inflicted by the wood release, wore an ashen visage beneath the mask, his plan to reclaim the beast completely thwarted. The power of Hoshigan Hezhen far exceeded the expectations of the one behind him. The three factions formed a triangle, encircling Hezhen's team in the center. The atmosphere was charged with impending violence. At that moment, two green figures thundered down onto the battlefield. This is the final defense of youth. Lee. Yes. Teacher Guy? Amidst the thunderous roars, Might Guy and Rock Lee struck their iconic martial arts stances, while Ten, wielding a massive scroll, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The arrival of reinforcements instantly shattered the stalemate. Kakuzu's eyelids twitched violently. He recognized the azure behemoth of Konoha. The situation had shifted from a sure hunt to a desperate battle of attrition. The power within Hezhen was more valuable than any reclaimed object, but now, that priceless artifact was no longer something he could easily claim. Kakuzu, ignore them. Cut off that guy's head. The evil god awaits his sacrifice. Hiden could not comprehend Kakuzu's hesitation, wildly swinging his three-bladed scythe, the blood-red blade aimed directly at Hezhen. Silence. Hiden. Kakuzu's voice was as cold as ice. We are leaving. Huh. What did you say? Before Hiden could finish, Kakuzu's black tendril struck out like lightning, forcibly ensnaring Hiden's body and dragging him backward. Guy? Lee. Kakashi's voice was decisive and swift. Oh. The master and disciple understood instantly, vanishing from their original positions. The lightning of Chidori and the fierce winds of youth converged, mercilessly striking towards the retreating duo, granting them no respite. Kakuzu let out a muffled grunt, enduring the attack at the cost of one heart. His form unaffected as he roared in defiance, vanishing deep into the dense forest with Hiden in tow. The kite observed coldly from the side, not engaging in Kakuzu's conflict, nor being targeted by Team Guy. He cast a chilling glance at Hezhen atop the trees, the solitary eye beneath the mask seemingly etching Hezhen's figure into his very soul. The game has merely begun, a hoarse and eerie voice echoed in Hezhen's ears. You shall soon discover who the true deity is. As the words faded, the space before him was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force, forming an unstable vortex into which his figure was drawn, vanishing without a trace. The battle concluded. Hezhen. Sakura rushed to his side, emerald medical chakra enveloping her palms as she meticulously assessed his condition. The chakra expenditure is tremendous, she said, incredulously, but your bodily functions are recovering at a terrifying speed. Hezhen could feel the once wild power of the Sage of Six Paths within him, after an extreme eruption and purification. Not only remained intact, but had transformed into a tamed beast, growing more compliant and stable. As the dust settled, an eerie stillness enveloped the canyon. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a whispering sound, not from the original trees but from the vast, towering forest that had seemingly appeared from thin air. Is this the pinnacle of the fiery youth ninjutsu? Lee's eyes widened, flames nearly bursting forth, his fists clenched as he trembled from sheer astonishment. Beside him, Ten gaped, her mouth agape as if to accommodate a rice ball, nearly dropping the scroll in her hands, murmuring instinctively, "Are you kidding? Did he really create this entire forest in an instant?" Might Guy remained silent, his signature smile replaced with an unprecedented solemnity. He looked towards his rival, Kakashi, as if to convey, "Kakashi, your subordinate has stepped into the realm of the unknown." Sakura's medical chakra flickered gently within her palm as she sensed the vast life force within Hezhen steadily calming. Raising her gaze towards the verdant miracle that sheltered them all, she felt not only shock, but an overwhelming reverence and concern for this legendary power. Niji withdrew his Byakugan, the tension in his temples gradually easing, yet the pure torrent of life seemed indelibly etched in his vision. He murmured softly, almost to reassure himself, "The remnants left by that colossal beast, all its silence and malevolent energy, have been thoroughly purified by you. Now, only ordinary soil and stone remain." His tone carried an unparalleled admiration for this creative and cleansing force. Kakashi approached Hezhen, his single eye swirling with emotions more complex than ever. The wood release, the flying thunder god technique of the first Hokage, and the legends of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, converged fiercely upon the back of this young man in that moment. This was a power capable of safeguarding the village, yet it also bore the potential to attract calamities coveted by the world. Shikamaru gazed up at the sky, his mind racing with unprecedented speed. He rapidly connected the harsh words left by Taiyuya, the almost obsessive fixation of Kakuzu on Hezhen. and the vague references to a guest in the incomplete report from Orochimaru's laboratory, piecing them together in his mind. A terrifying hypothesis took shape, casting a shadow of dread over everyone's hearts. The Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and perhaps we are all mere pawns. Behind the remnants of the root lies a new, more formidable master. This meticulously orchestrated conspiracy has, from the very beginning, been a test aimed at Hezhen, or rather, at the power he possesses. On the return to Konoha, the atmosphere was remarkably heavy. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, continuously replaying in his mind the identity and motives of the hidden mastermind. Meanwhile, Hezhen closed his eyes, silently attuning to the rhythmic pulsations of his inner power, a sensation of unprecedented strength and control. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened intently to Kakashi's succinct yet comprehensive report, her hands resting on the desk, knuckles whitening from tension. Upon hearing about the remnants of the root, Orochimaru, the new master, and Taiyuya's final provocation, her expression turned gravely serious. This was no mere incident of rogue ninjas attacking. It was a malignant tumor lurking deep within Konoha, colluding with the most dangerous external enemies in an attempt to overturn everything. Shizen. Tsunade suddenly stood, her voice as cold as iron. Immediately summon all Jonin leaders for an emergency meeting. She approached the window, surveying the peaceful village below, her eyes ablaze with resolute fury. Convey my orders. From this moment on, we will conduct the highest level of scrutiny on all clues related to the root and Orochimaru within the village. A new storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 86. The Ultimate Ban. The Sage of Six Paths body exposed. Konoha's hidden threats. In the Hokage's office, a loud crash resounded as a heavy rosewood desk shook violently, the teacup atop it flying into the air, spilling scalding tea everywhere. Tsunade slammed her palm onto the desk, her veins bulging with exertion, knuckles turning white from the force. She fixed her fierce gaze on Kakashi, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. The remnants of the root. Orochimaru. Now what fresh master has emerged? Tsunade's voice was hoarse and furious, her chest heaving from rapid breaths. And that masked scoundrel Taiyuya, did he truly think I am made of clay? Shizen shrank into the corner, barely daring to breathe, cold sweat soaking her back. Tsunade abruptly turned, her sharp gaze locking onto Hezhen. Hezhen, she nearly roared. How did you dispose of that earth beast? Explain yourself. What kind of monstrous power lies within you that can purify everything? In her inquiry, there was not only a fiery temper, but also a profound tremor stemming from confronting the unknown force. Hezhen's expression remained unchanged, his voice calm. It is the power of the Sage of Six Paths body, currently still in the process of merging. The essence of that beast was a conglomerate of dead energy and resentment, and my power precisely counters it. He spoke succinctly, touching only briefly on the subject. The Sage of Six Paths body, Tsunade murmured, digesting this term that far exceeded her understanding, her brow furrowing deeply. After a moment of silence, her astonishment transformed into a chilling resolve. Shizen, gather all Umbu immediately. Dig out every clue linked to the root and Orochimaru within the village. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, we must expose those vermin lurking in the shadows. Closely monitor all movements of Orochimaru. If he dares to extend his claws into Konoha even by an inch, I will personally lead a team to sever his snake head and feed it to the dogs. Tsunade's voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizen replied, her body trembling as she swiftly departed. In the office, only Tsunade and Hezhen remained. Tsunade moved to the window, gazing down at the thriving village bathed in sunlight, her voice lowering yet resonating with authority. Hezhen, you performed admirably this time, saving both the village and the land of locks. Your contributions are undeniable. She turned, her gaze piercing, locking onto Hezhen's eyes, a mix of scrutiny, awe, and an unmistakable hint of trepidation swirling within. Your power is peculiar, even I find it alarming. Konoha needs this strength. However, her tone sharpened. This power is far too unknown. Have you considered the calamity it could unleash if it spirals out of control? Hezhen nodded slightly. I understand, Lady Tsunade. I will master it and ensure it does not become a threat. Not just try your best. Tsunade scoffed, a cold, hard smile gracing her lips. What I demand is not some vague effort. It must be absolute control. From this moment on, any anomalies in your body must be reported to me immediately. This is a direct order. Do you comprehend? Her gaze held the undeniable authority of the fifth Hokage, masked by a deep concern for the potential of a junior's power spiraling out of control. Hezhen met her gaze, his tone unwavering. Yes, I assure you. Pausing for a moment, he added, in order to better integrate this power, I require an utterly quiet and undisturbed environment for deep cultivation. Tsunade scrutinized his youthful yet remarkably steady visage, and after a few seconds, she responded solemnly, very well. There is a forbidden area in the back mountains of the village. A former training ground of the first Hokage. It is rich in natural energy and sufficiently secluded. I will personally issue orders that no one may approach until I lift the command, including the Umbu. She stepped in front of Hezhen, placing her hand heavily on his shoulder with significant weight. Kid, don't let me down, and do not let this village down. Hezhen felt the weight of her trust and expectations resting upon him, nodding earnestly. In the forbidden area of Konoha's back mountains, ancient trees towered, and the air was saturated with rich natural energy, almost palpable. Hezhen sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, fully immersing himself in the depths of his being. The nascent power of the Sage of Six Paths, after experiencing an extreme confrontation with the Earth Beast, had shed its earlier volatility, becoming steadier, weightier, and more profound. He sensed this power pulsating throughout every fiber of his being. Life, Hezhen whispered softly. A faint, pure golden chakra emanated from his fingertips, brushing against a withered leaf. A miracle unfolded. The desiccated leaf unfurled at a visible pace, becoming plump and ultimately regaining its vibrant green hue, as if time itself had reversed. He began to experiment with more intricate applications, infusing this life force into a mundane chakra, attempting to bestow upon it an innocent rhythm of life. This process was exquisitely delicate, deepening his understanding of the essence of the Sage of Six Paths. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that as the fusion deepened, the chakra within him was transforming into a purer, more inclusive sage chakra. With each breath, the vast natural energy from the outside world surged in like rivers converging into the sea, perfectly melding with him in an endless cycle of vitality. Hezhen opened his eyes, gazing at a towering ancient tree in the distance. He could feel an unprecedented closeness to this forest and the surrounding earth. He was no longer merely summoning trees, but could genuinely create from thin air. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded like water. Hezhen remained seated, enveloped in a layer of faint golden chakra energy, with 3 emerald jade pendants subtly glimmering at his collar. His hair danced in the still air, slightly curling upwards, forming a unique twin-horn silhouette that added an air of sanctity and majesty. The life energy within him radiated like the dawn breaking through a pitch-black night, gently yet resolutely dispelling all silence. The complete fusion of the six-path sage body was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the surface of Konoha returned to calm. However, whether it was Kakashi leading a mission or Sakura drenched in sweat at the medical department, the vision of that miraculous forest and Hezhen's earth-shattering power lingered in their minds. In the brightly lit Hokage office, Orochimaru, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, and the equally fatigued Ino, were engrossed in the vast amount of incomplete data retrieved from Orochimaru's laboratory. Ugh, this is troublesome, Shikamaru yawned, rubbing his sore eyes. All the critical information has been encrypted or destroyed by that bastard Kabuto, but traces always remained. Ino handed him a cup of hot tea, remarking that there seemed to be a connection between Orochimaru's divine weapon plan and that last phrase from Toby, the true god. Shikamaru took a large sip of the hot tea, redirecting his gaze to the complex charts. Akatsuki, Orochimaru, remnants of the root. And now there's another puppeteer behind the scenes, he murmured, frowning. This web is larger and more intricate than I imagined. Suddenly, he pointed to a character that had been repeatedly erased but still bore faint traces. Ino, look here. It was a torn experimental log, hastily inscribed with several keywords. Divine weapon plan, severe rejection reaction, lack of key yang release source, Hoshino Hezhen knew. The log abruptly ended there. Meanwhile, in a dim and damp underground space, a swirling distortion materialized, and Toby, wearing an orange mask, stepped out. From the darkness, a hoarse voice echoed. Haiden and Kakuzu have failed. Hoshino Hezhen's power exceeds our expectations. Toby replied in his usual flippant tone, yet his Sharingan flickered with a cold light. Oh, that useless Orochimaru. Although his plan has failed, he inadvertently helped us lure in a genuine big fish. It seems our Moon Eye plan requires a slight adjustment for our new friend. Chapter 87. The 3-Year Pact. Transformation of the Sage Body and Naruto's Return. The year 67 of Konoha. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The peace of Konoha was like a tranquil deep pool, its surface flourishing enough to dull anyone's vigilance. Yet the undercurrents beneath had never ceased, growing ever more tumultuous. In the back mountains of Konoha, the exclusive training ground of the first Hokage was steeped in rich natural energy, almost solidifying into a green mist that swirled among the towering ancient trees, so serene that one could hear the sound of leaves falling. A figure sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, motionless for 3 years. A thin layer of dust now settled upon his form. Ding! Fusion anomaly concluded. 6 paths Sage Body. Initial stage. Current. 30 fusion. The cold, familiar system notification in his mind marked the end of this prolonged seclusion. Hoshino Hezhen slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A tremendous, formless wave of energy radiated from him, sweeping outward. Dust and fallen leaves were instantly cleared away, and the slab of stone beneath him cracked under immense pressure, the surrounding air visibly distorted. The world had irrevocably changed. He could distinctly hear the deep, muffled sounds of flowing rock veins beneath the earth. He could see, 100 meters away, a tender sprout breaking through the soil, embodying a small yet resilient pulse of life. The entire forest, this land, had established a profound connection with him, as if they shared a bloodline. The energy within him could no longer be termed chakra. It was a surging sea of life, each drop brimming with pure, refined sage energy, gentle yet immense. The past method of needing deep concentration to draw in natural energy had become an archaic skill he needed only to reminisce about. Now, every gesture he made was an act of sage art. Hezhen stood up, his bones cracking like crisp firecrackers. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Name: Hoshino Hezhen, 18 years old. Strength: Kage level, mid. Bloodline limit. Would release God Tree World Birth, folded. Physique: 6 paths Sage Body. Initial stage: 30 fusion. Chakra amount: 50. 000 calories. Ninjutsu: Wind, Fire, Water, Earth techniques. Flying Thunder God technique, folded. Taijutsu: 8 gates of Dijutsu. Hezhen exited the training ground. The warm sunlight dispelled the shadows of 3 years. He stretched comfortably, feeling the powerful energy within him surging like a mighty river. The chakra amount of 50,000 calories was more than double what it had been 3 years ago. He instinctively compared himself to the third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, in his prime. Sarutobi Hiruzen represented the zenith of technique. Yet, Hezhen was acutely aware that his transformation over these 3 years was not merely an enhancement of technique, but a transcendence of life itself. With the 6 paths Sage Body, even against the third Hokage in his prime, he felt confident he could confront him head-on. Now, as he looked back at the boy who had barely awakened the Sage Mode during the collapse of Konoha's plan and had barely survived, the disparity in strength was like heaven and earth. That once fervent effort now seemed but the flailing fists of a child, bathed in sunlight. A smile curved upon his lips as he cast his gaze toward the Hokage rock. Meanwhile, a weary carriage, having traveled a long journey, finally rolled slowly into the gates of Konoha. The curtain lifted, and a figure eagerly jumped down. Oh, I'm finally back. Nothing has changed here. It was a much taller boy than 3 years prior, who had outgrown his youthful innocence. Clad in his signature orange attire, his cerulean eyes now bore a newfound determination and confidence. Uzumaki Naruto. He had returned. Hey, Naruto, you're as noisy as ever. A familiar, slightly lazy voice called out. Naruto turned abruptly to see a familiar silver-haired figure, and beside him stood a pink-haired girl he could hardly recognize. Kakashi-sensei. And Sakura. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Pointing at the girl before him, his mouth agape. Haruno Sakura had matured significantly compared to 3 years ago, her red attire accentuating her tall, strong legs. Most notably, she exuded a calm aura befitting a medical ninja, a stark contrast to the girl who once chased after Sasuke. Long time no see, Naruto, Sakura smiled, observing his foolish expression. You finally decided to come back. Hee. Naruto scratched his head, beaming with joy. Their simple reunion warmed the air around them. In the Hokage office. Tsunade Baba. I'm back. Naruto kicked open the door, shouting with all his might. Tsunade was deeply engrossed in a mountain of documents when a loud shout startled her, causing her pen to slip and leave a long ink mark on the paper. "You little brat." Tsunade's furious roar echoed throughout the Hokage building. "Can't you knock properly?" "I'm just a bit too excited." Naruto, unfazed, reported on his accomplishments over the past 3 years, his face brimming with anticipation for praise. Observing her lively junior, Tsunade's ire began to dissipate, replaced by a look of satisfaction. At that moment, the office door creaked open gently. Hezhen stepped inside. "Ah, Lady Tsunade. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune time." Upon seeing the figure at the door, Naruto's signature radiant smile froze instantly. He stared at the tall individual, his mouth slightly agape. The person towered over him, standing at least 1.80 meters, with an exceedingly handsome face and a pair of fathomless eyes that stood still like an abyss, exuding an invisible sense of suffocation. Yet, within that terrifying presence lay a familiar aura. Is that Hezhen? A thought flashed through Naruto's mind, but he instinctively hesitated to confirm it. Although Hezhen had been strong 3 years ago, he was nowhere near as inscrutable as he appeared now. Just standing there rendered Naruto's once proud sensory abilities utterly ineffective, making him feel insignificantly small. "Is that you, Hezhen?" Naruto asked uncertainly. "You little brat, at least you have some discernment," Tsunade scoffed, leaning back in her chair. "In these 3 years, you're not the only one working hard." As Naruto listened to Tsunade explain, he instinctively repeated her words, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "Creating a forest out of thin air? Purifying monsters the size of mountains? Is this really what ninjas can do? It's like a myth." He gazed at Hezhen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Tsunade rose, her expression turning serious. She summoned Kakashi, Sakura, and a new face that perpetually bore a solemn expression. "From today onward, Team 7 will be restructured." Tsunade's voice was steady and powerful. "Kakashi will continue as captain, with Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno as team members." "Fantastic!" Naruto exclaimed, leaping with excitement. "What is our mission? Are we going to find Sasuke? I must bring him back." He was eager to prove himself, yearning to rescue his wayward friend. "Calm down, Naruto." Tsunade's expression was graver than ever as she produced an urgent scroll from her drawer and slammed it on the table. "Your first mission is not to retrieve Sasuke. It is to rescue the Kazekage." "Kazekage? You mean Gaara?" Naruto's excitement faded instantly, replaced by shock. "What happened to Gaara?" "The highest level distress signal has come from Tsunade." Tsunade's voice was icy. "Just half a day ago, members of the Akatsuki invaded Tsunade, and the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, was captured." "What?" Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi's expressions shifted simultaneously. Chapter 88. The Journey to Tsunade. Naruto's first confrontation with Hezhen in the Hokage office. The atmosphere was tense. Tsunade's sharp gaze swept over everyone present before her voice broke the silence. "Team 7. You are to execute an S-rank mission immediately. Proceed to Tsunade to rescue the 5th Kazekage." At the moment Tsunade issued the command, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Hezhen's mind. "Ding. The host is currently in the critical plot of rescuing Kazekage Gaara. Do you wish to sign in?" "Sign in," Hezhen thought. "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Initial stage of Sage Body. Fusion rate increased by 20. Boom." An indescribable surge of life erupted from the depths of his being. This was not merely an increase in chakra, but a transcendence of the very essence of life itself. His cells rejoiced, his bones restructured, and the energy coursing through his meridians transformed into a divine sea, rich and powerful, embodying the forces of creation and destruction. He felt as if he had become different from the world itself. The chakra and life force flowing within Tsunade, Naruto, and Kakashi were now laid bare to his perception. The fusion rate leapt from 30 to 50, marking a qualitative leap. He summoned his attribute panel. Name: Hoshino Hezhen, 17 years old. Strength: Shadow level, late stage. Bloodline limit. Would release: Physique. Initial stage of Sage Body. Fusion rate 50. Chakra amount: 60. 000 cards. Ninjutsu: Wind, Fire, Water, Earth Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. Taijutsu: 8 Gates Gaara. Naruto's azure eyes were instantaneously engulfed by a blaze of fury. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking from the pressure, his body trembling with raw rage. "Those bastards. I'm going right now. Let us go," he roared, his voice imbued with youthful fervor and pure concern for his friend. Tsunade's gaze swept across the excited Naruto, the solemn expressions of Sakura and Kakashi, and finally fixed on the ever-calm figure of Hezhen. Hezhen, Tsunade's tone became gravely steady, carrying the weight of responsibility. You are the core of this mission. Those words struck Naruto's heart like a tidal wave. He abruptly turned to stare intently at Hezhen, his eyes filled with confusion and excitement. 3 years ago, though formidable, Hezhen was still within reach. Now, he stood like an unfathomable night sea, devoid of ripples, yet capable of swallowing all light. Naruto's once sharp perception, honed through rigorous training, faltered before Hezhen, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, unable to stir even a ripple. An unprecedented competitive urge intermingled with an indescribable unease surged within him. 3 years prior, Hezhen was merely a Nin. Now he was more inscrutable than Kakashi-sensei. How could Tsunade permit him to join, proclaiming him the core? Was he truly more capable of rescuing Gaara than Naruto himself? No. I am the one destined to become Hokage. Gaara must be saved by me. Hezhen distinctly sensed the probing gaze directed at him, filled with defiance, envy, and intense curiosity. He turned his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, and nodded gently to Tsunade in acknowledgement of his orders. The four of them assembled at the entrance of Konoha at the swiftest pace. A solemn atmosphere replaced the joy of reunion. Reports from Tsunade indicated that the Akatsuki members responsible for capturing the Kazekage were Deidara and Sasori. Kakashi's voice was low and quick as he relayed the known information to the group. Deidara specializes in explosive clay and is an expert in long-range destruction. Sasori, a rogue ninja from Tsunade, is a genius puppeteer. All his puppets are laced with deadly poison, making him exceedingly dangerous. Before he could finish, the four figures transformed into fleeting shadows, racing toward the borders of the land of fire. The trees on either side blurred past them. During their journey, Naruto's inner turmoil and unwillingness to accept the situation became unbearable. He suddenly accelerated, his orange figure shooting forth like a cannonball, closing the distance to Hezhen in an instant. Hey, Hezhen! His shout resonated in the wind. Let me see how much you've improved over these 3 years. Before he finished speaking, a fist imbued with overwhelming power, accompanied by a sound that split the air, hurtled toward Hezhen's face. This punch, even carrying a trace of barely perceptible crimson chakra, surpassed the speed and force typical of a Nin. However, Hezhen merely tilted his head slightly. That fist, potent enough to shatter rock, grazed his cheek, brushing past his hair and striking the empty air. He did not even need to use a shred of sage chakra. Merely relying on the extraordinary instincts bestowed by the six-paths sage body and a terrifying anticipation of attack trajectories, Naruto, fueled by an intensified fighting spirit, launched another strike. His waist coiled with power as his other fist shadowed the first, aiming directly at Hezhen's chest. Hezhen shifted his stance slightly, arching his body at an inconceivable angle, causing Naruto's punch to once again miss its target. What followed was an unrelenting barrage of attacks, straight punches, hooks, roundhouse kicks, and elbow strikes. Naruto seamlessly integrated the taijutsu taught by Jiraiya into this tempestuous offensive. However, the outcome filled him with a profound tremor emanating from his very soul. Hezhen remained within a mere 3 feet of him, evading with impeccable precision, each movement executed flawlessly, wasting not an ounce of energy. Consistently evading Naruto's attacks by the slightest margin. Every heavy blow from Naruto struck what felt like an invisible mass of cotton, the accumulated force dissipating entirely upon impact, leaving him with a sensation of emptiness, soft and void. This frustration of having power without a target pushed him to the brink of madness. How swift! A tempest swirled within Naruto's mind. I can't even graze the hem of his garment. What have I been training for these past 3 years? My speed has improved dramatically. This guy is an absolute monster. An unprecedented sense of defeat crashed over him like a tidal wave. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki is Naruto Uzumaki. This setback did not crush him, but rather fueled the flames of his indomitable spirit. Leading the way, Kakashi observed everything unfold through his Sharingan, experiencing a greater internal shock than Naruto himself. Hezhen's growth over the past 3 years was nothing short of astonishing, Kakashi mused. Naruto's progress was remarkable, possessing strength that most jonin could hardly aspire to. Yet, compared to the current Hezhen, it was but a flickering firefly against the full moon. This power represented both the hope of Konoha's future and a peace that required utmost caution. He had surpassed the vast majority of shadow-level ninjas. trailing behind. Sakura's emerald eyes mirrored the two intertwined figures. Her astonishment stemmed more from an instinctive feeling. Hezhen, she pondered silently. He has become stronger, to the point of invoking a sense of unfamiliarity and distance. That effortless grace, that absolute mastery of power, transcended her understanding of what it meant to be a ninja, akin to the legendary first Hokage, or perhaps even beyond. Hezhen easily evaded Naruto's final, reluctant sweep of the leg, yet he was internally assessing his condition. He felt a vast reservoir of life energy within him, akin to an ocean, but with only a 50% integration, which left him with reservations. This power still required further refinement. He needed a true battle, one that would push him to his limits, to fully stabilize this nascent divine strength. The chase finally ceased under Kakashi's command as the team continued forward, the atmosphere growing increasingly nuanced. Upon reaching the border of the Land of Fire, everyone halted. The distant skyline was no longer a clear blue. A colossal sandstorm, vast enough to blot out the sun, roiled like an awakened ancient beast towards Tsunade, roaring fiercely. This was no natural phenomenon. Within the murky yellow sands, an ominous and brutal chakra surged forth, sending shivers down the spines of those even 100 miles away.